Hello everyone and welcome to the Classic at Silverstone. What a weekend of racing we have lined up. There's 1,000 competitors this weekend, there's 20 races. Today there's a full day of qualifying. I'm surrounded in the assembly area here by all the Formula Juniors, some of the closest racing you're going to see throughout the weekend. So let's talk about the racing. We've got pre-war cars, we've got sports cars from the 50s, we've got sports cars from the 60s, we've got touring cars, Formula One cars, and even modern GT4 cars, as well as more recent Le Mans machines. We've got every single car you can possibly imagine, as well as Group C demonstrations celebrating the 40th anniversary of that amazing era of sports cars. We've also got races in tribute to Frank Williams, to Tony Dron, and there's a whole plethora of racing action. Look out for the Formula One demonstration as well, with plenty of Formula One cars from the 1980s and 1990s. Now you can see down here, it's starting to get quite noisy because these Formula Junior cars are out on track in about 10 minutes. I was just talking about the fact that we've got a full day of qualifying today. It's going to be a really busy track. Even though Silverstone is an enormous circuit, there's 52 cars on this grid. There's plenty of other grids with 60 cars on them with 2 driver races. So look, all these guys have got to do is make sure they get a clean lap. So keep your eyes on the screen and don't miss any of the action over the weekend, because I certainly can't wait to watch it all.
Thank you, Ed Foster. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a slightly misty and overcast Northamptonshire stroke Oxfordshire. We are at the home of British motor racing at Silverstone, the home of the British Grand Prix since 1950. I'm Martin Haven. Alongside me, I'm delighted to have a man who knows, probably forgets more on a daily basis about these cars than most people know, Alistair Douglas. Have I oversold it there a little?
Yes, you may have built me up a little bit too much there, Martin. Good morning, everyone.
Well, Alistair, a misty drive in this morning, but what a mouth-watering field that we have. As Ed said, 1,000 competitors. Some of these grids will just tail on into, well, the morning mist, but also into the sunset at the end of the day each day. Today is all about practice, all about qualifying. And with this many cars still on a big Grand Prix circuit like Silverstone, getting a quick lap is a little bit less easy than it might seem. Getting a lap where you actually feel for the car, I think, is probably what everybody's aiming for. Obviously, there's going to be, in each of these grids, whether there are 20, 30, 50 or 60 cars, there will be half a dozen or so who are really gunning for pole position, and the kudos that brings. But the racing itself, once it gets underway, pole position can be a bit of, not an irrelevance, but not the, you don't win it in qualifying, is what I'm saying.
No, that's correct. It is a big, long circuit, 3.66 miles, and plenty of opportunity, particularly for these little Formula Juniors, to overtake on the 2 longest straights. But it is important to be somewhere near the front if you want to try and win, because what we get in Formula Junior racing, like we do in modern Formula Ford racing or so on, is very, very close racing and lots of slipstreaming.
Well, let's put this category in context. This was in the late post-war years, just the dawn of the 1960s, a formula created to allow drivers, but also to allow constructors, manufacturers, engineers to cut their teeth in a junior single-seater category, exactly as it suggested. Formula Junior, 1 litre, later 1100 engines, and they are mini Grand Prix cars of the era from the late 50s, early 60s. They will be on track first. Then some of our older competitors, the pre-war sports cars, some fabulous cars in the BRDC 500. Tony Dron, a motor racing journalist and racing driver of some note, will be celebrated with the Memorial Trophy, and that will be historic touring car racing. Formula 2, which was as happy a playground for Grand Prix drivers often as Formula One was back in the 60s and 70s. The Historic Sports Car Club, Historic F2, those cars will be on track just before 11 this morning. Then the Royal Automobile Club, Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies. 2 distinct, different clutches of cars racing for different honours in the same enormous field. And again, the RAC, the Royal Automobile Club, will be running the historic Tourist Trophy. The TT, the Tourist Trophy, one of the oldest motor racing events, one of the oldest motor racing trophies in the world, and the historic TT emulates those days. The Yokohama Legends Parade will be just around the lunch break. We have a 1 hour silent track for lunch, and if you're interested in some of the categories and you are coming into Silverstone, it's not just action on the track. There is so much to distract you that if you are, for instance, desperate to see the 90s F1 cars, you'll certainly hear them warming up. So that will be a clarion call to come to the trackside at 2:45 to see those cars being demonstrated, the V8s, the V10s, wailing their way round. Before we get to the Masters Endurance Legends, now those are more recent race cars than we'll see in the Group C parade. So they are the GTs and the prototypes who would have been racing around the turn of the century, which sounds so long ago, and 20 plus years now, it sort of slightly feels like that. HSCC Thundersports this afternoon, mid-afternoon again. They will be making the ground and the air shake, so there'll be no shortage of wake-up calls this afternoon to see cars out on track. It is a busy qualifying time as well, and after the Thundersports we'll go for some classic GT cars in the International Trophy. Pre-66 Grand Prix cars, but again, in that category, names that became legendary, Lotus, Brabham, BRM and so on, will all be out on track. The Asian Flux Trophy, I knew I was going to have trouble with that, and the Yokohama Trophy for the Sports Car Legends will round out our activities. The track will be live from 9 o'clock until 7 this evening.
Now we're down here in the assembly area with the Formula Juniors. Gordon, I'm going to ask you to come around the front of this car. Very sadly, earlier this year we lost a stalwart Formula Junior racer called Simon Diffie, and his son here, George, is going to lead all the cars out, which is very poignant. George, we caught up yesterday with such sad news, but the sort of the light at the end of the tunnel is this amazing apprenticeship that you guys are doing in the name of Simon, and people can go and buy stickers. So just tell us a little bit about that.
So can you get the mic under the helmet there? That's it. So as part of the project, we want to try and fund apprenticeships into motorsport, and specifically trying to get a young person into driving. Access is so difficult. We'd really like to make that journey for someone easier. And out of apprentices that are out there at the moment, some of the ones that are nominated will be selected to go through that program. So it's lovely to do something in Dad's name and actually try and boost somebody along. So
fantastic. George, enjoy the qualifying. Let's try and sneak round. There's a lot of quick drivers on this grid, the likes of Sam Wilson, Tim De Silva, Andrew Hibbert. Andrew, every time I see you in a single seater, I expect you to be on pole. Is that fair today?
No, not at all. There's a lot of stiff competition here this weekend, so it's really competitive. So looking forward to it.
Now you're driving a lot of cars this weekend. What else are you in?
Gosh, just this. This is it.
What's happened?
The way I like it. Back to old school. Back to my car.
Well, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Right, these cars are going to go out any second now. It's an entire field of 52, and then we can actually look all the way down the grid. Let's go back to the commentary box.
52 cars, just get your head around that. Now, first of all, not just did that number of cars survive the era, but they have survived another half century since then, because these cars were all running in the very early 1960s. Most of these cars, these Formula Juniors, date back to 1960, 61, 62. The Formula originally created by an Italian, Count Johnny Laurani, and it was designed to bring young drivers with little budget in. The previous learning formula would have been 500cc, the Cooper Japs and those kind of cars, which again, the names like Cooper, John Cooper, who went on a course to build cars for all sorts of categories, up to and including very successfully Formula One, but that was replaced by these cars. Now there's a great view, and here's another one. Ray Mallock, Big Ray, in the Mallock U2, designed by his father. Very few front-engined Formula Junior cars, Alistair, are still competing in this grid because, like Formula One, in 1960, suddenly the rear-engined revolution arrived. So almost everything here is a microcosm of that front to rear change, isn't it? Almost everything that we will see in this Formula Junior race is exactly like that, a rear engine car.
Yes, there are still a lot of the front engine cars being raced in the Formula Junior series, but you're right, the change took place in sort of late 59, early 60 into the rear engine cars, and they are the quicker cars. So I suppose if you were going to buy a Formula Junior to race, you'd probably want to buy a rear engined and go a little bit faster. But that doesn't mean that the front engined cars competing against each other won't have a good race amongst themselves. What we're seeing here, you're absolutely right, they're like mini Grand Prix cars. In fact, this Lotus we're looking at now, you could fit in a Grand Prix engine into it. It wasn't like these days where all the cars are so different. They actually use the same chassis.
And exactly right. So you could go from a 1098 A series engine, so basically the same as you would have found in a Mini, Morris Minor, anything of that ilk, obviously more highly tuned, and you could then disassemble that. The monocoque remained the same, or the tube frame chassis remained the same, but you could put in a 1.5 litre Formula One engine, and that's why it was possible, because Formula One was so close in size and dimension to a Formula Junior car. So to say, yeah, they're mini Grand Prix cars, actually they're only mini really in the engine capacity, because Formula One in this era was 1.5 litres, so the cars were slightly but barely any bigger. And they are, you know, for kids like you and I were, they're the kind of cars, particularly the Lotus Green with the yellow wheels, that you would have got in your first scale electric set.
Absolutely.
And this is exactly what everybody thought of as a sort of pre-Wings and Slicks Grand Prix car. The classic cigar tube, wheels sticking out, you know, and so again, when Formula Ford and the like replaced Formula Junior, then that's exactly what they went for. Very similar car, running on treaded tyres, as everything did in those days. Slicks didn't come in until, well, the 1970s, so everything in those days would have run on treaded tyres.
Yes, the idea of having a formula to replace the old 500cc, which were rear-engine cars, weren't they?
Yep.
The 500cc formula was an Italian, Count Johnny Laurani, and it was early 1958 when the first race for Formula Juniors took place in Monza in Italy. And from there, we saw drivers such as Jim Clark, John Surtees, Mike Hailwood, Jochen Rindt. The names go on. Denny Hulme, world champions, came out of Formula Junior. It was an absolutely fantastic place to learn your craft. And at the time, Formula Junior was the direct route into Formula One Grand Prix racing. There was no intermediate, really. Everybody went straight into Formula One.
Yeah, Formula 2 came along, and then Formula 3 a little bit after that, to create a ladder that everybody understood as Formula 1's power and size and its power units grew. But it wasn't just the drivers as well. On the grid we have, well, defunct marks like Alexis, Elva and Kieft and Gemini, which sort of came from the 500 era, but also cars and names that have been around in the decade since. Lotus and Lola and Brabham, you know, and Cooper. It wasn't just about small car constructors, although those were very much part of the scene as well, but it was those constructors that were selling customer cars. And for Lola and Brabham, it was a stepping stone to designing and building Formula One cars. But at that stage, racing was exploding. I'm sure they could barely keep up with demand in terms of the number of chassis that they built. And you can, I don't know how many Lolas and how many Brabhams and how many Lotuses are in here, but there must be probably 20 of each in this field. So that number of cars, that's the sort of thing that helped keep those teams afloat, helped keep the mechanics and so on busy all the way through the year, rather than just in the dozen or so Formula One races that they'd be doing. But they were designing cars for single-seater racing, for junior single-seater racing, for sports car racing, for anything that would bring in a pound.
That's right, they were a commercial operation, and they needed to make some money to fund their Grand Prix racing, if that's what they were doing. And certainly companies like Lotus, and you've mentioned Cooper and Brabham and so on, they really were building customer cars to keep the money rolling in. And it's worth mentioning that Cooper was really the pioneer of the rear-engined post-war, obviously we had the auto unions pre-war, but post-war rear-engined or mid-engined cars, and that was from their learning that they did in Formula Junior and in previously to that in the 500cc Formula 3. And they learnt a lot about putting the engine behind the driver, which they then translated into the beginning of the rear-engine revolution.
Little look here at this orange and blue car, number 92 of Westy Mitchell. Now this, again, in this field is unique. This is a Di Tommaso. Yes, that Di Tommaso, the Argentine entrepreneur Alejandro Di Tommaso, not only ran racing cars, but also, of course, went on to design road cars as well. That's unique in this field. There's another name that I came across a moment or two ago that I've never even read before. Richard Ferris, car number 65, a dark blue Donford Formula Junior. I've never even heard or read the name Donford before. So again, you can imagine what, a handful of cars built?
Well, this absolutely perfectly illustrates how worldwide Formula Junior was, because the Donford was built in Australia, and it was Jack Myers who built it.
Now, I'm down here in the assembly area with Duncan Rebaliati. Duncan, you are sort of Mr. Formula Junior. It must be a fantastic sight seeing this number of Formula Juniors on the grid.
Well, certainly this year, with post-COVID and grids generally down, this is a fantastic sight indeed. And next year is in fact 30 years after we founded the FJHRA, so it's all coming together beautifully.
Now, I always try and catch up with you at the start of a weekend, and you tell me who's going to be fast and who might win the race. And invariably, you're always right. So who should we be looking out for today?
Well, we obviously got to look out for Michael O'Brien. John Milishevich is back in an unknown quantity because he hasn't actually raced that car yet. Obviously, Horatio is going to be out there. Alex Ames, very fast. And Andrew Hibbert in car number 4. I expect him to be very well placed too.
Now, the commentary team has been talking about just the wonderful variation of cars. There must be some that you have a particular soft spot for on this grid.
Well, I'm always the lover of the underdog. So in the whole of Formula Junior, we've tried to encourage people to come out in that one-off, the one that never made it, but now might just get that a little bit faster. There's some beautiful cars. I'm desperately fond of the Alexis and the other Alexis that's racing, of course. The Di Tommaso over there of Westy, just lovely to see that back, and Westy repaired after his accident at Brands. Yes, I mean, it's just a super array of different cars. We've got a couple of Keiths from Wolverhampton. What else? It's just beautiful to be here.
Duncan, thank you. Stay with me. We've got right behind us number 32 here, Ray Mallock. And if you have a look at this car, they all look different, but I always think this one always stands out. Ray, you're out in your father's Formula Junior. It looks different. Does it drive different?
Well, that's a difficult question for me to answer because I've never driven any other type of Formula Junior. But as far as the handling is concerned, it's absolutely fabulous. I mean, this was a thing about my dad's concept, was to design a stiff, lightweight space frame chassis, but very simple suspension components could be fitted to. But he was really a trailblazer in terms of understanding the vehicle dynamics, the suspension geometry, the importance of torsional rigidity. So this is a great example of one of his early cars, and the car is a delight the way it handles. So I'm very, very privileged to be in one of my dad's cars and feeling the effect of his work on the track on a day like today.
Now, on this Formula Junior grid, there's disc brake cars, the drum brake cars, the front engine, there's rear engine, there's early cars, there's late cars. Your front engine, I guess that's the battle. It's a battle within a battle, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, absolutely, yes. The rear engine cars are that bit newer. They've got a bit more power, an extra grip with the wider wheels, and so they're a bit faster. So we're racing for the front engine on us, but I hope to be mixing it with some of the rear engine cars.
Right, best of luck. Let's squeeze on down. Nick Carlton-Smith. Nick, It's a massive circuit, this one. You must feel sort of quite small in a Formula Junior. Is that obviously? I always thought you want to get a nice bit of clean air in qualifying, but I'm guessing in these you want a draft.
For me, the draft makes a big difference because I've got such a big nose. So I do want to get a big draft, but then it's about carrying the speed through the corners and trying to get a good exit, really.
Now, I see that you've tightened up your straps here, so they're obviously not going to flap in the wind. I heard a rumour that in order for Nelson Piquet to go a bit faster down the straights, he used to loosen his straps and hunker down in the cockpit. I take it you're not doing that.
I'm not doing that. My wheelbase is really short, so I'm sitting here like a frog. I can't get any lower because I can't get the pedals further enough away. So if I could get them further away, I'd do it. Yeah.
And in terms of the qualifying, you obviously want to get the best grid position possible. In a race, there's so many cars, and you guys race together all the time. So really, there are no game plans. There can't be. You've just got to go out and see what happens.
Well, this year, this is a championship round for us. So I'm in Class C2 on drum brakes, wet sumped engine. So my mates are the 12 or 13 C2s that I want to beat, so I can get the maximum points for my class.
Well, the best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, let's carry on down the grid. My knee's starting to give way, a sign of my age. Michael Hibbert. Michael, this morning, this must be the sort of the worst bit of the weekend, isn't it? Hanging around in the assembly area.
Yeah, we just want to get going and get out there and have a go. Yeah, that's right, exactly. Yeah, got my son Andrew down there. He's on the front, so hope he just gets on with it. Yeah.
Now, we had a chat to Andrew earlier. I mean, he's very, very quick in anything, but especially a single-seater. Do you ever ask your son for tips?
He offers me some advice, yeah. It's reverse, father-son reversal now. I was telling him what to do years ago, and now he's saying, Dad, do it this way, which is good fun. It's great, yeah.
Now, these cars, obviously, power is not your biggest weapon. It's just a case of carrying as much speed as possible, but not scrubbing it off in the corners, I guess.
Exactly. It's just keeping up the momentum. And, years ago, when I last raced this car 20 years ago at Chimay, obviously I was a lot younger, but so you'd be a lot more determined to get on with it. But now it's just for fun and having a good go.
And at Silverstone, what are the key corners? Is it Maggotts, Beckett's before the Hangar Straight and the other?
It's obviously critical, that last part of Beckett's to get onto the Hangar Straight. And then the arena bits and pieces, where it's slow, you've got to keep up momentum and get good drive out the corners.
And the corner before the Wellington Straight coming up to the complex, is that sharp left hand, I guess lap times are made or broken there.
Yeah, you've got to get a good entry into it and then a good drive out, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, Michael, best of luck.
Thank you very much, thanks for talking, thank you.
Right, let's go back up to the commentary because the cars are going to go out soon.
Good luck with the knees, Ed. That Formula Junior, I mean, that's a great indication. Okay, Ed is a normal-sized chap, 6'6", so you can see just how tiny a Formula Junior is. But again, they are essentially not that different from what an early 60s Formula One car was, apart from the engine size. If you put a 1.5 litre Climax in it, then you would have a Grand Prix car. So there's plenty going on around the circuit as well all weekend. Those of you who are already in the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, I'm sure will have your own favourite things that you want to go and see, as well as what's happening on the track. Plenty going on the main stage. Name that tune. Oh, that's got me written all over it. Drop the sausage. That's definitely not me. I never drop a sausage. Lots going on the stage, as well as the whole venue. Inside the circuit, around the perimeter of the circuit as well as being able to wander around and spectate at one of the world's great classic Grand Prix circuits with all sorts of different cars on it. You can wander around and see a huge number of different car club displays. There's a food court with food cooking demonstrations. Question of Sport and Damon Hill, now they ought to be rolled into one, shouldn't they? I would have thought Damon Hill on Question of Sport would be a cracking thing. I'm not sure we can promise Sue Barker here, but to round out the day, each day we're going to combine, as the Classic has done for so many years so successfully, all sorts of different noises. Once the track goes quiet, which will be at 7 o'clock, we'll be into the music and highlighting this evening. If you've never seen them before, you definitely owe it to yourself. If you are camping here, then you definitely owe it to yourself to get dinner here and see Bjorn again. As you might possibly guess, they are not an ABBA tribute group, they are effectively the ABBA tribute group and have been thoroughly approved of by Bjorn and Benny. So Bjorn again will be rounding out the action, or the noise, on the main stage this evening. If you didn't bring your blue eyeshadow, it's probably a little bit too late to dress correctly for the Bjorn Again concert, but that will round out the activities on the stage this afternoon. We're just about to see the track go live in a couple of moments. Luckily, the early morning mist has cleared, and I think we should be in for a relatively fine day. So clouds are clearing overhead here at Silverstone, and this place has the ability to be very weather dependent. I think today we're depending on some pretty decent weather.
Darren Turner, I was wandering around the assembly area and I looked over and I thought, I know that guy, that's a 3-time Le Mans class winner. You're in something quite different this weekend. The car behind us, tell us about it.
Yeah, it's LM4, it's 1930s pre-war Aston Martin, Grand Prix car from that period, and this is my third race with the car, so absolutely loved it. You know, I had an opportunity with the owner, I'm sharing the car with the owner this weekend, Jonathan Lupton. Last year we met at an event. He said, I've got this, just taken ownership of this car, we're having it restored by Curie Bertololi, and would you mind coming and have a little test day? So we came up here, Silverstone, on the Stowe circuit, and it was my first sort of real experience of a pre-war car, and really loved it. You know, enjoyed the aspect of the fact that it's completely different from what I normally drive and normally race. Pedals around the wrong way, the brake on the right, the throttle in the middle, having to double the clutch. So just the driving experience was like really enjoyable, just to try and do something different. And then Jonathan said, would you come and do a couple of races with me? So here we are, Silverstone Classic, great day. Junior's about to fire up, and we're out next.
Darren, I can hear all the cars starting up, so I think we are now going out. We'll talk to you when you go out in the next qualifying session.
Darren Turner, Aston Martin factory driver, and finding himself very much in a different mode in an elderly Aston Martin, which we will see later on this morning. Silverstone Classic starts on Friday with qualifying, or practice as it would have been called when these cars were current. You practiced and then they set the grid from your practice times. Nowadays it's known probably more accurately as qualifying, and heading out onto the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone for the very first time, breaking the ice for us this morning, the field of Formula Junior cars racing for the historic Formula Juniors. And Martin Haven in the commentary booth with Alistair Douglas alongside. And Alistair, for the first couple of laps, everybody will just be finding their feet, making sure that the temperatures are coming up. You don't warm a treaded tyre like this, but they will have been trying to make sure that the tyre pressures and so on are correct to get the most out of the car while it's nice and fresh.
That's right, yes, make sure everything's warmed up, particularly the gearboxes as well. It's not just the engines. And the car's being led by George Diffie. Car number 17 will be on your screen. I think he's now, has he given up the lead? Yes, he has. He led the cars out, as he mentioned earlier on, in memory of his late father, Simon, who was a great supporter of Formula Junior. But the car's now really getting up to speed as they go along the International Straight, now known as the Hamilton Straight.
Well, it's a tradition, not just here, for naming circuit corners after landmarks and famous drivers. That's fantastic that Lewis Hamilton gets recognition in that way. Of course, at Brands Hatch, almost all the corners are named after legendary racing drivers of one ilk or another.
It's so much nicer than having turn 1 and turn 2, isn't it?
Well, racing drivers, I have this argument many times with Alan McNish over the years, saying, no, racing drivers always refer to them by corner numbers. I said, yeah, I hear so many drivers at Spa going, yeah, I was absolutely flat through 3. No, I was flat through Eau Rouge. Oh, yeah, all right, okay. So, cars out. Oh, a big lock-up there, really big lock-up. Didn't quite catch you, that was going off stage right. But again, cold tyres and cold engines and slightly grabby brakes means that these flyweight racers really will be a little lively. They will have enough fuel in for half a dozen laps probably in the 15 minutes. That's about all they're going to get. And of course, as they stream across the line in front of the pit lane where they are coming out of, which would have been the Formula One pit lane in the 60s, 70s, 80s, the races will actually start in front of the modern Formula One pit lane in front of the wing here at Silverstone. So I'm guessing that the timing line will be there as well. So they are sort of on their first flying lap, if you like. They had half a lap to get to the wing, and it is George Diffie who has currently set the fastest first sector. Sam Wilson behind him in car number 53, in the dark green, as so many of them are, Cooper.
And leading the cars through at the moment is Michael O'Brien, son of Mike O'Brien, a touring car driver of note in the British Touring Car Championship. But Michael, a current McLaren GT driver, but out in the family Formula Junior. And we're expecting, and I think actually Duncan Ravaliati mentioned Michael as one of the leading lights in fact, he puts the fastest time up for the first timed lap.
Yep. Sam Wilson, third fastest. Tinder Silver as well, we're expecting to go quite quickly. He is in car number 96. He's currently 7th place. John Milicevic, currently with the 8th fastest lap. So cars streaming around. So was it George Diffie actually who skated off? Because
I think it was Cam Jackson, number 83. Looked like the colours of his car, but like you, I didn't spot it off the screen. But that was a bit of a moment down at Brooklands, just braking a little bit too late.
Easily done, very easily done. The problem with Silverstone for cars of this size is that it is absolutely vast acreages of tarmac, and not too many, in some of the braking zones, not too many visual recognition symbols that are actually close enough to the track to work. As you come out of Luffield here, through what would once have been the Woodcote chicane, down the old pit straight, Michael O'Brien fastest at the moment, and another quick sector coming in from him. This is a quicker lap than he's managed so far. Faster than him, though, is the car that is currently second quickest.
That's Cam Jackson.
Cam Jackson in his green Lotus. Again, so many of the cars here featuring British Racing green. The Brabham green and gold was a very slightly different green. Lotus with the green and bright yellow, the yellow wobbly wheels and so on, make those cars in period very easily distinguishable.
I think the car that Michael O'Brien is driving, the Brabham BT6, is one of the prettiest. It was a slightly later car, 63, so quite a few years on from the beginning of Formula Junior. But that cigar tube or toothpaste tube shape that we can see on screen now, lovely, and in the Brabham colours as well, the gold band down the middle. And he's coming round to complete his second time lap, and he goes even quicker with a 2:18.904. Cam Jackson a 2:19, so just over half a second slower. But these two drivers, plus Alex Ames in third place, Andrew Hibbard we heard mentioned, Sam Wilson, Horatio Fitzsimon, these are all drivers that we're expecting to see in the top six.
Yeah, and the timing screens that we have arraigned in front of us, running all the way down through the whole field. One car yet to set a decent lap, and that is Keith Roach in his Condor. Again, only one Condor in the field. Well, here, just seeing a little bit of lappery. Okay, so this is Ian Rowley in his Lotus 22. He's got fire in the hold, but it looks as though actually he's trying to get a gear. Running very over rich, has been churning over a lot to fill the pipe so full of fuel. Very short pipe run from the rear engines on these cars. So there's Michael O'Brien, car number 167. Keith Roach still not set a lap yet. So I'm not sure whether he came back into the pit lane. No, he has now, so he has finally set a lap, so that's good news. All of the competitors who left the pit lane have at least got one lap under their belts, but the traditional signal that there is something awry with your car. I can remember watching Grand Prix as recently as almost the 90s when drivers could get their arm out of the cockpit. Of course, now you can't, but Crispian Besley coming in very slowly in his pale blue. Keith, is that pale blue or is that? It's down on the entry list as white. It's a sort of funny white. I'll go with a very, very... That's probably a hint of blue in the Dulux colour range somewhere. More quick laps coming in, though not this time from Michael O'Brien, just a smidge slower than his previous best. In fact, 1.3 seconds slower than his previous best. So it looks like he might have caught a little bit of traffic. However, now, as he sweeps down, and again, you can see the cornering attitude of the cars, low on grip, so momentum is going to be absolutely... Low on grip, low on power. Momentum is absolutely everything that these cars are about, isn't it?
It is, and racecraft as well, being able to position the car where you want to be so that you can maybe get slide through on braking or maybe on the exit of a corner. Michael O'Brien, as I say, a current GT driver, so he has lots and lots of experience and really enjoys racing in Formula Junior. Incidentally, you mentioned Crispian Besley. He's just come into the pit lane under the area where we are at the moment, and sounded like he had a dreadful misfire, so I think that's the reason for his retirement from the session so far. But we've only got 8 minutes left in the session, very short, sharp sessions.
I wouldn't know what to do with a 20-minute qualifying session. Always got about 10 minutes in the mini, and that was your lots. Mind you, didn't seem to make any difference. I just had to figure out which way the corners went, so I was never quite at the sharp end. Michael O'Brien, though, is still leading the charge. This is, again, a slightly quicker lap. Purple Sector 1. Also going quickly is Alex Ames, who's currently third fastest. He's better than he's been in Sector 1 as well, and actually only 2/10 slower than Michael O'Brien. So we could see the man who currently has the fastest time going quicker yet, and the man who's third, Alex Ames, could well be chasing him up into potentially second place. So Alex's best lap at the moment is almost exactly a second behind Cam Jackson, so 1.7 seconds covering the top three. That shows what a good job Michael O'Brien has been doing as he drifts through traffic.
And he's quicker in Sector 2 as well, Michael O'Brien, so he's really stringing together a good lap if he doesn't get delayed by slower cars. And also doing his best Sector 2, you mentioned Alex Ames, so he's doing a quicker time as well. Interestingly, Alex's top speed is actually quite a bit faster than Michael O'Brien's on the Hanger Straight, 133 miles an hour, nearly 134 miles an hour. That's amazing, isn't it?
That's terrifying.
134 miles an hour.
That is terrifying. Yes, I don't think you want to be much over 5'6" or 7" driving these cars. They are absolute pocket rockets. Grinding to a halt, Eddie O'Kane in his Crosley, built in Northern Ireland. Again, quite a prolific car manufacturer for what was really a cottage industry. Built single-seaters, built sports racers. So Alex Ames goes quicker again, so better in each of the three sectors than his previous lap, brings it down to a 2:19.7, but that is still a second off pole, 2:18.7, the fastest lap for Michael O'Brien.
And it looks like Michael is happy with that time. He's just slightly off the pace now. I think he'll probably be coming into the pits next time around, or he may do a cool-down lap and then try for another quicker lap.
Well, he was catching a big clump of cars. We saw him drifting through the Vale past a slower Lotus on his previous lap. So it might just be that he's looking to try and find a bit more space.
Yes, he's back on the pace again now, isn't he? Just drifting it through the wonderful Beckett's complex, right, left and right. And then the quick left onto the Hanger Straight. all names that you'll remember if you watched Grand Prix racing back in the 60s and 70s. Coming into Stowe Corner now, so on this configuration of the track he'll be coming round to complete his timed lap after Club Corner.
Oh, and jump up into, is that a, oh, that was further down the order. So we're on the timing screen, you can see the fastest lap, and again he has to just thread the eye of the needle there, take a little bit more curb than perhaps might have been optimal. But this will be the start to another quick one, I think. Those 3 yellow bars on the timing screen that you're looking at mean that yellow means not an improvement on his personal best, green means an improvement on your personal best. And so you can see that from Sam Wilson down in 6th place, better second sector than he's managed so far, and a couple further down, better in the first sector. A purple one, or sort of pinky colour, on your timing screen means that that is the best that anybody has managed, and that's that lap a little bit stymied there for Michael O'Brien, because he catches a Lotus right in the middle of one of the slowest corners. And actually it's perhaps less your high top speed, but your highest minimum speed in these cars that's really going to make the difference, how much you can carry through the corners, and particularly the slow corners. Everybody seems to think when you're watching racing that your speed in the quick stuff is really what determines how quick you are, but any engineer or racing driver will tell you that it's your speed in the slow stuff that makes the biggest difference. That's where you can lose most or gain most.
And the slow stuff always leads to the quicker stuff, doesn't it?
Exactly.
So particularly through corners like Beckett's, where it's leading onto a very fast long straight, and the loop and Aintree onto the Wellington straight. It's so important to have your speed up as high as you can as you enter the straight, otherwise that multiplies up into a slower top speed at the end of that straight. And with these cars being relatively low powered, it is really about keeping that speed up, as we said earlier.
Little personal battle going on for 14th and 15th, or 15th and 16th it is now, between former GT ace Lee Mole and Ray Mallock, whose RML racing concern, of course, ran so many cars over so many years. Now, that's helmed by his son, Michael Mallock. He's just come back from Pebble Beach with their short wheelbase, which is their reimagining, if you like, of a 250 GT Ferrari. But the U2, designed by Arthur Mallock, which Ray is driving, was 15th. Lee Mole has just squeezed in front of him by about 0.4 of a second.
But Ray leading the front-engined cars, and you might like to know why it's called a U2.
Because U2 could build one. I always thought.
Yeah, well, I asked Ray this a couple of years ago, because I always thought it was U2 can have one, which is similar to your one. It's actually U2 can have a body like mine.
Aha, very good.
The Charles Atlas advert at the time, Arthur Mallock decided to call his car a U2.
That's very good. That's even more appropriate. Okay, so nobody really... Oh, there have been a couple of improvements, actually. Talked about Lee Mole and Ray Mallock. They've got better, but moving up a little into just outside the top 10, it is, again, another unique car, a Caravelle. Well, not a unique car, because it's a Mark II, so clearly there were more Caravelles, but in this field unique. There's the U2, which looks like it was designed by with a shoebox. Again, as Ray explained to Ed in the collecting area, the car was all about chassis dynamics, and that was the real key. That was where Arthur Mallock really took a step ahead. You know, it didn't have the aerodynamics of the other Grand Prix cars. You can see around it, very, very different looking car. But I wonder whether Mallock, as the U2 eventually became known, is perhaps the most prolific car constructor of all that are here, and that includes Lotus and Lola and Brabham, because they sold to clubman racers, and still there are hundreds and hundreds of Mallock clubman racers around. I wonder how many, and if they even know how many were built over the years, or how many kits left the door of the factory.
I think they'll have the records.
I imagine,
they'll
yeah.
know. But yeah, absolutely right. They made hundreds and hundreds, and they still now, clubman's racing in club racing is very, very popular.
Yeah.
And it's usually more than 70% Mallocs.
Yeah. And the great thing was that you could infinitely update it, and if you bought an old one, you could buy the bits to make it a new. So you get, you know, a Mark 17, 21, 24, 25 or whatever. You can just keep updating it. Michael O'Brien continuing to update his times. His last lap, the fastest of all, 2:18.38. So he goes quicker yet. Is he 0.3 of a second around the Grand Prix circuit? You can imagine that actually breaking into the 17s might not be a stretch too far. Regaining the track is the Mark II Lola, pale blue car of Justin Fleming, car number 3.
Lola, another mate that was hugely prolific in racing, right through to Formula One and IndyCar as well. And
well, it's, as you can see, very much an offset car. And that was the slight disadvantage with the front engine and rear drive, just getting a little bit at 6s and 7s. See, the driver is very much on the left-hand side, the prop shaft going down between him and the outer skin on the right-hand side of the car. And again, you know, very much like an Indy Roadster, the driver offset because that front engine. The engines tend to be very canted over, so you get a fairly low bonnet line, and you can see that in all the front engine cars, the Stangolinis and all the rest of them. But again, with that, if you think of Stirling Moss in a van wall, you know, that's, and again, I'm sure one of my early Scalextrics cars looked exactly like that. Probably was a van wall of sorts. Well, checkered flag is out, so Michael O'Brien set his fastest lap right at the very end of the session, ahead of Cam Jackson and Alex Ames. Those are the fastest 3. And cars heading back into the pit lane.
And Ray Mallock was the quickest in the front-engined contingent, in 16th place overall. You can actually see it on the screen there. Ray Mallock in 16th overall, but first front engine car.
Yeah, Class B2. In this category, there are, I think I counted, 9 different categories. So there is actually a category which has nobody in, which is for front engine cars with Fiat or Lancia engines. And in the UK, they were extremely rare, but certainly where Formula Junior had its birthplace in Italy, then obviously very much less rare, because those were the engines of choice. You know, here it was either a side valve Ford or a BMC A series was your weapon of choice, and the A series very quickly became the one that everybody went for, not necessarily hindered by the fact that John Cooper was starting to tune minis and lots of other people were starting to tune minis, and so there was an awful lot of information going into the pot. You had the race teams, you had the rally teams, you had the touring car teams. Everybody was working on the same engine and coming up with all sorts of different answers. So 1100cc, they will probably produce somewhere around 110, 120 horsepower. Twin carburetors, some of them running on Webers, some of them running on SUs, which would have been the straightforward option. And they are absolutely beautiful little miniature Formula One cars. Really great looking machinery. And again, stick 60 of them on the grid for their 2 races this weekend. They will be the very first race on Saturday morning, and they race again on Sunday morning. So if you are coming back for the remainder of the Classic, and if you're not, why not? No excuses, I'm afraid. Then you will have a chance to see 2 cracking Formula Junior races. And wherever you find around the circuits to watch, these cars will be extremely entertaining. You can't put 60 very similarly powered cars on a grid and have a dull race. Michael O'Brien comes out on top of the pile then and really stretched his legs. Didn't get into the 17s, but a 2:18.3, 1.1 seconds ahead of Cam Jackson in the best of the Lotuses, Loti. Alex Ames 3rd, Horatio Fitzsimon 4th, ahead of Andrew Hibbard and Sam Wilson. Tim De Silva in his Brabham in 7th, ahead of Westy Mitchell, John Milicevic and Nick Fennell. So that rounds out the top 10. They are all rear-engine cars. Most of the field are rear-engine cars. The best of the front-engine contingent, the U2 Mark II of Ray Mallett, one of the earliest of the lines, rebuilt by the son of the man and raced by the son of the man who designed them in the first place, just behind Lee Mole. And those are your top 20 of the, well, how many is it? 3 score, I suppose, cars in the field. Further down, again, a sea of Lotuses, Brabhams and Coopers for British racers, particularly in Formula Junior, very much the weapons of choice. And there we're running through the rest of the field with some of the rare remarks, Elva, Elfin and Kieft, with Duncan Rabagliati in his Alexis, almost at the tail. Qualifying for the Formula Junior cars, these miniature Grand Prix races in a clear, dry Silverstone morning to kick the classic off. A microcosm of Formula One racing, and where so many drivers, manufacturers and team owners cut their teeth in the early 1960s. The stepping stone to Grand Prix racing for many of them, and still as challenging, whether front-engined or rear-engined, as ever they were. One litre and 1.1 litre engines, highly tuned and producing enough to make these cars electrifying racers. Great side around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and an opportunity to see them racing later on during the weekend. Well, wherever you are, everybody, thank you for making the effort to come to Silverstone. I hope you are feeling rewarded by the sunshine, which is definitely breaking through. A little misty morning this morning, definitely an autumnal feel in the air, as you might expect at this time of year. However, I think we're in for plenty of summer sunshine. And as the hurry-up continues, already out of their collecting area are the cars for our next session. Getting ready for qualifying for the BRDC 500. The British Racing Drivers Club, the BRDC, of course, formed in the 1930s, and they were the club of enthusiasts that levered Silverstone and not Snitterfield out of the hands of the War Department in the immediate post-war era. Silverstone, a former airbase, as was Snitterfield in Warwickshire. The BRDC had bids in on both, and Silverstone became available first, and that is where the BRDC is still based, the British Racing Drivers Club clubhouse overlooking the circuit, and the BRDC has administered Silverstone ever since, holding the first post-war Formula One Grand Prix here, and has hosted a race ever since. It is still one of the absolute classic Grand Prix circuits, but it is a post-war Grand Prix circuit. So the cars that you're seeing now would not have raced at Silverstone in their heyday, but have very certainly raced at Silverstone many, many times since, because historic racing has been part of, well, I've been coming here since the very late 1970s, Alistair, and historic racing has always been part of pretty much every race day programme at Silverstone. It's just a place where old cars and old car owners seem very happy to come.
Yes, indeed. I've been coming here a few more years than you, but one of my favourites was always the weekend closing historic race at a Grand Prix meeting, or any historic race at any meeting, an international on the Grand Prix circuit. And when I look back now, in fact, the cars that were racing weren't that old.
No, I know.
My favourite was always a Maserati 250F, which won't be in this race, but they'd been winning Grand Prix 10 years before.
Yep.
So they weren't that old really, but we loved watching them. We're going back a little bit further to the pre-war era, and some great marks out in this race, everything from Aston Martins through Bentleys and the Talbots, which were very successful in period. And we should see also, I think, a Bugatti Type 35, which actually won the very first Monaco Grand Prix, not this particular car, but that type of car in 1929. So we're going all the way back to then.
Well, these cars all built before 1941, that is the cut-off date. But as you say, many of them will have been in their prime very much in the 1930s. The race will be a two-driver race, and that means that it's got to be a two-driver practice as well. So both drivers in 7 or 8 cars have got 2 drivers in. Most will be driven by just one person, but there are a couple that are sharing. Darren Turner, we heard from earlier, shares with Jonathan Lupton in the Aston Martin team car. That's a 1930 car built for Grand Épreuve of that era, Grand Prix. So the number 2 machine, dark green Aston Martin. Just saw a couple of Bentleys tootling around. There are a number of Bentley 3 litre, 4.5 litres. And there is the familiar horseshoe grille of a Type 35 Bugatti. So we've found our bug already.
Yep, that should be number 6, Mike Wrigley. No, it's 43. So that's new to us.
Aha. Now then, this is an addition to your programme. So it is a Bugatti. It is Mike 35
Wrigley.
or 35B. So Mike Wrigley is no longer car number 6. He is car number 35, you think, right?
43, I think 40, it was.
Right, okay.
Just looking, which we were told it was an extra entry. Great news. And we were told he was number 6, but that's Mike Wrigley's helmet, the green and white checker. So I think we can change our notes to say, I'll just double check the number next time we see it, but I think we'll find that is a car. Now that's as I say, that's the type of car that driven by an Englishman, William Grover Williams, that won the 1929 Monaco Grand Prix. He was one of the many brave men and women who joined the special operations and disappeared. I think it was in Paris in the Second War. And they used to run the secret operations out of a Bugatti dealership in Paris, which is a little bit of a connection.
Well, yes, that's probably where his connection came. He spoke the language and he knew the people. Watching Rudiger Friedrichs here, wheeling, manhandling his Alvis Firefly special around. Again, Alvis, another of those extinct British brands, but very popular pre- and post-war.
And that will be one of our leading cars, no doubt about it. Rudiger is very, very quick in that Firefly.
4.4 litre, built in 1927. And a little bit of a smoky Bugatti. So is that Mike Wrigley with his hand out of the cockpit?
It does look that way, doesn't it?
It does look like it's blowing a little bit more oil than you would rather hope first thing in the morning, adding to the mist.
That's a Morgan 3-wheeler we're seeing on screen now. That's from local to where Martin and I live, and in Malvern. And that's Sue Derbyshire driving that. And don't think that will be at the back of the field. No. Sue is incredibly quick.
She's very committed, isn't she? I've seen her at all sorts of different events, not just racing, but at the hill climbs and so on. And that absolutely classic. Well, I was going to say Morgan driving, absolutely 3-wheeler driving, but also we talked about Formula Junior taking over a little bit from the 500cc Formula 3 as it was. But again, those cars were so tiny. It's almost like motorcycle racing. Actually, your body weight makes up a very large percentage of the Morgan Super Aeros all up weight, and so getting the lean on like that, as any keen sailor will know, you're just working against the forces of nature there to try and keep everything on the straight and level.
And Sue often, I haven't seen on the pictures, but she'll often wear motorcycle leathers.
She has, yeah.
Yeah, I thought she would do, yeah, rather than a fireproof suit, because it is more of a motorcycle than a car, really. As we're looking at the Robert Beebe Fraser Nash TT replica. Now, don't think that we actually changed to one of our quicker cars, which is Fred Wakeman's car, but being driven this weekend by Gregor Fiskin and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards. Patrick, the preparer of the car. That will be a leading car as well. That's another of the Fraser Nash. That's a TT replica. I was about to say, when you see replica, don't think that this is a modern car that's been built up. It actually is a period car from 1928. But Fraser Nash would have built a special body shape to compete in the Tourist Trophy, the TT, and then they would have sold cars with that body shape. But because they weren't the works car, they called it a replica.
Yep. So again, the Fraser Nash with a very distinct look. Wider front track, narrower rear track, so it's got that sort of British Bulldog look where you can see the rear legs through underneath the front legs. Chain driven, so again the chain gang Fraser Nash was a different way of going about propulsion. Almost everybody else used a prop shaft in the way that a more modern car does, but their drive chains were very much a part of the Fraser Nash experience. And like early Morgans, like most of these cars, if we're fair, a fairly rudimentary device. Gareth Burnett, you'll see his name, or you will hear his name, certainly a number of times in various different categories this weekend. That's the Alta in what is described as RAF blue. I thought, yeah, I wonder how RAF it's going to be. Well, that's absolutely RAF blue.
And he'll be another of our leading drivers. He's third quickest at the moment.
Yep. And not sure if it's Blakeney-Edwards or not at the wheel of the car. That's just gone bumped down to fourth.
It's Fiskin at the wheel at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, he's Gregor's got the Saltire on his helmet normally, so
that's it. And I haven't heard why Fred Wakeman's not here. Maybe away on business, but normally it would be Fred driving his own cars. Probably more than one over a weekend, as many as four.
I think, as I remember from doing my entry list, I think he is doing quite a number of races, or he's entered in a number of cars, but maybe just decided that the logistics of where your cars are based, because we're using the classic pit lane and the wing pit lane for different categories, and practice is broken up so that everybody comes out of one pit lane at the same time. But when you're jumping between cars race to race, they probably looked at logistics and gone, right, you finish in this race over there, and 3 minutes later you'll be leaving the collecting area from the other side. That's not going to happen, is it? Okay, I can't do that one. And so maybe that is the reason that he's decided to opt out of the car here.
We're looking here at Rudy Friedrichs in the Albis Firefly. Look at the way he's working at the wheel. Very big steering wheels. There's no power steering, of course, as you would expect on early cars like this. So you really need lots of leverage and working away there to get the car to turn into the corner. He's quickest at the moment, and on a quick lap as well, he set a fastest sector time in sector 1 as he turns into Copse Corner again. Lots of steering input. There'll be throttle input going on as well, just to get that car to turn into the corner and then drift through. We'll probably get a good idea of how much he's drifting the car here at Beckett's, because it's a right, left and right as he turns in, and look at him hunched over the wheel, leaning over, just like Sue Derbyshire was.
Exactly right. Well, you know, in a car like this with fairly flat seats, then the steering wheel is actually your support as well as your guidance. Gareth Burnett up to second in car number 70, and there was an improvement as well from car number 135. That's Ross Keeling and Callum Lockie in a 1936 Delahaye in French blue. So car number 135, and I think that may well be Callum Lockie driving that again. Callum, the Scot, has got half a dozen cars, I think, that he's driving this weekend. Possibly not quite that many, but it seems that he was in about every third race.
He shares quite a few cars, doesn't he, Callum? He's a former British GT champion. Very, very good driver for many years. Look at Rudy Friedrichs really having to wind on the opposite lock there as he came out of Club Corner onto the Hamilton Straight. Just a little bit eager on the throttle. And a 2:43 that last lap wasn't actually quicker than his best lap. So although it looks quick, he lost a little bit of time somewhere on that lap in the sectors 2 and 3.
A number of cars coming into the pit lane, mainly to swap over their drivers with the first 15 minutes of practice completed and just under 15 remaining. So Rudiger Friedrichs quickest from Gareth Burnett with the okay, we're again in this race with how many different classes have we got? We got 3, 4, 5, well, 3 vintage classes and 4 post-vintage classes. Remind me again, vintage ends at roughly 1924 or so. Veteran is pre-1918, isn't it? In the old way of doing things, and they're basically on engine capacity, so up to 1500 cc, up to 3 litres or over 3 litres. And in the post-vintage, the slightly less elderly, rather than more modern era, as we watch Robert Beevy in his Fraser Nash TT replica.
I'll just mention that on your timing screen there, you're seeing car number 11 as Fred Wakeman as driving it. That would be normally correct because it's his car, but actually we've already mentioned the driver's name, Gregor Fiskin, who's actually driving the car this weekend with Patrick Blakeney-Edwards. So that's just an error on there. It's Gregor Fiskin who is in and started that car, the number 11 Fraser Nash, which this session, Martin, slightly longer, 27 minutes rather than the 18-minute sessions we had in the first one, simply because, as you've said, there are 2 drivers and they must both do their qualification laps to be qualified to go onto the grid.
Coming up behind, Hugh Apthorpe in car number 12 in the big Bentley. That, again, you know, a distinctive grille shape was very much a factor for every car manufacturer right from the very early days. If you see a horseshoe grille, it's always a sign it's a Bugatti. The Bentley grille is just as distinctive and possibly even more imposing. So one of, I think, 3 3-litre, 4.5-litre Bentleys. Hugh Apthorpe is in post-war class 3, or PW class 3, which is the vintage cars over 3 litres. So 4.5-litre Bentley. And again, plenty of power. And don't think that these cars are particularly slow. I was on the M40 last weekend and somebody was thundering along at about 85 in a Bentley, 3 up with the roof down and aero helmets on. So they are just as quick now as they were then. But now you've got modern roads with decent road surfaces, decent tyres. I shudder to imagine just how quick a Bentley felt on roads of the 1920s in the UK. That must have been an absolute hypercar performance.
We're looking here at Alan Middleton's Aston Martin, and that car was originally driven early on in 1936 by Richard Seaman, who became a Grand Prix driver pre-war, and he entered this car for the Tourist Trophy. We've mentioned that name quite a few times. It's a really historic race. In that year, in 1936, it was in Northern Ireland at the Ards Road Circuit. And then it moved to the ownership of a Welshman named Dudley Folland, and it became known as the Red Dragon, even though it's not red. But that car has some real history, as do many of these cars racing here in this weekend.
Maybe Dudley Folland was the Red Dragon. And behind the slightly more square-rigged pale blue of a Talbot Largo, and those cars again regularly campaigned. A French-British sort of conglomeration, split, reunited manufacturer. Quite a convoluted history, Talbot and Talbot Largo, over the years. And that is the pale sort of pea green car that you can see just in the background. And again, a couple of those in the field. Talbot Brooklands of Michael Birch, and the 105 that we were just looking at, 150 rather, of Till Berschesteimer.
Who is the new owner of Lola.
That's right.
Yes, just taken over from the Bourain family. Martin Bourain bought it many years ago. And Till Bechtolsheimer, the new owner, sharing that car with Tony Bianchi. That's don't know whether that's made it to our timing screens, but that was a late change.
So car number 105, a Tolbo 105, that's Nick Pellet, one of their team cars from 1931. And that very distinctive livery. Ian Poulsen and his crew have been very instrumental in keeping these cars alive. So much of keeping these cars alive is being able to source and remanufacture parts for them, because obviously unlike an A-series engine with a Formula Junior car, you can't just go and buy a crank and rods. I mean, now you probably can't either, but you used to be able to. Now they're being remanufactured. So if you're running something that might otherwise be used in a Mini or a Morris Minor or something like that, then you've got a very much greater part supply. If you're racing something or driving something on the road, of which only a handful were made nearly 3/4 of a century ago, you can't just go down to Halfords.
The car we're looking at on screen actually has a huge history. The 105 numbered Talbot 105 team car. It raced at Le Mans in 1932 and was actually third overall and the first unsupercharged car. And then it went into racing at Brooklands, the Mille Miglia, the Tourist Trophy, that name again, driven by such luminaries as John Cobb, the land speed record holder, and Earl Howe as well. So that really is a car with a very, very long sheet of previous history. And it's wonderful to see these cars racing, and they are really racing. They're not being driven around slowly. They were built for racing, and that's what they do with them, even though they have such a history. And there were 4 team cars. They all had numbers GO 51, 52, 53 and 54, I think was the sequence. And I've actually seen here at Silverstone, Martin, 3 of those cars racing at a club race. They managed to get them all together.
Yes, it's fantastic. They survived racing in period with that, and then and particularly when they were raced not by the factory, but when they then went into private hands, that they then continued to survive. And again, 3/4, I mean, nearly 100 years later. What was that? That's 1931. So 89 years, 91 years ago.
And in 1932, it was racing at Le Mans. So almost
90 years ago this year, it was a Le Mans racer, and it's still been. And people are often a little bit surprised that the cars are driven so enthusiastically, but that's what they were made for. Yeah. That's what they do best. They don't need the speed for aerodynamics or ground effect or anything else, but they're racing cars and built to race, and that angle of attack, that's exactly what you're looking at here with Pat Blakeney-Edwards at the wheel. That's exactly what these cars were meant to do, and they're being driven with verve and aplomb the way they would have been when they were brand new.
Absolutely right. And if you ask somebody like Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, who prepares this and many other cars and is a very good driver indeed, if you say to him, you know, how do you drive these old cars, he'll say absolutely flat out. And he's a real fan of the Fraser-Nash, and he has a number of his own cars, but you can see there how he's sliding that car through. Being chain driven, there's no differential, so the back wheels are both turning at the same speed, so as you turn into a corner, the inside wheel wants to go slower. So you ask Patrick how you drive a Fraser-Nash, and he'll say the only way to drive them is sideways.
Yeah, chuck it in. And again, you know, modern tyres will have more grip than tyres 90 years ago would. So will modern tracks. So in those days, no differential was certainly no handicap, because all the cars were being slid around all the time because there was so little grip. I mean, Le Mans in the 1930s was basically a dirt track. If you look at pictures from the early Le Mans races, it was basically a loose surface. So that's exactly what many of the roads would have been. Nothing like the sort of tarmac quality that we have these days, and the tyres would have been nothing like the sort of quality that these gentlemen are enjoying as well. So at the moment, the Keeling and Lockie car, they've had a driver change, so I'm not sure if that's Ross in it now, in the Delahaye, car number 135. That's going quickly, and that is currently 4th fastest. So they're having a very good run. And Pat Blakely-Edwards has gone fastest of all in the number 11 Fraser Nash that you're looking at. So he is now on top of the pile, ahead of Rudiger Friedrichs and Gareth Burnett in 3rd place. The Keeling Lockie car up to 4th fastest.
Top speed of that car Patrick Blakely-Edwards is driving at the moment, around 110 or a little bit more miles an hour, from a car built in 1928. Not bad, eh?
Yes. Well, again, we're getting to so many centenaries, aren't we? You know, these were not the early pioneers. These cars were 3 decades into motoring, and yet, you know, they're nearly 100 years old as well. Well, here is the Keeling Lockie car. So I think, I'm afraid, we're having to squint through the sunlight at our monitors, having trouble picking up.
That's not, I don't think that's Callum, is it? His helmet is all black, so that's possibly Ross Keeling in that one.
Looks like it, but this is a 1936 Delahaye, again, French-built car, 3.6 litre engine. And again, you look at the nose of the car as it comes towards the camera, very distinct look to the grille. And Delahaye, very successful luxury car manufacturer of the between the war years particularly. And these sports cars, I mean, so many of them were effectively road cars with the weatherproofing and some of the mud guards removed. They got cycle wings on, whereas they may well have had more extravagantly fared wings, running boards and so on as a road car. But these racers are tuned up, pared down versions of their road cousins.
And in fact, in the early days of the Le Mans 24 Hours, the cars had to run with the hoods up.
Yep, exactly.
They had to come into the pits and put the hoods up and then drive round, and then they could put them down again. So it was really was a test of the road car ability.
And the whole point of Le Mans initially was that manufacturers of these flippity-gibbet unreliable devices that were motorised carriages could prove that they were actually reliable and could continue to go at speed for 24 hours. So things like lights and hoods that had to stay up. So you had to do the first hour of the race with the hood up. And if it blew down, you had to come in the pits and get it fixed, and it must stay up until the end of the hour. But it was then, and perhaps still now, responsible for developing an awful lot of the technology that went into road cars and that we continue to take for granted these days.
And one of the early successes at Le Mans was Bentley, and I think the idea that they could sell cars on the back of race wins was proved, and they were certainly a very successful company early on, and they took altogether now 6 wins.
And of course the story goes that W.O. Bentley, the chairman and president and founder of his own company, was very much against his cars being used for motor racing and wasn't really very keen to assist. It certainly wasn't an official factory entry of any kind when they won Le Mans for the first time. But again, a bunch of enthusiastic and well-heeled drivers decided that they would go and race, and the Bentley boys became very famous indeed, and as a result, if Bentley sales took off, I think perhaps that helped W.O. a little bit in his rethinking of the policy about racing his cars. They were not designed as race cars; they were designed as, well, the best cars that could be built. And the fact that they were raced so successfully was a handy byproduct. It definitely didn't do the sales any harm whatsoever. Fraser Nash, on the other hand, was very much a sporting brand, and that's all they did. They didn't do luxury, they did sports cars for sporting gentlemen. And so it was very much closer to what nowadays you would say would be their brand image. Bentley were high-performance carriages for the refined and wealthy rather than tearaways. Now, the refined and wealthy weren't necessarily averse to being tearaways at the same time. Nothing much changes.
Well, hence the idea of putting the bigger engines into the smaller chassis. You mentioned earlier on there's a 3-stroke 4.5. That's a 3-litre chassis with a 4.5-litre engine. So all those years ago, put a bigger engine in.
I was going to say big engine, small car, but a 3-litre Bentley was never a small car. But yes, exactly right.
Yes.
Upsizing, I think, was definitely the way to go. Checker flag is out, and that means that the Gregor Fiskin and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards Fraser Nash TT replica, the Supersport, car number 11 is the fastest of the lot. That's the car currently on your screens. And second quickest, the early pace setter, Rüdiger Friedrichs, who was definitely wheeling the Alvis Firefly special around very entertainingly. That car from 1932, so celebrating its 90th birthday in a style in which I hope I'm around to celebrate when I'm 90. At that kind of pace, that would be enormously fun. Gareth Burnett, third fastest. Right, so Gareth in the Alta, and that mid RAF blue. And in fourth place, coming quickly up the order, Ross Keeling and Callum Lockie in the Delahaye. Not sure, Melindy, how the bacon sandwiches are this morning. Callum Lockie's better half. Always a keen rate my bacon advocate of a morning at a race circuit. But those are the fastest cars in our qualifying session, a single qualifying session. So the one qualifying session for MRL's pre-war sports cars, the BRDC 500. All these cars built before 1941, and as racers were, close to original production specification, run in effectively road-going trim, so lots of lights and cycle guards, and they run on standard pump fuel rather than any high-performance, highfalutin gasoline. Modifications allowed that were allowed in period, and there are a number of specials which are also brought in to the category. But otherwise, it is the big marks of the pre-war eras, the likes of Delahaye, Bentley, Alvis, Aston Martin, Bugatti, Fraser Nash, Talbot, and a host of others, including, you can see him on camera, but John Burton in his SS100, the predecessor to the Jaguar brand. A couple of Invictas as well, a low chassis Invicta in the hands of Alex and Rory Brown, and there's another Invicta as well. I've lost it on my list. Oh, there was an S-Type as well, Trevor Sweet in his S-Type. So the cars predominantly single drivers, but there are 7 or 8 which have 2 drivers in, including in our field inveterate historic racer Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, paired up with GT ace Gregor Fiskin, and they have gone very well indeed at the top of the pile, ahead of Rüdiger Friedrichs and Gareth Burnett. The Keeling and Lockie Delahaye, 4th fastest, ahead of Michael Birch and Robert Beebe, who put in a couple of very impressive laps as well in his Fraser Nash. So it does look as though some of our regular front runners are well to the fore. Jonathan Lupton and Darren Turner in their 3rd race together in car number 2, the Aston Martin team car. And again, as Darren pointed out, for a modern racing driver, in fact for a modern driver of anything, a lot of these cars will have that very familiar pre-war right-hand brake centre throttle. I can remember John Surtees talking about demonstrating a car like that a number of years ago, and all the way around he just was going right-hand brake, centre throttle.
Now we're down here in the assembly area for these 4 decades of touring cars, and what a feast we have for the eyes. Mark 1 Escort here. We've got the RS 500, about 560 brake horsepower they're getting out of this. I can hear all the cars coming out, so just mind where you're going, Gordon. Another Mark 1 Escort here. You can see some are on slicks, Some are on the historic Dunlops. Now here we've got Andy Middlehurst in the Nissan Skyline, and these have about 600 brake horsepower. They're probably the favourites today, but look out for the RS 500s. Now, Gordon, if you sort of follow me so that we don't get run over, this is one of the most risk, I was about to say risk adverse, it's not risk adverse at all, we're about to get run over. So we've got about 4 decades of touring cars, as I was saying. We can see them all leaving here, and there's obviously lots of different classes heading out. Here we've got the Ford Cortinas as well, amazing bits of kit. We've got the Toyotas, we've got BMW Teaser here, more modern BMWs, and this is quite a panic-inducing walk down the assembly area, and of course the Minis. Now, the Minis aren't really suited to the Silverstone circuit. It's a power circuit, there's lots of long straights. So they've obviously been praying for rain. It's not raining, so the Minis are going to have a tough time trying to keep up with all these bigger cars. This 3-litre CSL that's just gone past, the livery of that was actually designed by Jason Fong, the photographer, and that car's been going particularly well. So we survived, thankfully, and I'm going to pass back up to the commentary team.
Are we paying him danger money? You know, it's not as if nobody can see him. Mind you, there are an awful lot of cars. And as Ed says, as we head out for the qualifying session, single qualifying session for the Tony Dron Memorial Trophy for historic touring cars, what a mouth-watering array. Whether you got into the British Touring Car Championship in the 80s, there you'll see the Ford Sierra Cosworth RS 500s, you'll see the Rover SD1, you'll see the BMW M3s. Whether your favourite period is the 60s, Lotus Cortinas, Minis, Ford Galaxies, whether you like the more advanced Nissan Skylines of the Group A era, and Andy Middlehurst and his cohorts will be blatting around in those. Whatever period of touring car racing, essentially from the 60s onwards, particularly took your fancy, there is something here to whet your appetite. If you're a BMW fan, E30 M3s, of course, the 2-litre touring car era of British touring cars, and in more highly developed form in DTM, there's CSLs, Cologne Capris. They're just everywhere you look, you are spoilt for choice. Whether you're a fan of BMW, of Jaguar, of Rover, of Ford, and there are plenty of Fords on the grid, there is lots to go for. And again, as so often is the case, Alistair, in different classes. So all the Mark 1 Cortinas won't be battling with the M3s, won't be battling with the V8 Rovers, they'll be battling with each other. All the Minis are in one class, so effectively, although unless it rains cats and dogs, they're not going to win outright, there will be a frantic battle for supremacy amongst the Minis. Similarly, the M3s, because they're 2 litres, won't be going up against the Skylines and Sierra Cosworths because they've got far more horsepower. So there's a real spread of different classes among our cars. But in qualifying, we'll just see them liberally dotted around the track trying to find a clean lap. Once we get into the race, hopefully the grid will then bunch all similar cars together and we'll be able to compare like with like.
We might be surprised by how quickly the Minis go, actually, because they often get up into places you wouldn't expect a Mini to get, especially with some of the drivers that we've got out there. Talking about some of the drivers, just looking down the entry list, we've got Patrick Blakeney-Edwards out again, and Callum Lockie, as it happens. Callum Lockie with his long-time partner Julian Thomas, who owns the cars, and Callum shares with him, and they are very, very quick. Julian now is nearly as quick as Callum, so look out for the number 10. That could be it on screen now. It's the Caliber coloured car. There's a couple of them, I think, maybe out today. That's the Andy Rouse one, and that is indeed Julian Thomas's car. We're sharing with Callum Lockie, but we've also got names that you all have heard of through the sports car racing. We've got Ollie Hancock out racing. We've got Guy Smith, who of course won Le Mans in 2003 for Bentley, sharing with his dad Peter Smith in a Capri. We've also got Matt Jackson, who used to race in British touring cars. We've also got Phil Keane, who is the man that should have won British GT a few times, but he's come second many, many times. Also Chris Ward, a very, very quick historic and classic car driver. So some really quick drivers out there sharing with quick owners as well.
And I saw actually what looked like an Auto Trader BMW M3 as was raced in period by Nick Whale, and I thought, Nick's in a BMW, he's here with Lion Ablett. He's not in a BMW, he's in an Escort RS 1600. So there is a Nick Whale car and there is a Nick Whale, but they are not necessarily in the same car. Yes, this ex-Andy Rouse, Tim Harvey was his teammate, I think, in the Caliber Cosworths as well.
Guy Edwards.
Guy Edwards.
Guy Edwards in the Caliber cars, yes, and it's the Guy Edwards car that I think is here as well. I'm sure I've researched that one.
Right.
So it'd be nice to see them both out on track together.
I'm sure we will. Number of cars coming into the pit lane. Little replay here of Paul Mensley in a BMW 635 CSL. Still, to my mind, the prettiest BMW. I will fight you over that being prettier than the M1. I'm sorry, it just is.
That's Tristan Judge's car, which is, yes, I agree with you that the 3-litre CSL, my favourite, having been to the Spa 24 Hours at the old circuit, the long 8.5 mile circuit, where BMW CSLs were really very, very strong then. We're looking again at the ex-Andy Rouse Caliber Sierra RS 500. That looks like the owner driving. That's Julian Thomas, and that will certainly be one of our leading cars. The car you mentioned earlier, Nick Wales Escort, yes, he did race a BMW M3 in period, and he did still race that, and he maybe still owns it. He's been out many times in that car, but he's changed over a couple of years ago to the Escort RS 1600, the Mark 1 shape, which is a car that raced in period, and it's built to what we called Group 2 then, which was the more modified saloon car for group.
Yeah, there's the distinct shape of a Volvo, just one Volvo. That's John and James Young sharing that Volvo 242. Now, that's not the later 240 Turbo. Just behind them, car number 55, Jonathan Bailey and Andy Middlehurst in a 1990 Nissan Skyline.
That's an original car from the Japanese Touring Car Championship.
Right.
It was actually raced in period by Suzuki and Aida, and it finished third in the 1993 Japanese Touring Car Championship. The other two Skylines that are entered are actually cars that have been built more recently by Rick Wood.
Well, Andy Middlehurst really made his name not in single-seaters but as a national saloon car champion a number of times over, racing Skylines in period, and has raced them ever since. Also a very handy single-seater peddler, indecently quick in Grand Prix Lotuses. So big contingent of 3-litre Capris here. That was Marcus Jewell, car number 70, having a small lock-up.
He's sharing with Ben Klukas as a late entry to share with Marcus. So it could have been, we'll say it could have been either of them, Martin, having that big lock-up.
Well, he's on his own in the timing screen, so we'll go with that. Okay, so I shall add Ben Klukas.
One of the Minis being passed by the faster BMW, and the Sierra ahead of it as well. Another BMW calling into the pit lane. The number 121, Chris Pearson, John Johnson, Mini Cooper from 1964. And Minis, Cortinas, Jaguars, they were the cars that raced in the British Saloon Car Championship in the period. And still a very, very popular racing car. Whole series of championships run just for Minis, with entries of 30 and 40 cars. Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, the only racing I've ever done was in a Mini 7, so I feel very much at home with these. Not too far away from it's still the modern Mini racing, not too far away from the originals. Of course, the modern Mini, all capitals, still being built at Cowley in Oxfordshire. Those all have their own racing championships, but Mini racing has always been a real crowd favourite. And always here at Silverstone, there seemed to be not only a historic race, but a Mini race on almost any race day you came here, and without doubt, thrilling. And that car, pale blue, one of half a dozen, 7 or 8 Minis actually, I think, in fact probably more than that even,
They may be the most numerous car. Saw a couple of Rover SD1s as well. This is 117.
That's
Sierra Cosworth.
David Tomlin, who's quickest at the moment in his RS 500 from Worcestershire. And he's just calling into the pit lane, but we'll see him out again in a Formula 2 car as well. He's been racing in the Formula 2 for a few years, but got this Sierra last year, I think it was, and very quick indeed.
Looks like it could be an ex-Carl Jones car with the red, white and the dragons on. I'm not sure whether it is or not.
I think it's a more recently built one, that one.
So the Mini, actually, I would say that is at a little bit of a leisurely pace.
Not the quickest of the Minis,
no.
that particular car, no. It's the other driver is normally a little bit quicker. Chris Pearson.
So, Alistair, among the other names, Alistair McCaig, who people may not know an awful lot about, but his father Hugh was the man who created a Curia Cos. So Alistair does a little bit of racing, raced in contemporary British GT a few years ago, racing with John Clark, and they are in a BMW 1800 TISA, 1965 predecessor to the 2002 TII. The Calsonic Skyline coming into the pit lane, car number 123 of Rick Wood, and that car heading into the pits. Number of cars coming in with a quarter of an hour still to go.
Rick Wood is the expert in building these Nissan Skylines. He's built this one for himself, and also the red and black Advan, or Yokohama in this country, sponsored car. And a great little story. It comes via Australia because the Nissan was absolutely dominant in touring car racing, and they took it over to Australia. They won Bathurst in 91 and 92, won the Spa 24 Hours in 91, and the Australians, being the way they are, they named it Godzilla.
Exactly,
because it's a monster from Japan.
Exactly so, yeah.
It actually led to the demise of that class of touring car racing because it was so dominant, and ushered in Group A.
Yep.
So it was so successful they had to change the rules.
And the Australians followed suit. Group A brought in a whole influx of, well, cars exactly like this, in fact. Maybe not in this livery, but RS 500s became very popular indeed as the Ford weapon of choice. Holden still stuck with the Commodore. And yes, once the Peter Jackson Nissans were out of the way, then it reverted Bathurst and the Australian V8 Championship to a straight battle, Ford versus Holden, for much of its remaining history. Well, just saw one of the Alphas. In fact, are there two Alphas? I'm trying to think. There are three Alphas here. There are a couple of Julia Sprints and Jeff Gordon, no, not that one, and Dickie Meaden, yes, that one, in an Alfa Sud Sprint Veloce. Now, that's not a particularly common car in the UK. Beautiful little coupe, loosely based around the Alfa Sud, but really pretty little car. Haven't seen where they are on the timing screens. I'll have to try and have a bit of a mooch. In the pits at the moment, but well up in the order, Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle's RS 3100 Capri. You're looking at the other Cologne Capri, car number 88. This is Richard Kent and Chris Ward's Broad Speed Capri. In fact, the Cologne Capris have a different white and blue livery, but very similar in their outward appearance with those sort of boxy arches attached.
And that particular Broad Speed Capri, the number 31, I think you said, did you? No,
88,
sorry,
yeah.
88. Richard Kent, that's an original car. That's the Broad Speed car.
Oh, and we found the Sprint Veloce. There it is. What a pretty little thing that is. Highly modified with the big flared arches. And I have to say, I don't remember those racing in period. Remember the likes of John Dooley, well, particularly actually almost always uniquely John Dooley racing an Alfa GTV and then GTV 6 in the British Saloon Car Championship as it was then, before it became British Touring Cars. Sponsored by Napolina Pasta. He was the man who really flew the flag for Alfa Romeo. And that was in the era when there were 3 or 4 classes, again capacity based in British touring cars, and quite often the overall champion would come from the smaller engine category. It wouldn't necessarily be a driver of an RS 500, it would be the quickest man in the up to 1600 category. And in fact, John Cleland's first touring car championship came in a 2-litre car in an Astra, when everybody else was blatting around winning the races overall in their Cosworth RS 500s.
That Alfa Romeo does actually have period history. It's not a car that's been built up later. Not huge, not in the UK. It was actually raced in Germany.
Yeah.
But nice to see an original car that's been rebuilt and out racing again.
And Auto Delta, of course, was the tuning and racing arm of the Alfa Romeo factory for a number of years. Very successful with a whole host of different cars in the European Touring Car Championship particularly. That's Antoine Haseman's multiple champion with Alphas in the late 1970s. So who else? Other interesting names. Sharing with Reardon Welby in a Rover SD1, and I'm not sure which Rover 3.5 it is. I don't think it's the PMG car. One Adrian Reynard. I was going to say of this parish, but Bisteur's sort of fairly close, isn't it, to Silverstone? Adrian started out racing his own cars, then raced other cars before he went on to build his own cars. So he is in one of the, I think, 3 or 4 Rover SD1s, or Rover 3.5 litres. John and Gary Pearson sharing an Ecuria Cos Vauxhall Cavalier. So that's the Mark II Cavalier, and the Ecuria Cos cars run in period by RML, Ray Mallock Limited. So the man that we saw running his own family U2 earlier in the Formula Junior category, he was responsible for those cars. Looking on screen at one of our Cologne Capris, this is the Jeff Gordon Dickey, oh no, it's not, 34? No, 54, there you go, that's my eyes. 54, Nick and Miles, Nick Matthews, Miles Griffiths in an RS 2600. So there's an RS 2600, which was the, again, European touring car weapon of choice for Ford against the 3-litre BMW.
Yes, and it was the fact that the BMW beat the 2.6-litre Capri that we're looking at now that drove Ford to ask Cosworth to build a 3-litre car. In fact, it became 3.4 litres in the end, the type of car we saw earlier on, the broad-speed car.
And there's a couple of RS 3100s in the field as well, but that is the factory Ford livery of the Cologne Capris. So the RS 2600, then the RS 3100 with a Cosworth GA V6, and of course that body shape then went on in less modified form in Group 1, Group 1.5 to be very successful, including winning big races like the Spa 24 Hours as a 3-litre Capri. We've got a Capri 3-litre SR2 in the field as well. And inveterate Alpha botherers Andrew and Max Banks are out in one of 2 Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTAs. Theirs is the dark grey, sort of gunmetal one that you'll see out around the circuit. What else can we pick out? Some very entertaining looking cars. Jason and Guy Minshaw just turning into Copse Corner as they've come past the pits. Marlborough colours on a Toyota Corolla AE86. And again, Toyota Corolla, the rear-driven Toyotas, those were the kind of cars that were so successful in the up to 1600 category of the British Saloon Car Championship. So, although they won't be outright front runners for overall victory, there you are, there's the Toyota. Again, front engine, rear wheel drive, 1600cc, and plenty of them raced in Japan, so the tuning parts were available, and Toyota GB were very, very strong supporters of class winning drivers in the British Touring Car Championship. So we have 3 Minshaws, Jason and Guy racing that car, and there is a 3rd Minshaw on the entry list who have now completely gone word blind and can't find. So John Minshaw, I think, is entered in something here, but I will now have to go and find him. So Minshaw family, of course, Alan Minshaw, the progenitor of the family, very successful racer in touring cars, in GT racing as well, in prototypes, winner of the Spa 24 Hours, and of course the man who created Demon Tweaks. So the Minshaw family, they're really the baker's sons, aren't they? They're very much in the family trade, running the business, and they have all grown up with a big love of motor racing.
The big Volvo that you mentioned earlier on screen now in the Bastos colours, that's driven by John Young and Jack, his son. The Volvo 242, not a car that sort of rolls off the tongue as a racing car, but actually
the flying brick.
Yeah, it was reasonably successful. Turbocharged car, but used to blow its turbos fairly frequently. But nice to see one out. Only one in this race.
Yeah, they had more power than handling, extremely stiffly sprung, and yeah, the factory cars were, as you say, very highly tuned in terms of turbo power to overcome slight deficiencies in the chassis dynamics, and particularly that fairly blunt profile of the cardboard box styling of the 240 series Volvos. But if you got them wound up, they were prodigiously quick, the likes of Ulf Gramberg. Very successful in European Touring Car Championship racing against things like Jaguar XJS's, Rover V8s, and the BMW 635 CSIs. So that they're all sort of a period in that early 80s European Touring Car Championship.
I never quite understood how a Jaguar XJS was a touring car, but we'll leave that to Tom Walkinshaw.
It had enough. No, it didn't have enough doors. Well, there is that the PMG. That's the Patrick Moser Group Rover, isn't it?
That's an original car as well. It's a shame to see that parked up. That's I think that will be Robert Aldershaw's car.
Really, one of my favourite liveries on all the Rovers. That
driven by Wyn Percy and Dave Brodie and Martin Thomas in period. 3 cars built. This is one of chassis number 1 of the 3, so it's lovely to see that still out racing, but unfortunately a mechanical failure as we look at the Mark 1 Escort just going through on the inside of that Volvo we were talking about.
Yeah, looking very nimble as they do. Coming past our commentary box, car number 26, red, white and blue. That's Miles Poulton in, well, that's the Curia Cos Cavalier, isn't it? So having a looping spin.
There's one of the Pearson brothers at the wheel, John and Gary.
And those driven in period by Bobby Verdon Rowe and David Leslie.
Yeah, I was going to say David
run
Leslie.
Run by RML,
yeah.
And late David Leslie with a very long association, both with TWR and RML. Ran his own race teams as well.
Wasn't he involved in that wonderful race in '92? He was one of the cars with Cleland and Soper and Harvey in the lead battle.
Always in the thick of it.
Yes.
Always in the thick of it.
One of the most replayed clips of British touring cars.
Now, quick lap coming in at the moment from David Tomlin in his Sierra Cosworth 117. Not sure what livery that is running in, but he has just gone up to 3rd fastest.
That's a white, green and red.
Ah, so that's the yeah, okay,
the
red line going with the tracker.
Yeah, that's
indeed,
right.
yeah.
It's actually just going into Copse Corner, that car. And there's one of the original Capris run in the Dutch Touring Car Championship, raced more recently by Patrick Watts, but now taken over by James Slaughter.
Sweeping through the Beckett's S's, another of our Sierra RS 500s.
That's actually Martin Stretton.
All right, okay.
I don't think I've seen Martin out in a touring car before. He'll be out in the Formula 2 race and a number of others.
Has that actually got a number on it? I'm struggling to see it if it's in pale green.
6.
Oh, car number 6, okay, right.
He's 8th quickest.
Ooh, now, is that James Brodie, son of Dave Brodie? Because that is the Broads livery, isn't it? From when he was running these Sierra Cosworths as a privateer. the Brodie is spelt correctly to be of Dave Brodie family, and that is, I did wonder about the livery. When you see a name like that, you think, oh, really? Okay, I think that very possibly is. So Dave Brodie then went on to tune all sorts of different cars in the turbo era.
Well, that car was a winner in the British Touring Car Championship, so I suspect you're absolutely right there, but I don't have confirmation of that.
And I think that might have been, it might have been a single win for Dave Brodie. Somebody pulling off in a Mark 1 Escort.
Richard Dutton pulling off in the number 1 car, the boss of Fortec Motorsport, which brings young drivers through the feeder formula.
And the livery is a mirror of Fortec, which is normally red with a white panel. So that's very much a Ford RS body band, isn't it, with the Group 4 bubble arches. And just a failure to proceed, unfortunately, just after the pit lane entry. So he will join the PMG Rover at the side of the track, which is just a little bit further on there. So Richard Dutton again, a man who started as a racing driver and then discovered actually that his talents lay in other directions, has been responsible for bringing through probably hundreds of young drivers. Just saw this car going past our commentary box as well, the only Golf GTI, and they were pedalled with great distinction, but not at the front of the field again in the British Touring Car Championship. So Golf GTIs again, so often right up towards the top of the pile in their class. Jim Morris and Tom Shepherd sharing this car.
Jim Morris is son of John Morris.
I was wondering again when that was the case, because
and this is actually John's old car, which Jim managed to track down. I forget, it was abroad, I forget where it was, but he managed to track it down, bought it back, rebuilt it with the help of Tom Shepherd from Warwickshire, Tom sharing with him, and it's great to see that car back out. It was originally run by Richard Lloyd, the Akai.
That's
Do you remember the Akai sponsorship?
That's right.
But John Morris took it over. It was then sponsored by Flyer Roller Skates. Pretty good name for a sponsor of a racing car. And this is the 55 Nissan, which Jonathan Bailey and Andy Middlehurst we've mentioned earlier in the session, but that's an original 93 Japanese touring car. That's quickest at the moment.
Well, that will remain quickest. Checkered flag is out. So that is our pole sitter for the Tony Dron Memorial Trophy for MRL, Motor Racing Legends MRL, historic touring cars. And the Motor Racing Legends group have really provided some great racing, bringing together all sorts of different categories of cars here again, 60s, 70s, 80s, into the 90s. Cars that would have been raced in Japan, in Europe, and especially, of course, because of where we are, in the British Touring Car Championship over the years. So a few drivers completing their final flying laps. And there is the car that will start at the front of the field.
There is one car, it's such a long circuit, Martin, that actually the flag goes out and we can have times being set for a minute or two after that. And I'm just keeping an eye, and although he's not setting purple sectors, but I think Callum Lockie is out in car number 10 now, the Caliber ex-Andy Rouse car of Julian Thomas, and he's still on a timed lap, but I don't think he's going to manage to pip Bailey and Middlehurst for that pole position.
Another name that might be worth talking about, we spoke briefly about Gary Pearson, Alex Brundle. Alex in 2 or 3 different cars here this weekend, so he is out and about in the one of the RS 3100 Capris. Everybody heading back into the pit lane.
And he's actually sharing with Gary Pearson, and you might think, well, how can Gary Pearson be driving 2 cars? It is the same Gary Pearson,
yes.
But it's a 2-driver race with a pit stop, so Gary does this a lot. He shares more than 1 car, often with his brother John, so he's out in the Kyriakos Cavalier, but then he's also sharing the Capri. Must be very interesting changing from a rear-wheel drive, very powerful 3.1 litre, or 3.4 litre in this case, Ford Capri, to a front-wheel drive 2 litre Vauxhall Cavalier.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one.
And you've got to make sure that the teams are relatively close, if not hopefully in the same garage, so that your car that you're due to take over doesn't come in for its stop before you get out of the car that you've started.
Yes, there's a certain amount of conversation required before the race as to
Jiggery
how
and pokery. Yes, exactly. Well, there is the number 10 Caliber Sierra, and that car second fastest, so that will be starting on the front row of the grid. So unsurprisingly, two turbocharged cars, two of the most powerful machines in the field on the front row. Third fastest David Tomlin in his Green Dragon, or red, white and green Dragon RS 500. And in fourth place, car number 22, which is Paul Mensley, and again another RS 500. So although the Nissan starts on pole, his mirrors will definitely be full of Sierra Cosworths as the race gets underway. And all of our racing for the entire weekend, all Saturday, all Sunday races, will not be a standing start. There will be a rolling start. So whoever builds up turbo boost coming out of Club Corner for the first time before the start will perhaps have the slight advantage.
And mention should be made of, because we have a race within a race. In fact, we have 4 races within one race, but predominantly two races. The Tony Dron Trophy, which runs all year, although the whole race is named the Tony Dron Memorial Trophy for this event. But the Tony Dron Trophy cars, 13th place in the overall standings, the car number 54, Nick Matthews with Miles Griffiths. Miles Griffiths, a very capable driver in the RS 2600 Capri, is quickest in that.
Well, combining 4 decades of touring car racing, the Tony Dron Trophy for MRL historic touring cars, Capri versus BMW versus Volvo, the tiddlers of the championships, the 1602 litre cars, and the turbocharged behemoths at the front of the field. From the 1960s to the 1990s, cars that raced in period back on track, and cars of the same kind that were raced in those famous European, Japanese and British touring car races. Cars in Group 5, Group 2, Group A, turbocharged, normally aspirated, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. From 5 litres to 1300, all comers are welcome.
Timing partners is Bromont, and I'm absolutely delighted that the co-founders are here with me now. Nick and Giles, brilliant to see you both. First of all, congratulations, becoming part of the Classic.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's a lot of fun, isn't it? Because how can you not enjoy this sort of environment and this sort of machines? So it's not a hard thing to get involved with. It's a lot of fun.
But nice of you, because you literally live 5 minutes down the road, Giles.
It's the easiest event to possibly come to. So I'm here with my car and it's just down the road. But I mean, this is unique in the world of motorsport, isn't it? And no, it's so exciting to be here.
And you guys are very much known at the forefront of motorsport already. You know, you've already got partnerships with Williams, with Jaguar, and Classic is now on the list too.
Well, it's all about trying to engineer work, so it's around your sort of hobbies, isn't it? This is the big thing we really try.
Yeah.
So
work.
It's not flying, it's cars, so no, it is a brilliant thing to be involved with.
I think everything's to do with mechanical, isn't it? Mechanical watches, cars, aircraft. It's a similar love across the whole way. And actually, we used to have a manufacturing facility just on the edge of the circuit here, so quite connected to the whole area.
Amazing. And Nick, you're actually going to be taking to the track later as well. Talk us through what's in store.
I am indeed. I mean, I should have had my brother doing it as well, but he didn't quite get his act together, so it's been left to me. So
the pressure is on you then.
The pressure is on me. I know. The problem is, all of the drivers here are rather good. You know, they don't come here for a sort of Sunday or weekend amble, do they? They're properly tuned up. So
it's a pretty mega car. What are you driving?
So this is Healy 100, 1954. Really good fun car to drive. So obviously rear-wheel drive. It has one of the first cars to have disc brakes as well. So has disc brakes on the front, but drums on the back. So it's quite twitchy, but a lot of fun. And obviously they've got a lot more power than when they first came out. So it's like a big go-kart, really.
Apparently you're going to be live doing commentary going around the track now.
Yes, as you said, Nick, I've actually got to learn the corners. the left-hander coming up, followed by the right-hander. Yeah.
See, I was giving him tips earlier. If you don't know what you're talking about, you can wing it. There we are.
Exactly. So it'll be a lot of fun. Next up, the historic Formula 2 cars. You can hear all the engines have started up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dive straight in and try and speak to someone, because I can see all the marshals about to wave them out. Matt Wrigley, lovely to see you. I hear congratulations are in order. Have you just got married?
Yeah, come back from the honeymoon yesterday morning, 6:30, and then straight to Silverstone.
Now, it's a very competitive field, this field. This, I think, is a quick car. You're a very quick driver. I guess you're looking at top 3, top 5?
Yeah, I think so. I think last year we had a good run. A couple of people in a couple of better cars, I think, this year. And I think top 5, hopefully top 3.
Right, we're going to good best of luck. We're going to move on, and it's very hard to hear over the noise. Something I just wanted to point out. Now, Silverstone is obviously a power circuit, and if you just have a look at here, you can see these rear wings. Now, this wing is actually quite high up, so there's quite a lot of downforce and drag on Martin's car. But if we go down here to Ben Mitchell's car, this is more of a kind of classic Silverstone setup. You see here, and the wing's much lower. And that's to create less drag and more speed down the straights. Let's just have a quick chat to Ben. Ben, I'm sorry to jump in just as you're about to go out. Now, you drove the X-Mark Shura 782 at Goodwood and did a fantastic time up the hill. Something slightly different today. How many miles have you actually done in this?
Well, I looked lucky to get a few laps yesterday. It feels very good, so we'll see how it goes in qualifying.
And just tell me about these slicks, because they're quite big slicks. How long do they take to warm up?
They'll probably come in within a lap, maybe even half a lap. They're brand new tyres, so that'll be even better, and should give me every chance.
And you're not just driving this weekend, what else are you in?
Also in a pre-1963 Jaguar E-Type and a Ford Galaxy, so quite different cars.
Ben, the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Right, I can hear almost nothing down here with all these Formula 2 cars warming up, so let's go back up to the commentary team.
Qualifying session coming up here at beautiful Silverstone for the HSCC's historic Formula 2. It'll be the second race of the weekend on Saturday, and really brings us back to what Formula 2 was in period. Not just a great training ground for younger drivers who wish to move up into Formula 1, not just a great place to be spotted, but also a place where you would very frequently find Grand Prix drivers also plying their trade on a Formula 1 weekend or away from Formula 1 tracks. The likes of Ronnie Peterson, Jochen Rindt, Jody Scheckter, Graham Hill, all came up through Formula 2. Most drivers did, but a lot of them would also race in F2 away from Grand Prix weekends or on Grand Prix weekends just for a bit more seat time. Now, the categories here, the cars are Formula 2 cars built in period between 1967 and the end of the 1978 season. And again, some very famous names: Lotus, Chevron, March, Brabham, Matra Martini, the French manufacturers. And the classes here named after drivers who were particularly relevant to the period. So Class A, the Jochen Rindt Trophy for pre-1972 Formula 2 cars. Those were 1600cc cars. They later moved on to 2-litre engines and predominantly successful with the 2-litre BMW Heidegger engines. Class B, the Vern Chopin Trophy for a near relative of Formula 2, which was Formula Atlantic. It was essentially Formula 2 but under US and Canadian rules. So the Vern Chopin Trophy for pre-76 cars, and for pre-79 Atlantic cars, Class C, named after a man who very much sprung to prominence as a Formula Atlantic hot shoe, one Gilles Villeneuve. Bruno Giacomelli Trophy will be what's raced for by cars in Class D. They are pre-1979 2-litre Formula 2 cars, so the emergence of the BMW power unit. And Class E, the Jim Clark Trophy for post-1966 cars with no wings. So those are the earliest of the Formula 2 cars that we'll be looking at. So a variety of different cars and machinery, and with some 35 cars in the grid. And some very well-known manufacturer names. March and Lola were very successful at selling customer cars to Formula 2 as well as everything else. Chevron dipped their toe in the water. There is an Elfin, there are a couple of Ralt RT1s. Ron Toranak's Ralt cars, of course, became very, very famous for Formula 2 domination and Formula 3 domination, and the cars heading out on the grid. You can see the sports cars for our next practice session. The Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy field. These are 1950s sports cars, and they will be coming out shortly, heading into their collecting area, trying not to run over Ed's size 9s, but our cars coming out. And as we heard, a slick will hopefully be warm in the first lap, so they get half a lap out here from the old pit lane, what's it now? Heritage pit lane, I must remember that. In my day at Silverstone, it was the pit lane because there was only a choice of one. But the timing beacon to start the lap and to finish the lap will be at the start line, the Formula 1 start line outside the fabulous wing. So they will have a few corners to warm their tyres up. But I imagine that as they come down into Abbey for the first time, it will be a little bit of a leap of faith to make sure that the tyre is quite as warm as they need it. Brakes should be warm as well by that stage, so hopefully we should see some quick times coming in fairly early in the session.
We've got a number of examples of what you might call the ultimate Formula 2 car, the March 782, which 1978, the 78 and the 2 meaning it was a Formula 2 car, very easy designations on March. And some of the quicker drivers in those cars as well, particularly Andy Smith, who is out in a car which appeared just a little bit earlier this year here at Silverstone, having had a full rebuild. It's the ex-Eddie Cheever car. Matthew Watts, Matt is in the ex-Mark Sura 782, and Matt Wrigley in the ex-Rad Dougal 782.
Wow.
Clive Wood in another 782, that one formerly driven by Frank Sittner, who we all remember in touring cars, but also in Formula 2, and Sean Walker as well, very successful in Formula 2. So those cars, together with the interloper, really, possibly, and that's Martin Stretton, number 34, who we should look out for. He's in an earlier March, a 712, that's from 1971, so fully 7 years earlier. It is running with the 2-litre engine, which it didn't in the original period of Formula 2 up to 1971, but it was run by private teams with the 2-litre engine, so it's eligible, and Martin uses that 2-litre engine. Graham Ridgway in the March 742, the yellow car we're looking at with the Stovall sponsorship, very original livery on that car. That's the March 742, and I think Martin, the March is probably the most numerous car in this race.
Well, one that is least numerous, there's only one of them, is currently fastest David Tomlin, car number 70, in the Motul Rondell M1, and that perhaps is most significant, not just for its history as a car, but also for what it spawned, because Rondell, the team that ran it, the Ron in it, became the Ron later in Marlborough Project 4 when they took over McLaren. So the Ron in Rondell was Ron Dennis, at that time an ex-Brabham mechanic who set up his own team, running Henri Pescarolo among others in Formula 2, and then got the nod to take over the then, possibly as now, ailing McLaren team, and moved on to very much greater things. So that's unique in the field.
And it is actually the car that Pescarolo drove, the original chassis, also driven by Tim Schenkin, Bob Wallach and Tom Price as well, the Welsh driver.
There's a Techno in the hands of Julian Stokes as well. That's red car number 81. A slew of Brabhams, half a dozen Chevrons, lots of marches. I mean, they, for a number of years, really were the benchmark in Formula 2 in terms of the chassis march. BMW was absolutely the thing to have. And there is David Tomlin in the Rondell.
And that's the same David Tomlin we saw out in the Sierra Cosworth just a few minutes ago.
He will be grateful of a lunch break, won't he?
Well, one of those March 782s has put in an early quick time, and that's Matthew Watt's number 9 car. 1:59.107 is his lap time, so he's currently in this very early part of this session, quickest at the moment. We've still got 12 3/4 minutes to go. But
Tomlin already shuffled outside the top 10. He's currently 11th fastest. Tim De Silva's gone second quickest. Tim De Silva in a 1976 Chevron B35. That's car number 3. And there he is.
And in fact, beating them both, car number 21, I still call him young Ben Mitchell. He's Westy Mitchell's son, but I was told off last year at this meeting, because Ben is a little bit older now, but I remember him racing when he was 17. But he's in a Martini, Mark 1922, and the Martini, a French make from Tico Martini, nothing to do with the drink. So Ben Mitchell, a very, very quick driver indeed. So he's put himself top of the times with a 1:58.8.
A little bit of a grassy excursion there for Tim De Silva. Just finding out that there wasn't quite as much grip as he was looking for.
And now to the top of the screens goes Andy Smith in the car you're looking at, number 6. This is the car that I mentioned earlier, ex-Eddie Cheever, the American driver who made it all the way to Formula 1. And this car reappeared just earlier this year here at Silverstone for a relatively club meeting in April, and great to see this car back. It's absolutely wonderfully restored. Andy Smith from Warwickshire, a really, really quick driver, and I would certainly expect to see him running near the front, if not in the lead in the race when we see that tomorrow and Sunday. 1:56.007 for Andy Smith. And that's a March 782. Coming down the Hangar Straight, you can see there 3 different cars in your shot, and they really do cover the whole period of Formula 2. The very early cigar tube shaped car just being lapped by Andy Smith in the very late 1978 Formula 2 car. But those earlier cars nowhere near as quick as you'd expect.
One of the joys of coming to an event like the Classic is to see so many different types of car, but even when you get into one particular category, the chance to see how it evolved in what was really a 10-year period. And this was one of the real key periods. When you went from mid-60s to mid-70s, suddenly aerodynamics just appeared in Formula 1 and then by extraction in every other category, and the cars changed from the purity of the cigar tube to becoming these shovel-nosed big wing monsters that is so redolent of the period in this March 782. Again, in factory factory BMW colours, really, the reds, the pale blue and the purple. That's still a colour scheme that you will see even to this day on BMW cars. If you look at the pictures that have been released of their forthcoming LMDH prototype, that colour scheme remains very much part of their history and their future.
And so keen are these drivers on making sure these cars look right that Andy Smith was saying that they went to great lengths to find colour photographs of the car in period so that they could recreate the decals on the car absolutely precisely. And another of the March 782s on screen now, the Polifac coloured car. Again, those BMW colours that Martin's just mentioned. That car, Matthew Watts, another of the March 782s. And he's 3rd quickest at the moment, so it's March 1st and 3rd, and the interloper in the middle is Ben Mitchell's Martini, number 21.
Right, with car number 4. Have you got a car number 4 on your entry list? because we've got car number 4 in 4th place on our screens. So that is something we're going to have to catch up with. So not sure. Oh, here we are. Well, that's another factory liveried 782. So that is a late edition, which we will have to work out before tomorrow what it is. Oh, or is that a change of number? No, it's not a change of number.
No, David Shaw has come up on our graphics there. That's more than we know.
Right, there we go.
So I think that might be the answer. Another, as you say, another factory liveried car. And it wasn't uncommon on longer circuits for Formula 2 cars to be on the same grid as, although separated on the grid, as Formula 1 cars.
Yeah.
And I do remember in the late 60s being at the Nürburgring for the Grand Prix, and Jackie Ickx was in a Formula 2 car, and his lap time, although he wasn't put on the grid in his grid position because they were separated on the grid, his lap time would have put him in the top 3 in the Formula 1 race, and that was before he became a Grand Prix driver. Really marked him out as a great talent.
And that was the big thing about Formula 2, is that unlike nowadays where it is only Formula 2 races in Formula 2, in this period then Grand Prix drivers would also be driving in F2 cars, and so you could absolutely match yourself wheel to wheel with the pace of somebody who was an established Formula 1 star in similar machinery, without, in the same race or in the same qualifying session, without just having to go back to timing sheets or on a slightly different day. No, so David Shaw there with a very kind of Mark Stewart liveried helmet actually as well, the red and white of the Swiss driver. Looking here at car number 8, this is Sam Harrison, Lola T240. So this is one of the earlier cars, 1971 vintage Lola.
And Sam Harrison, a teenager. So really has marked his card this year as a very, very quick driver indeed in classic Formula Ford, but he's also been racing this Formula 2 car. So young Sam Harrison, I'll call him young, I'm allowed to. I won't get told off for that one.
So
Sam
he didn't
Harrison.
see the cars race in period, is what you're saying?
No.
In fact, he's so young that his dad probably was too young to watch the cars racing in period as well. So Sam Harrison with, again, Lola from Huntingdon. You know, it was a good earner for manufacturers like Lola, like March, and like Chevron as well, I suppose, who were all about customer racing, because people wanted to buy the cars and take themselves off racing. And it was a relatively cost-efficient way of getting yourself into top flight single-seater racing against some of the big stars. And at some of the big events in Europe as well, Formula 2 races would often be marquee events. Looking here at Steve Weller in the Elfin in 1968, one of the very earliest pre-wings Formula 2 cars, in fact pre-wings and slicks Formula 2 cars.
That car built in Australia for the Australian market. Nice to see them over here. Built over there for various Formula that raced in America. They had a slight, like you mentioned, Formula Atlantic, which was Formula B, wasn't it, in America? In Australia they had various classes that were slightly different to ours.
And this is the sort of car that would have won Australian Grand Prix before they were Formula 1 races, before the mid-80s, when F1 went to first Adelaide, then to Melbourne. And again, Formula 2 was big in the Antipodes during the winter in the Tasman series. So they would have been Formula 2 cars originally, or Formula 1 cars, but usually running with 2.5 litre engines in the Tasman series. And was very often, cars ended up there because they were taken down by teams, and rather than shipping them back, they flogged them to the locals. So again, looking here at Tim De Silva, car number 3. Very pale blue, and is that a Gitan logo on the front of the car? It looks like it. The Gitan lady on the just in front of the wheels, and the little flick-ups there. So Tim De Silva currently 5th quickest, and it is Andy Smith, who has gone on top of the pile in car number 6. That predominantly blue March 782. So Mitchell, big pardon, Sam Harrison is, where's he gone to? 12th position.
Two of the drivers I mentioned earlier, which we haven't seen now, I'm afraid. Matt Wrigley hasn't come out. He's showing on our screens as being here, but and the other driver that I can't see on our screens is Martin Stretton, which is a bit of a shame because he was certainly one of the cars that we would have expected to see up at the front.
Yeah.
And Andy Smith just really stamping his authority on this, over 3 seconds quicker than Ben Mitchell.
Again, 4 different classes here, well, plus Sam Harrison, who's an invitational class driver, so he's sort of in a little non-class of his own. He's an invitational driver. 1 car in Class C, which is Keith White in his March 76B. And that is a 1.6 litre car. Predominantly, the quick cars are all in Class D. Those are the 2 litre wings and slicks category. The next fastest class is Class B. In fact, Sam Harrison has been put into Class B rather than being an invitational, so he is the fastest of the 1600 cars. So again, we're going to have a lot of amendments to the programme. Fastest of the Class A cars in 19th place is car number 82. That's the yellow and blue Brabham of Mike Bainbridge. So yellow and blue car number 82, that is the fastest of the Class A cars, which are the pre-72 1600cc machines, so the oldest in the field. I saw him a little bit earlier.
Car number 8 is Sam Harrison, who I mentioned earlier is doing a whole season of Formula Ford, classic Formula Ford racing this year, as well as the Formula 2. And there's the Brabham BT35 that is quickest in Class A. And there's something about Brabhams that the colours are close. The Brabham colours were more of a green with a gold stripe, but then this blue and yellow. But the wings, the position of the wings and the whole shape of the car, very, very pretty cars that came out of the Brabham factory. Jack Brabham, 3 times world Formula 1 champion. The B and the T, Ron Taranach, who went on to form Ralt, which became a very, very dominant make in Formula 3. And they also produced Formula 2 cars as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and dominated in Formula 2 as well. Ralt Hondas for a number of years. Likes of Jonathan Palmer, Mike Thackwell, winning titles in Formula 2 in the 80s with those cars.
We do have 2 Ralts here, actually. Yeah. I hadn't noticed those in the list. Mark Mercer and Greg Audi, both out in Ralts.
And the Brabham factory was a real sort of first port of call from any Antipodean. Obviously, Australia, but New Zealand as well. So Brabham with Ron Taranach as his designer initially, before Ron set up his own store, but also all sorts of Kiwis. Bruce McLaren ended up there, Chris Amon ended up there, a whole host of Kiwis and Aussies made Brabham their first port of call. And so many young drivers went through sweeping the workshop, welding bits of chassis together and so on, while they were helping to pay for their drives. A very big contingent of talent over the years at the Brabham workshops. Similarly at March, just up the road here, based up the road in Bicester, Adrian Reynard, who we spoke about in the touring cars, who started his own firm, he started at March, and of course March, Max Mosley, Alan Rees and Robin Hurd and the rest forming their car manufacturing business in Bicester, just as Max was still sort of plying his trade in Formula 2, and they all congregated to pool their resources and became hugely successful for a number of years. March was one of the best-selling car manufacturers on the planet in terms of racing cars. Always lots of rivalry between March and Lola. They're in Huntingdon, March just up the road. Very early on in the March organisation, Ronnie Peterson won the Formula 2 Championship 1971 in a March in the 1600 days. Ronnie went on to Formula 1, of course, and always exciting to watch, whether it be in a Formula 2 car, Formula 1 or a touring car. As the checkered flag is out. And Matthew Watts did get a little bit closer to Andy Smith, brought it down to just below 3 seconds. Second fastest. And that very distinctive low-line look of the 782, it was all about reducing the frontal area, getting the radiators as canted over as possible, still with that big, wide shovel nose, which was actually, it was such a March trademark, you know, even the Adrian Newey era at March in the early 80s when he was designing sports cars for them, the Lobster Claw March and so on. That big, wide shovel nose was still very much a factor. And that BMW 2-litre 4-cylinder engine, hugely successful, very tunable. Heine Marder and Heidegger were the go-to men. A March BMW was absolutely the zenith. So let's take a look then. Andrew Smith in his March 782 ahead of the similar but not similarly liveried, different variety of factory livery for Matthew Watts. Ben Mitchell in the Martini, third quickest, breaking up the March domination of the top three, just ahead of David Shaw. Tim de Silva in his Chevron, the best of the Chevrons, ahead of Graham Ridgway in the 1974 March. Clive Wood in his Chevron, and then more Marches. 782s, very strong. Well, we've got 5 of them in the top 10, so numerically very much the car to have. Best of the Rolts was Mark Mercer ahead of Sam Harrison, who's in the best of the Lolas in his T240. A little further back, David Tomlin in the Motul M1, the Rondell run car, and Mike Bainbridge in his Brabham BT35. He is the fastest man in Class A for the oldest of the cars, just ahead of the Techno of Julian Stokes. 30 cars making it out into practice. Just a couple that we didn't see. Didn't see Martin Stretton in the March 712. Did add David Shaw in his March 782. And no time either for David Thorburn or Mike Wigley. Qualifying for the HSCC's historic Formula 2 race in bright autumn sunshine at Silverstone, pitching some of the earliest and some of the latest Formula 2 cars from its inception in the mid-60s to the March BMW era of the late 70s. March 782, very much the dominant force then, and remains the case. The potent 2-litre 4-cylinder BMW engine and the March 782 chassis, absolutely the thing to have, filling 3 of the top 4 grid places. But some of the older cars, 1971 Lola of Sam Harrison, well up among the front runners, and plenty of mouth-watering machinery. A 30-car grid all ready for Sunday's action.
Watching, who's Marseille Energy? Because you're relatively new, but you're growing so quickly at the moment. It's a name that everyone needs to know.
We are relatively new, but we're making a big mark on the industry in a minute. But we basically are an energy tech company that basically provide energy independence for domestic houses around the world. So that's through a car charger, an Eddy over there, which is an energy diverter. So all different devices where you can utilise your own energy and then put it back into your home and save as much money as possible.
That's what we wanted to hear. save as much money as possible, because that is obviously a big talking point for everyone at the moment with the energy crisis that's going on. And what are you doing here at the Classic? We are currently standing on a what is this, a golf course?
Yeah, so this is actually a really good selling point for us right now. A lot of people come over and we say about the car charge and stuff. They're like, oh, I want to do a round of golf. Yeah. But everyone loves this. It's only a few holes, but gets all the families involved.
You should have been testing this out. I should see your skills and how good you are at possible. But never mind, we'll do that later. We'll have
I'm taking you up on that.
And super important that you guys are here for the first time at the Classic. What's the experience been like so far?
Well, the experience has been amazing so far. I mean, we're really early doors in a minute, but we're expecting a lot of traffic to come our way, and we're really looking forward to it. But it's going to be a great event doing this with Switch Live, so it's
Yeah, so if people want to come down and have a quick game of golf, but also check out your sand, check out the chargers and the other kind of innovations that you've got showing off, whereabouts can they find you?
They can find us right in the centre of the Switch Live event. We've got the Manager Theatre, we've got obviously our Manager stand, and we've got the racing bug next as well, so you can only have a game of golf and you can go over and have a game of racing with the family.
So that's currently hiding behind a little white tent. What's going on in there?
Yeah, so basically that is a little racing centre, so there's a lot of miniature cars all branded up as My Energy, and you can have a little race in there with the family, so it'll be great.
I feel like anyone that is here who loves racing is very competitive, so come down and have a chat with Jono. He'll be here all day with My Energy.
Next up, the RAC Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies. And look at this grid, 1950s sports cars. What an amazing era. The Woodcote Trophy is for the pre-56 cars, the Stirling Moss Trophy for the later cars. Now this era of car, really, Jaguar was utterly dominant at Le Mans, winning plenty of times. Aston Martin then went on to win in 1959. Gordon, I'm going to see if we can go this way, see who we can get in here, because I recognise a couple of helmets here. We got Peter Haynes here, who's got his visor down, but I'm going to go and jump in. Peter, I bet you're wishing in this little car you had a little bit more power today.
Yeah, looking at the number of Listers and Lotus 15s, I'm going to be at something of a disadvantage, I think.
Surely a man of your talent is never at a disadvantage, Peter.
Yes, interview me afterwards.
We're going to let them go, and this time I'm not going to stand in the middle of all the cars leaving. You just see there that helmet going out. That's Harvey Stanley in the Tajero. He's sharing with James Cottingham. That's going to be a very quick driver pairing. Gordon, I'm going to make sure you don't get run over, but if you turn this way, you would have thought being nearly run over once was sort of careless, but twice is perhaps a little stupid. But the wonderful thing about this era is you've got the DB2 Aston there, you've got Austin Healey's, you've got these little Lotus cars that are so quick, but they do lack a bit of grunts for these straights at Silverstone. And we've got another DB2 coming up, and it's just a plethora of beautiful cars. The D-Type, so successful at Le Mans, also going out, and plenty more Aston Martin DB2s. And the interesting thing that you guys probably won't see is that the next grid of cars is already queuing to get into the assembly area, because it's so important to get a clean lap in qualifying. So let's go back up to the commentary box. We've survived another one, so everything's good down here.
Silverstone and qualifying for 2 races in one, MRL and the Royal Automobile Club's Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies. Well, this is a qualifying session for phenomenal 1950s GT and sports races. Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody, and our coverage on this beautiful sunny Friday morning of qualifying for all 20 races of the Classic here at Silverstone. So 20 races comprising cars from almost every motoring era bar the Victorian, and almost up to the present day. GT racers, sports car racers, touring cars, single-seaters of all different types and sizes. But for this session, the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy, race 12, which will be on Sunday, This is a category for sports cars that raced in the 1950s. So the real birth, or rebirth, let's say, of sports car racing in the immediate post-war era. So names like Jaguar, like Lister, like Lotus, like Cooper, like Aston Martin, like Austin Healey will be numerous. And as we heard from Ed Foster and one of our Lotus drivers, the Lotuses in period, although they raced at Le Mans in the other big sports car races, didn't race for outright victory. Cars like the Lotus 11 with its little Climax engine predominantly raced in the index of performance at Le Mans, and that was basically your performance related to your engine size. So the number of laps you did, the distance you did for your engine size compared to the number of laps that the big engine cars at the front did. And Colin Chapman's Lotuses, particularly the Lotus 11 and Lotus 15s, became very successful at snaffling trophies that otherwise would have been the domain predominantly of small French manufacturers like Panhard and Didier Bonnet. So what are we going to see here? Well, two distinct races, the Royal Automobile Club's Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy. So those are the two class groups. In each of the races, though, there are different classes. There are, I think, no fewer than 10 different categories in which the cars are entered, and they vary in terms of age, which obviously dates the cars and gives them a certain relevance to each other, engine size, which would have been relevant in period as well, and also predominantly in this era whether they have disc brakes or drum brakes, because of course that makes a very major difference to how competitive the car is. And it was in this era that Girling and Dunlop developed disc brakes for racing, and came in predominantly at Le Mans again with the Jaguar team. And so, Alistair, you know, it was as we've just seen in Formula 2, we've seen a historic Formula 2 go from the purity of the original early or mid-60s cars, just a cigar tube and some wheels sticking out, to big shovel nose, high rear wing, engine air restrictors, and a form of car that was so familiar in the late 70s. And as aerodynamics developed, you know, a generation before, disc brakes sort of revolutionised racing as well.
Well, yeah, and you mentioned disc brakes coming in. It was this type of car, the Jaguar C-Type, that first ran disc brakes. I believe the story is that Stirling Moss actually said we need disc brakes on the car to beat the Mercedes at Le Mans, particularly breaking down into the Mulsanne corner at the end of the long straight. But it was a C-Type Jaguar that first ran it. You mentioned also the Lotus winning the index of performance. Here we've got an example on screen now, number 24, Roger Wills in the Lotus 15. This car was actually owned and raced by Bruce McLaren. Roger Wills, being a New Zealander himself, is so proud to own this car, and he's a potential winner. Despite the size of the car and the fact that it's just got a little 2-litre engine, that car is a potential winner here at Silverstone this weekend. But the Lotus cars from Colin Chapman were known to be tremendously handleable. The chassis were really good. They were very, very light. He was really keen on making the cars as light as possible. And we can see Roger Wills there going through Stowe Corner in the Lotus 15, as I say, formerly raced by Bruce McLaren, who formed the McLaren racing team, which continues to this day.
Two Lotus 15s there negotiating their way through traffic. Just ahead of him is the bright blue car shared by Mark Cullen, David Edwards. So that's a 1956 car. So again, with the Coventry Climax engine.
That's the slightly earlier.
That's not, yes,
that's the
right.
11, yeah, slightly earlier. Very, very similar though, aren't they, at distance, but you can just see the 15's a bit bulkier.
A bit more everything.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, simplify and add lightness was Colin Chapman's motto, and of course, as cars grew, so they needed to. So we've seen, saw a car just pulling off in front of us a little earlier, but there's been another looping moment. This is Lister Jag, car number 82, Chris Ward, Rob Smith. That's the Lister Knobley.
That's Rob Smith at the wheel there.
Yeah. The Knobbly name comes from the big arches and the lumps and bumps of the Brian Lister design car. And so many actually cars of the period used the Jaguar running gear. They used the same XK engines that were in the C-types and the D-types. I mean, it was a very familiar go-to. John Tejero with his cars also used Jaguar running gears, and you see Tejero Jags in this field as well.
Yeah, there's a lovely story around the naming of the Knobbly Lister, actually, which is true. There was a John Coundley who was involved with the team, and a good racing driver as well, and his wife Pat, who also used to race. She came into the workshop when the Knobbly was being built, and she looked into it and said, well, that's Knobbly, isn't it? And it's stuck ever since. It's not a name that's been given to it later like a lot of cars. It actually was that from the start. But a different version of the Lister body was also designed supposedly more aerodynamic, although it's not any quicker, particularly on the track, by Frank Costin, brother of Mike Costin, who was the Cos of Cosworth. And Frank Costin was an aerodynamicist in the aircraft industry with de Havilland. That he designed a body which was much more sculpted.
Yeah, so many of the early aerodynamicists came from de Havilland, from Bristol, and of course there's Bristol connections here as well. Another of the Listers, the Lister Bristol flat iron. We've got a couple of Lister flat irons. So you've got the Lister Knobbly, which you can see the big swooping arches and the bonnet bulges to get over the XK engine, but there's a low-line version of the car as well, the Lister flat iron. We've got a Jaguar engined one, we've got a Bristol engined one as well. The Bristol engined one is car number 85. If you spot that in the hands of Stefan Bond, silver car. But again, these cars with very little in the way of actual aerodynamic downforce. So although they were designed to try and be as wind cheating as possible, not always as you might expect to see with modern wings and so on. So here's the little Lotus 11. Such a pretty looking car, and again very successful, very influential in sports car racing. Another big success from the Colin Chapman repertoire. Didn't have many failures. When he did, they were quite significant because everybody expected everything to be absolute genius from Chapman.
There's the number 5 there of Stefan Jobstall and Andy Willis. Andy Willis being the preparer of the car, another of the Lotus 15s. They're a very popular car in this class of racing. That's the just under 2 litre engined number 5. Stefan Jobstall, the Austrian trucking company owner. And the slightly earlier Lotus 11 of number 41, Mark Cole and David Richards.
Roger Will's fastest of all at the moment in his white Lotus 15, car number 24. We saw him earlier, the Ward and Smith Lister Knobbly that we saw. That is currently second quickest. Haven't talked about the third fastest car yet, and that's Bernardo Hartogs and Will Nuttall. They've got another Lotus 15. It's car number 26. But you will see in the shots occasionally that not everything is what you might think of as Roger Wills. That wasn't Roger, was it? Who was that? That was Michael Gans dialing in their absolute lovely bit of opposite lock there. And again, Michael, another inveterate podium botherer in historic racing, very experienced race driver. In fact, there was Roger Wills just a little bit ahead of him, which is what confused me. Doesn't take much. You will see, as well as all these low-slung open sports cars, there are a few, well, to use not quite accurate, but sort of touring car, GT-style cars. There are a few of them in, a couple of Aston Martins, DBs, and what else did we see with a roof going round? I forget now, but there are a couple. A few Austin Healeys as well, a couple of 104s. That was the original big Austin engine from the Westminsters. That was used by Donald Healey in the original Healeys before the 3-litre 6-cylinder engine came along. So the 104, as you might expect, has got a 4-cylinder engine. It's not 100cc. It's not 100 litres either. I'm not quite sure where the 100 came from. Just a handy, speedy sort of number. There's Bernardo Hartogs just taking the slightly scenic route, or Will Nuttall, not sure which, in the Lotus 15, down at the end of the Vale. And that car is third quickest, car number 26. So a sort of bright green rather than British Racing green, not quite Lotus green either. A lot of the cars, particularly you'll see things like the Coopers and the Lotuses in British Racing green, because in this era, before the arrival of commercial sponsorship, predominantly cars were run in there, and this is something that sort of is very much out of fashion these days, except for in sports like football, in their national colours. So if you think of the classic Brazilian colours, you'll think of the green and gold, England playing in red or white, Germany in white often, France will play in blue, and that is a legacy. In fact, I'm not sure whether the sport gave it to motor racing or motor racing gave it to other sports, but national colours, white for Germany, then became white for America when the German cars predominantly became silver, British Racing green, Rosso Corsa red for Italy, French blue for France. Yes, I mean it was definitely a thing. It was a very easy way in late post-war racing for fans to recognise national teams by their national colours, and of course Ferrari still clings to at least a variation of that. In the background, one of our cars with a roof, the grille tells me it's an Alpha. Now, is that an SVZ? I was wondering what an SVZ was, and that might well be it, because it's definitely an Alpha, and I think have one or two on the entry list. A couple of Allards as well, an Allard J2 and a J2X. Sidney Allard, another man who, for want of a better phrase, liked to plough a different furrow to everybody else when it came to designing cars, didn't he? Looking here at 85 and the Lister Bristol flat iron, that's that bright silver, rather low-slung car, almost lower than the Austin Healey beside it.
The Bristol engine actually used in that was originally a BMW engine, and then at the end of the Second War, somebody slipped the designs into a bag, and it became the Bristol engine. It was taken to the Bristol Aircraft Company, and they built it. And it became a mainstay of British racing in the Cooper Bristol, the front-engined Formula 2 car. In this, the Lister Bristol as well, and many other cars. Very, very successful engine. Originally, designed in the BMW factory in Munich.
Yeah, it was the pre-war 327s and 328s were the cars that were so influential, particularly with their styling, and as you say, until Climax came along, and then of course later firms like Cosworth, Bristol engines powered all sorts of different things. Between Bristol and Jaguar, if you look at a British sports car in the 1950s, you've got a 50-50 chance that it's got one of those engines in.
And Stephen Bond there, we're looking at number 85 in the silver flat iron Bristol. He's owner of the Bond Helicopters Company based in Gloucestershire. I
thought that was James, his older brother. Oh no, he's too busy assassinating people. Well, you know, it's that thing. I grew up with planes because my dad was a pilot, but planes and cars, that's a happy, you know, if you like mechanical things, you like mechanical things. And I think everybody, you know, who's into cars or planes or boats, you just get it. You either do or you don't. I think either a car is a device that shuttles you from somewhere to somewhere else and it does nothing else other than carry a radio and some luggage, or you just love everything about them. And if you love everything about cars, you're in the right place, because not just on track but everywhere around, the classic here at Silverstone will be the most phenomenal array of different cars and car-related ephemera that you can imagine. The tall shape in the background is one of the two Astons. Now we've got a DB2 and a DB24, and I must admit,
that's David Reed.
I can't tell the difference between which is which. Okay, so that's the DB2. No, Chris Jolly's in a DB2, so there are two DB24s then. Okay, so 53. Okay, so David Reed and Peter Snowden. Now, see, Peter Snowden's the man we need. Aston Martin Owners Club stalwart, racing driver and commentator. So this is a DB2. There's a couple of DB24 Mark IIIs. There is an Aston Martin DB2, which Chris Jolly is driving, car number 16. So it'll look very similar, but for Feltham aficionados, they're probably throwing things at their televisions right now going, how can you possibly not tell the difference between a DB2 and a DB24? What you can tell, even from these early DB cars, the ones that were built in Feltham before they moved up to Newport Pagnell, is you can still see the heritage of today's Aston Martin grille shape in there, can't you? Yes, the tall radiator grille is a little shallower, and the leaves, if you like, the ears are a little wider and deeper, but certainly the family face hasn't changed much in 65 odd years. So at the moment, cars in the Stirling Moss Trophy are the quicker, of whom Roger Wheels is at the top of the pile, and they go all the way down through the top 11. The fastest of the Woodcote Trophy drivers, or cars, is in 12th place, and that's car number 11, Frederick Rakeman and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, who clearly by law must be in every session, otherwise it's not legal.
Absolutely. Yes, Patrick sharing with Fred as usual in the Cooper T38, which uses the Jaguar 3.4 litre straight six engine. As you've already mentioned, an engine that's used across a whole range of cars. They are serial winners of the Woodcote Trophy. They're very, very quick pairing. Fred Wakeman, the UK-based American, Californian, works for an investment company. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, the preparer of the car.
See, I always struggle with that. California or southeast of England. To have the choice is a very nice place to be in. Looking here at Roger Wills, still the fastest man in the field. And actually no faster laps coming in from the quick guys. There has been another quick lap from car number 8. We talked about them a little bit earlier. Tony Wood and Will Nuttall in the Lister Nobly. That's now moved up into 9th place. But the Wakeman and Blakeney-Edwards car, fastest of the Woodcote Trophy cars. Second quickest of the Woodcote Trophy cars in 15th place, car number 4. So this is Gregor Fiskin and Ben Mitchell in a car that is unique in this race and was actually only built in very small numbers, the HWM. Again, not a major car manufacturer, not a customer car builder, but in fact a couple of enthusiasts who wanted to go racing and basically just had a car designed and built.
Yes, down in the southeast, Hersham and Waltham Motors, HWM. Yep. And in fact, one of those two enthusiasts you refer to, George Abacassis, was quite a well-known racer in period, but his grandson now races Jonathan Abacassis races regularly in club racing in a Healy 100, which his father was well known for racing in period. So nice to see that connection come all the way through to the modern day. The number 8 car, Tony Wood and Will Nuttall. That's Will Nuttall at the wheel, and Will is the preparer of the car, Tony Wood the owner. The Lister Nobly, another one of those Lister Noblys with the 3.8 litre Jaguar engine.
Well, there you go, looking now at the pea green, not even pea green actually, even paler green, or almost UDT Laystall colours for those of a certain vintage. Car number 4.
That's Martin Stretton.
Okay, so
he was supposedly driving that car, then he was replaced by Ben Mitchell.
Right,
but
okay.
That's
so
Martin's helmet, so...
Mighty Mouse is in there.
Yeah. Gregor Fiskin, the...
Might explain why he wasn't out in the previous Formula 2 session.
Yes, possible that when he had to withdraw that car, he went back to driving this one.
Became available,
yeah.
Okay, so Gregor Fiskin, the famous... a well-known racer and auctioneer, or classic car salesman at least, a classic car purveyor. Not quite sure what the approved term is. And Martin Stretton, that car, the HWM. Again, if you looked at it briefly, you'd think that's an Austin Healey, but it ain't. Here is a Lotus 15 heading in the wrong direction. Sandy Watson and Andrew Kirkcaldy's, in fact, it's an 11. So I am confusing myself. Is that Kirkcaldy's
That's
helmet?
Andrew Kirkcaldy, yeah. It's unusual for Andrew to have a spin, isn't it? There's a very accomplished GT driver.
Yeah, and team owner for many years as well. So Andrew Kirkcaldy, there's a little bit of a ding as well. Not that I'm one to complain about that too much. My Morris Minor has got very many more body panels damaged than that one. So I wonder if that was cause or effect. I'm assuming effect. A little bit of a different look here to many of our cars, because this Cooper Bobtail, again, John Cooper and his impecunious bunch were very much at the forefront of the rear-engined revolution. And when you see that car in profile, you understand exactly why it's called the Bobtail. If you remember what a cam tail was on cars, that cut-off rear end of the car, it's the antithesis really of the sort of Langheck that was later developed for high speed at Le Mans, wasn't it? But a Cooper Bobtail, so car number 80, John Clark and Gordon Mutch, 1955, 1.5 litre Cooper. 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Where is that car on our timing screen? It is 19th place at the moment. Actually, it's leading its class in the Woodcote Trophy for the oldest of the cars.
The other thing that's noticeable about that Bobtail is its centre seat, which every other car I think in this race, in this qualifying session, is left or right-hand drive, but centre seat for this one. So it was basically a Grand Prix car with a bit of bodywork on it.
Yeah.
The second driver in that, Gordy Mutch, young driver who's come up through junior racing and is really making a mark in modern racing. As a little bit of a lock up there from the Healy in front of him.
I bet that felt like a heck of a lop, a massive axle tramp as well, probably. That very much like Roger Penske's first effort as a constructor, the Xerox Special, which was a two-seat sports car. He just moved the seat into the middle. And the rule was that it had to be a two-seater sports car, so you had to be able to fit somebody else alongside. So I can't remember exactly who he did fit in alongside him, but he managed to squeeze somebody in alongside him and was therefore allowed to race briefly before being banned. Rick and Joe Wilmot's Jaguar XK140 GOM Special just rolling to a halt there.
Morris Gom designed bodywork for that car. Who built, fabricated a lot of the bodywork for racing cars.
Didn't he?
We've got a new fastest lap out there, I think. I suspect Chris Ward has got on board the Lister Nobly that we saw spinning earlier in the session with Rob Smith on board. Chris Ward, a really accomplished historic driver, a driver we'll see out in a number of cars this weekend. And with all due respect to Rob, I suspect that's Chris's time that's put it onto pole position, a 2:24.8.
But if he's at the wheel now, he's on an outlap, so it may not have been him that set the time. Car number 82, so that is the 1958 Lister Nobly that we were looking at a little earlier.
And the time difference between first and second on the grid, look at that, Martin, 0.061.
61 thousandths, well, they could have been trying. that absolutely is what you sort of expect here, is some very close racing. And again, you know, these cars, to you and me, are only in the relatively just out of touch past, aren't they? And yet, they're all nearly 70 years old and being driven again with such vigour.
You do make me feel old.
Well, no, I mean,
because you sort of remember them in period.
Well, they are racing now as they were racing when I first came to Silverstone. I would see these cars race. So although then they weren't in period, they were historic racing cars. Even then, it's still part of my. In the way that a 1930s Grand Prix car is very much less, these cars I saw much more of, and you still see at classic meetings all the time, being raced all the time, that I still feel they're sort of part of my fibre, whereas some of the rarer stuff, you know, the pre-war stuff particularly, saw very much less of.
Yeah, and I think the other thing about us coming to watch racing in our youth, these types of cars were really available to club racers, so they appeared in all sorts of races.
Now, we just saw Roger Wills kicking up the dirt and running out very wide. Checkered flag is out. The Warden Smith car has parked itself, but Roger is looking for pole. 61 thousandths back. He's gone faster than his own previous time in Sector 1. So, is he going to end up with a better lap time? Will he regain pole position? No, somebody else has gone top of the pile. Car number 6, right in the death. James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley in the Tejero Ecos Jaguar. As we look on screen at Nick English's Austin Healey 100. So, a brand new car at the top of the pile. It's the first to take the checkered flag. And Roger Wills still on a lap. Could he end up in car number 24, that Lotus 15 with the fastest lap of all? It's going to be very close, although I'm not sure who set the time, Cottingham or Stanley, but they've put pole about 3 tenths behind them, and then the gap second to third is 61 thousandths now.
Yeah, they're very similarly matched, Cottingham and Stanley, but I suspect it's James Cottingham that's put the time in. He's a current GT3 driver in British GT.
Well, there it is. That's the Tejero Jag in Ecuria Cos colours, flag blue and white. So, again, a different looking body, less knobbly, if you like, than the knobbly, and with a sort of slightly more bulbous rear behind the driver. But that is your fastest car. So James Cottingham, Harvey Stanley claim a last-ditch pole. Roger Wills has taken the flag with no improvement on that lap. So we saw him working very hard, kicking up the dirt and running out, using every centimetre of track. But all to no avail. Roger Wills will start from third place on our grid. And it is, again, a huge grid. How many cars were out in that session? 53 cars, actually, because we missed one. We missed Paul de Havilland's. I thought we saw 155. Didn't set a time. Says it's done. Hasn't got a transponder on. Oh, no, it has. 152 doesn't have a working transponder. John Spears, Nolly Hancock's knobbly. So 3 or 4, 5 cars without working transponders. And currently we are in where the timekeepers historically would have sat, with lots of windows. And when cars without transponders come by, and you will know this as well, Alistair, for having been in here when there were sessions on, as well as having the digital timing, timekeepers like TSL also have people doing it manually by eye. So you know when a car has done a lap, and so there will be gaps on their long ticker tape of times with no car number. And so the spotters who are calling the cars across the line are absolutely vital for that, to make sure that everybody gets their times, whether their transponder is working or not.
Yes, it does cause a little bit of confusion on the timing screen sometimes, because it takes a few seconds to get those times up.
Well, all the times are available at tsl-timing.com, and you can look at those throughout the course of the weekend, and the grids and the results and everything else. James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley on pole position for the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote and Stirling Moss Trophies race. The Warden Smith Lister Knobley 61 thousandths ahead of Roger Wills in his spiritedly driven Lotus 15. Spears and Hancock in the Lister in 4th, Wooden Nuttall's Lister Knobley in 5th, and Michael Gans in his Lotus 15 just ahead of the best of the Lotus 11s. The Cole and Richards car as high up as 7th place, despite the fact that that car has a mere 1500cc. So small, light, and a little bit behind in the power stakes, but phenomenally wieldy device. So a little bit further back in 13th place, the Wakeman and Blakeney Edwards car. That is the best of the Woodcote Trophy cars. That's the Cooper Monaco T38, ahead of Peter Radcliffe and the Bircham Burnett Lotus 15. So whizzing through what is a phenomenally busy field of nearly 45 cars out in that practice session. Only one car we think failed to set a lap, and may well be that if there was a technical issue, they will get a chance to go in Sunday's race. There is time to fix it. As you can see, predominantly the cars are 2 driver entries. There are a number where they will be single driver cars, but all will have to do a pit stop with a minimum pit stop time. So it should be a thoroughly entertaining hour of 50s sports car action. One of the classic sports car eras, the 1950s, when we went from front to rear engine, when we went from drum to disc brakes, and when manufacturers like Lotus, like Lister, like Cooper were starting to really find their feet. The Minnows, Connaught, Fraser-Nash, HWM also punching way above their weight, and punching above their weight certainly were cars from Lotus. Small engine, lightweight, nimble, and able to race wheel to wheel with the big Jaguar engined Listers that were the pace setters in British endurance racing. These cars now approaching 3/4 of a century old and being driven as if they had been rolled fresh out of the workshops, with newcomers like Austin Healey, Turner and Allard producing plenty of colour throughout the grid.
We were instantly drawn to this amazing Radical covered in Motul branding. Anyway, tell us a bit more about, well, you're back here at the Classic for a second time, so talk to us about the partnership and also Motul's role in today, because you guys are running lubricants in some of all the old Classic cars that we're seeing on the track.
Yeah, we are, and you're right. This is our second year at the Classic, and the first year was an amazing year for us and the type of people that come here, you know, all walks of life. We've got car enthusiasts, car clubs, racing drivers, classic, modern and family, and it's one event that ties it all together. So this year we're back again. We've come a little bit bigger and better than last year. We've brought along some of our brand partners, our OEM contracts, so you've got the Radical right behind you. We've got Caterham down with us, where we supply these vehicles from factory with our lubricants. We've bought our amazing
what is going on behind?
It's huge, I know. It's
flagged as the Motul Lab. Yeah,
it
okay.
Does.
Right, so do I need my goggles and white lab coat to go in there? What's going on inside?
You do need a little bit of goggles and white coat. It's kind of black magic, and it's a little bit beyond me, but the guys in there are experts in their field. But historically, we only use this lab for motorsports events, and it's to testing the quality of oil. And this year, and part of our relationship with Silverstone Classic is not just about being a partner, but it's been a technical partner to the show, and how do we add value as a brand and as a company to everybody. So this year we opened up the lab, and all the car clubs are able to come and get a free oil sample analysis, and we can do it on site, and our technicians will come back and talk to them about what's going on inside their engine.
Right, I think this is something I need to do. I'm going to hop off back to my car. I'll see you in 10 minutes, Andy. Brilliant. We'll get down to the Motul stand here. Get your oil tested, because it is absolutely critical for the health of your car. Andy, what a pleasure. Come down and get on the sim as well. Great fun.
Next up, the historic Tourist Trophy cars, some of the most beautiful of the weekend, I think. Now, these are pre-63 cars, so if you come around this way, you'll see that the cars, even the soft tops, actually have soft tops. They've got chrome bumpers, they've got slightly less power. And Gordon, I'm going to be a real pain. I'm going to squeeze around in front of this. Hopefully Gregor doesn't roll forward, because we've got Gary Pearson here. Gary, on my end, this shows you how much I know. On my entry list, it has you driving a 250 GT with Joe Twyman. This is not a 250 GT.
No, we don't know what happened. This was originally on the entry list. Entered it early this year. Not really on the list for some reason. Always was planned to drive this brother John. No, the GTO driving with Joe, Carlos, who owns it, has injured his back, so he couldn't make it. So we scratched the entry.
Now, such a competitive grid, this one. We were just talking about the earlier pre-63 cars. You're always near the front. You must be expecting a good result here.
It just gets more and more competitive. Yeah, we'll try. We'll do our best, as always.
How much of a difference is there between these pre-63 E-types and the later E-types?
Yeah, the later E-types, they're similar to drive. The later E-types just do everything better. Otherwise, they're really nice to drive, these. They're just nice and practical. They're also really, really good fun on the road. They're a great road car.
Well, Gary, best of luck.
Thanks.
All the cars have left the assembly area, so let's go back up to the commentary box.
Well, that's no fun. Welcome back to the Classic at Silverstone. More cars on track as we continue our morning, in fact our day of qualifying. Next up, the cars for the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy. So pre-1963 GT cars. So before the age of wings and slicks and before the age of commercial sponsors. Cars coming out for the next of our qualifying sessions. And getting ready to see these pre-63 GT cars in action. And this will be for one of the highlight races on Sunday, the Royal Automobile Club's Historic Tourist Trophy. The Tourist Trophy has been raced for since the very earliest days of motor racing and still is. And this will be, I beg your pardon, Saturday lunchtime. I've got race 14. That's on Saturday. We're getting through. We are cracking on at a real pace. So, essentially, this is recreating the early 1960s tourist trophies. And these cars will be in 4 different categories. And this is basically not age related, it is engine capacity related. So Class A, up to 1.3 litres, Class B, 1300 to 2 litres, Class C, 2 litres to 3 litres, Class D, over 3 litres. So that means that effectively these cars, they will be racing on Sunday morning, these cars will be in a category with similar vehicles. So you can see a plethora of E-types, 3.8 litre XK engines, so they will all be in Class D. There are a whole host of minis, tiddlers with up to 1300cc engines, so the little Lotuses, Lotus Elites with their Climax engines, they will all be racing against each other. And some of the big engine behemoths, things like the Shelby Cobra, will be certainly out-hitting everybody in terms of capacity, but whether they do it in terms of pace or not remains to be seen. Certainly, I think the most numerous car in this field would be a Jaguar E-Type, the weapon of choice for so many racers, although of course the factory never enjoyed a very great deal of success. It was very successful in private hands at national level. Just saw car number 77, Guy Zeiser and Ollie Webb in one of, there must be a dozen E-Types in this field, I would think.
And one of the very earliest actually is racing in the hands of the 2 drivers that were quickest in the last session. That's James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley. In car number 66, the Jaguar E-Type Huffaker, which relates to the team that ran this car in America. It was actually one of the very first cars to go to America, to California, and it was run as a race car from day one, and by the Huffaker team. And it was brought back to the UK in 2017 by the DK engineering team of the Cottinghams. And just to prove that it's been a racing car from day one, Martin, the speedo reads 1 mile.
Well, that just means they've clocked it. Looking here at a very familiar shape, and one that has been in continuous production, well, from before when this car was created. This is a Morgan Plus 4, and that is a Super Sport in the hands of Kevin, I knew I was going to struggle with this, Kivloken, the Chalk Ice liveried car.
Just call him Cakey.
Very cakey.
He's known as Cakey.
Chalky, yes. Icy. 66, another RV type. So James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley, as you said, in the Huffaker car. Huffaker still producing tuning componentry as well. So the company still exists in the States, still very, very busy in the aftermarket, which is exactly where they came from. Exhaust headers, inlet manifolds was their predominant role in the tuning industry, but they also now produce highly tuned crate motors and so on. And again, the Jags, as you can see, I mean, under-tired by any modern car sort of standards, 5.5, 6-inch wide rims maximum, and these cars built to be driven on the throttle as much on the steering wheel. You can see a number of fixed head coupes, but a lot of them were roadsters, racing here with the hood up or occasionally with a hard top. And of course, as the aerodynamics progressed, hard tops with the little rear flicks up and the vents and so on became increasingly used. And right now, this car is the faster, no, car 77, the Guy Zeiser Ollie Webb car is the fastest off the lot. Here it is with the little white nose band. So make a mental note of that. My mental notes don't last for very long. I've already forgotten what that one was, so I shall put a little note on my recognition guide that you're looking for the white nose band on the blue car, which often makes life a little bit more straightforward, because quite a number of these cars would have been in standard production colours. So Cottingham and Stanley and Zeiser and Webb would appear to be the cars that are currently on the early pace. So is it Ollie Webb at the wheel of the 77 car? That has just gone on top of the pile again. Ollie Webb, of course, spends a lot of time racing modern machinery and some very esoteric bits of kit as well. But this is Ollie Webb, thoroughly enjoying himself in the E-Type. The apex is optional, it would seem, a mere proximity sensor there to the inside curb, but again, driving the car in the style in which that they are best, which is not trying to wait for grip from the front, but to drive it on the throttle. Not quite point and squirt, but slow in, fast out. It's a very different driving style from anything that's got any kind of aerodynamics. Although the E-Type, and particularly here in this 2+2 fixed head coupe version, still achingly beautiful. Famously described on its launch by Enzo Ferrari as the most beautiful car in the world, and for a man who prided himself on beautiful cars as well as fabulous engines, that is high praise indeed. And again, this car, the white number 66 that you're seeing with the black hood, being driven again through the Beckett's S's here with real degree of angle of the dangle and plenty of attack, being driven exactly the way it needs to be. Momentum is everything, even with 3.8 litres, because you've got such low grip, momentum is everything. You can scrub it all away by trying to slow the car down when you should be drifting it through.
Well, the first race win in the UK in the world for the Jaguar E-Type was by Graham Hill, the world champion, of course, in Formula One racing, but Graham Hill driving an E-Type at Alton Park in 1961, and he took the first win. And as Martin said, it wasn't hugely successful in international racing because it came up against the Ferrari 250 GTO and the Shelby Daytona Cobra and the Cobras and so on, but in domestic racing it was very, very popular and very successful.
Where you could afford a Jag, but nobody could afford a GTO.
That's right. Yeah, I think
apart from Colonel Ronnie Hoare, nobody could afford a GTO.
I think, if I recall correctly, the list price was £2,200, which doesn't sound very much now, and it wasn't a huge amount then compared to, as you've just said, what a Ferrari would cost you. So it was an amazing package for the money.
It would be interesting to find out what, say, a Lotus Elite would have cost in comparison. It can't have been that far away either, and yet you know the elites, the little elites that you see running around here with their 1500cc Climax engines, or an E-Type with a 3.8 litre engine, which was more likely to win overall. Or again, something like this, the Austin Healey 3000. So again, we saw in our earlier category, the 104, the first of the big Healey's, because of course the Frog Eye Sprite and then the MG Midget era Austin Healey Sprite came along, but this with the 6-cylinder engine, and this was really the car that in race and rally trim established Austin Healey as a very big brand indeed in motorsporting circles.
And in rallying, very successfully driven by Sterling Moss's sister, Pat Moss, who married Eric Carlson, so she became Pat Moss Carlson, but she was very successful in the big Healey, in the Alpine rallies particularly, and you can't imagine the driving through ice-covered mountain roads in this sort of a car and actually being successful against cars which you'd expect to be a little bit more suitable for the conditions.
Yeah, rallying again in those days was a little less like rallying is now and more sort of road, well, like road rallying was in the 1970s and early 80s actually, on relatively open roads instead of closed off-road stages. But yeah, the likes of Pat Moss and particularly the Cathcarts winning Alpine rallies, and they were all road based, and so a lot of road based machinery being used for them. Throw 4 big Healeys out, all with variation of the factory red and white hardtop. Almost all, there you go. Make me a liar. Who picked that one out? Just as I'm saying they're all red and white, we've got Joe Wilmot in a, it's hard to tell on my screen, is that blue, green or black? Well, and white. It's green, thank you. Can't tell on the monitor. So dark and white. Oh, we've lost our big timing screen as well. So at the moment, battle at the top of the pile still with the E-types. Right in the background of the shot, let's take a look at the little yellow Lotus Elise as it comes to Elite as it comes towards us. Things that begin with E: Elite, Eclat, Europa, Esprit. Things that begin with E are a very big Lotus thing, if there's any such thing as a very big Lotus thing. This is Josh Sadler and Mark Henderson's 1961 Elite. And of course, again, a very beautiful little car, fiberglass coupe with a steel chassis and a 1.5 litre Climax engine. So the same, a less tuned version of the same kind of engine that was being run in the 1.5 litre Formula One era in period. Coventry Climax engines derived from an all aluminium hand carryable fire pump engine that the company produced in World War II, and a derivative of that then became the basis, certainly the architecture of and the materials made that it was made from, the basis of the engine that went into the Hillman Imp, which was also an all aluminium 875 in that case engine. So that was originally derived from the Coventry Climax as well. And at the other end of the size of engine scale is Richard Cook's AC Cobra. So again, AC cars from Thames Ditton in Surrey, built very pretty sports cars, a lot of them with 2-litre Bristol engines, the AC Ace, Asica and so on. And then in a twist of fate that changed all sorts of different futures for different companies, not least for AC, which was always a little bit teetering on the brink, Carroll Shelby, among others, introduced the Ford V8 into the car, and suddenly the Cobra was born, and the pretty little AC Ace became the 289 Cobra, which then led to the 427 big block car, which so many kit cars replicate with the huge arches. This is the early version of it, and still outgunning just about everybody in terms of pace. Short of wheelbase, long on grunt, so sideways is the way that the cars are traditionally driven. And Ollie Hancock, like his brother Sam, with now quite a repertoire of historic racing under his belt. So where is that car at the moment on our timing screens? They are 7th fastest, behind Gregor Fiskin out again. Gregor Fiskin might be in every race. Now, we've got him down driving the number 61 Jaguar E-Type on his own. But
he's
it
actually
looks
sharing
as though-
with, I won't call him young, he's sharing with Ben Mitchell, who's out again in the E-Type with Gregor. One or two late driver additions, which is nice to see. Nick Padmore, another one in the number 75 Lotus Elite. You were talking about another of the Lotus Elites, this one the white number 75 of Robin Ellis. Nick Padmore, a really quick historic driver these days. He's driven in Formula One, historic Formula One. He loves racing his Mini and anything else in between. That's another example of the very, very pretty Elite. Always thought that the Elan is a little bit prettier, perhaps the next car on in the series. Paul Garside's car, number 14. He's running in 27th on our timing screen in the little Lotus Elite with the 1.2 litre, as you say, the little tiny engine in the front.
In inverse Lotus colours.
Yes,
just a photo negative of the Lotus, because traditionally that would have been green with the yellow stripe. He's gone yellow with the green stripe, and the familiar yellow and green badge on the nose. It's a very pretty little car.
It is.
I mean,
yes.
Super light, absolutely tiny inside, and again, for drivers like Ed and I. Jem Marsh was very much more the car manufacturer than Colin Chapman. Colin Chapman 5'6" with his cap on, and the cars reflected that. Jem Marsh 6'6" without a cap, and the cars very much reflected that. So the Lotus, long on performance, short on legroom and headroom and everything else. Just going into the pits there, you saw that was Robin Ellis and Nick Padmore in the Series 2 Elite, and that car is... Ooh, I've lost him on the timing screen. Yeah, 10th place.
10th place, yeah. So very well up. In fact, they're first in their class. They're running in Class A. Again, a multi-class race this. In the little cars in Class A, that's the quickest car.
Danny Winstanley in his 1961 Jaguar E-Type. This is the car that is 4th fastest. Just going around the outside of an Alpha that's the SVZ of Nick James and Oliver Gibson, car number 2.
You might recognise Danny Winstanley's name if you follow club racing, because he used to do a lot of racing in Caterhams, very quick in Caterhams, moved across into historic racing now, and equally quick in his E-Type. He's definitely a contender for certainly the top, the podium, if not the win.
Well, you could argue that a Caterham is very much a historic race car, since it's basically a Lotus 7 with a few, a half century of continued updates, but they definitely handle and drive like historic race cars. 207, this Austin Healey 3000, Crispian Harris and James Wilmoth, 1960 3-litre Healey, so one of the very earliest 3-litre cars. And just, in the bin, binned it in the gravel, Rick Wilmot and Chris Ward's Jaguar E-Type. But the Healey was just going by the TR4 of Ben Cussons and Andrew Hall. So Triumph TR4, rather than the 4A, which had independent rear suspension. That Jaguar has had a steering collops, I think, or a suspension collops at the front. Looks like that left front is a long way further up into the wheel arch than I would expect. Jaguars, look at the wheel here. That is there's definitely a lot more tyre visible there. And is that still a Sierra RS 500 on the exit, parked out there? That must actually be a course car. I thought it was one of our Sierras from earlier on. But the yellow flags are out because that Jaguar is not coming out of the gravel without its own, under its own auspices, I don't think. Quite a lot of gravel out there on the track as well. So that looks like he has gone in and then dumped the clutch and tried to keep it running. And that left front
doesn't look right, does it?
No. Unless it's been bagged for custom purposes, which I think is unlikely. I think he's had his left front suspension collapse now. It's not a strut, it's a full wishbone front suspension on an E-Type, so...
And that's Rick Wilmot, rather than being Chris Ward, the co-driver in that car, that's unfortunately had that problem.
Well, here is the AC Cobra. We were talking about a little earlier. 77, the red car, second quickest. This is Guy Zeiser and, I beg your pardon, they're in the, this is 154. 152, John Spears and Ollie Hancock, not Ollie Webb. So this is the AC Cobra, which is, where are they? Okay, now I've lost them. They're 8th fastest at the moment. So again, now safety car is coming out, which, to be honest, will be a little bit of a practice for the marshals, for race control and for the safety car driver, because the safety car in qualifying really doesn't do much. If the yellow flags are out, you can still run through the other 2 sectors of the track at decent speed, or go to the pit lane in qualifying and make some adjustments. Under 6 minutes of the session remaining, but it is actually a very good opportunity for race control to practice the use of safety car boards and flags and the safety car as well, while the tractor unit goes over to retrieve our Jaguar. The safety car may well be required during races. Normally you don't see it in qualifying sessions because drivers have the option to head to the pit lane or to slow down and then through the yellow flag zone and speed up. But it is a great opportunity for the race director and for the marshals to work with the car. So a couple of Austin Healey's, the TR4 second in the queue there. Again, not a car that probably raced an awful lot in period Triumph TR4, but the TRs were always geared towards entertaining driving. It's going to be very hard to get that under tow, I'm afraid. The nose of an E-Type isn't the furthest thing off the ground at the best of times, Alistair, and when it's buried in the gravel and the suspension has collapsed, they're going to have to dig in to get to the towing eye.
It's quite, yes, that's right. There will be some sort of connection added for racing, but the first part of the front of the E-Type that's really strong enough to be towed is quite a long way back. Hence why the marshals are having to build sandcastles to get underneath. I've noticed, for those of you that have got a program, you'll see that this car we're looking at is supposed to be an Austin Healey 3000. We've had a change of driver for it because it was supposed to be Joe Wilmot, but Rick and Joe have swapped cars, so Joe is driving 43 and Rick is driving 84, but that's an E-Type, definitely, so that's another change late on.
Yeah, that's definitely an E-Type. An Austin Healey would have been a lot easier to drag out because it doesn't have that beautiful bonnet that the E-Type does, protruding out in front of the front wheels.
It might not have gone in there in the first place.
You might argue that. There's an awful lot of people in Cape Road in Warwick that would probably agree with you. There's an awful lot of people around Browns Lane in Coventry that wouldn't. But it does look actually as though they have now managed to get the towing strap on it. So they want the driver to get back in so he can navigate his way through.
This is pretty much going to end our session, isn't it? Because the timing clock is running down when there's a safety car out, so we're down to below 3 minutes now, and with a 3.6 mile circuit, it's likely that the cars won't get back before the time runs out to do another flying lap.
No, very unlikely. And in fact, anybody following the safety car round, there are a couple of cars in the queue, many of whom have sort of dropped into the pit lane, but actually cars that haven't yet caught the safety car queue can proceed at reasonable pace around the circuit, and a couple of them are until they get to the queue. But the session will stop on time. And there is the safety car coming past the wing. So there are a number of cars yet to catch up, just going past us. Mike Wrigley and Matthew Wrigley's red Jaguar E-Type, car number 74. So they're still circulating. Half the field, though, have come into the pits.
And long-time fastest car is still the Huffaker E-Type of number 66, the James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley car, although the gap back to the 77 E-Type, driven by Guy Zeisser and Ollie Webb, which you've mentioned earlier, only 0.174 seconds behind, so that's very close indeed. Then there's quite a big gap, isn't there, 3 seconds to the Wilmot and Ward car, which is the car that we're actually watching being recovered. So
Yeah.
I hope that they can get that car fixed, because it's clearly a potential podium car.
Well, they have plenty of time to get it sorted, don't they? So, yeah, hopefully so.
Yes, they've got all day tomorrow.
Yes, all day tomorrow, yeah.
Unless it's in another race, of course. It's some of these cars are used in more than one race, but yes, they've got until tomorrow late morning before, Sunday late morning before this race takes place.
So the only car that I don't think we saw was the 250 GTO. I don't think that made it out. I think we had 29 of our 30 cars out.
I did notice that we've got a number 3 out there, which was originally the Ferrari for Gary Pearson and Joe Twyman, but it looks to me as though the Pearsons have wheeled out the number 3 E-Type that was entered as number 250, but you'd think that would have been the Ferrari, wouldn't you? But anyway.
Well, on my entry list it was.
Yeah.
250 was the 250 GTO, and car number 3 was a 250 GT.
Yeah, well,
for the same drivers. So we think 3 is an E-Type.
3 is an E-Type, definitely, and it's driven by Gary and John Pearson. So it's the brothers back out again. So it's kind of the car that was it's too confusing to go through, really, but there's been lots of changes to that entry. Let's just say that. But it's definitely the Pearsons out there. Number 3 is 4th quickest, as you'd expect them to be. Gary Pearson, one of the fastest E-Type drivers out there, a specialist in preparing Jaguars, everything from C-Types, D-Types, E-Types, and his brother John, who's usually just a fraction slower, but not often can equal the pace of Gary, so that's a very strong pairing.
Well, there are a number of cars still going round in the remaining 0 seconds on their final lap as the session comes to an end. Number of cars still going at speed, not behind the safety car. Everybody else in the pit lane, however, will be sent off back to their collecting areas or to their garages. So the session comes to an end. Safety car intervention for the Jaguar of Rick Wilmot and Chris Ward, which found itself stuck in the gravel, and that was Abbey, wasn't it? I think. Did I? Hang on. Let's find out. Here comes the safety car out of the Vale.
I thought it was at Club.
It might have been.
Yes. But it was a tight shot we had when it was on, wasn't it? It was
Is the gravel there?
No, you might be right.
I wouldn't guarantee it. I have to say, I wouldn't guarantee it. My object recognition of Silverstone gravel traps may be lacking. Checkered flag, yellow flag, and safety car board all out at the same time. So that brings the session to a conclusion. And you can see half a dozen cars at the back of the queue have just been lapping quite quickly to catch the safety car. Again, you may not put an entire lap together, but then if you get another good run through Maggots and Beckett's, it's another good run through Maggots and Beckett's just to really sort out your lines. So the 84 Jag, which was in the gravel and brought out the safety car, is our 3rd fastest car in that session, but that concludes qualifying for the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy for our pre-63 GT cars. And the most modern car that you will see on track all weekend, leading them in our safety car. Be nice to see something period relevant. Okay, a big Healy safety car or something. but then you need one for each race, and that's 20 different safety cars. So I suppose we're extracting a little bit more than probably we ought to from that idea. Nice shot of the DB4 Aston going through. We didn't see that earlier in the session. That is DB4 of George Miller and Les Goebel, 1961 DB4, so pre-DB4 GT machine. Smoky E-type, or is that just a trick of the light? So checkered flag is out, and John Spires and Ollie Hancock's AC Cobra didn't have a working transponder, so they are being timed, or not timed by hand, timed by the electronic eyes, but inserted into the system by hand. They are 8th fastest as the rest of the field comes in. There's the silver DB4. So the connection between the DB4 and the rest of the field is that they were raced in period, as so many of these production sports racers were, GT cars. All of them started their life as production cars, and in that era as well, before the advent of aerodynamic wings and winglets and tweaks and add-ons, big arches and everything else. The cars looked very, very similar indeed to something you would see in the car park at the same race meeting. And I'm sure in an awful lot of cases, particularly in national level racing, driven to the circuit, thoroughly enjoyed, and probably enjoyed just as much on the way home as well. Certainly capable, all these cars, of being driven with a huge smile on the face on the public roads around Silverstone, or indeed anywhere else. So qualifying concluded then for the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy, and fastest time of all going to the number 66 Jaguar E-Type, the Huffaker car, Cottingham and Stanley's Eisner & Webb's E-Type fixed head coupe. Second fastest, the Wilmot Ward car that ended up in the gravel, third, ahead of the Pearsons in their Jag, not a 250 GTO. And it's an all E-Type top 5. The first interloper, Richard Cook's AC Cobra, and the Spears and Hancock Cobra, and the Austin Healey of Mark Home, and Robin Ellis in the Lotus, the only non-E-Types in the top 10. So 6 E-Types in the top 10, and the Peterkin Wakeman car just missing out on a top 10 spot. Best of the Austin Healey 3000s, Joe Wilmot in 12th place. And is he leading his cars? No, he's not. So Class D, predominantly the dominant force. They are the big engine cars. 13th, though, is our Class A leader. And you can see pretty much everybody getting a good run in the 30-odd car field. Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy practice for pre-63 GT cars, and the weapon of choice, a Jaguar E-Type, 3.8 litres, whether you are in Roadster, fixed head coupe, it didn't seem to matter much. 6 of the top 10 cars in qualifying for Sunday's race coming from Browns Lane, with the odd interloper from Aston Martin, from Lotus, from Austin Healey, and from AC Cars. Triumph TR4 Singleton also mixing in the top 20, but it looks as though our winner is likely to be driving an E-Type. Which of the 20-odd E-Types it turns out to be, only time will tell us.
So for the first time at the Classic this year, we welcome Car God's official detailing partner. Tom is here to tell me more. Car God, you seem to be everywhere at the moment. Absolutely love this branding, but also love what you're standing for, because it's all about detailing. It's perfecting the cars that are out there.
It is. It's all about detailing. All of our products are made in the UK. We've got a fantastic brand. We've got a massive range of products. There's over 60 in the range. And we're just trying to get out there with the name.
Nice. And so people can actually come down. You've actually got the products on sale here today, haven't you?
We have, yes.
What's most popular?
Holy water. It's fantastic.
Holy water.
Spray on, wipe off, paint, sealant. It just makes your car look amazing.
So holy water. Where do you have to go to get that?
Just on the stand over there.
Okay. No holy trail. Anyway, talk us through what you're doing with the AC Cobra here at the Classic.
So this weekend we've got the AC Cobra on the stand, and we're going to detail this from start to finish. We're going to start with the wheels, build up, snow form the bodywork, give it a wash, machine polish all the bodywork, and then we're going to top it off with the holy water.
I mean, it already looks in pretty mint condition, but you are basically just sort of doing, you're the last mile when it comes to the journey of restoring a car, right?
Yes, indeed, yes. So obviously the car's immaculate, but we've got dirt on the bodywork, the wheels need polishing up. We're going to get everything absolutely perfect and restore the paintwork, get rid of the swirls, get rid of the scratches, all the little imperfections are gone, all of our Car God's detailing products.
So when you're looking around at an event like the Classic, and you're seeing all of these old beautiful cars that are probably crying out for a bit of your help.
Yeah. I'd love to have a go at all of them, but unfortunately I've not got the time.
No, you guys are really busy at the moment, and I'm sure you've got your work cut out here today. But Tom, thank you so much.
No problem, thank you.
Come down. They're based just by the village. I think we're near the shopping village and the village green. That's it. So come down, check out Car Gods. Tom, enjoy the Classic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sunny Silverstone on an autumnal Friday, a beautiful sunny day, and it's getting to that time. The words menu and food are prime among my concerns and may well be with yours. Now, as well as cars, as well as all sorts of other car ephemera, there for the first time here at Silverstone is the Foodie Fest Friday. So, starting at 1:15 in just about half an hour's time, 45 minutes time, masterclass with Serengeti Spirits, Candice Brown, Brewdog will be on stage as well, and Dean Hoddle-Smith in the Silverstone kitchen. Now, I'm not sure whether you can smell the Silverstone kitchen from where you are, but I'm sure it will help you find it. If you have got your programme and your race card, and if you haven't, why not? Because it's everything you need to know. You'll be able to find where the food stage is and where Food Fest is as well on the maps. And it's not just about eating, there are shopping possibilities here as well. Who better to find out about them than Nikki Shields?
Now, there's always so much to do here at the Classic, but if you are looking to splash some cash, but the 1938 Jaguar is a little bit out of your price budget, then don't worry, we have something for you here. There are actually loads of stands around here in the shopping village. I mean, wow, that is a showstopper right there. Check out that suit. Although I did actually spy this little waistcoat earlier. Look at the back of that, the detailing, the fabric, absolutely phenomenal. Wear that to your next dinner party and that'll get everyone talking. Right, let's go and see what else we can find. Down here there's food to be enjoyed. I did spy some alcohol as well, which I'm on keeping my eye out for. We've got some cologne, some jewellery. These guys actually I spotted earlier. They're doing vintage. Got your back. Our lovely cameraman. We don't want to lose him. They've got some vintage signs here. And I did a little bit of shopping earlier. Bought myself that one. Don't know where I'm going to put that in my house. No, but it's brilliant. You've got all the old marks. Actually, I love this one as well. Bibendum, giving us a wave. And all quite a good price point. 22 quid there for Mr. Michelin Man. What else can we spy? Oh, it's so nice, I've got to say. This time last year at the Classic, we were doing our shopping and boy, it was raining. But this year we are just basking in the sun. Oh, and I think I've spotted my favourite stand. I can see the sign gin and the most beautiful bottles ever. Hello, Mary and Simon. What a pleasure it is to meet you both. Just tell us a little bit about the sort of the background behind this incredible spirits brand, because they've got to be, I mean, have a look at these bottles, absolutely beautiful.
They're cool, aren't they? Yeah, well, I during lockdown, I was made redundant from a giftware company that I'd worked with for a long time. So I decided I'd had the idea for Racing Spirit, so I decided to start it during lockdown, basically. Probably not the best thing to do. And started off with Racing Spirit, saw the image of Graham Hardy that was taken by a photographer called Russell Cobb, knew that was exactly what I wanted for the bottle. And so that's how Racing Spirit kind of started, really. And now we've got licenses with people like the Imperial War Museum, we're doing Spitfire, we do Oddball Gin, which we're working now closely with the Tank Museum on products for them. Bluebird with the Campbell family, so that's the first edition on that. Burt Munro, world's fastest Indian, doing bottles with the Munro family. So it's all kind of really...
Derek Bell there, I can spy there in the front.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. Mary, do you have a favourite? I mean, the bottles are just so beautifully made. Is there one that always catches your eye?
Well, the Oddball. The Oddball. Even though I'm not the greatest Kelly's Heroes fan, I just love Donald Sutherland, and I love the people's reaction to it. When people see Oddball, they just get so excited. And I have to have it, so that's just the biggest surprise and the most fun for me.
Excellent. Well, if you're watching this and you feel like you have to have it, come down and chat to these guys at Classic Racing Spirit, because I do have my eye. I've got a few birthdays coming up, not my own, but I feel like this could be exactly a very good way to spend some money and buy some presents. Thank you ever so much, guys. Are you having fun at the Classic?
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Always good fun. Always good fun.
Good.
Love it.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's fantastic.
It's good to be here in the sun. Thank you very much.
It's a great event.
We love it. We love it. Thank you very much. And yeah, get down and enjoy some of the spirits.
To come again. Seeing that. Then we get back to racing with the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy at 1:31 today. Very precise time, I know. Masters GT4 Classic Silverstone Challenge. Of course, today is all about qualifying and demonstrations, etc., but mainly qualifying. And you can see the rest there. The Thundersports, the HSCC Thundersports are at 15:57. And then we carry on with... So we're on page, as we call it, page 2. The International Trophy for the Classic GT cars. Now, these are pre-66 cars. That's at 16:38. We've got the HG PCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars, proper sounding cars at 18 minutes past 5. The Adrian Flux Trophy for those transatlantic cars. So those are the kind of cars that you would have seen, obviously, from the States, etc. The Pre-66 touring cars. And then the Yokohama Trophy. Again, if you like your noise, you're going to love these. The Masters Sports Car Legends at 18:30. Plenty on the main stage, of course, today as well. We've got Bjorn Again, who are the main act on the stage tonight. If you want to hear and see all of the ABBA hits performed, then absolutely they are that's perfect. You can also go along to the stage and see some very silly games being played, including the toilet roll game. If you want to watch somebody with a mop between their legs trying to pick up a toilet roll and pop it into, yes, wait for it, a toilet pan, then you need to make sure you're at the stage at about 5 minutes to 6. Damon Hill's going to be over there for a chat as well. He will also be signing autographs and able to have a little chat with you. The Cuban brothers are about to start. They are disco guys, but they're slightly bonkers, so you'll see them as well at about 7:15. They dance around the stage and do lots of things. West End Kids as well, as the name suggests, they are youngsters from various dance and drama schools in London. They come together to form a group called the West End Kids. So they're very professional, very good to watch indeed. Without being disparaging, it's not like watching youngsters from the local village hall sort of dancing around. These are very professional youngsters. You can see them on the stage, and again tonight at 7 o'clock. So plenty going on the big stage. It's a little bit different this year. Mike Brewer's on it next couple of days. So plenty happening on the big stage, and the big stage is right in the centre of the circuit. So as you come up over the first bridge and into the circuit area itself, just come up to the little roundabout, you turn right towards the BRDC farm, and on the left you'll see, you can't miss it, the big stage. It's not tucked away in the corner. It's very, very prominent this year. And Bjorn again, as I say, are on stage at 8:30 tonight. So if you want to watch all of ABBA's hits, they are truly a really very, very good band, and do the ABBA name brilliantly, if I'm honest. So you'll see all of their hits tonight. They're on stage from 8:30. Now we'll get cars out on track because we've got a couple of obviously we have got, first of all, the Yokohama Legends coming out, but we've also got a number of the car clubs, and this is one of the things that is so key really to the Silverstone Classic, because the one thing that we get are a whole load of car clubs, a gaggle of them. They pack themselves into the village green, and as you saw Nikki earlier, in the shopping village around the village green. But we also get all of the car clubs, and every one of those car clubs gets their moment of glory, their 10 minutes of fame out on the Silverstone track, the opportunity to drive the Grand Prix circuit, so follow in the footsteps of the likes of Lewis Hamilton, more latterly of course, but if you go back over the years, the likes of Stirling Moss, etc. So the first cars we've got on track are going to be from the Yokohama Legends, and we've got some proper legends as well out there with these. You'll see various supercars, and they are super too, that are out there, hence why it's called the Supercar Legends. A real sort of back to dazzle, to be honest, in the international paddock. Stunning lineup of cars that we can see out there. Now I'm hoping we will see the 1974 De Tomaso Pantera. This was a car that came from the period of the De Tomaso was 71 to 92, and they made 7,000 of these cars, amazingly. Most of them were sold, as you may recall, through the Lincoln Mercury dealership in America. They were actually designed from the American designer Carrozzeria Gear Company, and it was Tom Jada that was the designer of the car, and it just really grabbed the attention of so many people. It was just a very unusual car, but I can't quite see it out on track, which is annoying, because I know that it was going to be out there. So hopefully we will see that on some of the other days. Of course, it is Friday, so we do find that some of the owners are still working today and will come a little bit later, but the nice thing about this is that we do get a choice of cars out on the track. The Countach that we see as well out there. There's another car that we might well see over the weekend, the Zenvo, which is a Danish car, and was launched at the 2018 Geneva Motor Show, and that is an amazing car, a stunning car. So we'll see some more of those legends in a little bit, but we are celebrating, of course, the car clubs as well. And during this lunch hour, we'll have the Ferrari Owners Club. We should get the Mercedes-Benz Club. We should get the TVRs. The fantastic Panther Car Club as well will be there. And then those slightly, I'm not allowed to say this, but I want to say slightly queer-looking, odd-looking Fiat X19. But the Fiat Bertone X19, designed by the iconic designer Marcello Gandini at Bertone, and well, as you probably know, one of Italy's finest design houses. And that lovely little car, it's a little bit quirky, but we see those out on track, and we should see them during this lunch period. It does give us also the opportunity to talk about other things, such as the young driver. And Lance Peake, I know, is here from the young driver that we've got here. Now, one of the things they've got is this amazing Firefly Sport, which is a stunning design. It's a little class-leading aluminium car, dual electric motors, and if we can introduce Lance Peake to a microphone, and we'll put him on microphone number 3, and then we can talk to him. Tell me about this little Firefly Sport, Lance. It looks fantastic. I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah, it's a new development. We did have an original Firefly for teaching 10s, so from 4 to 10-year-olds. This is the latest version of it. It's a brand new design. It's absolutely gorgeous, the shape of the bodywork on it. It's an all aluminium frame. There's loads of safety features on there. Basically, it's to get children into driving at a very early age, an emphasis on road safety. So it's got one pedal, so when you come off the pedal, the brake light comes on. We've got hazard lights on it. What's on display at the moment is the prototype, but the finished model will have a full working dashboard on it as well. The indicators as well, we've got the LED repeater indicators on it, and LED headlamps as well, so it looks gorgeous.
That sounds proper.
Yeah, really nice.
So tell me a little bit about Young Driver. You're just over here in the national paddock, and I've seen all the cones out, and I've seen that most of the cones are still standing, so that's all good.
Yes.
Tell us, though, about the Young Driver scheme, because it is just an exceptional way of getting youngsters involved and obviously increasing the whole safety thing so that they don't get to 17 and go, oh, it's a motorway.
That's right. We've been running since 2009, and basically the emphasis was on road safety and getting them into the car early and learning about all the safety aspects of it before they're out on the road with everybody else. The environment we teach in, everybody's obviously got a driving instructor with them in the car, dual control car. We set up the courses like a normal road network really, but using cones, so obviously there's no curbing of expensive alloy wheels.
No, that will come when they're 17.
That's right. So but we have all the road signs up, giveways. The way it's orientated, that they encourage to check into the blind spots to see if anything's coming before they pull out, how to pull out smoothly. So here we're a little bit tight for getting up into anything other than second gear, but we do try and encourage a little bit of gear changing as well. So that's what it's all about, really.
And normally, here you are at Silverstone, but normally where would you be, and where can these youngsters learn?
Well, if you go onto the internet and look for youngdriver.com, we've got 70 venues throughout the country. We have showgrounds, car parks, and we set up a course wherever we are and make it as realistic as possible. We put all the manoeuvres in as well, so you can practice bay parking, parallel parking.
Oh, wow, okay.
So, yeah, we pretty well cover everything you do on a road lesson, but in a really safe environment.
Lovely. Thank you, Lance. Thanks for coming in.
My
That's
pleasure.
very kind. Thank you very much. There you go. Lance Peake is the team manager from Young Driver. Now, the other thing, just while we're waiting for cars to arrive, let me just mention to you as well, are you ready for the switch? I think it would be fair to say, because, of course, we all love our classics, but when it comes to the more modern cars, we are, as everyone knows, on the cusp of a huge change, aren't we? It's the sale of pure electric that is becoming more and more important. The sale of pure petrol and diesel cars will be banned from 2030. So change is obviously going to happen. It is inevitable, and the future is electric. But questions, I'm sure there are plenty of. So why not head over to Switch Live? They are powered by My Energy, and you can get yourself some answers there. So if you're planning to buy an electric car, perhaps you have thought about it, you want to dip your toe in the market, you're not sure about the residual values of them, you're not sure about ownership, what about charging? You know, am I going to have a problem to drive from to Grandma's in Preston or whatever and find that I can't charge the damn thing on the way? go and talk to them and they will reassure you that no, there are a whole host of things either in place or in planning, and in planning for the very, very near future. And you can make sure that when you take these cars out, you really can make sure that you are going to get to your journey's end without you ending up with obviously having that, as they call it, range anxiety. But there's plenty of cars as well for you to have a look at. You can take to the road, you can test the cars, and not just here at Silverstone. There is a route that takes you out onto the public roads. That's a preset route, but it's all safe, etc. So you can take your cars out and really give them a little bit of a test and work out that, in fact, this car isn't just a slow electric car. It's a modern car. It drives like a normal car. It's a perfect little car. There's also the world's first solar and wind compatible electric vehicle charger. You'll see that. My Energy's renowned Zappi product, which, as I say, is the first solar and wind compatible electric vehicle charger. You can check out all of the benefits about electric, and it's coming, so grasp it. We've got things like test drives available. The Cupra is there. There's a Genesis. We've got Ford. We've got MG. We've got Polestar. We've got Nissan. So a whole range of different cars that you can go and try. And as I say, you can as well take a little look at the whole thing, this Zappi product, which is the charging unit that you have on the wall at home, but enables you to use solar and wind compatible electric vehicle charging. So go and look at that. So coming out onto track then, a few more of the cars on the some of the car clubs that we've got coming out. As I say, we should be seeing some of the Fiat X19s, the TVRs, Mercedes-Benz and the Ferrari Owners Club of Great Britain, because they have, well, it's their 55th anniversary of the club and 75 years of Ferrari this year. We'll be seeing the Panthers out as well. Now, the Panther Car Club, or as it was originally known, the Panther West Winds Company, started in 1972, I think, by Bob Jankel, and he built fairly unusual cars. They were sort of almost a pastiche, I think would be the right phrase, of older models. The factory for the TVRs, for the Panthers, was near the Brooklands racetrack and in Surrey, and they had various models that you could buy. The Panther 6, for example, the world premiere of that was at Earls Court Motor Show. That was back in 1977, and wait for this, I've got a brochure. So it had an in-dash 4-speaker 6 push-button preset Blaupunkt FM stereo, but not just that, it also, ladies and gentlemen, had a cassette player, so it was proper luxury. Panther, though, was bought by SsangYong, and sadly we waved goodbye to it after that. TVRs are out as well on track. You'll see a number of those as you can see them just going by now. It is this year the 75th anniversary of the TVRs, and there's a large number of members of the TVR Car Club out, and should see a number of those cruising around. And a little bit earlier, we were out as well with our own reporter, Kerry Cobb, and she caught up with Paul Blackwell, the treasurer and director of the TVR Car Club.
Also on track today are the TVRs, and I'm here with Paul Blackwell. He's the treasurer and director of the TVR Car Club. Paul, tell me first of all how you got into becoming the treasurer and director.
I've been an owner of TVRs for 15 years, and I then retired during that period, looking around for something to do. I'm an accountant by trade, so I thought I'd volunteer for this job. So I've been there since 2017.
What is it about TVRs that's made you passionate?
Oh, they're just fantastic cars. First, they're British. They're made in Blackpool. It's the 75th anniversary this year of the very first car, designed and built by Trevor Wilkinson. And TVR is the consonants from Trevor's name, so dispense with the vowels, TVR. They're just powerful, they're great handling cars, sound fantastic. They're pretty reliable as well, contrary to popular belief.
Tell me about the cars we're seeing on the track right now here at Silverstone.
We've got some older ones. We've got some 1970s M series cars. We've got a wedge. We've got some of the more modern cars which were built in the 90s and some early 2000 cars as well.
Tell me about the wedge.
The wedge is an early 80s car. It's the grey one, if you spot it going round. Peter Wheeler designed it. He owned it. He owned a wedge. Peter really took the TVRs from the 1980s through to the 2000s and some super designs.
What's changed the most over the years?
The philosophy of the TVR is the same, but the design is timeless. And I think you'll find TVR is trying to get back into manufacture again, and they're doing timeless designs. They're keeping the same sort of theory as TVRs were made all through the ages, really.
Tell me about your particular car. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah. It's a Tuscan S. It was built in 2002. It's got a 4-litre engine. It does 0 to 60 in 3.4, 195 miles an hour top speed. It's great on track, lovely handling car, and we go all around Europe in it, the wife and I.
Are the colours like standard TVR colours?
No two cars are the same. You can, they're very, very individual cars, the same as the interiors, all different colours, different textures.
Oh, so you don't have to stick to a TVR colour?
You could order whatever you liked. Obviously pay for it as well.
Of course. Fantastic. Paul, on track in a dark red TVR.
Correct.
Fantastic. Look out for him. It's their 75th anniversary here at the Silverstone Classic 2022.
There you go. Kerry Cobb is out there talking to the various car clubs. That was Paul Blackwell, the treasurer and director. Now, you can see on track a fair number of the Mercedes-Benz that are out there now. It's the anniversary of the CLK models. It's the W208 CLK, 25 years, the 209, a 20-year anniversary. But the class one is the S-Class W116, and that is 50 years. So the official Mercedes-Benz, the world's first and oldest club, representing the mark, and as I say, celebrating a big anniversary. In fact, they're celebrating their 70th anniversary in 2022. It started back in 1952 in Ascot, and the club has really gone from strength to strength. And again, Kerry was able to catch up with Red McKinney, the CLK model register captain.
Also out on track on this parade lap today are the fabulous Mercedes. And I'm here with the CLK model register captain, Red McKinney. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Tell us about these gorgeous cars on track.
Well, we've been coming here for many, many years, and obviously Mercedes makes so many different models that every year is almost a guaranteed anniversary of one of them. This particular year, it's the anniversary of the CLK, for which I'm the model captain, as you mentioned. The 208, the first one, it's their 25th anniversary, and the 209, which I currently have now, is the 20th. So we're here celebrating them. In the scheme of Mercedes, it's fairly young timer. But because obviously we have cars here going back to the 60s and even earlier tomorrow. But so they're quite the new boys in town. But we've all got to have an anniversary at some point, and this year it's the CLKs.
Tell me about why the CLK holds so much passion for you.
Interestingly enough, I've always liked convertibles, and years ago as a young lad I wanted a Triumph Stag, and obviously when you were young insurance was a fortune, and it took me years and years to get one. I eventually got a Triumph Spitfire, which to me was a baby Stag because I could afford it, and it was brilliant, apart from me looking like Jeremy Clarkson with my head sticking out of the top of the windscreen because it's like putting on a smaller shoe. That was great, and I finally got a Triumph Stag, which was brilliant. And then, of course, you get married and have children, and then you have to get something sensible and practical. So you went through life of practical cars, and then the children move out or they get their own things. And then I went back and I thought, I'm treated at a certain birthday. I won't tell you which one.
21st again.
Absolutely, yes. Treated myself to a Mercedes. I thought, this is great. And I finally joined the club, and looking around, I thought, I like that. As in the 208 convertible. I thought that looks nice. For me, that was a sort of Mercedes version of the Stag, 4-seat convertible, V8 engine, love it, and had one. And again, through the club, you know, you have one with a certain size engine, and you always want the next engine up, and then the people say to you, get this or get that, and they finally did, and I've now ended up with 209 version. And Mercedes no longer, haven't made these for years, obviously, they only did the 2 models, but that's why I like it. I like 4-seat convertibles, and it just, to me, it looks great.
They're all a similar colour, the blues and the silvers.
Yeah, unfortunately they're of that era of the 90s and 2000s, or the noughties as they're called, where silver was the new in colour, and you could go to any manufacturers and 90% of their cars were silver. I think you had the option of a blue or a black if you wanted it, so wow. But of course now I think white is the new silver, because that's all faded on, and now they're actually bringing in, you look at other colours, we have bright yellows and bright greens for argument's sake, and that seems to be, now they're finally going back to the sort of 60s and 70s where there was all different colours. I can remember coming to this stand last year when there was probably over 400 stags, because it was their 50th. And that was an awesome sight, because not only I was looking around for mine, I never found it, but you had absolutely every colour under the rainbow, and it looked fantastic. And you came back here and you thought, these cars are great, but the colours, it just couldn't compare, because they're all still blue, black and silver. And if you go to Germany, I think almost every Mercedes, Audi, BMW is blue, black or silver. I think it's just the colour of choice.
And also kind of the mark as well.
Very much so, yes. You think back to Henry Ford's day, any colour you like as long as it's black.
Bringing you bang up to date here at the Silverstone Classic. We're showing the Belgian Grand Prix on the big screens this weekend. How do you reckon Mercedes are going to do?
Putting me on the spot here. Well, we know what we'd like them to do, and hopefully they will do exactly the same thing. Yeah, fingers crossed that they will pull it out of the bag. So, depends what's the weather like over there, though.
Well, it normally always rains in Spa, right?
It'll be absolutely. So I think if they're prepared for it, then that's the thing. If they go out when it's dry and have to come back in again, it takes time. So fingers crossed.
Thank you, Red. Happy anniversary.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
There we are from the Mercedes register, the CLK model register captain, Red McKenna. Now, we were just seeing some of the Fiat X19s leaving the track. It's their 50th anniversary. And, well, to be honest, the X19, quirky car, but as I say, designed by Marcello Gandini at Bertone, one of Italy's finest design houses. And it was the birthplace of other cars such as the Lamborghini Countach, the Miura, the Lancia Stratos, first launched in Italy back in 1972, but really wasn't until about 1977-78 that we started to see the arrival of the first right-hand drive car here in the UK. A mid-engine designed, influenced by the racing cars of the day, and it soon became the biggest selling mid-engine production car. 170,000 of them were sold. Now we can see the Ferraris just leaving the track as well. They've had their moment of glory of going round. It's the 55th anniversary of the Ferrari Owners Club. 75 years, of course, of Ferrari. The club itself has been since 1967, sharing the passion for Ferrari, adding to members. They're independent, but as the Ferrari SPA recognises owners clubs for the UK, they're part of the Ferrari family, and they maintain a very close relationship, of course, with Ferrari North Europe and also the factory. Well, I'm delighted to say that Will Brown, their club secretary, caught up with Kerry Cobb to talk about the Ferrari Owners Club GB.
Well, the parade is on track here at the Silverstone Classic Festival 2022, and I'm here with Will Brown, the club secretary for the Ferrari Owners Club of Great Britain. Will, how long have you been doing this for?
Well, I've been in the role for about 18 months now, but the club has been around for 55 years, so we're celebrating a great centenary this year as well as Ferrari, of course.
Yes, beautiful. Tell me about the anniversaries.
Yeah, so this year is the 75th anniversary of Ferrari. Big year for Ferrari, lots of celebrations all around the world, and we've been playing our part in those as well here in the UK. And it's fantastic to have at Silverstone Classic this weekend a selection, a fantastic back catalogue of Ferrari's cars right from the very early days, those early T-Pos all the way through to the present day.
Tell me more about the cars we're seeing on track.
So we've got quite a broad selection of cars here today, right from the 1960s, the V12s, those classic V12s that we all love to see and hear, through the great, stunning V8s of the 70s and 80s, 308s. We've got some 365s here as well, which is your classic 2+2, maybe what a lot of people think of as a traditional Ferrari, right up to the present day. So 488s, we've got Californias, we have Portofinos, some F12s. A real broad selection, a broad church, just as our owners are.
Ferrari have been going for 75 years. That is a lot of models of car. How do you keep up to date with all of them?
Yeah, and the models, it seems at an ever-increasing pace as well. I mean, the current generation of cars, there's quite a big step change now with the new 296, which was launched this year, which is a V6 hybrid car, really the next generation of Ferrari, and we're already seeing a few of those cars in the club as well, which is really exciting. The first few at events, and hopefully we'll see maybe a few here this weekend. But no, it's an incredible number. We've got back at our archive, which is literally just over the hill at Whittlebury, which is where our clubhouse and our archive is. We've got a model collection with every single model, and it is quite astounding when you see every single type of Formula One car and single-seater and sports car and road car. It is a staggering number of cars, and quite an achievement for what is, arguably a niche manufacturer.
It's my favourite manufacturer, I have to be honest here. I'm half Italian, so my heart is red. I love Ferraris. I've driven a 328 and a 360. Tell me about you. What passion drew you to Ferrari?
So I started actually my journey with Ferrari some 13 years ago. I worked for a team that ran 430 GT2s and GT3s, the kind of cars in fact that are now racing in Masters Endurance Legends and might be on track this weekend, which is a bit scary now to think of those as historic. But so I started out with endurance racing and it was sort of involved in the motorsport world, but obviously anybody that's got petrol running through their veins knows the story of Ferrari, knows about the success both on track and obviously around the world with their incredible road cars as well. So no, absolutely. We're very blessed, really. I'm very lucky to work with what is such an evocative and famous brand.
It's a dream job, isn't it? So we're looking at these gorgeous cars going around the track at Silverstone here today. Let's bring you bang up to date because the Belgian Grand Prix is on this weekend. We're going to be showing it on the main screens here at Silverstone. How do you reckon they're doing this year?
It's, I think, by anyone's estimate, it's been a challenging year, but the car appears to have the pace, and I think the drivers are starting to click now within the team. So, I think hopefully next year is going to be our golden year. It looks like the Constructors is possibly out of our grasp now for 2023. Who knows? But Spa has traditionally been kind to Ferrari, so we'll see. See what the weather brings as well out there. Hopefully, we'll have much better weather than they normally do at Spa here this weekend. But roll the dice. We'll see. He said it would be great to see another win, and maybe this latter half of the season we'll get one.
Well, that was Will Brown, the club secretary, the Ferrari Owners Club, talking to us there. I can tell you that qualifying for Spa, for the Grand Prix, will be shown on the big screens by the big stage right in the middle of the circuit tomorrow, and also the race itself will be shown on Sunday if you're interested to go and have a look. Now, the Ferrari SF90, I was rather hoping we would have seen when we had the Yokohama supercar display. We may well see it over the weekend, but it's the mid-engined PHEV, and this car cost you about £500,000. It's 1,000 horsepower, and Car and Driver magazine, which is one of the big auto car equivalents in the States, did a test of the car. They did a 0 to 60 test at Indianapolis with it, and it did, wait for this, it went 0 to 60 in 2 seconds, the quickest ever car that they have ever tested. And that is a car that is a mid-engined PHEV, so hybrid. But going back a little bit, if we can, to the My Energy stand that we were talking about, can I just mention the bit about Alexander Sim from Formula E will be on the My Energy Theatre, or the stage at the My Energy Theatre at 2 p.m, so in about 50 minutes time. You can go and see that and have a listen to them, because the Formula E Championship, of course, is really taken off. I was going to say taking. It's taken off and has got such amazing television audiences around the world. So worth going to take a look at it. That's in the My Energy Theatre, and that takes place at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Back in just a moment.
With a successful history spanning over 100 years, numerous victories, numerous championships to their name, it is premium tyre brand Yokohama, who are the official tyre partner once again at the Classic. And James is here. It's good to see you again, James.
Good to see you.
Standing in front of a beautiful array of cars. Tell us more.
Yeah, we've got a bit of something for everyone here. We've got some fantastic pedigree and history of Yokohama, including this beautiful 1984 Formula 3 car.
Wow, it's absolutely stunning,
championship
isn't
winner.
it?
And we also have some Racing Marcos and Caterham graduates in the background. We have a concourse-winning Aston Martin Vanquish V12. This is absolutely stunning.
Mint condition again.
Absolutely
as well. Wow.
amazing. With the original tyres, factory-fitted Yokohamas on this from back in sort of
Love
2000.
the wing mirrors, the silver there.
Incredible, isn't it? WRC Spec Rally Mini, and then our tribute to the legendary Paddy Hopkirk Monte Carlo Classic Mini Cooper.
Wonderful to see.
Absolutely incredible.
We
this
miss
thing.
Paddy. Not the same without him here.
Absolutely.
And this leads us on to the real star of the show,
I was going to
James.
say, so this year, our brand new product launched for 2022 is the Advan Neova AD09, a very sort of circuit and track orientated tyre. Ultra high performance for those guys that want to have a bit of fun at the weekend and make the most of the powerful cars that they've got.
So I'm sure you've got quite a lot of customers here this weekend.
yeah, we're expecting quite a lot of customers. First day of the show is always a little bit of a picking up learning curve, but we've got something for everyone. Road tyres, 4x4 off-road, and van and motorsport, which is the reason we're all here.
Brilliant. Well, James, always a pleasure. Come down, say hello. They're right next to the Village Green and also the ice cream van, so it's worth a visit.
Paddock. Remember here at Silverstone.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Classic at Silverstone. What a morning of qualifying we've had. We've got another afternoon to come, and we've got qualifying sessions back to back all the way through, finishing at 7 p.m. this evening. Now, this morning, everyone seemed to get on pretty well. There are a few little accidents, but nothing too major. But this afternoon, wow, what a timetable we have. We've got the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy for quite recent Formula One cars, the GT4 Classic. This will be the first time, really, that GT4 cars have raced here. And then one of the things I'm most excited about is the Ignition GP 90s Formula One cars. And as you might be able to see, we're now down in the new pit complex, the international pits at Silverstone. And down the end, if you are down here, make sure you get down to those 90s Formula One cars. Amazing machines, V8s, V10s, V12s. They're out this afternoon. Do not miss them, because they're going to make an amazing noise. I, for one, can't wait.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our live coverage here from Silverstone. I hope you have enjoyed yourself in the foodie courts, suitably refreshed. We are ready to go for an afternoon of qualifying action. So again, plenty to see. The other half of the cars from our 20 races across the weekend will be out. And all of these, as you probably have guessed, those pit lane spotters amongst you, having just seen Ed, are coming from the wing. So the Formula One pit lane, the current Formula One pit lane, rather than the Heritage pit lane, where all this morning's cars were based. Now that is for a distinct reason, and that is to try and make life a little easier for all the marshals. So the pit lane marshals, a number of the officials who were in the heritage pits this morning, have spent their lunchtime shuttling across to the wing and into the Formula One pits. Fans, hopefully, trackside and elsewhere, have been all over the place. And as well as the traditional food outlets, there's the Silverstone kitchen making its debut this year at the Classic. And if there's one thing that goes well with food, it's cars and fresh air. So plenty of opportunity at the Silverstone kitchen to see some great cooking demonstrations, Q&A on stage as well with Candice Brown at 2:30. And those lovely chaps from Beer Dog, a masterclass in brewing from Beer Dog. Well, I think they know, Brewdog rather. I think they know a thing or two about what they're doing. So that will be well worth attending. Dean Hoddle-Smith will be on stage later this afternoon as well at the Silverstone Kitchen Live. So as well as getting around to the cars and the main stage and the track and all the car demonstrations, there is plenty going on for you to see. So Question of Sport kicks off in just over an hour at 2:35. I can't guarantee that the regular captains will be there. There was rumour of Emlyn Hughes being seen in the vicinity, but I'm not sure that's true. Damon Hill will be interviewed on the stage at 5:05. Crackerjack! So be able to hear from the Formula One World Champion. Toilet roll and name the animal. Now, if that's not a kids' TV show waiting to happen, I don't know what is. West End Kids kick off the evening's activity at 7, followed by the Cuban Brothers, with Bjorn Again rounding out the day on the main stage with their own tribute to Sweden's greatest export. No, not Volvo, ABBA. So Bjorn Again will round out the evening, and again, little too late perhaps for the Blue Eye Shadow, but I'm sure you brought your platform heels and your silver flares anyway, so you'll be cutting, I was going to say cutting a rug, I'm not sure if you can do that in the field. Cutting the turf that's not quite the same thing, is it? But plenty to see and do on the main stage. And don't forget, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cars in the various car club groups that are dotted around the festival. Look in your programme, look at the map, see where you are now and where you want to go. But also in your race card, make sure that you are trackside for the things that are going to attract you most. First up this afternoon, we'll have our qualifying session for the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy, and those are for 1980s, early 1980s, pre-turbo era Grand Prix cars, so McLarens, Williams, Theodores, Acellas, Shadows, that sort of thing. For the first time here at the Silverstone Classic will be the Masters GT4 Challenge. So recent GT4, and in fact some current GT4 racers, a demonstration of 90s Formula One cars. They will be bringing the noise and the excitement with high revving V8s and V10s to pave the way for our next qualifying session for the Masters Endurance Legends. And again, those will be very recently retired Le Mans style endurance racers. Again, plenty of noise from the qualifying session for the HSCC Thunder Sports. Will alert you to their presence on track later on this afternoon before the International Trophy for Pre-66 Classic GTs, and Pre-66 Grand Prix cars will follow them as well. Pre-66 touring cars, you're getting the theme of the afternoon here, and the Masters Sports Car Legends will be the last qualifying session at 6:30 this evening up till 7 p.m. when the track goes quiet and the bands kick off on the main stage.
Now, I had grand plans to interview lots of Formula One drivers, but first of all, they didn't turn up in the assembly area, but we have now found them, but I know they're going out very, very quickly. We've got Mark Harrison here in the shadow. Mark, I'm just going to jump in. Waiting before you go out on circuit is always horrible, but surely in a Formula One car it's that little bit worse.
It's definitely better to be up and running and concentrating on the track than sitting waiting to go.
Now, how long does it take you for your brain to sort of catch up with the speed of these things?
Well, fortunately we were here testing yesterday, so apart from bedding in the new set of tyres, it should be on it straight away.
Well, enjoy.
Thank you.
Right, next to us we've got Ewan Surgison here. It's quite hard to actually interview someone without pressing anything very expensive. Ewan, it's not a very long qualifying session, but I guess you've still got to go out and find the best time as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I've never driven this circuit at full speed, so we've just got to hopefully get everything right. It's all about the racing, but let's have a go.
I can hear absolutely nothing, so what we're going to do is we're going to move out of the pits a little bit. We just got cars starting up now. These Formula 1 cars, sort of 80s Formula 1 cars, they obviously look very, very quick. They are very, very quick, they're very powerful, but they're quite analog, so they're not hugely expensive to run, unlike some of the 90s cars when famously Damon Hill, his championship winner, they couldn't run it without finding a computer that ran MS-DOS. Now they're all starting up now, so I can actually not even hear myself speak. Let's watch them leave the pits.
Well, for those of a certain vintage, these will be in your relatively recent memory. At least the 80s was only a couple of years ago, wasn't it? Sorry, still very much lost in the decade I'm not allowed to manage. Well, not allowed to mention. Great look there at Mark Harrison's black Villager Shadow. Villager Cigar Company sponsored quite a number of cars in the sort of late 70s, early 80s. And he and Ewan Surgison, who was in the red and white car, both DN9A. So DN, Don Nichols, the man behind Shadow. UOP obviously became known as the sort of Shadow sponsor of choice. And I was reading not too long ago that UOP was not a company and didn't exist, it was just a thing. And somebody said, turn UOP upside down, and what is it? It's DOM. So that was Dom Nichols' own little joke. The first car, Ewan Surgison, that or the second car we heard Ed talk to, the red and white Villager car, Ewan also wearing a Clay Regazzoni helmet, and you saw there Mark Harrison wearing an Elio De Angelis helmet. So not only are these cars that raced in period in the very late 70s, early 1980s, in the original liveries, but a lot of the drivers go to the detail of also having facsimile helmets of the drivers with whom the cars are most closely associated. Qualifying coming up for the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy for Masters Racing Legends. Late 1970s, early 1980s, pre-ground effect Formula 1 Cosworth era cars. The Masters Racing Legends Formula 1 cars, this caters for the 3-litre Formula 1 era, which started in 1966, the return to power, as it was named, and continues on into 1985. So these are essentially predominantly pre-ground effect cars. Of course, the moment I say that, we look at one of Mo Nunn's later creations, that Enzyme, clearly with ground effect skirts. So there is a class for post-72 ground effect cars as well as flat-bottomed cars, and a class for, or two classes for pre-72 cars, cars built and raced prior to 1972, and non-ground effect versions, but there are ground effect cars. The four classes also named after famous names from the period. Sir Jackie Stewart, remembered in the naming of the class for cars built and raced prior to December 72. Emerson Fittipaldi, post-72, of course, that was where he came to prominence with his World Championships, non-ground effect cars. Patrick Head, and spot the irony here, the class for ground effect cars post-72, although not all the Patrick Head designed cars in this field are in the Patrick Head class, because a couple of them are in the post-72 flat-bottomed class, named after Niki Lauda. Niki Lauda, of course, associated with the colours on this car, Mark Higson, and the MP41B, this car dating back to 1982. We saw the progenitor of this era of McLaren in the Rondell Motul in the pre-66 Grand Prix era, Rondell Grand Prix era cars. Rondell, of course, Ron Dennis was half of that team, and he went on then with Marlboro and Project 4 to take over McLaren, hence the MP4. So that's where the nomenclature came from, and this their first chassis with the look-alike Elio De Angelis style helmet on the head of Mark Higson.
And the MP4 one was the very first carbon composite car, which was a real step forward in not just in rigidity of the car and therefore how well they drove, but also the safety of the drivers as well, because prior to this we basically used aluminium sheet to build the cars, but with this car that ushered in the new era of carbon composite cars, which was quickly followed by Lotus as well. And you mentioned the MP4. I had to look this up. It went from 1981, as you've just said, this first car, but they continued the MP4 nomenclature until 2016 with the MP431, driven by Alonso and Button.
So that was just after they showed Ron the door.
Yes.
So yeah, Project 4 with Marlboro. So the M isn't even for McLaren. It's it was Marlboro Project 4. Project 4 was the sort of working group that Ron Dennis built around him, and the team was sponsored by Marlboro before he arrived. But it was the Philip Morris group. It was Marlboro who were worried what was happening to McLaren and wanted to bring in fresh blood, and that's the way it went. So MP41B, as you rightly said, the first carbon composite. Cars like this, the FW07 for instance, was still built from aluminium honeycomb, folded aluminium honeycomb predominantly, but it was Hercules, an American high-tech company, who were responsible for quite a lot of the construction work on the space shuttle. And John Barnard was very, as all designers are, very, very switched into new technology, and he was the man who first created the car along with Steve Nichols around that structure. Steve Hartley facing not entirely the wrong way, but certainly not in a direction that he was hoping to be facing. Another MP41, so this an even earlier one. This is a 4.1, not a 1B, which is the car we saw in Mark Higson's hands.
This car actually was driven by John Watson in 1982, and he won in Detroit, coming from 18th on the grid through to win the race in the US, second in Brazil and third in Canada, second at Caesar's Palace as well. So a really historic car for John Watson fans, the MP41 of Steve Hartley, known as the Jam Baron, as in Hartley's Jam.
And at that time, coming from 18th to victory was a record in Formula One. John Watson then went on to set a greater record, coming from 22nd or 23rd on the grid the next year to win, after he and Niki Lauda had both failed effectively to qualify. So, yeah, two distinct records for being victorious from the lowest grid spot. Car number 32 we're looking at here, a car that's actually quite closely associated with Ensign as well, although it bears an entirely different name. Theodore Teddy Yip, the Chinese Macanese entrepreneur, I think is the right word, created his own racing team. That's the Theodore TR1 that Phil Hall was driving, but it was designed by Mo Nunn. Mo Nunn went on then to run his own team and create his own Ensign cars, which all bear type numbers starting with MN. So went from designing that car for Theodore, and many drivers did, many designers did start working with other teams before coming to prominence in a different format. I mean, Patrick Head was one of those, really started being recognised for his abilities, of course, at Williams with Frank, and Mike Cantillon here driving one of their most successful chassis, the FW07, had several generations. This is an 07C, so one of the later cars. in this Cosworth era, and of course it was the FW07 which first brought the team to victory, their first Grand Prix win coming here in the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
And the car that Mike Cantillon is driving, cast your mind back to 1981 and the World Championship being duked out between Carlos Reutemann and Nelson Piquet, and Piquet won the championship by 1 point because Carlos Reutemann in this very car had a totally lacklustre Caesars Palace race, finished 8th, never really been explained, didn't seem to be on the pace, and lost out to Piquet by 1 point. And then the car was passed on in 82 to Keke Rosberg. So a lot of history in this particular car, along with a lot of the others on the grid, but that one sticks in my mind.
Cameras picking up David Shaw, beg your pardon, Jamie Constable in the Tyrrell 011. This one of the green era Tyrrells. Denham originally came into Formula One with the Acela team and then became a Tyrrell sponsor. So again, this car in the Patrick Head category for ground effect cars. You can see non-sliding skirts on the side of this car. And again, the ground effect tunnels, of course, that's all come back again ever since. And Jamie Constable currently 4th fastest, but Mike Cantillon in the FW07C that we were just looking at with a 2.2 second margin over anybody else. And best of the rest, Mark Hazel in a more recent Williams, an FW08C. So that car is second best. It's a Williams 1-2 at the moment, but a season at least separate Cantillon in car number 7 and the number 16 car of Mark Hazel.
And moving up into second as you speak, Martin, is the name of Ken Tyrrell. And you might think, Ken Tyrrell? It really is a Ken Tyrrell, but not the same one. This is an American Ken Tyrrell, but when he decided he wanted to go racing, what other car could he race but a Tyrrell? So number 23 is Ken Tyrrell.
Could have raced a Matra.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But
different era, but yes.
He's out in an 011. The car that the very car that Michele Alboreto and Danny Sullivan drove in 1982 and 1983, and the car was taken to a win at Caesars Palace by Michele Alboreto in 1982. And in fact, this car was the very last F1 race winner with the Ford DFV engine, which we in all these cars. 1983 in Detroit, Alboreto again. And that really saw the end of the DFV era, which had gone on for so long.
Of course, they didn't stop racing, but that was its last outright win as the turbo cars really came on strong, particularly in '83. But there was a very strong Cosworth contingent, again, for all the same reasons that it was a dominant force early on. It was well known, it was reliable, they were very easily available. And if you had a Hewland gearbox, Goodyear tyres and a Cosworth V8, you had 6/10 of a Formula One team right there. All you had to do was join the dots and put them all together. So they were still being run by Tyrrell among others, because of course Jonathan Palmer won the Jim Clark Cup a couple of years after that, which was in the height of the Cosworth era at the height of the turbo era for Cosworth engine cars. So they did continue, and the DFV continued then in long distance racing form as the DFL. In IndyCar racing as the DFX. So there was an awful lot of life still in an engine that was debuted in 1968. It had a phenomenal racing career, and of course it continues to thrill. And for those who watch these cars in period, it's a little bit like a 5-cylinder Audi Quattro engine. Just the noise takes you a whole way back to a very different time. It's not just the look of the cars, they sound exactly as they used to, and that's all part of the joy of watching classic racing, historic racing like this.
Yes, a totally unmistakable sound. We've got a couple of them out on the track at the moment that run a little bit higher revs than, and they sound a little different. They've got different exhaust note, but yeah, still the same power plant in the back. And that's the Mark Dwyer Ozella. Yep. Only one, I think we've only got one Ozella out in this.
Raced in period by Piercarlo Ginzani, among others. I particularly put together with this car, the Kalamata era Ozella. So Mark Dwyer in the FA1D, so the first of Acella's own make. We actually, did I not see a Minardi? Yeah, I did see a Minardi earlier on. There's the black and yellow car number 9 of Michael Fitzgerald. That's a 1985 Minardi. And Minardi, like Acela, one of the minnows of the grid.
And that's morphed through a number of names to the new Alpha Tauri, isn't it? That's the same basic entry into Grand Prix racing, but all those years ago was Minardi.
In the same way that Red Bull was Tolman
originally,
back in the dim and distant, I think, before it became, it went through several iterations. There are an awful lot of structures that are that have their roots in very different names. But the Acela, again, one of those cars that, like Minardi, a small team could construct, build and race their own Grand Prix car. And this was really the end of that era. Once you got into the turbo era, it became increasingly hard. You really needed a major manufacturer behind you. And although in terms of volume, Cosworth was a major manufacturer, they built they built engines for customers. There's the black and yellow, the famous colours of Minardi. Now Minardi again really came to prominence as a front-running Formula 2 team and then took the step up into Formula 1. And it's a 1985 car in the hands of Mike Fitzgerald.
Driven in period, this chassis, by Pierluigi Martini. And they started off with the DFV engine, as we see in this particular car, but after a couple of races of the season, they moved over to what turned out to be a hopeless engine, the Motori Moderni, and they didn't finish another race.
In the famous words of Murray Walker, Motori not quite so Moderni. I remember one Grand Prix where it basically just belched smoke after about half a lap and died. So, I mean, and again, the Cosworth was just such a reliable bolt-in component, same as the Hewland gearbox, the Goodyear tyres. You could buy one if you could afford to buy one or lease one or whatever, and you knew it was going to work, and then you just needed to turn your attention to the rest of it. And so the original car, Minardi's original car, was a very close development of their F2 chassis, which again was a self-built car. So it was that little sort of step up that they needed. March, probably their last successful Formula 1 venture in 81 and 82. This is the March 811 now with the Guinness and Rizzler livery. This makes me think of Derek Daly, but who drove this in period?
Derek Daly and Eliseo Salazar.
There you go.
Yes.
So, Eliseo Salazar, perhaps least famously, the man who was assaulted by Nelson Piquet trackside after they had a coming together. I think it was at Imola a number of years ago. But Eliseo raced in Formula 1, also raced at Le Mans a number of times.
And we talked in an earlier qualifying session about March making customer cars. Well, this particular March, the Alejandro Chawan car, number 18, was built for Ram Racing, which entered cars in Grand Prix racing, customer of March, so it continued right through to the early 80s.
Yeah, so Ram was run by John McDonald, who later went on to run the Paddock Club for many, many years, and the last iteration of those cars were in Rothmans and Newsweek colours in 1982, I think. So that was their final hurrah. FWOC Mike Cantillon, fastest man at the moment, ahead of Ken Tyrrell. And in third place in the 77 McLaren MP41, Steve Hartley, who we saw having a half spin earlier on. Fourth place, car number 27. Now, that should by all rights be a Ferrari, as we all know. However, it is not on my entry list.
That's it's Mark Hazel.
Okay, right.
Change number from 18.
Aha. Right, because I have him as 16. Okay, so he's now 27.
You're quite right, 16.
Well,
sorry.
There we go. Okay, no, that's fine.
And he's also changed his car from an 08C Williams to an 07B. So clearly Mark having a few issues with the FW08C that he'd entered in. Shame not to see that one. I think that was the only example we'd got in this race, but not to be.
So what haven't we had to look about? Let's see if we can find car number 31. Bright blue with red highlights for our cameras. The Lek, Peter Williams driving that, and again, we've seen right back to the beginning of the day in Formula Junior, lots of names that everybody will know, Lotus and Lola and so on, but Lek was, again, one of those tiny Formula One manufacturers like Token or what have you, who really produced cars maybe only for 1 or 2 seasons, based in Britain, and the Lek CRP1 dates back to 1977, so pre-ground effect era.
That was built, you might think, well, I've heard of Lek, it's a refrigerator company, same company. Charlie Purley was the owner, and his son David drove the Lek CRP1. I don't know whether you were, Martin, but I was here the day that David Purley crashed at Beckett's in the earlier, not this car, because it was destroyed in the accident, but really horrible accident. 184G, I think, was the measured, and the car just collapsed around him, but he survived and came back to racing, and it was this car that he came back in, the CRP1, designed by Mike Pilbeam. Interesting livery there on the 29 car. That's the Arrows A6 of Arthur Bruckner. Very distinctive livery. I must admit, that's not one I remember from the period.
No, that era, you think white and orange, Ragno and Ceramica Imola. Okay, this is where I need Stuart Dent alongside me. He'll say, that DNPQ'd only in the San Marino Grand Prix in 1983 or something. I have to say, this was sort of my era of Formula One, but I've forgotten most of what I ever knew at that stage, and I have no recollection whatsoever of that livery. Now, it may well be, and in fact, very probably is, period correct, but it slipped under my radar quite significantly, I'm afraid. Looking again at car number 7, Mike Cantillon, fastest man in the place. So who else has got quick laps going on? Well, checkered flag is out, so they are all done. Going quicker right towards the end, Mark Harrison in the black Villiger Shadow.
And a big mover on that last couple of laps was Steve Brooks, and number 12 in the Lotus 91, which was Colin Chapman's first carbon composite Formula One car, and the Lotus 91 driven by our very own Nigel Mansell in 82. Steve Brooks' car, he's moved up 7 places right at the end of that session to sit 5th in car number 12.
Now, is that Steve Spitfires Brooks?
Yes.
Yeah, and again, I had him in my mind when I was talking about growing up with planes and getting into cars being, or the other way around, a very obvious thing. Steve Brooks, was it last year or the year before, set a record for circumnavigation of the globe in a Spitfire, I seem to think?
Sort of thing he'd do, because he tried to cross the Bering Straits in a vehicle. The first attempt, the vehicle's still there, locked in the ice, but
sank, or nearly sank.
Yeah, it damaged a hydraulic line, would you believe? But he tried again. He's one of those people that just says, "What's really difficult, impossible to do? Let's go and do it."
Right. So does he come up with some of the ideas for Top Gear? Because that certainly sounds like that sort of thing. Just had a brief look at Paul Tattersall's red and white Enzyme, car number 22. And there is one of the MP4 ones. Didn't quite spot which one. Still struggling to pick it out. The problem with, even with big numbers on a shiny, on a sunny day on a shiny car, is they become a little bit obscured on the nose. Steve Hartley, that is, and he is our 3rd fastest man. Ken Tyrrell in his Tyrrell 011, one of the 2 green denim sponsored. It's basically the entire 1981 Tyrrell team, isn't it? Both cars out on the grid. The black and yellow of Minardi, that's coming down the straight towards the camera as well. That's Mike Fitzgerald. Where did he end up in life? He was 8th in that leading. Oh no, it wasn't. Where is he? He's 2nd in the Lauda class. The fastest of whom is Mark Dwyer's Acela FA1, the blue and yellow Kalamata car that we were looking at. And there is the Minardi. And again, the names that you associate with Minardi, you said this car was driven in period by Pierluigi Martini. I think he probably drove every Minardi chassis ever. Sandro Nannini as well. He started his career in Formula One with Giancarlo Minardi's team. So Minardi, again, and you know, when Paul Stoddart took it over as well, exactly the same deal. Always one of those teams that would bring in young talent that didn't have the money to, well, buy a drive. Giancarlo Minardi was one of those guys who would bring in young talent. So let's take a look at how they finished after their qualifying session for the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy. Mike Cantillon's Williams fastest, ahead of Ken Tyrrell's Tyrrell. Steve Hartley and Mark Hazell for McLaren and Williams will be on row 2 of the grid. The best Lotus in the hands of Steve Brooks, ahead of the second Tyrrell of Jamie Constable. Rounding out the top half dozen, David Shaw in his FW06. That was the more angular wedge-shaped Williams that you saw a little earlier, ahead of the second MP41B of Mark Heekson. Mark Harrison in the shadow, and Phil Hall's Theodore on row 5. Row 6 will be Neil Glover and Charlie Kennedy. Charlie, a late entry in one of 2 Surtees in the field, and Arthur Bruckner's Arrows A6 that we just saw will be rounding out the top 20. The sights and sounds of early 1980s Formula One cars with the big names, McLaren, Williams, Tyrrell, and some of the tiddlers of the fields, Acela, Minardi, Shadow and Theodore, along with the Lek. Names that were race winners, like Tyrrell, and have since departed to become something entirely different, like AlphaTauri, and names that still can be found on a 2022 Formula One entry list, names like McLaren and Williams. For some, the glory days are in the past, but may yet be in the future. And for some of them, and among those, Shadow, Arrows, Theodore, Ensign, Minardi and Acela, history has closed those chapters.
One of the big crowd drawers here at the Classic is the Silverstone auction. It's always so exciting to watch. And well, there we are. They're kicking off now behind us. Joining me now is Nick. Well, Nick, just talk us through what's happening here over the course of the weekend with the auctions.
So over the course of the weekend, we've got lots of things going on. As you can hear right now, we've got the automobilia sale, right, which is things like posters, pictures, paintings, helmets, overalls, all that kind of thing. And they vary from sort of £50 up to 500, 1,000 or whatever. So
right, I could be in the market for something like that.
Everybody can
Okay.
get involved. Everybody
Great.
can get involved. This afternoon we launch into the motorcycle sale, and we now have a proper motorcycle dedicated department, and we've got 60 or 70 bikes here to sell, so that's really exciting. And then tomorrow we leap into the 2 halls of cars that you can see around you, over 100 cars, 120 cars actually, where we're going to be selling the cars on Saturday from 10:30 in the morning. And then on Sunday we're a showroom.
I mean, that's a pin-up right there.
That is a
Absolutely
poster
stunning.
car, is it not?
Out of interest, what is the estimate? Okay, so for the contestant, between 260 and 300,000. Sure, yeah.
From 1989,
I'll
a
put a
Lamborghini
deposit down
Countach.
Yeah. But there is one car that has, well, it's got international talk at the moment, hasn't it? All around the world they're talking about one car.
It has, and it's kind of
this one.
relevant
Tell us about the
to
history.
the Northampton area, because it's Princess Diana's Ford Escort RS Turbo, which is behind you, which is just an amazing thing. It really is. It's obviously in exceptional condition. She owned the car and ran the car for over a year. It's been in a private collection ever since, and we're very lucky to have the vendor trust us with its sale, and it's been marketed internationally all over the world.
Wow, well, it's an absolute pleasure and honour to see it here today. And thank you again, Nick, for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Absolute pleasure, thank you.
Now, down in the assembly area, we've got something a little bit different now. We've got the GT4 classic cars. To many of you, these will look, well, very modern, but actually, in some respects, they are classic. This one is 2011. Martin Addison is on board, so I'm going to just be really rude. Thank God I got that opening right. Martin, I'm sorry to jump in right now, but this is a 2011 GT4 car, but you still race this quite a lot.
Yeah, so I raced this car in the New Millennium Series with the Classic Sports Car Club.
And what are the running costs like? Are they all right?
Yeah, it's not too bad. But to be honest, I only bought the car at the end of last year, so this is our first season running the car.
Right. Okay. So you haven't had too many big bills so far.
No, not too many. Just I'm trying to bring the car back up to a later level in the GT4 class, because this car didn't race for the last 5 years, and it's missed quite a bit of the development. So I'm just trying to pick up the bits and pieces where I can.
Right. Well, look, best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, let's make sure we can get this door closed properly. I think we might have time. There we go, that looks all right. If we could move here, we've got Freddie Tomlinson in this Ginetta, which is the newest car on the grid. Freddie Tomlinson, obviously Lawrence Tomlinson is Mr. Ginetta. I'm really sorry to jump in just before you're about to go out. This car looks absolutely brand new. Have you been out in it quite a lot?
Yeah, so this isn't the one that I'm racing with in British GT, so it's a new car specially for this weekend, so I'm looking forward to driving it for it.
Right, so really there's no excuses then if it's brand new for this weekend?
No excuses, so I'll be going balls out to see where we can end up in qualifying, hopefully.
And Mr. Tomlinson hasn't given you any words of advice in terms of not crashing it?
Yeah, he always gives a nice few words of advice. They're not quite as blunt as that, but yeah, he's given a nice few words of advice before this session.
Right, well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so there you are, Gordon. So it's all quite tight in here. What I quite like about these new cars, if you just come over here, you can see we've got these trolleys of tyres. We've got slick tyres and wet weather tyres. Looking at the sky, there is not a single dot of rain in it, but you do not want to be the guy that didn't put the wet tyres on the trolley just in case it rains halfway through the session. I'm also always fascinated by the number of mechanics that these modern cars have. So I'm just going to jump in here. I'm sorry. I was just saying I'm fascinated by the number of mechanics these cars have. Do you all have different jobs?
Yeah, we do. We probably specify these two. We're doing tyre changes. So one will do front, one will do rear, and I'll do another job. During re-preparation, we'll all pick a corner or diagnostics on the engine or anything. So yeah, we've all got pretty good jobs.
As long as the driver doesn't spanner it and put it into the barriers, is your job relatively easy with one of these newer cars?
We've got a bit of wood, touch wood, yeah, they're pretty robust cars, so hopefully we're early pine.
And we were just talking on camera about this being the newest car, and Freddie was just telling me this is built kind of for this weekend. I guess you're expecting pretty big things, no?
All being well, we'll give everybody a good run for the money.
Excellent, well, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Right, let's wander down the grid. We'll just see if we can squeeze in one more interview. Follow me, Gordon. Sorry, it's not as packed as the old grid, which is a little bit easier. Now, who we got here? We've got Stephen Walton in this Mercedes. Many people on many electrical things. I can hear the whistle. Stephen, Silverstone Grand Prix circuit in this. What a wonderful way to spend the afternoon.
Yeah, it's been great. Looking forward to it. Yeah, it'll be a good race, good qualifying.
Good luck. Right, I think that's us from the assembly area. All the cars are going out.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Classic here at Silverstone. As we continue with the afternoon's action, qualifying now for the most modern cars that will race here this weekend, including a brand new car from Ginetta. Qualifying about to get underway for the Masters GT4 Classic Silverstone Challenge, a new category for the Classic in 2022, and new being the operative word, with at least one of the cars having its first ever on-track outing in competitive form. Starting with the Pictures here of Peter Daly in Team Parker's Porsche Cayman Club Sport. This car just 2 years old, still regularly raced, as a number of these cars are. In fact, the oldest car that I can find in the field dates all the way back to 2011, but it's probably still almost a current homologation car. That's Martin Addison's Addison Racing Aston Martin GT4. Martin Haven again on commentary with Alistair Douglas. And Alistair, for those fans who regularly watch British GT or the GT Cup, a lot of these cars will actually be familiar from racing this season or last.
Yeah, they will. And the first car we looked at there, Peter Daly, he's actually the race director of British GT. Good racer himself. He's normally seen out in a Formula Ford, but he's decided to have a go in a more modern car for this weekend. And while we're on the subject of British GT, you've just mentioned Freddie Tomlinson, Lawrence's son. Ed was talking to there. He races the GT4 Ginetta in the British GT season this year, and Seb Hopkins as well, number 65 in the Team Parker Racing Porsche 718 Cayman, Peter Daly's teammate basically. Seb is a very young driver coming through, really shown well this year in British GT4, and he's one of those young drivers you watch. Here he is, in fact, 65 Seb Hopkins in the car that he uses in British GT.
Well, that's sort of cheating, isn't it? I mean, it's basically the car he races every other weekend of the season, so he's doing very little different here. I mean, how long ago was the Silverstone 500? That was last month, wasn't it?
May.
May. Okay,
yeah.
So all right, so 2 months since he's raced on this circuit. So, yeah, just dialing himself back in. Same team, same car, same circuit, probably same settings, and a fresh set of tyres. So he is one of the cars. Just saw a very quick glimpse of the only McLaren in the field. It's a 570S. 2017 car, here it is. Danny Henry at the wheel of this car, run by Team Rocket RJN, so Bob Neville RJN and Jensen Button's Rocket Sport team, and they have been responsible, or they are responsible for running the car here. Now that's David Foster in the Balfe Motorsport McLaren, so that's not the RJN McLaren. I spotted it was a McLaren 570S, but I didn't recognise the colours, and until the car goes sideways there. Look, there are numbers there, genuinely there are. It's not just a design flaw. It's hard to see, but they are there. Trying to find a little bit of heat. Now, these cars, particularly with their modern slicks, will need a little bit of bringing the tyres in before you really lean on them.
Yeah, you saw Seb Hopkins there moving the car side to side on the track. We're fairly familiar with that these days. We're just trying to put a bit of lateral load into the tyres to get the heat coming up. There's Danny Henry, you were mentioning earlier, in the
RJN car.
Yeah, that's right. Not in the colours we normally see Jensen Button's and Bob Neville's cars. They're normally sort of fluorescent yellow, black and white, but that one rather interesting. Is that a...
Looks like a wild boar to me.
A leaping boar, yes.
Sanglier Racing. And coming towards us, one of a number of Aston Martins. Let's see which is the green and day-glow yellow one. Don't have any colours on the entry list for these cars, so it's going to be spot 'em and as we go along.
Grey and day-glow yellow Aston Martin, just ahead of the number 15 McLaren 570S, which really has been very successful in GT4 over the last few years since it was launched. And a number of drivers, Michael O'Brien actually, we saw in the Formula Junior qualifying. He started out as a McLaren driver with the GT4, then moved up to GT3 with Jensen Button's team, actually, in the GT3 with James Baldwin, the gamer who moved into what you might call real racing.
So 247 Motorsport, that's Chris Griffin in the green and day-glow yellow car. Just gone past him is Freddie Tomlinson. The team that is running the car is Team LNT, Lawrence Tomlinson's factory Ginetta squad, who raced in British GT with Panos Esperantes originally, then with their own cars, and raced up into LMP1 in the World Endurance Championship with their Ginetta P1 cars as well, briefly. So 56, it's the Ginetta G55 is has been the weapon of choice in GT4. The new era is here with the Ginetta G56. So there is a G55 racing here as well. G55 Super Cup car, that is car number 30, being driven by Greg Evans, but this is the 56 car, and again with that orange and grey on the white background, that is your traditional Team L&T Ginetta colours. So was it Luke Hines, I think? I'm trying to remember now, who won the British GT Championship GT4 class. It wasn't even called, was it even called GT4 in those days with the Panos run by Ginetta?
Rick Parfitt Jr. as well took the GT4
he did, that's
championship
right,
in a Ginetta, and then I think uniquely actually won the GT3 championship in the Bentley with Seb Morris.
Now trying for the triple as he races in British touring cars.
Yeah. This is Seb Hopkins, the number 65 Team Parker Racing Porsche 718. As I said earlier, a current GT4 driver and car combination. Obviously, normally he'd be sharing with another driver, but gets the car all to himself this weekend.
Yes, almost uniquely in a GT race, it will be a single driver event. So it's going to be a short sprint. Where is he now? Yeah, currently 6th position, just moved up a little faster. So too is Craig Wilkins in the Toyota GR Supra GT4 car. Now again, that is a current GT4 machine, the Supra. One of 2 cars being run here by the Scott Sport team. They're also running a Cayman Club Sport for Keith Fraser, which is car number 5. But car number 8, Craig Wilkins, the GR Supra, that's not a car I've seen race in the flesh, actually.
That's a current GT4 British GT car, which it's not driven by Craig Wilkins in the British GT, but it's the same sort of car. And Seb Hopkins has gone fastest with a 2:09.399.
Well, there you are. There's the black, white and red of GR Racing, Gazoo Racing. So the GR Toyota Supra. I tell you what, if you didn't know what it was, you would be hard to pick out the lines of a road Supra from that. It's not a familiar look yet, the current generation of Supra as a road car, but it's almost a disruptive pattern, the livery on it. And has it not got numbers either? It's got 1 on the windscreen. Okay. That's asking a lot of the fans, isn't it, to be able to see the windscreen on a sunny day. Door panels, I think, would that would be de rigueur for most cars.
Its number 8 is actually just behind the rear window. I just spotted as you were saying, where's the numbers on it? A strange place to put it, but I suppose
it's hidden.
Yeah. It's a white car, and they've picked a place where there's a bit of red.
Or a bit of black on the other side. I don't know. No, not working for me, I'm afraid.
We'll give him that because there's only one in the field, so we won't have a problem identifying him.
I think in the scrutineering bay there's... Yeah, but the problem is people trackside, fans who might not have seen it in qualifying, are going, well, what's that car? It hasn't got any numbers on. Unless you see it coming dead on towards you. If you're at Maggots and Beckett's, I defy you as it whistles by to see that there is a number on the side of the car. However, that's just me whinging as a commentator. A little bit of an improvement for the 66 Porsche of Peter Daly. He moves up currently into 7th place. Now he is chasing car number 35, John Dixon in the Lotus Evora. They are the lead 2 in the Cup class. There is a class for current cars and there is a class for Cup cars, of which the Evora, the Porsche, and who is the third?
The Ginetta.
Car, the Ginetta, that's correct, yeah.
And
the
then we've got
G55 Ginetta.
And then we've got the older classics as well. The Aston Martins. And the Evora actually is in that classic class, isn't it? Used to see Stratton Motorsport ran the Lotus Evora in GT4 British GT a few years ago, and it was great to see it do well. Unfortunately, it had problems, not always of the car's making, as it were. It wasn't a car failure. It was just one of those situations where the car was in the wrong place at the wrong time and got knocked out of the event or whatever. But it was a competitive car in periods. So 2016 was when that car was current. John Dixon driving with Stratton Motorsport.
Looking at Peter Daly on the big screens in the Daly Motorsport Team Parker Racing Run Cayman Club Sport. So Peter Daly, car number 66, currently leading in the Cup class. So fastest time for him. So he's still inside the top 10 overall, but leading in his category. And the top classic is car 189, Martin Addison, in the Aston Martin GT4. Now that's the white car with Addison down the side in red and black. Hard to miss. And probably having more success than his commentary near namesake, who, like me, has done a little bit of racing. Now, this is our Mercedes AMG, and this is a change of driver to David Fraszecki. Car still run by Bagheera Racing, so it's the AMG GT4, and again, this car only a couple of seasons old, so very much the current car. So Elia Kolic is not driving the car. Driver change to David Fraszecki.
I think that one is,
hang on a minute.
there's two of them.
Oh, there are two of them.
Yeah.
So we've got 38 and 29. So 38 is, in fact, it's not a driver change, that is a second entry. Hooray!
Well, 29 is Elia Kolic, or however you pronounce the Seychelles name, in the Mercedes AMG GT4, and then the other entry for that team in the same car, in the same type of car, 38, is David Vreski, which is a change of driver from Yasmin Kolic.
Ha-ha.
So
okay, I didn't have Yasmin on my entry list at all.
Oh, well, there we are.
Elia Kolic is still there. So that's what SC. Now I thought, okay, that's not Southern California, that's not Scandinavia, so it's Seychelles. Okay, there we go. So Chris Griffin, one of, how many have we got? 1, 2, 3 Aston Martin GT4s in the field. So yeah, the 24/7 Motorsport car. And there is the other one of our Bagheera Racing Run cars. Bagheera, of course, make their own racing cars, but also a Bagheera Racing team running the Mercedes AMG GT4s. It's become a very successful GT racer now, and its third iteration, the Mercedes AMG. Oh, second iteration, yeah. Second iteration came in the more wide-mouth frog grille on the car in GT3 and GT4 spec a couple of seasons ago. I guess 3 years ago now, just before lockdown. Yeah, arguing with both the nose and the tail there in the Beckett's S's. Not always a way to guarantee pace. And behind the second of the Mercedes, the third car coming down the straight, that's the G55 Ginetta. So that will be, I found it and I've lost it. Who's driving the G55?
Number 30. That's Greg Evans.
I've gone blind again. So that's predominantly yellow, so we're just making this up as we go along.
Certainly pushing the boundaries is David Vreski. You spotted him getting very sideways up at, I think that was at Beckett's, wasn't it? And then running very wide on the exit of Club there. So he's just pushing the limits of that car.
Yeah, so the second car, then the other entry, which is Elia Kolic, is the black car with the yellow highlights. So they've got two different liveries on those two effectively team cars. As so often is the case, though, even in British GT Championship, you will quite often get a team running two cars which have different sponsorship liveries, because of course they have different pros and AMs in the cars, and with them come different sponsors, in the same way as you might see in a Formula 3 team that runs 2 or 3 different drivers. They will always have their own sponsorship packages. So again, looking here at the green and yellow 24/7 Aston of Chris Griffin. So car number 247, run by 24/7 Motorsport. And that car is the lead car in the classic class. So has just set his best lap, 2 minutes 15.9. And for reference, the fastest lap is a 2 minutes 8.0 from the fastest of our current cars, which is Seb Hopkins in his orange and black Team Parker Cayman Club Sport.
Two youngsters at the top of the timing screen, Seb Hopkins and Freddie Tomlinson, both very much teenagers. So great to see the next generation of hopefully top quality GT drivers coming through. Both racing in British GT this year. Taking a bit of a busman's holiday, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've got a weekend off. Let's go racing.
Yeah, there's not a British GT round for another few weeks, so we'll just go with what we've got. So the timing graphic showing you with 10 minutes and change to go. The cars in the classic category, that particular ranking. Griffin, Addison, Murphy and Taffender. We haven't spoken about that car yet. Richard Taffender in the Stratton Motorsport Aston Martin, car number 151. So I have to go and do a little bit of colour spotting. 172, again the familiar Aston Martin green, and that's really a sort of heritage livery, that green. So Chris Murphy, the factory green with a few little white highlights, just to make life easy for identification freaks and his own team. Something hanging down underneath the car. That's not an exhaust, that's a bit of something or other. Doesn't appear to be detrimental to its pace or handling, but possibly not the way it was intended. Don't think they traditionally have a bit dangling underneath. So changes in the current class. The 38 Mercedes has jumped up to 3rd place. So David Vreski. And jumping up to 5th has gone car number 15. That's the white and red McLaren. David Henry in the Rocket RJN car. Again, arguing with the Mercedes all the way through the Beckett's S's. David Vreski. Who else has improved? Well, moving up inside the top 10 now. Car number 69. Oh, there's another entry that I don't have on my sheet.
That's the 3rd of our AMG GT4s from Mercedes. 69 is Stephen Walton. And thankfully for us trying to spot the colours, and you out there looking at the colours from a little bit of a distance away, that one is a yellow black and white Mercedes as opposed to the red black and white of David Vreski. I think David Vreski and Alia Koloch are very similar colours from the same team.
Very similar speed as well, just 0.26 between them, 3rd and 4th fastest. So they're dominating row 2 of the grid at the moment, and dominating the front row currently with the pole position time. Seb Hopkins in the Team Parker Racing Cayman Club Sport. That's the orange and black car, and 2nd fastest is Freddie Tomlinson in the brand new Ginetta G56. So as current, in fact there should be a separate class for future as yet unraced, because when he starts the race it will be an as yet unraced Ginetta G56 GT4. Looking at David Henry here, and Henry now up to 5th place, and he's ahead of David Foster. So 2 Davids. David Henry in the Team Rocket RJN McLaren will be 5th at the moment. David Foster in the Balfe Motorsport McLaren is in 6th position. So 2 Davids, 2 McLarens currently on row 3 of our grid. And then, as we said, Stephen Watson up to 7th place. So he's moved up a couple of spots. And those, all the top 8 cars right now are our current cars, and then 9th, 10th, 11th are the Cup cars. So there's On screen, David Addison, the white Aston Martin with the black and orange highlights. Could actually easily be a Team RJN car almost, with a little bit of repositioning of some stripage, but Martin Addison, did I say David? Beg your pardon, Martin Addison. Combining your favourite commentators' names there.
Known as Uncle Martin when you're commentating with David at a circuit. He doesn't mind. He's not David's
devil.
uncle.
Cheeky devil. So yes. And that car currently is, that's the leader of our classic class. In fact, classic is obviously a fairly loose catch-all term. I remember being at a World Endurance Championship race at Spa maybe 2 years ago, maybe 3 now, where we were remarking on the fact that one of the current Pro-Am GT cars would be racing at the Classic as a historic car less than a month after it competed as a current car in the World Endurance Championship. Such is the way of homologation, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Right, let's get our Mercedes spotting. Let's leave the Aston and focus on the yellow and black Mercedes right behind. Has it even got a yellow 3-pointed star? That's very groovy, isn't it? So that's not Stephen Walton's car, is
yes,
it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
That is?
Yeah, that's
okay.
the yellow, black and white one, which...
So basically yellow and black. It was the white bit that threw me. Okay, so yellow and black, Stephen Walton. Yeah, and black and more red is David Vresky's car. So Stephen Walton is currently, where is he now? 6th place, alongside David Henry on the grid. And how much does he need? He needs 1800ths of a second. Well, he had to pass the car into Copse, about a third of the way around the lap, half the way around the lap, I suppose. Nicely through the Beckett's S's, coming down the Hanger Straight. Stowe sort of rears up a little bit in front of you, not the track itself so much, but with the grandstand behind. It's always coming at you at a decent rate as you hack on down the Hanger Straight into the Vale and then sweeping through Club Corner. Here comes the line. Is this a better lap? It is a better lap. Is it going to move him up from 6th position into 5th position? Let's take a look as he comes across the line. First sector was better. Second and third sectors not enough for an improvement. So I think everybody has possibly had the best out of their tyres right now. Here's the G56 of Freddie Tomlinson. So I don't know if Dad Lawrence is here or whether he's working back home. Lawrence Tomlinson has a number of other business interests as well as what we know him for, which is Ginetta Cars.
And Ginetta really has become the mainstay of the BTCC programme, and also we have at least one, if not 2 Ginetta races in British GT undercard as well, so it really has helped a lot of drivers get onto the GT ladder.
Yeah, a real mainstay of national racing, right the way from Ginetta Juniors all the way through the Club Sport Championships, and then up into GT4, and for a period there were Ginetta GT3 cars as well available, so and may well still be in the future. And again, as we said, you know, they've raced at Le Mans, they've raced in World Endurance Championship over the last few years. Some pretty decent Ginetta results at Le Mans. Martin Short was ran his Roll Centre Racing team with Ginettas in it for a couple of seasons. Had some really good races in the 24-hour Classic. So it is again a manufacturer in a slightly different way to somebody like Lola or March maybe, or Reynard or Van Diemen even to a degree, who were plying their trade on the single-seater ladder. Ginetta doesn't do single-seaters. What Ginetta does is GT cars, and they do them for pre-teens almost, all the way up to gentlemen drivers and businessmen of aplomb and decent-sized pockets as well. So you can stay with the same brand and work your way up the ladder to successively faster and faster cars. And Freddie Tomlinson out here with the most recent of them, 3400s away from pole position. It is possible. There's the 24/7 Motorsport car of Chris Griffin. Just run out of talent and or luck there at Club Corner. Okay, just decides that the car is not going to make it round and takes to the escape road. Now, it may well be that as he got onto the brakes, he sensed that there was nothing left in the engine room, in which case, I can't see there's many other reasons that you just abort the corner. May have gone into limp home mode.
That's at Farm and Abbey and Farm.
Yeah.
He's making his way back. He's got a long way to go. He's nearly a full lap to get back into the pit lane where he's running out of the international pits.
Well, he's not going to make it. Well, he will make it, but not before the checkered flag comes out, which is now. So his session ended maybe half a lap. He would have got the end of that lap, but no more. So didn't really lose a very great deal. First across the line is Freddie Tomlinson. Did not get an improvement on that lap. Didn't really think anybody was going to have much more left in their tyres. They were all looking to set the times early on. You can see 3 or 4 of the drivers already bailed from the session and were in the pit lane. So pole position will go to Seb Hopkins in a Team Parker Cayman Club Sport. Freddie Tomlinson will be alongside him on the grid. David Fresky in the Mercedes, 3rd quickest from team mate, in quotes or not, Alia Kolic. So 2 Mercedes on row 2, and on row 3, 2 Davids. David Henry, 5th fastest in the Rocket RJN McLaren, and in the other McLaren, David Foster in... Oh no, there was a final hurrah as coming across the line, Stephen Walton puts his Mercedes up into 5th position, splitting our McLaren domination of row 3. So Stephen Walton up to 5th at the checkered flag, ahead of Danny Henry. Sorry, I called him David, Danny Henry. So there's Stephen Walton, 5th fastest at the line. And it was the final sector where he found just enough, and you can see how little just enough was. He was 63 thousandths ahead of Danny Henry with that final run to the checkered flag. So that could just easily have been getting the run through the Vale and Club Corner a little bit tidier, and enough to move him up into 5th place. So should be no other changes out there. Everybody else either have taken a checkered flag or already in the pit lane. And so our final change there, Stephen Walton taking 5th spot ahead of Danny Henry. So David Foster's McLaren relegated to 7th on the grid. But the man who will start at the front of the field is the Porsche driver Seb Hopkins, again in his regular weekend tool, and so enjoying himself thoroughly in qualifying. The orange and black Cayman Club Sport at the top of the pile. Confirmation then of the times set in qualifying. As with this morning's sessions, of course, all of these subject to post-qualifying verification. However, as of now, Seb Hopkins and Freddie Tomlinson are the front 2 on the grid, ahead of 3 Mercedes. The Bagheera Racing cars of David Fresky, Leah Kolic and Stephen Walton, Danny Henry and David Foster 6th and 7th in McLarens, the GR Supra of Craig Wilkins in 8th, 2nd of the Ginettas and the only G55 in the race. Greg Evans lines up 9th ahead of Peter Daly. John Dickerton 11th in his Lotus ahead of Martin Addison's Aston Martin. Keith Rice to Chris Griffin, Chris Murphy and Richard Tappender round out our field. The Masters GT4 Classic qualifying session at Silverstone. First time at the Classic for these cars. Modern era GT4 racers. And the most modern of them. Getting to the top of the pile, Seb Hopkins in his regular weekend weapon, the Team Parker Cayman Club Sport, and Freddie Tomlinson in the brand new Ginetta G56, outpacing the rest of the current field, the Cup cars and the classics. The Aston Martin GT4s all in the classic category. Seb Hopkins with the fastest lap will be the man that they're all trying to chase in the race.
Official timing partners is Bromont, and I'm absolutely delighted that the co-founders are here with me now. Nick and Giles, brilliant to see you both. First of all, congratulations, becoming part of the Classic.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's a lot of fun, isn't it? Because it's, how can you not enjoy this sort of environment and this sort of machine? So it's not a hard thing to get involved with. It's a lot of fun.
And nice of you, because you literally live 5 minutes down the road, Giles.
It's the easiest event to possibly come to. So I'm here with my car and it's just down the road. But I mean, this is unique in the world of motorsport, isn't it? And no, it's so exciting to be here.
And you guys are very much known at the forefront of motorsport already. You know, you've already got partnerships with Williams, with Jaguar, and Classic is now on the list too.
Well, it's all about trying to engineer work, so it's around your sort of hobbies, isn't it? This is the big thing we really try. So
work.
It's not flying, it's cars, so no, it is a brilliant thing to be involved with.
And I think it's everything to do with mechanical, isn't it? Mechanical watches, cars, aircraft. It's a similar love across the whole way. And actually, we used to have a manufacturing facility just on the edge of the circuit here, so quite connected to the whole area.
Amazing. And Nick, you're actually going to be taking to the track later as well. Talk us through what's in store.
I am indeed. I mean, I should have had my brother doing it as well, but he didn't quite get his act together, so it's been left to me. So
the pressure is on you then.
The pressure is on me. I know. And the problem is, all of the drivers here are rather good. You know, they don't come here for a sort of Sunday or weekend amble, do they? They're properly tuned up. So
it's a pretty mega car. What are you driving?
So this is Healy 100, 1954. Really good fun car to drive. So obviously rear-wheel drive. It has one of the first cars to have disc brakes as well. So has disc brakes on the front, but drums on the back. So it's quite twitchy, but a lot of fun. And obviously they've got a lot more power than when they first came out. So it's like a big go-kart.
Apparently you're going to be live doing commentary going around the track now.
Yes, as you said, Nick, I've actually got to learn the corners. The left-hander coming up, followed by the right-hander. Yeah.
See, I was giving him tips earlier. Yeah. If you don't know what you're talking about, you can wing it. There we are.
Exactly. So it'll be a lot of fun. Next up, the Ignition GP 1990s Formula One cars. And just to my left is this Onyx. Now, it's a 1989 car, and behind the steering wheel is a man called Henry Pearman, who owns the most incredible collection of Group C cars, which we're obviously seeing on circuit this weekend as well as part of the 40th anniversary. He's just getting strapped in. Henry bought this car quite recently and has done 3 shakedown laps in the car. Henry, do you even know what to expect?
It's going to be a bit different to a Group C car, that's for sure. It should be quite exciting, but it's going to blow my head around a bit, I think, with the wind down the straights and things, but should be good fun. Looking forward to it.
Now, as you were saying, you're used to driving Group C cars, very, very powerful, long distance endurance races. But this is something completely different, isn't it? Did you get an insight into kind of the G-forces you get around the corners when you shook it down?
No, not at all. No, I had an old Arrows turbo car about 20 years ago and drove that round here in 04 when we did the support race at Le Mans. And it was amazing. No, these are so precise and they just can go where you want them, but I'm probably about 30 seconds off the pace at the moment, I should think.
Well, Henry, I'll be about a minute, so well done you.
Okay, no, thanks for that.
Right, let's see if we can just come round here. Now, the cars are being pushed through the pit complex, so hopefully our reception lasts. So bear with me and follow me through the garages. You'll probably get quite a good insight, Gordon, if you just have a look down here, just the sheer number of cars there are at the Classic at Silverstone. It's absolutely extraordinary. Now, the other Formula One cars all being pushed into the pit lane here, ready to go. And here is a 1999 Minardi. So it's a lovely car. It's driven by James Belton. But what I wanted to show you is Now, Gordon, if you come around this way, careful not to step on the car. This computer is from 1999 and is running the files from Minardi that year in order to actually start the car, run it, all the setup, everything like that. So apparently they have a spare, but if this is lost and the other one's lost, then they can't even start the car. So look, why don't I come around and see, Gordon, you stay that side. I'll see if I can catch up with James. James, we've just been talking about the intricacies of running a car like this. It must be mind-blowing.
It's not too bad. I'm getting to learn the car, but I have the Dean and James with TDF. They know all about it, so it's a big help, and they help us a lot.
And is there a penalty for someone who loses that computer and the files?
Yeah.
Can you say on live TV?
That would be a Welsh penalty, which is never going to be good.
Right, and just give me a little bit of insight into what this thing is like to drive, because it's such a machine. I can't even begin to imagine kind of the acceleration, the brakes, the cornering.
Yeah, it's fairly fierce. I mean, I raced in Euroboss 20 years ago, but this is a far another level from what I raced then. It is.
And how do you do training to keep your neck strong, or is that just time in the car?
No, I don't. I train normally every day anyway, but it will get tiring after a while.
And I've got to ask, this is a final question. What's it like to actually run one of these in terms of all the parts you need to replace and fuel and fluids you need to replace?
I was very lucky when I bought this car. I bought a lot of space with it as well, so it's helped a great deal.
Well, look, thank you so much for bringing it out.
No problem, thank you.
Right, we can hear the cars starting up now. We've got the Benetton back here. And what I love about the Benetton, so I'm going to squeeze it, we've got the McLaren here in those famous McLaren colours, the orange and yellow. I don't know if you can see the Benetton car here. The two mechanics are wearing the correct tops from Benetton in that era, which I love. And I think that's really, 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 really special. A bit like sort of modern drivers wearing those historic helmets. This is Steve sat here, Ottavianelli. We actually had a chat to him earlier, but Steve, I'm going to jump in again. I'm so sorry. Steve, you were telling me earlier that this isn't even your only Formula One car. What else have you got?
I've got the sister car to this one, which is driven by Michael, 10 Grand Prix. Both cars, this but the other car, were second and third.
Right, well, look, the engines are now starting up, so that's all from us in the assembly area.
Well fought, Ed, fighting against the technology. You know, the Cosworth era cars that we saw earlier on still run with a basic mechanical starter, and they are self-contained. Even here in this era, the Ford engine car, this Benetton, the engine in the Minardi, the 3-litre Ford engine, the electronics rule everything. This was really the beginning of where you needed all the electronics to run these cars, and you've got laptops that are like 4 inches thick, beige lumps that cannot do anything else. Almost literally probably could not even do email now, and probably certainly couldn't open Wikipedia, and yet without that the Formula One car is a dead lump. And these cars need those laptops, and nobody has yet made an emulator that will run on a modern PC or a modern Mac that can run all those programs. So you still see cars of this era from the early 90s running early 90s laptops. So here's an idea for the future. Go online, buy as many 90s Toshiba and whatever you can laptops as possible, and suddenly everybody who's got a 90s Formula One car in the next 5 or 10 years will be beating a path to your door. And the laptop may not be worth anything, but without it, the car is just a static display, and that's what gives the value to the laptop. All right, laptop and business opportunities over there. The Moneytrononics car that we were just looking a little bit earlier at, JJ Later and Gregor Wojtek, the drivers of that car in period. This Minardi, well, it has the name of Luca Badua on the side of the car, but the 198 for 1998, Shinji Nakano joined the team from Prost, and Esteban Tuero was the second team driver. So the ignition Grand Prix 1990s F1 cars out and about. These cars, of course, like everything else, as well as being out on track, will also be on static display. So if you're coming back later on in the weekend, or if you're around and about later on today, all these fabulous early 90s Formula One cars, as well as wailing around the Grand Prix circuit on which they raced in period, will also be available to have a good gorp at close up. And as you've seen already, the mechanics that are running the cars are intimately aware of everything that you need to run these Formula One cars. And as you will know, if you've ever been to any classic or historic race meeting, the guys running the cars are always super enthusiastic and super happy to talk to you about them. So don't be afraid, whatever the car is, to ask questions about it. Everybody who's brought a car here, by definition, is passionate about A, motorsport, and B, about their particular car, and they will talk to you and give you chapter and verse. The car you're looking at there with the pink nose, that's the very last of a famous line. We've seen some of the early Grand Prix cars from Brabham. That's the very last one. Last raced here at Silverstone by Damon Hill in his first British Grand Prix was in a Brabham of this vintage. Now, whether it is this exact chassis or not, I'm not entirely certain, but that is certainly the last of the line of a famous manufacturer, the Brabham BT60Y. The Y, of course, Alistair, standing for Yamaha, the engines that they ran.
Yes, V12 engine in that one, and an interesting difference to the high revving V10s and the V8s that are also out there. We also saw earlier on the McLaren MP47 driven by Matt Wrigley, one of the cars, again, I don't know whether it was this chassis, but that was the type of car which took 5 wins, 3 for Senna, 2 for Berger. A very, very successful car. Interesting to see that the Brabham is being run, Michael Fitzgerald at the wheel, very low, skidding along, sparking off the end plates of the front wing.
Well, that would probably have been, you know, period ride height for Silverstone. Silverstone, even in that era, was a very fast, very flat track, so no great undulations, no dips, jumps, brows or anything else. And so, yeah, effectively, the closer you can run a car to the ground, the better, even without tunnels, the ground effect, quote, is. So they would always have been right. And of course, in that period, those titanium skid blocks were sparking all over the place at all times. In fact, Nigel Mansell famously used to try and deliberately create sparks because the red hot bits of titanium would pit the visor of the driver behind him if they were to hit it.
There's that great long shot of Mansell and Senna, wasn't it, at Spa, where they were both sparking, and Mansell passing Senna on the straight up to Les Combes. We're looking now at the car that Ed was talking to the driver. That's the Benetton, Steve Ottavignelli, who he's told us he has the sister car to this. Lucky man. That's the Benetton B193, designed by Ross Brawn and Rory Byrne, and 2 greater designers working together you couldn't really wish for, and they were in the Benetton team. This is using the V8 3.5 litre engine from Ford, the Ford 8B engine, driven in period by, again, we don't know which chassis this is, but Michael Schumacher and Riccardo Patrese.
Yep, Nelson Piquet also drove in this era for Benetton with the Ford HBs, and of course so too Martin Brundle, Johnny Herbert. So, but Schumacher was the one who was so successful in his first World Championships, coming at the wheel of a Ross Brawn, Rory Byrne Benetton, and of course they all then gradually in stages decamped to Ferrari to create what at that stage was the greatest domination of Formula One ever seen by a team and driver.
The dream team, wasn't it?
Yep.
Brought together by Jean Todt.
Yeah. Otherwise known as Workaholics Anonymous, I think, probably. In fact, Rory Byrne, the last of the fold, still, it was in semi-retirement at Ferrari. He was the production engineer, so he was the man responsible for making it all happen as it got signed off by Ross Brawn. And he was in very much almost total retirement from Ferrari until the beginning of this season, when his knowledge of ground effect and porpoising became suddenly very, very useful. The two cars that responded best to porpoising when ground effect tunnels were introduced this year were the Red Bull designer Adrian Newey, who cut his teeth in the ground effect era, and Ferrari, who still had all of Rory Byrne's knowledge on tap. So I'm sure he's very much less retired than he probably was before the beginning of pre-season testing. But it's interesting, isn't it, that so few of the mechanics and designers who are around, even in this era, are around still in the modern era to bring that knowledge of porpoising, how you deal with it and what you do with a ground effect car, now that it's so immediately required.
Hard to believe that it was 30 years ago that we were watching, we've switched cars, but we're the McLaren MP47, Matthew Wrigley, we were watching there 30 years ago that we were watching that car being driven by Senna and Berger. And with the distinctive colours still on that car of the Marlboro livery. But I think by this time the cigarette sponsorship had been banned, hadn't it? But everybody knew the colours, so they...
Yes.
And then we had people like Eddie Jordan pushing the limits, shall we say, with bitten and hisses on the back wing, wasn't it?
Buzzing hornets and all sorts of things, yes, absolutely. Now, in a very non-Minardi colour scheme, it is not, of course, a non-Minardi colour scheme, because it is a Minardi in a Minardi colour scheme shooter period, but you traditionally associate more black and yellow with Minardi, as we saw in the earlier 1980s era of Formula One car. In fact, Giancarlo Minardi's first Formula One car. This is one of the later cars, the M189, and again, the high nose that was brought in with Tyrrell initially in the early high nose period, another of those Adrian Newey designs, and that has become very much standard. The reason for raising the nose was to make the wing wider without making the wing wider. As you see, the width of the nose, that's on this car all now front wing, so the airflow over the front wing does more than it would have done. It also gives you the chance that they used to build in little keels, as you can see, under the nose of the car, under the driver's legs, to divert the air from the centre of the car into the cooling ducts and around the floor and so on. So open up a whole new avenue of aerodynamic exploration. Behind it you can see the Brabham with a sort of semi-high nose. It's got the full wing width, just suspended a tiny bit below the nose. But some of the cars that you see also running in period, like the Onyx of Henry Pearman, who goes by, that car with the traditional style of low nose, so the wings built out from the side of the nose rather than below it, as you can see with the Brabham, particularly there with the Minardi. And you'll see that also on some of the cars that are on static display. There's a Ferrari on static display as well, that you will probably see with the high nose. Henry Pearman here. Well, Henry, very famous for nowadays, particularly for his mouthwatering Group C collection, but also he is Mr. Eagle Racing of E-Type fame. So he has been involved in restoring, reclaiming from the waves and generally keeping E-Types on the road for, well, 30 years plus, I guess now. So Eagle Racing started as a restoration concern. Of course, they have produced their own speedsters and so on over the years, refining the E-Type in the way that perhaps might have happened if Jaguar had made them for another 20 or 30 years after they finished production. Now, what are we... coming out of Woodcote and down past the pits as it would have been at the time. What is this? I'm not entirely sure what we're looking at here. I should recognise it, but I'm struggling.
I think that might be the earlier Minardi we've got out, the M194.
that could well be the case.
Sounds like the right engine note as well, because that was using the V8 Ford HB engine.
Yeah.
But like you, I don't recognise the car off the top of my head.
Consensus seems to be it is the Minardi M184. And again, as you say, Ford HB. Somebody just came creeping rather slowly past the pits, which is always a little bit of a worry. Well, that's the other Minardi, and that appears to have gone into lack of forward momentum. Gives you a great view though, as it comes very slowly of that high wing, high nose wing, high nose rather, look, and the keel underneath. There you go, there's the flat floor, and the keel just above it that separates the airflow into vortexes between the flat floor and the underside of the side pod. And that's still, every year, that becomes an increasingly important area of development, how you control those vortices, and that helps you control the wash off the front wheels, the squish from the front wheel, from the rear wheel as well. Again, with that really narrow-waisted Coke bottle that we first saw brought in the early MP4 McLarens, tailoring behind the radiators, just bringing the bodywork right in around the engine bay to clothe it as tightly as possible to try and allow as much flow through to the rear wing, but also through the elements of the rear suspension and so on, to try and help to create the Coanda effect that brings the air out from underneath the car and tries to accelerate the air below the car in a way that the ground effect tunnels do. Well, it's still rolling, so he still seems to have a little bit of motor power. So he's either lost throttle or he's lost gears, and again, with these cars, the two may well be connected. So he will be heading very slowly back to the pits. Henry Pearman comes towards us in the Moneytron, or the Onyx as it is more accurately. And Mike Earle's team originally came with that Moneytron sponsorship into Formula One. And that their first car, the Onyx ORE1. And this very familiar Benetton livery, the green and yellow, from really the peak of the team's prowess.
They were a bit of a disruptor, weren't they, Benetton, when they came into Formula One? A little bit like Lord Hesketh in his days when James Hunt was racing for him. Just a little bit different to the establishment.
Yes, I think Bubbles Hesketh was a different disruptor of a different manner.
Yes.
Yes, but actually, but in terms of yeah, the little team that could, still very much that. So a little bit more about that 94 Minardi, the car. Alessandro Mariani was the team manager at Minardi back in 1994. This car with the blue and with the orange of Beta Utensili. They're still going. Car designed by Aldo Costa, who has been part of a team winning 14 Formula One titles with first Ferrari and then with Mercedes. Jamie O'Leary supplying the information there and venturing that Aldo Costa may well be the design engineer with more titles than any other human being. Okay, there's a bar raised high. Let's see if anybody has other ideas on that. So, Alessandro Mariani semi-retired now, I think, still plying his trade a little, but there is our demonstration from the 90s Formula One cars for the day.
We were instantly drawn to this amazing radical covered in Motul branding. Anyway, tell us a bit more about, well, you're back here at the Classic for a second time, so talk to us about the partnership and also Motul's role in today, because you guys are running lubricants in some of all the old classic cars that we're seeing on the track.
Yeah, we are, and you're right. This is our second year at the Classic, and the first year was an amazing year for us, and the time back in the walk to life. We've got car enthusiasts, car clubs, racing drivers, classic, modern and family, and it's one event that ties it all together. So this year we're back again. We've come a little bit bigger and better than last year. We've brought along some of our brand partners, our OEM contracts, so you've got the Radical right behind you. We've got Caterham down with us, where we supply these vehicles from factory with our lubricants. We've brought our amazing
what is going on behind?
It's huge, I know. It's
It's
the
flagged
lab.
as the Motul lab. Yeah,
It
okay.
does.
Right,
So-
so do I need my goggles and white lab coat to go in there? What's
You
going on inside?
You do need a little bit of goggles and white coat. It's kind of black magic, and it's a little bit beyond me, but the guys in there are experts in their field. But historically, we only use this lab for motorsports events, and it's to testing the quality of oil. And this year, and part of our relationship with Silverstone Classic is not just about being a partner, but it's being a technical partner to the show, and how do we add value as a brand and as a company to everybody. So this year, we opened up the lab, and all the car clubs are able to come and get a free oil sample analysis, and we can do it on site, and our technicians will come back and talk to them about what's going on inside their engine.
Right, I think this is something I need to do. I'm going to hop off back to my car. I'll see you in 10 minutes, Andy. Brilliant. We'll do get down to the Motul stand here. Get your oil tested, because it is absolutely critical for the health of your car. Andy, what a pleasure. Come down and get on the sim as well. Great fun.
Lots to see and do at the Silverstone Classic, all around the circuit, whether you're watching the cars or whether you are partaking in some of the extracurricular activities. Lots for the whole family to do, and I know an awful lot of people here who are coming over the weekend as well will be bringing the entire family. Hello, Ted. Masters Endurance Legends next up, the very near past of racing at Le Mans, all sorts of GTs and prototypes, followed by the Thundersport, which will round out Sunday's action, bringing the curtain down and probably the roof with it, if Silverstone had a roof, which it doesn't, never mind. Accidental Partridge, number 2 of the day. International Trophy for Classic GT cars will be up at 4:30, and the Pre-66 Grand Prix cars start a 60s revival, which will take us through to the close of play, through the Transatlantic Pre-66 touring cars and the Masters Sports Car Legends for the Yokohama Trophy, which will also be 60s and 70s sports car racing. So those are the remaining on-track sessions. Don't forget that the Classic Food Kitchen and the main stage are still in business all day long, as are all of the food and drink outlets, as too are all the club displays, the car displays and the partner displays around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit.
Now, next up, we've got the Masters Endurance races. Now, these are really quite modern Le Mans cars, Le Mans sports cars. And if we just come around this way, you'll see in here the Gulf colours of the Lola Aston. And to let everyone into a little bit of a secret, I actually did the wheels and tyres for this car at Le Mans back in 2009. Amazing I didn't ruin the race, but we're sorry, I'm ruining photos here. But the driver, Christophe, I know you're getting in the car soon. I was just saying, I did the wheels and tyres for this car at Le Mans in 2009, so I have very happy memories of it. It must be amazing to drive.
Oh, it's really amazing. It's a very reliable car, it's fast, I love it. I mean, the colors are crazy, the sound, it just sounds fantastically, and it works well. I mean, I like it, yeah.
How often do you actually get out in it?
Quite often. I've been doing the MEL series, and And it's we drive a lot. We've got testing, qualifying, racing, and yeah, put a lot of kilometers on it.
Amazing. Well, look, enjoy the session.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's squeeze out. We lost our cameraman. Here we go. Gordon, let's just watch out for the air jack on the floor. Let's go this way. So the slight confusing thing about all these sports cars is that usually everything comes to the assembly area, but for some reason that someone will know, much more important than me, they aren't today. So they're dotted down the new wing here. I can see Matthew Wrigley. Matthew, I'm sorry to interrupt. I thought I'd have a chat with you because I can actually hear you this time. A little bit different. I know this is the classic at Silverstone, but these are quite special, aren't they?
Yeah, they are really. I mean, it's my first time racing this car. We've done one test day with it. I came here last year and raced Christoph and Antonio's Dansenberg's Dallara last year, and so that was my first experience of the Endurance Legends. And then Dad had been sort of quite keen on doing something with it, quite like the cars, and so he then, he got this, I think, earlier this year, and so this is the first race meeting we'll be doing with it.
Amazing. How much of the setup data and everything like that can you use from when these were raced in anger? Because they will have, unlike the historic cars, they've got quite recent setup data that's probably quite useful.
Yeah, I think they have quite a lot of it. I think the team's certainly been in contact with all the people that used to run the car. I think they know. I think it sort of gets passed down as well. So when they came out of the factory, they then get given to the next person. It all depends on the age of the car. Obviously, the newer the car, the easier it is. Yeah, I think it's okay. I mean, it felt good at Donington the other day, so we'll see how we get on here. The straight's a bit longer, it's a smaller engine compared to some of the cars, but it's got more aero, so I don't really know what it'll be like around here, but we're going to find out in a minute.
Well, you'll know in about 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Right, enjoy.
Cheers.
Right, let's carry on down here and see what we can find. This is very much a voyage of discovery for myself and you, the viewers. So I'm glad you could join me for it. We've got very recent Toyota here. They're just incredible bits of machinery. If you look closely, there is not a millimetre. These factory cars, there's so much attention to detail, whether that's the flips and the curves, the aero, you name it. And it takes a fair amount to run one of these things. And so I wonder whether I can squeeze in, have a chat to Crichton. He's in deep conversation with his engineer at the moment. Crichton, could I just squeeze in? This must be quite a machine round here.
Yeah, it's a fast car.
And what's it like with the engine? Is it quite quiet? So can you hear the revs?
Inside is a bit noisy, but it's fine.
I'm getting tapped on my back. I think that's us out of there. And they're all leaving the pit lane, so I think that is all from us for now.
Well done, Ed. And of course, the Peugeot diesel will be a very different noise to what else you'll be used to hearing down in the pit lane. So this is the Masters Legends session about to begin. Qualifying for the Masters Endurance Legends here as part of the Silverstone Classic, and this series caters for all cars available or eligible for major endurance events from 1995 to 2012. Cars already heading out on track and building up to speed for the Masters Endurance Legends. 2 races for these cars, combining as they would in period prototypes and GT cars. So cars that you would have seen racing in the FIA Sports Car Championship, the John Mangalecci Run Series, in IMSA, in the Sports Car Racing World Cup, International Sports Racing Series, the World Endurance Championship, European Le Mans Series, American Le Mans Series, International Le Mans Series, and so on. No hybrid cars, but diesel engine cars are permitted as well. So some very recent cars out of captivity. Crichton Lanudis, you just heard, in the Peugeot 90X. This car racing in the 2011 World Endurance Championship season and at Le Mans. And as well as some very famous manufacturer names, Ferrari, Oreca, Dallara, Ligier, Porsche, Aston Martin, Pescarolo, Dodge Viper, and so on. We have got some very well-known drivers as well. Christoph Dansenburg raced some of these cars in period. In fact, he was more of a GT racer in period, but you will see him out, as we saw in the Lola Aston Martin, the Gulf liveried DBR1. A fabulous looking car, a fabulous sounding car as well. Mike Newton, not only pride of place on the front cover of the programme, but also still racing the MG Lola that he raced in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans when it was brand new back in 2004, so in his 18th season with that car, originally in period run by RML and still in its original livery. So there is a bit of history there of some of these drivers and some of these cars going back a long way. So the Masters Endurance Series created recently, last 3 or 4 seasons, to bring some of these cars back out, and there are actually quite a number of cars that have appeared over the last 2 or 3 years that are not here this weekend, but we have a great selection of LMP1, LMP2 cars and GT cars as well from the GT1 and GT2 eras. So you've got cars like the Dodge Vipers, you've got Ferrari 430s and 458 GT3s, Aston Martin DBR9. We've got, there's a great looking livery, and that is the De Silvas, Harinder and Tim De Silva in their LMP1 Pescarolo. So now that is number 10 on the charts. Number 1 in your hearts. That is a number change, isn't it? Yeah, so I knew I'd seen them somewhere, so it was originally on in your race card as number 96. So subtle change to number 10, which presumably might have been its number in period. So this era of Pescarolos, built by Oak Racing, as it took over the Pescarolo manufacturing name. Henri Pescarolo was forced to bring the shutters down on his own eponymous team for financial reasons. And the owner of Oak Racing, who was living and based in Le Mans, an impecunious, a very wealthy racer himself, bought the team at auction where Pescarolo was, and turned around and basically handed him the keys to the unit back and said, Henri, you are back in business. So Pescarolo continued, and this car dating back to 2011. There are a couple of them here, both in the factory blue and orange colours. Jamie Constable driving the other one. And there will be 2 races for these cars. So 2 or 3 of them, half a dozen of them maybe, have got a couple of drivers. Now, on the inside is an LMP3 car, and that will be, there's only a handful of P3 cars. That's a P3 Ligier, I think. So a JSP3, and we'll have to identify which one it is. I've got orange and white for one. That looks more orange and black, so that's car number 15. So Stefan Yerbstel and Andy Willis sharing that 2017 JSP3. So, still with Le Mans, Michelin Le Mans Cup door panels, actually. That's where the car will have raced in period. So it was probably racing in the Michelin Le Mans Cup up until a couple of seasons ago. So that car is still very much a current LMP3 car. As you can see, proving to be a little bit of a handful at low speed. The Peugeot, meanwhile, this Peugeot, is it the same one that we saw earlier? This is Steve Tandy in the other 90X, now up to speed, and even on the short run down the Wellington Straight, generating plenty of downforce, keeping the car very stable. So this is the pre-diesel era Peugeot. Cars which came close and didn't quite win at Le Mans in Audi's era of dominance. And Tandy with perhaps no surprise, the fastest lap at the moment, with Harindra and Tim De Silva's Pescarolo that we were just watching second quickest. Up to third has gone Michael Lyons. Michael Lyons, car number 7, that's a Lola B1280. Now, in the latter part of Lola's development, their type numbers got quite esoteric, and I couldn't tell you within a 50-year window when a B1280 was built. However, my notes tell me 2015. So a bit of Ferrari action going on, and then they're in GT cars. The red car following them, the red and white car, that's early factory Dodge Viper colours. So the red and white was replaced by white with blue and red a little later. There is Mike Lyons in the B1280. Again, I'm struggling to think what team would have run that car. So it's got a 70. Okay, so it's a Lola Mazda, so that means it was run in the IMSA series, I would think. So you've got 70 and the 7. Well, 70 is a Ligier LMP3 car, and that is not a Ligier LMP3. Mind you, the number might be wrong, but on the side of it is a number 7. And so a Lola Mazda, that would have been definitely an IMSA car. So, on the right-hand side, the front of your picture with the turquoise, white and blue livery, that's a Mosler MT900R, car number 2. Michael and Sean McInerney sharing that car. And again, British GT fans will remember Martin Short in the Moslers over a number of seasons, being very successful. The car essentially a purpose-built sports car, but with a Corvette V8 motor at the back and a little bit of argy-bargy there as, was that Reynard squeezing through on the inside? I'm now struggling to remember things from the dim and distant. I've seen rather too many race cars since there, but the Mosler is always a very distinctive shape. And again, if you just squint a little, that whole rear deck, rear arrangement of the Mosler always made me think Corvette. The front end looks different, but the back could easily have been a C6 era Corvette, and it uses the same Corvette power plant. So it makes a fabulous noise as it comes past us. So who are our class leaders? Well, Steve Tandy, who's fastest at the moment, is the class leader. Now, here's the car I've been waiting to see, 006. Oh, and there has been a little bit of contact. And that is one of the Pescarolos, and I don't know, is that another Pescarolo? It's another car of a very, either an Oak Morgan or an Oak-built Pescarolo. Both off together. So I was waiting to see Christoph Dansenborg in the Lola Aston, one of the prettiest cars of the last 20 years and one of the best sounding. So what are we seeing here? Into the Beckett's S's, all at 6s and 7s. It's the number 5 Zytek of Keith Fraser that looped around into the first part of, out of Maggots into the first part of Beckett's. So the Pescarolo Judd in the gravel.
That's club corner, Martin.
There you go.
Red flag out anyway. Yeah, we're using what's known as the historic club corner, which is less tight than the Grand Prix club. And yeah, as you say, just a small error from Keith Fraser there, but unfortunately completely innocent. The Aston Martin, the Lola Aston.
But the Lola Aston we were just getting our first glimpse of, but the other car that went off there was one of the 2 Pescarolos. Little bit more then on Keith Fraser's car that we get from the rear wing, Beechdean Mansell. So sponsored by Beechdean Ice Cream, Andrew Howard, but the Mansell name is the key thing here. So this is the car that Nigel raced with his 2 sons at Le Mans, and also here at Silverstone in period, actually. So that's car number 5, the ex-Mansell family 2009 Zytek, and I was busy looking in the wrong direction and didn't get which of the two Pescarolos that was.
It was Jamie Constable.
Okay, so car number 99.
99, yeah. That was the innocent party in that completely. Had to take avoiding action and ended up hitting the barrier. In fact, I think out of the two cars, his is probably the more damaged.
As is often the case, because he went in much later into the spin, whereas Keith Fraser spun much earlier.
And I think the beginning of losing control for Keith Fraser was the little bump that there is where the two the historic club corner meets the normal line that the cars take, the tighter line, and unfortunately just got caught out by that little bump there.
Well, there is another French-built car, a Courage LC75, built back in 2007. Mike Furness driving that car back towards the pit lane. The red car you just saw, car number 24, and Yves Courage again. Race cars of his own name at Le Mans, the same as the late Alain de Cadenet. And those cars, Courage, built at Le Mans, and then that Courage was the basis of Pescarolo, Oak Morgan, and so on. So that sort of enterprise is still going. Just ahead of the safety car there, you can see Mike Newton in the MG. I'm going to have to read the nomenclature because I can never remember exactly what number it is. EX257. It's basically the MG Lola. So it was the factory MG car designed for Le Mans by Lola. And then Mike Newton bought his, as a number of other teams did. And that car was run by Phil Barker and RMA. In fact, I pretty much guarantee you're going to find Phil Barker down there in the garage somewhere. He's never far away when that car is being run. Raced in period by Mike Newton with Tommy Erdos. Good afternoon, Tommy. Mike running it himself this weekend, or racing it on his own this weekend, let's say. But yeah, he's been racing that car since it was brand new, at least to him. Not quite ever since, but has really enjoyed getting back into the old Warhorse over the last few seasons, and their continuing development of the car.
And all of the cars are coming into the pits. There's a few driver changes, and something that you can't get over the TV screen is the smell, the hot brakes, the hot tyres. And Mark, I'm going to squeeze in if it's okay. Mark, you've had a few laps. How is the track? Is it quite quick?
Yeah, the track's great. No problem with grip. It's pretty good today. It was slippery yesterday, but today it's great.
And how's the car working?
The car's terrific. The only problem's the driver.
I doubt that. Look, this era of cars, there's so much that you can play with in the cockpit. How much are you doing other than just, the usual braking, turning, changing gear?
Yeah, I'm not actually doing anything. I rely on the team to set it up, and then I just drive it.
Right, well, you seem to be driving it very well, so it's working.
Well, it's we're getting better. We're getting better, but a long way to go.
Right. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Right, let's carry on down the pit lane. Gordon, follow me. I just come this side, probably a little bit safer, and let's see who else we can find. A lot of these closed cockpit cars are quite hard to get into. Here's David Bryce. Let's just squeeze in. David, obviously session's red flagged. How much does a red flag kind of upset you as a driver in terms of rhythm?
I haven't actually been out yet, so this is my first session in the car.
So not at all?
Not at all, no. My rhythm is yet to be upset. I'm just looking forward to getting out there, seeing what the track can give us compared to yesterday, which was quite greasy. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see where we fit in. It just upset our routine, if anything, because Alan was due to stay in the car for a number more laps and get his eye in before I jumped in, but it's just given me the car a little bit early. So I'm not complaining. I'm having a lovely time.
And just tell us a little bit about these cars, because I imagine, being the era they are and how well designed they are, they do what you want them to do as a racing driver.
Yes, they do. They are exactly designed for this job, and so they're incredibly direct. The key with these is to be very smooth and carry as much speed as your brain will tell you is possible, just to keep the aerodynamics energized and keep the car with as much downforce as you can generate. You hit the brake pedal as hard as you dare at the beginning of the braking zone and then bleed off as the aerodynamics comes off the car. So it's working with the air as much as it's working with the mechanical side of things. It's a bit of an art form, but it's lovely. When you get it right, it feels fantastic.
Well, enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Right, something you wouldn't believe is the heat inside that cockpit. You would have thought that this era of car might be a little bit cooler in there, but Vitaly Petrov's former sports car racer, it's the heat in that cockpit is absolutely unbelievable. And don't forget that these drivers are in flame-proof underwear, long johns, top, balaclava, socks, the 3-layer Nomex race suit. They've got helmets on, they've got gloves on, and it is extraordinarily hot in there. So let's just see who we've got here. I think it's David McDonald here. David, have you just jumped out of the car?
Yes, yeah, just jumped out of the car just then.
And how's it going?
Yeah, it's good. It was first dry run of the weekend, and yeah, car felt pretty good. Got a decent lap time in, so I'm quite happy with that.
How much is it sort of like modern sports car racing? Because there's obviously the faster prototypes. I say slower GTs, they're not exactly slow. But is it a bit like modern sports cars where you're sort of watching your mirrors and it's all about timing the traffic?
Yeah, exactly. It's all about time traffic. So I only got really one clear lap then. I lost a bit of time on actually probably would be my quickest lap, but it's actually watching the P1 cars come up, which is the hardest thing because they do come up quickly.
I've always found that cars that are much quicker aren't a pain, whereas the ones that are just a little bit quicker are.
Yeah, it's the cars actually who are quick through the corners, but not quick down the straights, but not through the corners. So you catch them in the corners, but they power down the straights. So you actually struggle a little bit to get past them.
Sounds like me as a racing driver. Look, I'm gonna hand back.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, I think that's everything from us down here in the pit lane.
Well, you'll be able to see Ed as a racing driver in an all MGB race, at least if they fix the car after he keeps braking it, you will. Does Ed actually know what cars that are only marginally faster than him are like? Usually they're much quicker. Anyway, that's enough from us and from Ed Foster. Little break in the track action as we tidy up our entre little... pas de deux, I suppose, is the word I was looking for, and rather in vain. Two-car excursion, so the red flag remains out. Clock has been stopped, so still nearly 20 minutes remaining, so driver changes have gone on. While we're waiting for the track to go live again, let's see what Nikki Shields has been up to.
It's got to be two of the best things about the Classic. Not only enjoying the roar of the engines, so close, but also what a privilege it is to actually come down to the garages, see how the cars are being prepped, meet the owners, meet the teams, meet the engineers, meet the mechanics. It really is an absolute honour. And I've met Ewan here, Ewan, you're actually going to be racing this F1 car in the F1 Legends race this weekend. Just talk to us firstly, I mean, what a privilege it is to take an incredible car out on such a historic circuit at Silverstone. It must be a pretty epic weekend for you.
It is. There's a lot more nerves this weekend because I've got my brother-in-law next door as well.
Ooh, so family competition.
Bit of family rivalry.
Okay.
But it is. I mean, you see all these cars. They're all priceless. Such beautiful bits of machinery, and they shouldn't be in museums. This is what they were built for, and this is where they should be. The spectators get to enjoy the sound as well as the sight of these beautiful machines.
So give us a little history on what we're looking at here. So driven by Clay
Regazzoni.
Like, as soon as the engine then stops, you're shouting really loudly. Regazzoni. Yeah, tell us about the history of when this raced.
This ran in 1978 as a Shadow Works car with Clay Regazzoni. Wasn't the most successful in period. I think the highest it ever achieved was a third place, but pretty much identical as it was in periods. So anyone who saw it back in the day should recognise it, and for the young ones now that see all the modern things can actually appreciate how brutal these machines were back in the time.
Yeah, what is it like to drive? What is it like to race? You must feel exhausted when you come out. Exhilarating.
It is. I mean, at Monaco it was a 45-minute race, and the G-forces that are in there, they're nothing like the modern Formula One cars now, but I don't train like all the modern Formula One drivers, so it does. I mean, my training tends to be how many pints I can drink.
After the race, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just clarifying that one. Well, absolute pleasure to chat to you, and we wish you all the best of success here this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Good
Have
luck.
a good weekend.
Nicky Shields with Ewan Surgison, who not only races the ex-Clay Regazzoni Shadow DN9, but also races in a Clay Regazzoni replica helmet. And I have to say, a very good attempt at a Hans Williger moustache. That's a cracker. That is a proper gentleman's tash. So red flags are out after we had a couple of cars almost coming together but not quite, but ending up spinning off into the gravel. Now, of course, this is the home of the British Grand Prix. So the marshals here at Silverstone, as are British marshals at every racetrack, very well versed. You can see the medical crews, the doctors there in the red and white overalls, just examining the driver. What day of the week is it? How many fingers am I holding up? All that, just to make sure that physically he's as okay as he thinks he is, because adrenaline after an accident has a very strange effect quite often. This is the number 99 car of Jamie Constable, and there the number 5, red 5, there you go, of course, or in that case white 5, being wheeled away, and of course the flatbeds and the cranes. The idea being to move the car as quickly and as efficiently as possible, as safely as possible, but also with as little additional damage added to the car as possible. So original spin, Keith Fries are there, you can see him. The Zytek, driven in period by Nigel Mansell and his sons, both here at Silverstone in the World Endurance Championship and also at Le Mans. You can see there the number panels on the side of the car, sponsored by Beach Dean Ice Cream. And the marshals, as ever, responsible for everybody's safety around the track. And as ever, never a racing day should go by without us thanking the boys and girls in orange and white, the marshals and officials who keep everybody safe on track and off it in the pit lane, and without whom, and they are all unpaid volunteers, without whom there would be no motor racing, not just here, not just at the Classic, but anywhere at all. And if you are a fan of motor racing, particularly if you're a younger fan and you want to get involved, but you think, I'm probably not going to be a driver, I haven't got the qualifications or the nous to be an engineer, if you want to get as close to the action as it is humanly possible to get, look up the British Motor Racing Marshals Club, look up your local marshalling club. They will be very, very pleased to hear from you, whatever your age, no matter how not young, a young enthusiast you might be. Your local marshals will be very welcoming. They are a hugely good-humoured, very well-trained and very highly efficient and entirely voluntary group, without whom, as I said, there would be no motor racing anywhere. So we go back to green with the final 18 minutes of this qualifying session for the Masters Endurance Legends, blending GTs and prototypes from, well, this century, effectively, from 2000 onwards. Some of our older cars from 2006, 2007, 2005. I think Mike Newton might have the oldest car in the field, 2004. I think he does. No, 2002 at Dallara, Antoine Donsenberg. And there's, who's got, oh yes, Paul Cope with the 2001 Reynard. Now let's see if we can find that. Car number 4 is described in our notes as a Reynard Protran RS06H. Means nothing to me, but that is my era of endurance racing. I should know what it is, and I don't. So if we, cameras, wherever you are, car number 4, it's green. Now, is it the diesel Reynard that ran in the World Championship, ran at Le Mans? I'm not sure. There's car number 8. Now, that is a BK Motorsport Lola with a Mazda engine that raced in the IMSA series. It was quite successful, actually, currently being driven here at the B07 40 by Matt Wrigley.
The Reynard Protran, from my reading of the notes that I made for last year's event, because it was here, it's the Nissan engine, or if you're in America, an IMSA, it would be Nissan. So not the diesel one that you referred to.
Right, which I'm trying to think, it was a Reynard chassis, and I'm trying to think what it was better be known as, but I can't remember. Here then is the BK Motorsport Lola. I was just having a little squiz at that. Raced in period, and actually
That uses a 2-litre AER turbo engine.
Jamie Beck and Ben Devlin, the drivers of that car in period.
And
so
colours
Motorsport.
Absolutely original,
Yep,
aren't they?
no, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know, the thing of it is with these cars, if you buy a car like this, it may well have changed its livery in several hands over the years, but if it's been with one team and it comes to you in their livery, again, a little bit like you and Surgison, if you've got an ex-Clay Regazzoni Shadow, then that's the livery you want to run it in. If you've got a Saudi or Williams, you don't paint it in your own colours, you keep it in the colours in which it was known. So here is the Reynard Protran, and there is the Peugeot facing the wrong way, and that is Steve Tandy. Now, Steve is the fastest man so far. He has had a cold tyre looping spin out of club, so I don't know whether he looped round in avoidance of somebody else, in contact with somebody else, or just because the engine went whoop underneath him. So that may have been him coming up to speed to start another quick lap. Marshall's, as ever, quickly on the case. Let's see, down into club corner. Does he get too much of the exit curb? He does. I thought he might have got too much of the entry curb. In fact, it was too much of the exit curb in the second element of club. And that is a spin that a large number of racers here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit will be familiar with. So he is beached, yellow flags are out, and with still 14 minutes on the clock, I fear we might go red again. How close we have gone red. The problem is, although he's very close to the edge of the track, he's digging himself in, so the marshals aren't going to be able to help him, and he is right on the exit of a significantly quick bit of the circuit, so that was pretty much always going to be the case. So the cars will return to the pit lane, and in fact, not quite sure why anybody's coming through club corner, because they've just passed the entry to the pits, and yet the red lights would have been shown at Stowe, so they should have done themselves a favour. So Franck Montagny, Stéphane Sarrazin and Nick Minassian were the drivers of this car in period. This is why I need Graham Goodwin to say, yes, now I've got the notes on that. And I think, if I'm right, it was Franck Montagny at the wheel of that car, and that was the first of the cars to blow white oil smoke out of the exhaust. This was the year when Peugeot looked as though they had the car to beat. They had the quickest car at Le Mans, but the story, and again, this is all dragged out of the depths of my brain with no Googling and no previous research. I seem to recall that they had a change of conrod. There was a better conrod from the supplier, and having done endless testing with one particular set of conrods, or type of conrod, they went to the race with an updated one, and it was those that let go. And I seem to recall that Franck Montagny, his car was the first to start puffing smoke out of the exhaust, rapidly followed by the others, the last of which to go was an Orica run car in a sort of Harlequin livery, and I think Hugues de Schonach's team were the last to suffer that failure. But like in the year when the Rothmans Porsche factory team had Motronic problems that meant that the spec fuel and the engine were not good friends and detonated, it was left to somebody else to pick up the pieces. And in that case, back in the 1980s, it was Reinhold Joost's team who went on to the first of their 2 successive wins with Porsches. Coming back in then, car number 20. We followed this back in the last time as well, the Courage LC75, 2007 car. So the Steve Tandy Peugeot in the gravel and awaiting a hoist. Actually, quite possibly, they could tow it from there, and then since the circuit is no longer live, if he can get it fired up, and that's or still has the engine running, he could probably just drive round to the pit entry, which would save everybody a lot of time and bother, and distribute far less gravel on the circuit than were he to rejoin now and do an entire lap, because it is an entire lap, isn't it? So that will help us. This is only the second delay actually. It's the second stoppage, but it's our third delay. We're a little late getting away this morning, but there were no stoppages to action this morning, so we sort of caught up and went to lunch at the correct time. Very much in a cricket test match manner. Our over rate was good, and we caught up. This afternoon, though, we are running a little behind. So this is the second red flag in this session. This time it seems no damage to the car. I think that is probably the case. And a chance again for Ed to risk his neck in the pit lane.
Right, just as you come to us, the car's literally just started up, so it's going to be very hard to hear, but I've just spotted Greg Davies, who... Sorry, guys. Greg, sorry. You just let that car leave. There we go. Now, you've just jumped out, and there's not a bead of sweat on you.
Oh, really? I think it's the sub-zero water that does that.
Of course it is. Now, I'm used to seeing you in, Ford Mustangs and, lots of power, no brakes, no sort of cornering.
Yeah.
Your LMP3 car must be quite different.
Yeah, it's magnificent just to go out in something so tremendously different in all areas. Having that aero, the brakes, just having grip is fantastic. So it's going to take a little bit of getting used to, but man, is it fun. The circuit is lovely today as well, so brilliant.
You were saying it'd take a bit of getting used to.
Yeah.
How many miles have you done in it?
Done a few races, but it's just jumping in from one to the other, but I'm getting the hang of it now. I'm really enjoying it as well, so yeah, it's great fun. It's challenging. The car challenges yourself more than the other cars type thing, so yeah, it's great.
Well, I want to know what you're on to not sweat at all, but we'll speak to you a little bit later.
Thanks, Ed. Cheers, mate.
Right, let's crack on down the pit lane, because you might be able to see right at the end of the pit lane, the red light is still on. So we'll see who we can catch up with. I want to try and catch up with this Aston Martin just down here. All of us of a certain age will remember these Aston Martins really dominating the GT class for so long and getting those wins. I can see there's quite a lot going on with the driver, but let's see if we can squeeze in. I think we should have Nick Dissing here. Sorry everyone. Nick, this is probably your worst nightmare seeing me. You're probably getting really useful information, and now you'll get stupid questions. But how's everything going out there?
Well, I'm learning the track. I haven't been driving here, to be honest, so I'm really slow at the moment. So this helps me quite a lot to sort of digest everything. Everybody's annoyed. I'm quite okay.
And just tell us a little bit about this car, because it must be amazing to drive this on a nice open circuit like this.
It's fantastic. It's just one of the loveliest things to drive. It's great fun. It's got amazing grip. It's got huge amounts of torque, and it looks beautiful. So what do you want more?
Well, I couldn't put it better myself. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Right, just squeeze out of there. I think hopefully my... So, is your driver behaving himself?
He always does.
That's all we need. Right, let's carry on down the pit lane and just see who else we can find. Something that you won't see, but round the back of the pits, a lot of these cars run tyre ovens. And for those in historic racing, you would have never seen a tyre oven. And they literally have a space heater blowing hot air into a tyre oven that heats the tyres up. So when they go on the car during a pit stop or something like that, you've got immediate grip. Something that historic racers never really have. We've got Andy here. Andy, sorry, just jump in. You've been out and driven. How's it going?
Yeah, really good. There's a lot of grip. It's surprising just how much lateral load there is, and I'm not that experienced in these sort of cars, so this circuit really plays to their strong points, and you just got to deal with a couple of little twisty parts. But yeah, as long as you sort of keep it tidy in those bits, the rest of it's a pleasure.
And how much does a circuit like this change throughout the day? Are there times early in the morning when it's faster, or?
Yeah, definitely. The cleaner it is, the quicker it's going to be, and the line, the conventional line, is where you'll find the grip. And then during the day, it evolves a little bit, and you have to just be a little bit off.
Jeepers! Right. Well, that's going to be on the outtake somewhere. Let's crack on. Oh, we are green. We are good to go. After that embarrassing moment, let's go back to the commentary box.
Well done, Ed. Yeah, welcome to the life of a pit lane reporter, everybody. Somebody fires up a big capacity engine right behind you and scares the living daylights out of you. Happens all the time, and headphones are no help whatsoever. So wherever you are around the world, thank you for joining us. If you are at Silverstone this afternoon, so much to see and do, but still so much on track to enjoy. If you're watching at work, at home, working remotely, in preparation for your trip down this weekend, you are going to enjoy yourself. Weather forecast is excellent, no sign of rain in the air, and the weather should be very good indeed. Moderate temperatures, fairly mild, and cars like this, 007, the Lola V12 Aston Martin, what a fabulous looking device. Throw Gulf livery on it, and it's hard to think of a better looking car. Right behind it, the Peugeot 90X, the second car. That is being driven by Christophe. No, that is Crichton Lanoudis' car. Steve Tandy is fastest of all in car number 16, the other Peugeot, which looked possibly as though it might have had a little bit of maybe a hub failure or something as it was driving back into the pit lane after spinning to bring out the red flag. Because though it's a little bit more than just flat-spotted tyres lumping and bumping it. However, we'll wait for a report on that. And there you go, Aston Martin V12 and that Lola chassis. Actually, the story of this car is it was a Lola chassis and an Aston Martin engine, but then Aston Martin Racing decided that they would call it the Aston Martin AMR1 and dropped the Lola name, and Lola weren't wildly over enthusiastic about that. Somebody else having a very long excursion through the gravel, chaps, and it's another Peugeot. This time it is Crichton Lanoudis. So yeah, that's one of the problems of these high downforce cars, and they are extremely high downforce, these cars, is that when the downforce bleeds away, you still need hot brakes and hot tyres, and you don't get either of those by being gentle with the car. You really have to bully it a bit. You have to be a bit of a rocket to get the heat into the car and into the tyres. And here, nobody really with the time to put the tyres back in and out of the oven. So after a stoppage, they will be going out really on very cold rubber. And so you either have to be a bit conservative with your braking distances or really work very hard. And actually that was, there you go, cold rear tyres as well. The fronts have come in a little bit more because they do when you're braking hard and turning at the same time, even with grabby brakes. And again, that is as likely to be cold rear brakes grabbing rather than feeding in gently as you were hoping, as it is cold rear tyres. But our second off-track, an off-track excursion and a spin for this car. So I said pre-diesel era Peugeots. I didn't mean pre-diesel era Peugeots. I meant diesel era Peugeots, pre-hybrid era Peugeots.
Very brave Marshall going out there to Crichton.
Well, that's what they do.
It's
not all heroes wear capes. Most of them wear orange.
Yes. I thought the description that David Bryce gave to Ed of how you drive one of these high downforce cars, absolutely superb.
Yeah. Yeah, it's again, it's mind over matter. Your brain is telling you a million things that you shouldn't be doing, and you have to push past those to get the car up to a speed where the downforce works. And of course, the problem there is when you bleed off speed, as you do here into Brooklands, then you do also bleed off the downforce, and that means that the brakes grab more effectively and the tyres grip less effectively. So the way with this is pretty much the way, again, red flag, because the car is just stranded on the curbs there and is going to require rescuing. Right, so if we get rid of the Peugeots or just confine them to the pits, then everything else will run neatly. 5 and a bit minutes, or just under 6 minutes of the session remaining, and we are back under red flag once more. So Crichton Lanoudis currently 5th fastest, so the two Peugeots 1st and 5th. And actually, if I had any kind of memory at all, I could probably tell you who the 3 drivers were in the other Peugeot as well. Is that Alexander Wurz era? No, go on. Zoom right in. Zoom right in on the front door pillar. Too late. And okay, while we're looking at something else, let's get that camera to zoom right in on the front door pillar and see if we can pick out the names. We're not going to do it at speed, so I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to do that. And I'm now also trying to remember who the 3rd driver with David Brabham and Alexander Wurz was who won Le Mans for Peugeot. It was the team that should not have. It was the non-French team. We spent the entire, basically all of Sunday, Marc Genet, I think so, with the non-French trio leading, and were confidently expecting that eventually the all-French team would be waved through with a nondescript pit stop of some kind, but in the end, never did happen. So Peugeot's first win at Le Mans was for an all non-Francophone team. So I was talking at the end of the LMP1 era to Alex Wurz about it, and he was saying that when he first saw a Peugeot, one of this era Peugeots, an LMP1 Peugeot testing, I think it was at Paul Ricard, he was doing something else and the Peugeot was testing, he said the moment he saw the car, he went, I want to drive that. And he phoned up the boss of Peugeot Sport and said, hey, Alexander Wurz here, I want to drive one of your cars. To which the response was, haven't you just signed a contract in Formula One? Yes, but I want to drive one of your cars. And it took a couple of years, but he did end up with the factory Peugeot team. Then, of course, went to Toyota with their LMP1 program, and he is still very much involved as the driver liaison between Toyota Gazoo Racing and their drivers, and still always good to have the tall Austrian around the paddock. Well, that red flag will bring an end to the session. I think they've probably given Peugeot drivers as much rope as they get, so we are starting to get a little bit behind on the clock, and the track will close at 7 this evening. So let's take a look. Well, it will be a Peugeot on pole position. Steve Tandy ahead of Harindra and Tim De Silva's Pescarolo, so an all-French front row. Mike Lyons in his Lola with the Ligier of Stuart Wiltshire, LMP2 Ligier on row 2. Crichton Ledudis in his Peugeot and the Lola BO746 of Matt Wrigley on row 3. Christoph Dansenburg in the Lola Aston managed to get some laps in to go quicker than Jamie Constable, who was in that first red flag stoppage in his Pescarolo, with Keith Fraser in the ex-Mansell Zytek and Yerbstel Willis Ligier JSP3, the best LMP3 car, and 10th, ahead of Mike Newton in his own MG Lola EX257, ahead of the Duquesne of Adrian Watt, Rob Hall in the P3 Ligier, and Mark Higson. The best of the GT cars, the Stoko McDonald 458 GT3, Wayne Mars in the fabulous Dodge Viper, and a whole host more GTs coming up behind, with Niklaus Ditting, the last of them. Mike Finesse, although we saw him a couple of times in the Courage, seems not to have set a time. So, 21st century sports car racing, prototypes and GTs, from the World Endurance Championship, from the IMSA Sports Car Series, from the Le Mans Endurance Series, from the Michelin Le Mans Cup, you name it, bring it along, there's a place for it, whether it's a full-fat factory LMP1, a P2 car, a P3 car, or a GT car. It's going to be absolutely fantastic to see the Masters Endurance legends in action. Race 9, that's the penultimate race on Saturday, and they will be racing on Sunday afternoon as well. A chance to see these cars in action and relive endurance glories over the last 20-odd years.
So for the first time at the Classic this year, we welcome Car Gods, official detailing partner. Tom is here to tell me more. Car Gods, you seem to be everywhere at the moment. Absolutely love this branding, but also love what you're standing for, because it's all about detailing. It's perfecting the cars that are out there.
It is. It's all about detailing. All of our products are made in the UK. We've got a fantastic brand. We've got a massive range of products. There's over 60 in the range. And we're just trying to get out there with the name.
Nice. And so people can actually come down. You've actually got the products on sale here today, haven't you?
We have, yes.
What's most popular?
Holy water. It's fantastic.
Holy water.
Spray on, wipe off, paint, sealant. It just makes your car look amazing.
So holy water. Where do you have to go to get that?
Just on the stand over there.
Okay. No holy trail. Anyway, talk us through what you're doing with the AC Cobra here at the Classic.
So this weekend we've got the AC Cobra on the stand, and we're going to detail this from start to finish. We're going to start with the wheels, build up, snow form the bodywork, give it a wash, machine polish all the bodywork, and then we're going to top it off with the holy water.
I mean, it already looks in pretty mint condition, but you're basically you're the last mile when it comes to the journey of restoring a car, right?
Yes, indeed, yes. So obviously the car's immaculate, but we've got dirt on the bodywork, the wheels need polishing up. We're going to get everything absolutely perfect and restore the paintwork, get rid of the swirls, get rid of the scratches, all the little imperfections are gone, all of our Car Gods detailing products.
So when you're looking around at an event like the Classic and you're seeing all these old beautiful cars that are probably crying out for a bit of your help.
Yeah. I'd love to have a go at all of them, but unfortunately I've not got the time.
No, you guys are really busy at the moment, and I'm sure you've got your work cut out here today. But Tom, thank you so much.
No problem, thank you.
Come down. They're based just by the village. I think we're near the shopping village and the village green. That's it. So come down, check out Car Gods. Tom, enjoy the Classic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Classic here at Silverstone. And on the main stage this afternoon, coming up in, 10 minutes. No, 2 hours and 10 minutes, sorry. Sorry to make you run, Damon. Damon Hill, Formula One world champion and all-round lovely chap, will be on stage at 5:05. It was 5:25 that was crackerjack, wasn't it? Stage entertainment continues at 5:55. And then we get into the music segment. The track goes quiet, inverted commas, at 7, when the noise kicks off with the West End Kids, followed by the Cuban Brothers and Bjorn again at 8:30. If you've never seen them and you are staying here this evening, you will love it.
Next up, we've got the Thunder Sports. Now, these are 1970s sports cars, and the series was started in the early 1980s, and we've got a 2-litre class. You can see they're nice and smooth, they've got quite a lot of aero, but what I'm going to do, I'm just going to keep walking, because there's one car that you cannot miss. So the Thunder Sports is also home to the Can-Am cars, and really, there is no Can-Am car cooler than this. Behind the steering, we've got Dean, I'm sorry to interrupt, you're probably just getting in the zone and things. What an amazing bit of kit this is.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
And I've heard you're, in the programme it says you've come back, so you've obviously been away for a little bit.
Yeah, this is the first time that Jamie wanted this one running, so this might be the last time we run it as well.
Right, well Dean, I have to say I can't hear anything at all, but best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So just before we go back to the commentary team, the wonderful thing about Can-Am is that there were really kind of no rules. So the constructors, McLaren and the like, they basically managed to do everything, and the engines got bigger and bigger and bigger, and this thing, with all the trumpets sticking out of the back, is 8 litres. 8 litres. It's absolutely enormous power. But actually, when you speak to the drivers, they always say that the Can-Am cars were actually quite nice to drive. That Lola T70 is the last car to go out, so I think that is everything from down in the assembly area.
If you can make yourself heard over big banger Can-Am cars and T70s, you're doing well, Ed. Well done. Qualifying at Silverstone for the HSCC Thunder Sports, big banger sports cars par excellence. From 2-litre Sports 2000s all the way up to 7-litre Can-Am behemoths. We have got everything you need here in a race car and a whole lot more. Chevrons, Lolas, McLarens, and the odd outlier. A Tadek, no, not me either. A Lenham, how about a Darren? Could you picture one? No, probably not. The well-known cars, the McLaren M1s, the Bruce and Denny show, the cars that originally dominated so convincingly in the Can-Am series in North America, the big banger sports cars, Lola T70 Spiders and Mark IIIs, and a whole host of Chevrons, B8s, B16s, B19s, and lots of 1800 and 2-litre, in fact some 1600cc sports cars as well. But there is a real classic look. Car number 61, that dark blue, that's the car of Chris Fox and Nick Pink, a Lola T70 Mark IIIB, and that's the car I always think of as the Lola T70, whether with a Chevy engine or an Aston Martin engine. That is the most successful body shape, raced here in Europe, raced in the UK, raced in Sunoco colours for Team Penske with Mark Donoghue in the Daytona 24 Hours. A fabulous looking car, and one that I always thought just should have been a road car. It just looked, and there is somebody somewhere I know who has either a Lola T70 or a T70 replica that they use as a road car, but can you imagine commuting in a thing like that? What a fabulous, it is still a fabulous looking and sounding device, isn't it?
Absolutely it is, yes, and it epitomises what every young child draws on a bit of paper if they're drawing racing cars. There's something about the shape. There is actually a car, or a number of them in this race, which is probably my favourite racing car, and there's one just behind, the Chevron B8. It has similarities to the T70, a smaller car, it's only a 2-litre engine, but similar, the gap between the rear wings there, rather similar to the domination of the Porsche 917 in period as well.
Yeah, it's a great looking car, and as you say, yeah, B8, B16, I always think again that, you know, in the kit car era, particularly in the late 70s, early 80s, how did nobody create a kit car that looked like a B8? Again, it's just waiting to be done, still waiting to be done. I mean, Vin Malky, for all that he did, kind of keeping Chevron alive and building up parts supplies and servicing all the customers all those years, so I think, okay, yeah, a road car, B8, it's a no-brainer. It's such a pretty looking thing. That's the red car right at the back of the shot. A little bit further forward, now, what is this? This is car number 23. This is Gary Pearson in a Lola T... that's not a Lola T70 Mark IIIB.
No, that's David Shaw and Greg Caton's March 75S. A sports car from the March manufacturer that we saw so dominant in Formula 2 and in Formula 1 for a period as well. Rather nice colours on that one.
Yep, absolutely.
And the 2-litre sports car scene in Europe was absolutely fantastic in this period, and it was a real battle between mainly Chevron and Lola, two British marques, but Ozella in there as well, the Italian marque, and it sort of was like a travelling circus, and drivers moved around Europe racing at the different circuits, some of them road circuits like the Targa Florio. And we have a driver here today who raced in that period. He's now 80 years old, and he's currently fastest, and that's number 60, John Burton. I'm pretty sure that Dean Forward will, if the car's going well, that's Jamie Thwaites' owned car, the big orange McLaren run by Dean Forward, who prepares it for him. And I'm pretty sure that will be quickest, but because Dean's a very quick driver, and that's a very, very fast car. But John Burton won here earlier this year at a Grand Prix circuit meeting that I was commentating at. It was wonderful to see, as we see one of the Ozellas, that, isn't it? The number 16, David Alborough's PA2 Ozella in the Gitane colours. already, unfortunately, retired from the session.
Yeah, that's really bad news, actually. And again, you know, as much as British fans think of the black and gold of JPS and red, white and green, that is such an archetypical French team livery, isn't it?
John Burton, we're just mentioning that before we cut to that car stop. John Burton in the 2-litre Chevron B26. He's second quickest at the moment. Very likely on this very fast Silverstone circuit to be outgunned by some of the later and bigger cars. But at the age that John is and the experience he has of racing all over Europe in period, it's wonderful to see him still out there, the Midlander.
Well, he's now gone purple in Sector 1 and Sector 2, so clearly inspired by you saying that he's going to be outgunned. He's going quicker again, not only than he has gone, but than anybody has gone. A purple sector is the fastest of everybody, and he's already got by the yellow flags. Safety car boards are out, though. No, they were pointing towards the camera,
yes.
so that's against flow, so their safety car boards are not out, they're just visible from here. So the little sticker on the back there, Dorset Racing, and John Burton goes top of the pile.
Yeah, that's tremendous. Beats the 28 Nick Pink, Chris Fox Lola T280 from 1972 with the DFV engine, the same engine we saw in the Grand Prix cars, pre-85 Grand Prix cars earlier.
So here is John Burton in the red car, and facing the wrong way at club is Richard Coleman. That is Richard Coleman's helmet, the former boss of Bamboo Engineering, Bamboo Racing. Cut his teeth in racing single-seaters, an engineering graduate, an engineer, and now spends his time finding sponsorship for Formula One teams.
He's done a Steve Tandy and gone off backwards into the gravel at Club Corner.
Well, they didn't test this Tiger yesterday. They were testing here last week, and well, that's a different going off backwards. He sent friends and family video of him going off forwards in his historic Formula 3 car at Paddock Hill Bend a couple of weeks ago, racing through the gravel. So I'm sure he's got on board of that as well. Shares that car with Ollie Roberts, and that's one of a couple of Tigers in the Sports 2000 class. Now, about a third of the cars here are in the Sports 2000 class, so 2-litre open single-seaters, very much in the style of this car of John Burton as well. In fact, that is in a different class, SP3, because it's a slightly different vintage. But the Sports 2000 class is going to be very strongly contested.
The Sports 2000 cars unit using a fairly standard overhead cam 2-litre Ford engine, as used in your Capri and Cortina. But the early 2-litre sports cars using a much more developed engine that was run in period, much more powerful. As we look at Dean Forward in the wonderful McLaren that Ed alighted upon, but we couldn't really hear Dean talking. But I'm sure if you did speak to him after this session, he'd be absolutely brimming, because this is Dean's not a small person, but it looks like he's a tiny person in that car, doesn't it? It's so huge.
Yeah. Well, Denny Hulme wasn't exactly small, but he looked tiny in this thing. It was like, you know, it is actually the size of a small boat. In fact, not even a small boat. It is a huge device. But again, when you've got that huge 8-litre fuel-injected engine, safety car boards are out. Now, that's not actually facing the direction of travel, so safety car boards are out this time. And
that's a Lenham we're looking at now, the car number 133, Mark Dwyer sharing with Neil Glover, the Lenham P69. Lenham built in by Roger Hurst, and there's a P70 should be in the entry list as well, the slightly later car. And one thing about the Lenhams is they're very, very low indeed. So if you do come around the paddocks, and please, all the paddocks are open, it's free entry into the paddocks, and the drivers will be absolutely delighted to talk to you. But you stand by a Lenham and you can't believe just how low it is.
Well, that's low frontal area. So Dorset Racing, very well-known racing team in days gone by, and that is the Gitain livery car, the Acela. And the Acela very, very big in racing, in 2-litre sports car racing in Europe, but also particularly still in the 1970s, the European Hill Climb series was a very, very big draw. I mean, they had huge fields, and Acela, hugely successful manufacturer as well, among the hill climbing fraternity. So,
and still to this day,
yeah,
in the European Hill Climb Championship, yes, you see them out.
Well, I wonder if he lost gears as well. That may well be the case. Richard Coleman, I'm going to mention him again because he's the man that's brought out the red flag for his spin on the exit of the club corner. So definitely dob him in. I know it's not Ollie Roberts because Richard's onboard shows the helmet quite clearly. Great snorkel air scoop as well. There you are. It's Mayfield firm, very firmly front and centre on the visor. There is Richard Coleman in the Tiger. So Tiger, TI and GA, two former Grand Prix drivers, Tim Schenken, who is now a clerk of the course and former clerk of the course of the Australian Grand Prix for a number of years, and Howden Ganley, and they combined to create the Tiger Sports Car Company. It was based on the Sands Industrial Estate at High Wycombe, local knowledge there coming in. Very successful in Sports 2000, but also built cars to run in a Group C2 era as well. And yeah, small sports cars, Tiger. They also developed a possibly slightly less well-known range of single-seaters, but certainly sports car racing was where Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley ended up after their single-seater careers, and that's what Tiger's stock in trade was. Speaking of which, by the way, when we see Group C demonstrations, we see lots of Porsche 956s, we see the Mercedes, we see the odd Lancia and so on. Where are the C2 cars? Where are all the Group C2 cars? Because there were loads of them. Where are the Ecosses? Where are the URDs? Where are the Gepards? Where are all these cars that made up somewhere between a half and 2/3 quite often of a Group C grid? Where are they? Because they don't seem to come out in Group C demonstrations. And yet, for people who watch Group C in period, that was as much part of it as LMP2 and LMP3 are now of a sort of more modern sports car scene. So there must be Group C2 cars everywhere, and it's about time they emerge from hiding. Somewhere they're all in garages, somewhere they're all in lockups. They need to be coming out. Looking there at the March 75S of Paul Cope. So that blue car with the yellow pinstripes, gold pinstripes. Very different from the red and white one we were looking at earlier, but again, that car, it probably looks a little more handsome coming towards you than it does going by. It doesn't have the most attractive side profile. May have been very effective, but it wasn't wildly pretty. So safety car remains out. Almost everybody heading into the pit lane as the Tiger is extracted from its trap. Tiniest little bit of terra firma there across the middle of the gravel trap, which must be quite daunting if you run out wide and are going forward or backwards across it. The Gunson livery of the second car in the queue there, the orange and black. And who was driving that? You did say earlier.
Jamie Thwaites. Well, right. There are actually three of those running. They're all running here at Silverstone earlier this year, but I think Jamie is in that one. He owns the McLaren. No, that's 31. That's Gary First's version. So right, another Team Gunston car. Gunston, a South African cigarette brand, ran the cars in this livery.
And that's a pretty little shape, isn't it? Lola T212. Yeah. Again, look at that and imagine a T70 that was shrunk in the wash and has had the roof, or T70 Spider even that was shrunk in the wash. You can see the family resemblance, definitely.
And it's interesting because you can see the development of the Chevrons and the Lolas with the slightly later cars to that one and to the Chevron B19 that we saw Jamie Thwaites sitting in the pit lane. They started to sprout more aerodynamics a couple of years later, and if you put the two, the engines were pretty much the same, similar sort of power. You put them on Silverstone circuit, and the cars that are very flat like this one are actually quicker on the straights.
Less drag.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yes, and when you've got a long, fast circuit, and Silverstone is still, despite the new additions, a long, fast circuit, less drag when you've got the same amount of power is probably slightly beneficial. So Richard Coleman on his way again. And actually, with only 10 minutes remaining in the session, I think that's his session done. He's going to hand over to Ollie Roberts, or going to have to hand over to Ollie Roberts in his SC80. So there is the Tiger with the high rear view mirrors. A few cars still out on track, one of which very low, white and blue, Lola T86 of Mike Fry. And again, as it comes by, you'll see it at the back of the queue. Very low line car as Richard Coleman joins the back of the safety car queue. There it is. Again, that's a real kind of early 1980s Sports 2000 car. So it's a T86 90, so a 1986 car, updated. And that's one of the Pinto-engined Sports 2000s.
And a version of the Sports 2000 that took the slab-sided design that you see on that number 33 Lola was the Shrike, which came across from America. And Rob Hall, who's actually local to me in Bromyard, just down the road, it's great. He doesn't come out very often, but here he is again at the Classic, as he always is, in his Shrike. And he is the fastest Sports 2000 car. That's car number 35, the white car. And Rob always goes well here at Silverstone.
And the Shrike just kind of moved the Sports 2000, there it is, this moved the Sports 2000 game on again, didn't it? Because it was sort of Lola versus Chevron, and then the Shrike appeared. I can remember in periods that it just felt like everything was creeping on a little bit more. I mean, it sort of looked like a Flymo. It didn't look quite so much like the other, as you said, slab-sided Sports 2000s. A very different look to it.
Absolutely, yes. It was actually designed just down the road in Northampton by Richard Owen, who used to be at Williams and Shadow and Van Diemen, and then designed this. We're looking. You can't really get that all in shot, can you? No. It's so vast. That's the M8F version of the McLaren M8, which was designed by the eponymous team owner Bruce McLaren. Prior to his death, he designed this car in 1970. He was killed in 1970 at Goodwood testing the M8D, but he'd already laid down the designs for the M8F, which then was launched in 1971. And as we said earlier, Denny Hulme and Chris Amon absolutely. Sorry, not Denny Hulme. Denny Hulme and Peter Revson then, wasn't it? Peter Revson. Absolutely dominated the Can-Am series in 1971 with a car like this, first and second in the championship.
Back to green flag, so everybody back up to speed, and here is the Shrike of Rob Hall. One of the more recent Sports 2000s, actually, 1986.
It actually looks like one of those self-driving mowers, doesn't it?
Yes.
That beetles around your garden.
It absolutely looks like looks like a Flymo, absolutely. Much earlier car behind it, is that a Lola T280? I think that's car number 28. Nick Pink and Chris Fox. Ooh, cold tyres. Oh, no, it's not. It's Royale. So according to my entry list. Again, of an earlier generation. Again, you can see that sort of Lola T70 sort of low centre section, high wheel arch look to it, which the Shrike sort of masks by its approach to frontal area. Of course, all this was about trying to reduce the frontal area as much as possible, lowering the centre section. I mean, you see that all the way back to the McLaren at the turn of the 70s, the M8s. And Royal, another customer-focused manufacturer of sports cars and single-seaters, and again, like March, like Lola, like Reynard, that followed them, they would build cars for everything from Sports 2000, Formula Ford 2000, Formula Ford 1600, anything where there was a customer market, you would try and adapt. Car number 14, John Spires, in an Acela PA3, so it's slightly newer model than the car of David Aldborough that we saw going off earlier.
using a 2-litre engine for that particular series, and a variety of engines fitted in the back of this one, from BMW, even the Cosworth BDG engine, Abarth as well. Ran in the World Sports Car Championship in 1975, and I note on our timing screens that there's a second driver been added to that one of the Hancocks, but we don't know whether it's Sam or Ollie, do we?
Well, I'm assuming Ollie, because Sam Hancock isn't in anything else. That is a Hancock helmet, but white rather than more red. I think that's Ollie at the wheel now. Although, obviously, Sam Hancock is well, to say he's a decent historic peddler is underselling it quite a lot. He's a very, very quick historic racer, but I think that is probably Ollie because he is here. Well, he's here in several other cars, but that is definitely a Hancock at the wheel at the moment. I think that is Ollie Hancock. Now, I see this car and I immediately think Texas Home Care. Is this the right era? So, no, this is a Mark Richardson's a Gitan livery car, but imagine, and I'm now trying to think who raced the Texas Home Care Sports 2000 cars. Richard. Come on, shout louder at your TV screens. I can't remember. Again, for those of you of a less elderly vintage, Texas Home Care was exactly as you expect, a company that had stores that supplied homewares, much in the way that Homebase and B&Q do these days.
And remarkably, as expected, I did say Dean Forward I thought would go quickest, but remarkably John Burton, 80 years old and very much a contemporary European 2-litre sports car championship driver in the day, is still second quickest, and admittedly 2.7 seconds slower, but then he does have 6 litres less capacity in his engine. 2 litres for John Burton, 8 litres for Dean Forward, and third quickest is the car number 22, the Gwyn Pollard Robert Wainwright Royale that we were looking at earlier on. That's up in third, and in fourth quickest, car number 34, James Scriver in the Chevron B26. Another example of the very successful Chevron mark, which was started by Derek Bennett in Lancashire. Derek Bennett was killed in a hang gliding accident in 1978, and post Bennett's era, the team was never as successful, but it had tremendous success with the B8, which we've got a few examples of, a closed car, and then the B16, which was a closed car as well, and then we can see the B19s, the B26s, and there's something about Derek Bennett's designs. They're just very purposeful. They are proper racing cars.
And the B8 and B16 effortlessly pretty. I mean, really organic shapes as well. Just much in the same way as Colin Chapman, some of his designs were just so organic. Well, we saw this car running a little slowly, and the Crispy and Beasley car has now stopped. This is another Tiger Sports 2000 car, SC82. The name that you were all shouting at your screen has finally come through. Richard Piper, not that Richard Piper, but Richard Piper and Tiffany Dell. And actually, the livery was right for, or reminded me of exactly the same car that we're looking at, a Chevron B26, that Richard Piper and Tiffany Dell raced in Texas Home Care colours. So there you go.
Not quite, I mean, very, very effective, especially in John Burton's hands, but just doesn't have that perfect symmetry that the slightly earlier cars have.
Yeah.
I'm a great fan of the ones without all the big wings and aerodynamic bits that they put on.
Although again, even with the wing on the back of it, that is a handsome shape, that Lola as well. But yeah, I'm kind of with you on that as well. You go a long way before you find a prettier race car than a B8 or a B16 for certain. So all sorts of, okay, our leader, our fastest time, Dean Forward, is top of class SP2, which is for over 2 litre sports cars from 65 to 71. SP3, which is John Burton in his Chevron B26, that is for 72 to 79 cars up to 2 litres. So again, it'll have been perhaps a 2-litre BMW or a BDG. And looking here at the Nick Pink, Chris Fox Lola.
And that's quickest in SP4, and that's running a 3.5-litre Cosworth DFV engine, similar to the ones in Grand Prix racing. And if you're out on the circuit spectating, that car is the one that has the highest pitched engine note. Wonderful sound. This is an example of the Chevron B8 that Martin and I have been waxing lyrical about. It really says everything about racing cars, doesn't it?
Well, look, in these colours, it doesn't actually... those aren't racing car colours. Gunmetal and black. I mean, all pure gunmetal, that's a road car. That is and should be a road car. I mean, it isn't, it's a racing car, but why would it not be? You know, you look at a Ginetta G4, they were successful in racing, but also the Walcott brothers sold them as road cars. You know, it sort of still surprises me that the B8 was not a road car. All right, maybe not with a highly tuned BMW engine, but you could have gone with a more production-based engine. Than a race-tuned BMW, but a great-looking car and an unusual livery as well. That nice gunmetal grey.
That's Stephen Nuttall's car, and that's another name that's come from Caterham Racing. Stephen Nuttall, I think he still races a bit in Caterham as well.
Wouldn't be at all surprised.
Always runs number 46, so 146 he uses in the Chevron B8.
John Burton in car number 60, still going relatively quickly. Just went by Mike Fry's number 33 Lola. And there is Fry right behind him in that predominantly blue and red car.
And John Burton, a member of the Worcestershire Racing Association team that ran in period in 2-litre sports car racing, and along with a number of other drivers who all from the Worcestershire area, and John still lives in the area. I see that that's the number 14, John Spears, Ollie Hancock, we're guessing Ollie.
I'm thinking so.
Yeah, in the PA3, Ozella.
And the checker flag is out, which they have taken, so their qualifying session is run. Still on a lap, but not on a better lap, is this car. So you can see 2 yellow sectors for John Burton. That means not personal bests. Checkered flag was out, so it's an in-lap anyway. There was an improvement there. Who improved? Car number 21, right at the flag. Robert Parker in his Acela PA5 77 version of the car. The white number 21 car.
Another improvement on his last lap was car number 119, which is James Claridge and Gonçalo Gomes from Portugal. In the Chevron B23. That's a really, really pretty car, again, from Chevron. But that's popped in 4th quickest, right at the end of the session there on his 9th timed lap, which was the last lap he did.
Leapt right up there at the end of the session. Well, there is car number 21. So that is the Acela PA5. And again, without that high, narrow snorkel that we saw earlier, but with that big air intake. Have a look at the air intake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I'm going to guess that's a BMW-powered car.
Absolutely, yes.
What do you think?
Yes.
Without being able to hear it or look under the body, just the colours on the snorkel make me think, yeah, it's got a Heinemada or a Heidegger 2-litre BMW. Basically, a Formula 2 car with a sports racing body shell on it. And one of our contingent has got a little bit lost and come into the wrong pit lane. They should all be pitting in the wing, and he is trundled down, well, the only pit lane I've ever used at Silverstone, which is now the Heritage Pits. qualifying for the Historic Sports Car Club's Thunder Sports Race 18, the anti-penultimate track action on Sunday for sports racing, GT and touring cars, although there weren't any of those. They competed in international competitions up to the end of 1979, and winning the battle for pole, Dean Forward in the enormous McLaren 8F ahead of John Burton in his 2-litre Chevron. Pollard and Wainwright Royale slipping through into third, and at the flag, the Chevron B23 of Claridge and Gomez grabbing fourth ahead of James Scriver's Chevron, and the Spires and Hancock Acela, the best of the Italian contingent. Top march, the Shaw and Caton car in 9th place amongst a slew of Lolas. Jamie Thwaites just outside the top 10 and strong in our field of Sports 2000s. Actually, after Richard Coleman dropped it off the road, Ollie Roberts bringing their Sports 2000 Tiger into the top 20. And that is your field ready to go for Sunday's action. Big bang of sports cars, Sports 2000s, everything that you can imagine from the period from the late 1960s to the mid 1970s, with the big bang of sports cars from McLaren and the tiddlers from the likes of Lola, Chevron, Tiger, March and Shrike. They will all do battle on Sunday afternoon in a 2-driver encounter. And the fastest cars of all, combining the two extremes, 2-litre sports racer versus McLaren M8 Behemoth.
With a successful history spanning over 100 years, numerous victories, numerous championships to their name, it is premium tyre brand Yokohama, who are the official tyre partner once again at the Classic. And James is here. It's good to see you again, James.
Good to see you.
Standing in front of a beautiful array of cars. Tell us more.
Yeah, we've got a bit of something for everyone here. We've got some fantastic pedigree and history of Yokohama, including this beautiful 1984 Formula 3 car.
Wow, it's absolutely stunning, isn't
winner.
it?
And we also have some racing Marcos and Caterham graduates in the background. We have a concourse-winning Aston Martin Vanquish V12. This is absolutely stunning.
Mint condition again.
Absolutely
as well. Wow.
amazing. With the original tyres, factory-fitted Yokohamas on this from back in sort of
Love
2000.
the wing mirrors, the silver there.
Incredible, isn't it? WRC Spec Rally Mini, and then our tribute to the legendary Paddy Hopkirk Monte Carlo Classic Mini Cooper.
Wonderful to see.
Absolutely incredible.
We
this
miss
thing.
Paddy. Not the same without him here.
Absolutely.
And this leads us on to the real star of the show,
I was going
James.
to say, so this year, our brand new product launched for 2022 is the Advan Neova AD09, a very sort of circuit and track orientated tyre. Ultra high performance for those guys that want to have a bit of fun at the weekend and make the most of the powerful cars that they've got.
So I'm sure you've got quite a lot of customers here this weekend.
yeah, we're expecting quite a lot of customers. First day of the show is always a little bit of a picking up learning curve, but we've got something for everyone. Road tyres, 4x4 off-road, and van and motorsport, which is the reason we're all here.
Brilliant. Well, James, always a pleasure. Come down, say hello. They're right next to the Village Green and also the ice cream van, so it's worth a visit.
Next up, the International Trophy for Classic GT cars. The engines are warming up. Now these, as you would have just seen in the opening shot there, slightly more powerful than later E-types. So these are pre-66 cars. And you never know who you're going to find wandering around the assembly area. So Chris Hoy, you are in this Corvette, and you've been telling me that it's interesting to drive.
It gets your attention, put it that way. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to look at. I used to have a little Matchbox one when I was a kid. Never thought I'd ever get a chance to drive one, but it's quick, it's got a lot of grunt, but yeah, you have to treat it with respect, put it that way.
And you said you've driven it a few times, but I guess every time you get into it, it's a slight master reset.
I've only been in it twice, so it's I'm on a very steep part of the learning curve just now. It's recalibrating, it's understanding that it is fast in a straight line, but you're having to brake it that bit earlier. You have to plan everything in advance and be very deliberate with your inputs to make sure that you know what you're doing. You're not asking too much of the car. You know, you can't brake and steer at the same time. You've got to get the braking done before you chuck it into the corner.
Now you've done a lot of motor racing, but how much are you doing now?
Yeah, kind of a mixture really. So I'm doing the Sports Prototype Cup in a Revolution this year. A bit of classic racing. I did a rally up in Scotland. I've got another couple of the Sports Prototype Cup races to go. So just a mixture really. So just whenever the opportunity comes along to jump in a car, if I'm free, I tend to go for it.
Chris, thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right, let's see if we can head down the assembly area here. That's the whistle for all of the cars leaving the assembly area. Do you know what we're going to do? We're going to go over here so that we do not get run over this time. As you'll see, there are lots of Lotus Elans in this race, and whilst they'll be very underpowered compared to the E-Types and the big Cobras, you'd be amazed at how fast they are. So you can see lots of Lotus Elans. We've got the Cobras here, which are the larger Cobras. We've got quite a few people in the way. Larger Cobras compared to this morning, so they're wider bodies. They've got the wheel arches, they've got more power, and lovely lightweight E-Type going past. E-Types are the cars to have. However, you should see coming past in shot in a little bit the Cobra Daytonas and the Callum Lockie car, who he shares with Julian Thomas. That's won almost every round this year, I think bar one, and they are also the reigning champions. So really, the ones to watch. Here it is. Here's one of the Daytona Cobras. Very pretty cars, I think, in terms of muscle cars. Lister, which is very quick, very successful all over classic racing, especially at Goodwood. And as you can see, the field is enormous. This race was actually oversubscribed by 10 cars back in July. But it's just that era that's so popular. Just seen an MGB of Neil Fisher go past. He races that usually in a Keep GTS with all the other MGBs, the Triumphs, and also the TVRs. And here's the other Cobra Daytona, and that is the Paddy Shovelin car. And we also got little Lotuses as well. So really, in many senses, this is a David versus Goliath battle. We've got these little, feel a bit safer walking around now, these little Lotus Elans, and then we've got these TVR Griffiths. Now the TVR Griffiths, you can see when this goes past, it's got a very short wheelbase, and they are a nightmare to drive on the limit because they're so twitchy. Any driver who drives one of those is a braver man than me. Anyway, that's all of the cars gone from the assembly area as the next batch is coming in. So that's all from us here.
Well done, Ed. Plenty to see and do still at Silverstone until late this evening with all sorts of off-track activities, but on the circuit, qualifying for the International Trophy for Classic GT cars as we head into the 60s. Cars already out on circuit, and even as the last few were being waved out of the assembly area at the wing, the first to leave were coming up to complete their outlap. So we have a circuit full of cars, and as Ed was describing, we have a total of more than 50 cars out on circuit, which means everybody gets about 100 yards of their own, but a lot of them have stuck together. So we're going from small capacity cars like the Lotus Elans, the 26Rs, which was the full fat racing version of the Elan, up through Jaguar E-Types to the big engine Cobras, the 427 Cobras. There you go, with the big, well, that's a more 289, but 427 Cobras, and the Cobra Daytona, which is the long-nosed, long swoopy coupe version, which was designed by Shelby American, actually designed on almost literally the back of a fag packet by American journalist Peter Brock. And the car's sort of sketched out on a garage floor, as so many were in those days. And Alistair, this is 60s GT racing at its very best, isn't it? It is such a mix of different shapes and sounds and sizes of engine and car.
Absolutely it is, yes. And although the Shelby Daytona Coupe version of the Cobra is likely to be the front runner. Don't discount some of the smaller cars, like these little Ginettas here. They're very, very quick, and despite it being a very fast circuit, there are some twiddly bits, and they come on perhaps towards the end of the race when the bigger cars, the brakes are starting to get very hot, the tyres are wearing out. It's quite a decent length race for these cars. It's a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop and driver change, so we've got all the elements that we used to watch in period with these cars, and there's just some tremendous shapes. They're all different, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely right. And again, you know, you've got little open sports races, but predominantly they are, quote, road car based. So yeah, there's an awful lot of variety to look for. Now, that is a Lotus. Is he out in the right session?
Yeah, an Elan.
155? No.
Sorry, the little
That's
Lotus.
either an 11 or a 15, and I think that's a 15, but that looks to me like it is pre-66, but and I wonder if he's being allowed to qualify because he missed his own session, which happens occasionally. However, he's not on my particular entry list.
It's not a car that would be in this
It's not a
particular
GT
race.
car, is it? No, so I have a feeling he may be being allowed to qualify, or he has accidentally left the collecting area. Again, with so many cars and drivers here, that too is a possibility. Well, let's take a look at what's coming towards us. The white car coming towards us, again in factory colours, white with the twin blue stripes. There you go, there is a GT350 Shelby Mustang. Again, Carroll Shelby, the snake wrangler from Texas, had all sorts of different fingers in different pies. Once you start to become successful, and of course he was part of the GT40 program that was so successful, then with the Cobras, with the Daytona Coupe, the Ford Mustang as well, got his attentions, the GT350, the GT500 that followed, the big block version of that. But it's these 65 notchback cars that are what everybody thinks of when you think of a racing Mustang.
And that car shared husband and wife pairing on that one. Car number 7, Mike Thorne and Sarah Bennett Baggs in the, as you say, the GT350 in those classic cream with the double white stripes. It just screams early 60s GT racing.
Yeah.
And there is an example of the Shelby Daytona Cobra, the one that was scratched out on the workshop floor, as you just mentioned. I do believe certainly this one, and I think all of the Daytona Cobra coupes we'll see in this race are recreations. They're not originals. There were only 6 ever made. They are absolutely priceless, as you can imagine. But my understanding is that I know this one is because it was built by the Jordan Racing Team for Roy Alderslade, who's driving it. Jordan Racing Team being Mike Jordan, ex-British touring car driver, and his son Andy Jordan, ex-British touring car champion in 2013, and they've prepared this car for Roy. Very often Andy will share, but we haven't been told, unless our screens are updating us. I can't see it on my screen at the moment, but normally Andy will share with Roy in the race, but maybe being a slightly shorter one, normally these cars will run for an hour and a half or even 3 hours for some of them, and Roy will then share. But that's the car which really set the world alight in 1965. It won its class in the World Sports Car Championship, beating the Ferrari 250 GTO.
Well, we talked about David and Goliath, and you're looking at the big capacity of the Shelby Cobra and the Daytona Coupe, and here is the other end of the scale. The Lotus Elan was a quick enough road car on its own with that Ford-based Lotus twin cam, light, nimble, but then to go racing, it was developed as the 26R. So this is the pure racing version of the Lotus Elan. Car 112 is the 26R of Gonzalo Gomez and James Claridge. Now, to the layman, me, there don't appear to be too many visual differences between this car and a normal Elan, and I thought the 26R was a little more different. That's an Elan fixed head coupe. Is that actually a 26R? We might need to go and find a different one for comparison purposes.
I think I remember talking to one of the drivers once and asking him this, and I think the main differences are around the bulkhead and some of the suspension geometry, but I don't think it looks any different particularly. There is a reason why it's known as the 26R, and that's because the Lotus Elan type number in Lotus speak was the Type 26. But it was called the Elan because it was a road car for sale to the public, and you don't really want to go into a dealer and say, can I buy a 26 please? Much nicer to say I want to buy an Elan.
Well, and they always went, again, we talked about this earlier, always went for the E names: Elite, Eclat, Elan, Europa. The Europa was the 49R in racing terms, wasn't
Lotus
it?
49, yes, yeah, that's right.
There you go. There's you know, some of it sticks sometimes.
The Lotus 49 generally ran with a rather better engine than the Road Europa, which ran with a Renault engine, somewhat different. 192, another of our recreation Daytona Cobra coupes, and that definitely is a likely, certainly top of the timing screens at the moment, but a likely winner of this race. A very, very quick pairing. We've seen them out before. Julian Thomas, who owns the car, Callum Lockie, who is a professional driver who shares with Julian throughout the season, and a very, very quick pairing indeed. So 192 will be one to watch in the race.
And the Paddy Shovelin Michael Cullen Daytona Coupe is currently second fastest and going quicker. Mike Whittaker third in a TVR Griffith, so he has clearly taken the brave pills, because as Ed pointed out, with plenty of power, the TVR Griffith, from its big front-mounted V8, 4.7 litres, and a wheelbase that sees the driver's feet probably on the front axle line and his backside on the rear axle line. So it is shorter than Lotus Elan. The two red cars coming towards you with the white roof, more familiar view perhaps. That's the Austin Healey 3000. To the left of it though was a Marcus 1800, again creation of Jem Marsh. 66, the E-Type, pulling it. I don't have a 66 E-Type.
James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley, renumbered from 22.
Now there's lots. Okay, so they were as an additional car as 22, so that's 66.
And that's not the same car that they ran as 66, the Huffaker E-Type in an earlier race. That's a different E-Type they're running in this race, but sadly it's not been as reliable as the Huffaker car was for them. There's the Griffith, that's Mike Whittaker, number 46, a very quick car. But essentially, Martin, the 4.7 litre V8 engine in the front of that is the same engine that went in the back of the GT40. It's in the front of the Shelby Daytona Cobra. It was a very versatile engine.
Yeah, the big block Ford. So the 289 was the small block Ford in the earlier Cobras, and they went 427 because there's no such thing as too much power. Ain't no substitute for cubes, as they used to say. Well, as they probably still do. And yeah, that same engine again in the TVR Griffith. So a lot of engine and not very much in wheelbase. This is definitely a steer it on the throttle car, but still Mike Whittaker third fastest. Fourth fastest, a car that we haven't picked up yet, car number 34, James Thorpe, Phil Quaif's Jaguar E-Type. I don't have a colour for that, so I'm not sure what that is. There's a DB4 Aston. So who is that? Let's wait until he comes past us sideways. Car number 12, so Niklaus Ditting, we heard from him a little bit earlier, dialing himself into his LMP3 car. This is something he's perhaps a little more familiar with. DB4 GT, 1961 Aston. Now what I discovered, and I probably should have known for many, many years, is that Tadek Merak, who I know designed the V8 in the Aston Martin, which came in with the DBS to become then the Aston Martin V8, I didn't know he'd also designed the 6-cylinder engine that powered the DB range. So there's a man who's got plenty of, I mean, what two fabulous engines to have designed, and for the same manufacturer. Austin Healey 3000 and Porsche 911. So there's a couple of 2 or 3 2-litre Porsche 911s. And again here, slippery, low drag, handle well in the quick stuff and the slow stuff. Not giving away an awful lot in terms of performance to something with an extra litre like the Healey. And there you go, there's an Elan going around the outside of the Healey. A very different way of producing its speed. And the Elan will come by both the Healey and the Porsche, possibly not in a straight. You get two Healeys coming nose to tail down the track, and in front of them there's Rick Wilmot in the Jaguar E-Type, lightweight coupe.
I didn't ever get round to asking Rick whether the colours on the car have been put there since the invasion of Ukraine, but there's the Ukrainian flag colours, may well be in support of, or may be nothing to do with that, but that's one of the what they call low drag E-Type.
Yep.
So you can see there, especially as we pan across, the very different body shape to the one that's just in picture there for a moment in the grey colour, and these were this was an attempt by Jaguar to keep the car competitive in international racing, or make it competitive in international racing, because by the time the E-Type was racing internationally, we got cars like the Daytona Cobra and the Ferrari 250 GTO, which were just plain quicker. And despite all the efforts of the aerodynamicists, they couldn't really make the car that competitive.
Yeah, there was all sorts of low drag coupes, weren't they? The Lister Knockner and all sorts of others that were to try and reduce the drag. If you can't improve the power, then reduce reduce the slowness, reduce the drag factor. And here's another.
That's a perfect example. That's right. That's a unique car. That's our friends Frederick Wakeman, whose car it is, and Patrick Blakeney Edwards will be sharing with him. That's a car that's not in this particular race. I don't think it's. As we've had somebody spin off.
Yes.
John Davison.
Furious with himself in his TVR Griffith, being caught out by the short wheelbase. And then you can see, look, the driver is. Yeah, maybe a foot ahead of the rear axle line. I mean, you're almost as far back there as it's possible to get in the car without sitting on the diff. So he's looped it round.
That looks like a big club again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Possibly. Difficult to spot from this angle.
Yeah, banging on the steering wheel as he sat in the gravel. Yeah, we've all been there. It is exactly that, club corner.
Yeah.
Zigging when it should have zagged, and you see the car trying to spin on him, and as he tried to gather it all up, unfortunately just carrying too much momentum, and into the gravel traps he went.
John Davison, very experienced indeed in this type of racing. He's got an Elan as well, I wonder whether he was caught out by that little bump as well, because he seemed to start to lose control as he came off the short section of track that's not used by the modern racing. And there's just that little bit of a bump and a bit of a curb. That's going to be hard work for the marshals to push that out of the gravel. It's a heavy car.
It might be indeed, and unfortunately, it's moving. They're doing well. I was just thinking we may just be about to go safety car, but I think the race director, exactly as we are, watching it just starting to move. No, not yet, don't go safety car. Okay, they've got it, well done. So under vigorously waved yellows at the exit of Club Corner.
And very judicious use of the clutch there, just to keep the car moving without spinning the wheels and digging himself in. And great work from the marshals, really. On a live track, okay, yes, we've got double waved yellow flags to warn drivers that there's marshals trackside, but still very brave to go out there. As we look now at one of the E-Types, this is the Pearson brothers again. We've seen them out at least twice already. John Pearson and Gary Pearson in Jaguar E-Type, and very, very quick pairing they are. From 1965, just backing the car in a little bit, as they'd say in motorcycle racing, just snaking under braking, lovely, beautifully sideways there.
And again, in the later E-Types, you can compare and contrast. From the front, looks exactly as it would have done the cars that we were seeing earlier, the 61, 62 cars, racing with a hard top rather than a soft top, because that allowed them then to put those little flick ups in the, you can see when it goes away from us, hopefully the cameras will follow, flick up on the rear of the hard top and on the rear deck as well, with the holes drilled across them, and that's to allow the heat to come out of the cockpit and also of the differential from underneath the car as well. So that allows some of the heat to escape, possibly some of the air to escape as well. Aerodynamicists tend to be very clever at trying to route air out of wheel arches, particularly because they tend to slow things down. Now, is this the Hairy Canary?
Yes, I think it is.
36. This is the Sleep and Wickham Shelby American Cobra. An expert's fine line. What's a Shelby American Cobra and what's an AC Cobra? Well, potentially it's where it was derived from or what it did in period or more recently.
We've got a new car.
It is the Hairy Canary.
Yes, it is. We've got the number 8 car into 3rd. I think that's a new one to us, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, very recently, lap 6 this was done. Mark Holstead and Dan Eagling in the Ginetta. Now, we were talking about Ginetta in the modern group, GT4 race. Yeah. Well, they were running all these years ago. The Warcliffe brothers, the 4 of them, set the company up. And the G4R was a very, very quick car indeed. And Lawrence Tomlinson has had one built for himself,
right?
Recreation one, because he just loves the car so much, and that's up into 3rd place.
Yeah, and we actually saw that. It was sort of in the back of the shot a couple of when we were following a car a couple of minutes ago. A pale yellow and a little bit of silver highlights on it. Very inconspicuous looking car. Now this Marcos, not the original Marcos, but the first of the Marcos GT cars, the original Wooden Wanderers raced by the likes of Jackie Stewart, one of Jem Marsh's first cars. You'll perhaps remember the Mini Marcos, which also raced at Le Mans, incredibly, but this the 1800 Volvo engine car, which then transmogrified into the 3-litre Essex V6 Ford engine cars of the mid-70s. But this is and then became the Mantis, the Mantula, and the engines got bigger and bigger with Rover V8s and V8s going up to, in the end, 4.9 litres.
And with Jem Marsh, as you said, being quite tall,
yep,
even you could get in one of these.
Well, exactly, and in fact, in the very last of those, through happenstance, I ended up down in Wiltshire having a wet weather test or demonstration, courtesy of Jem Marsh himself, in an open Mantula just after it had set the fastest 0 to 100 to 0 time or something for a production car. He was very, very enthusiastic in his driving in the cars, an absolute weapon. Now then, we heard from Sir Chris Hoy about this weapon again, the Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. This is a C2 Corvette, so the original 1950s version, I think retrospectively became the Corvette C1, and this car originally as a Stingray and then became Stingray later in its period. But as he said, sharing with Marco Attard, who I'm now, again, ringing in my head, is going former British GT champion.
Correct.
I think Marco did win the championship, didn't he?
With Alexander Sims in a BMW Z4.
A few years back now. Yeah. In fact, Alexander Sims is racing with Marco Attard in something this weekend as well. We will see him we haven't got much of the afternoon left, so it won't be too long before they're out together. But Sir Chris Hoy saying this is very much stop, turn, go again, because it's not really designed to go round bendy bits very well. So later Corvettes very much were road racers. The early version of the Corvette, again, all like Colin Chapman with Lotus, adding lightness by being all fiberglass bodied, including the transverse rear spring, which was fiberglass. I'm not sure if it is still, but certainly in this era was.
And that looks like Sir Chris at the wheel, doesn't it, with the blue stripes on his helmet.
Another ex-British GT racer, of course, famous for his two-wheeled exploits. Multi Olympic medalist. And actually, he did Race of Champions in Wembley, I think maybe the year after he retired from cycling. He had quads that were almost literally the size of a normal person's waist.
Yes.
The most astonishing muscles I have ever seen on any human being. Now, because he is no longer cycling 100 million miles a year, those have probably diminished, and he can probably get into race suits a little bit better, but my goodness, the development that you need in a particular body to be that successful was very evident.
And a very distinctive E-type in our picture we're looking at now, the number 52, or is he numbered it?
He's gone 152 now.
Yeah, he normally runs 52. Well, and he.
There's a bit of gaffer in front of the number. Yes. There you go.
Well, that's Ria Sorter, who prepares cars for a German racing driver, and Andy Newell, who prepares cars for lots of people. Gelsko Engineering builds GT40 recreations as well. But Andy and Ria do share throughout the season. And it's the car is finished in the turquoise colours of Markus von Euenhausen, the German Count, and it's when Andy gets on board, if he's not on board now, the car will start to go extremely sideways, because that's his style.
Well, I've got to say,
I think it's probably him.
It is up on its toes, as you would say in parlance. That is absolutely being driven to within an inch of its abilities and just a fraction more. I want to know the story of why the Count has got turquoise as his family racing colours. There will be some history there somewhere, maybe from horse racing or whatever, but yeah, that's a great livery, isn't it?
It's a person worth looking up, actually, because it's an amazing estate he owns, or half a country he owns, which he has his own private racing circuit.
And on road plates as well, so this is not just a racer. It's on current German road plates. I don't know where GT is in Germany. I'm not that up with German towns.
I think this probably is Andy, because the way he's drifting that around, and he normally wears a black crash helmet.
Gobbling up a couple of Vilans as he goes. So where has this got to on the timing screen? 20th place.
We may see that move up.
Yep. It's just at its fastest race lap. So too is the car in 17th, moving up, which is car number 72, Richard Cook, in his blue Shelby American Cobra. Meanwhile, looking at which Elan is this? 54. So this is Billy and Carl Nairn's 26. Oh, no, it's not.
No, it's 154.
It's okay.
Another one,
there you are, another bit of gaffer.
Gaffer tape, yeah. That
Jen
one
Ridgway and Tom Smith. It is a 26R. It is blue. 54 is also a 26R, but is not blue. So there you go. Is that because there is there was previously a 54, so they've had to add a 1 to it again. That was another entry that was on the reserve list, but has been given a race anyway.
Another car worth picking up on, which is certainly the only one in this race, and it was only ever one of 3, and that's the special-bodied Sunbeam Le Mans Tiger. It's car number 81. It's dark green. Chris Baton at the wheel. Chris Baton, a long-time historic racer. From 1964, it didn't cover itself in glory, I'm afraid. The engine in the front is a Shelby V8 engine.
Yep.
But unfortunately, at Le Mans in 1964, they all retired with overheating issues. And I think I read somewhere that there was just a lack of development time to... There it is.
There it is.
And very different shape to a normal Sunbeam Tiger, which was a big engine version of the Sunbeam Alpine.
Well, coming towards you, it's a Sunbeam Tiger. Side on, it's a Daytona Coupe, isn't it? I mean, really, they've just basically, right, that works for that. And the problem is, like the TVR, is the wheelbase. Now, Matt Neal regularly drives one of the others of these, and he says it is frankly one of the most terrifying things that he's ever driven, because it's got huge grunt and a propensity to throw you off backwards that is unequaled in his experience. And he's driven Aussie V8s as well, so I mean, as you can see, dancing it around on the throttle, I'm not sure it's always a willing dance partner, but it's not the sort of car that you baby around. It's the sort of car that you pick up by the scruff of the neck and try and tell it what to do.
That's our fastest car in the session, the 192 Gillian Thomas Callum Lockie Shelby Daytona Cobra, a recreation of, and with the familiar colours for Callum Lockie and for Gillian Thomas's cars. And I would suspect by now, because we're getting, in fact the checkered flag has just come out, I was about to say we're getting into the very end of the session. Normally Julian will take the car out first, being the owner, and then Callum will finish the session to do his qualifying laps.
Yeah. And
the fastest time for that car actually set on lap 2, which I suggest would mean that it was done by Callum Lockie, 2:23.169.
So that
did I say Callum Lockie? I meant Julian Thomas. I'm sorry.
That is your pole car then?
Yeah.
Is that Callum at the wheel?
I think it is, with the black helmet. Yeah.
Looks like it. Another former British GT racer of, well, quite some number of years actually. He plied his trade in British GTs. Mike Whittaker second quickest, and the house did an Eagling E-Type. Is that an E-Type? in third place. No, Ginetta, that's what it was. Ginetta G4R, that's what it was. So 2 Daytona Coupes and a Ginetta. And in fourth place, car number 21, Graham and James Dodd. That is the best E-type of the lot. That is car number 21.
Father and son team, Graham and James Dodd. And Callum Lockie, not really, he was caught up a little bit through Beckett's there behind that E-type, but he hasn't set a quick sector time in the car. But then he will have gone out knowing that Julian had set a time which was at the time over a second quicker than anyone else. However, the number 88,
wow,
John Davison Griffith, has the one we saw spinning and going into the gravel, has on its last timed lap set a time only just under half a second slower than Thomas and Lockie. It actually usurped the Whittaker Griffith, which is unusual. Mike Whittaker is a very experienced driver in TVR Griffiths.
So he puts himself on the front row and bumps Mike Whittaker back to to row 2. So we've got Daytona Coupe, and whoever starts that, it may well be Callum, will have a Griffith in either mirror, you suggest, on the run down to the first turn.
I think it's very likely to be Julian will start it.
Yeah.
Normally he would go first, because then if there's a problem with the car,
at least he's driven it.
He's driven it. But what Callum will tell you is, no, Julian will drive it because he's got the new tyres and the new brakes.
Yep.
I'll take it over when it's not quite so nice to drive, and then he gets the fun out of it, which is a very, very nice way of looking at it.
Absolutely. That's exactly the right approach. Make sure that the guy that owns the car gets the best out of it that he can. Again, for Julian Thomas as well, knowing that Callum is a quicker driver at the end, it means that if he does have to give up positions when somebody comes calling, then he knows that Callum Lockie has got the speed and the ability, quite possibly, and has proved to be the case last year and this, to come back and to challenge for victory again. So, yeah, the championship leaders at the front of the field.
And a remarkable showing from the little Ginetta G4R from Holstein and Eagling in fourth place overall against all these big V8 engines in the number 8 car. The G4, the R it denotes that it was the racing version, rather like the 26R Elan, with the 1700cc engine.
So that will be a cross-flow Ford.
Yes.
So not a BDA, and unless it's a 1600 BDA that has been overboard, but traditionally 1700B, a well-tuned cross-flow. So yeah, again, we talked about low drag perhaps being as important as high power here, and that would seem to be the case. So after qualifying, there is one Daytona Coupe on pole position, the Thomas and Lockie car. TVR Griffiths second and third, Ginetta fourth. Huzzah for British small sports car manufacturers, ahead of 3 of our Jaguar E-types before we get to the second of the Daytona Coupes, another E-type and another Daytona Coupe. So a combination of small engine low drag and big capacity at the front of the field, and that is replayed all the way down the order with the big Cobras and Daytona Coupes, the E-types versus the smaller, nimbler Elans. Lots of both in the top 20 and all the way through the field, right down towards the end of this enormous field of cars. More than 50 cars out on track in qualifying for the International Trophy for pre-66 Classic GT cars. And in the end, all 60 out. The Reliant Sabre 6 bringing up the Lanterne Rouge position at the back of the field in the hands of Luke Wass. Well, talk about the Miles versus the Elephant, or David versus Goliath. Small capacity, light, nimble, low drag cars, and big capacity sports racers. It's not the power, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the amount of fight in your dog perhaps, but a great combination of the Daytona Coupe with all its power versus the smaller Ginettas and the TVRs with their big engines, Lotus Elans, Jaguar E-types, Porsches, Austin Healey's, 60 cars, plenty for everybody to get their teeth into in the International Trophy for Classic GT cars.
After all the fun and games we had last year in the rain, Adrian Flux are back as this year's official vehicle insurance partner. Grant, always a pleasure to see you. Just tell us a bit about Adrian Flux and why you're industry leaders.
So yeah, we are, well, as of next year, we'll be 50 years in business. Made our name as a specialist with a lot of classic cars, American cars, imported, so very much a specialist insurer. So yeah, being at this event, there's a lot of nice tie-ins, a lot of customers, a lot of new customers, a lot of clubs that we're involved in as well. So yeah, it's the perfect fit for us as a business.
And there's something rather special going on with this car later in the course of this weekend.
Yes.
Who's going to be driving it?
Well, Mr. Alex Brundle, he's an ambassador of ours, and he'll be, well, actually he'll be racing all weekend, and he'll be here doing a Q&A session on Saturday with Carl Fogarty, who's another one of our ambassadors.
Very
as
nice, very nice. Now, sorry, we're going to be rudely interrupting here. We're walking in front of, because this is a star moment. Sorry, guys. Yeah, everyone is a winner here. It's your Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah,
Grant,
so
shall we have a go? Tell us what does this stand for? Is this a bit of fun?
Well, basically, yeah, it is. Any customers, anyone can walk up, leave some details, and they can have a spin. We're giving away a prize where you can win a lap around. Oh, thank you very much, Tom. You can win a lap around the track, but also you can win a prize.
Tom, do you do game shows? I feel like you need a place in. Yeah, right. We'll get you an ITV contract. Right.
So I think you should have a go. I think you should have a spin. I think you should see what you can win.
Oh, sorry, had you not been yet? Oh, we interrupted your go. So sorry. You got a mouse mat. Right. Well, everyone's a winner. 3, 2, 1, go. Unless you win an air freshener. Don't want the air freshener.
There is a bogey prize of an ice scraper, so hopefully you won't win. You've won the ice scraper.
I've won the ice scraper.
Can we have an ice scraper,
brilliant.
please?
So I've got to wait 6 months before I can use it, we hope. Anyway, Grant, absolute pleasure. Come down and say hi to the guys at Adrian Flux.
Next up, we have the pre-1966 Historic Grand Prix Cars Association race. Now, you'll notice there's a very, very big difference between some of these cars. Some of them are front engine, like this Maserati here, and others are rear engine, like the T51 behind me. Now, this was one of the biggest changes in Formula One history, when suddenly Cooper thought, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the engine behind the driver. And there's obviously lots of classes within this race, but that is, without a shadow of a doubt, the biggest difference between some of these cars. So if you follow me down here, Gordon, all the engines are running, so it's going to be quite hard to hear. But actually, here we've got Tyvian Salisbury. Tyvian, one of my all-time favourite cars, this. It must be such a pleasure to drive it.
It is. Pinch myself every time I do it.
And I don't know if it's quite yet. Now, what's the power like in this? Or have you got enough? Oh, you're going. I'm going to let it go. This has got a huge inhalation of exhaust there. That car was an ex-Sterling Moss car that he raced famously in Monaco with the sides off it. So you can see his legs feeling very vulnerable again. Lotus and Cooper really the first manufacturers to put the engine behind the car, and they will be, oh, there we go. Okay, so they were really the first manufacturers to put the engine behind the driver, and it changed Formula One, as I said earlier, forever. There goes, looks like a Hall run car, and there's obviously going to be two classes. Front-wheel drive cars, front-engine cars are still actually quite quick, because the Scarabs, they came out in 1960, just as that change happened. So watch out for those as well. But we're all clear here in the assembly area.
Getting towards the end of our qualifying day of action, remain firmly rooted in the late 1950s, early 1960s, as we celebrate the Grand Prix era with the historic Grand Prix Association. Well, a bright, dry day at Silverstone, and what a great opportunity to witness the changing of the guard in Formula One from the late post-war era of front-engine Grand Prix cars. 1960 was the watershed date when the garagistes of particularly Great Britain put the horse behind the cart and discovered a whole new way of going motor racing. So you see the more upright front-engine Grand Prix racers and the light svelte mid-engine or rear-engine cars coming through from the likes of Cooper, Brabham, Lotus, and then cars like the Maserati 250F, Ferrari Dino, Cooper Bristol. There's a Cooper Bristol right in front, so there you go, classic front-engine Grand Prix car, and going by a rear-engine Cooper. And that was the difference it made, able to get the engine lower. Smaller engines were just as convenient and just as capable. The Bristol engine, the 2-litre Bristol engine, developed post-war from its BMW roots by the Bristol Aircraft Company. It's the kind of car that Mike Hawthorne made his name in, but as the smaller 1.5-litre era arrived, then the nimble rear-wheel, rear-engine cars became much more like a modern car. The Cooper Bristol, and even the Maserati 250F behind it, which was probably really the zenith of the front-engine Grand Prix car, still looking like quite a big device, Alistair, compared to the cars that followed in the early 1960s.
Indeed, yes. The Cooper Bristol running in Formula 2, and it's what Mike Hailwood. Oh dear.
Mike Hawthorne. It is getting late. Lots of words.
Mike Hawthorne made his name in that, and the one on the left, the red car, that's the car that Sterling Moss made his Grand Prix name in. He was told by Mercedes, or his father was told, Alfred, go and buy Sterling a 250F, and he will prove himself in Grand Prix racing, and of course he did. Never won the World Championship, but really should have done. One of our greatest drivers. But the 250F really epitomises the front-engine Grand Prix era. Beautiful car, absolutely wonderful. We've also got examples of the Ferrari 246, which was in fact the car that took the last win for a front-engine car, as you mentioned, in 1960. But the first win for a rear-engine car, you go back to 1958, because that was that man Sterling Moss again, and that was in a Cooper T43 in Argentina, 1958, a private entry. That car is it's a bit like that Lotus 11 in the last session. That is not,
again, out of sequence. That's historic Formula 2 March, I'm thinking. So again,
interesting to see it on track at the same time. You can see the size difference.
Yes, absolutely, can't you? Although you look at the car, and actually the driver's cockpit is barely any different size to the Cooper in front, and probably not much different in length either. It's what developed around it, the side pods, that big shovel front nose, as aerodynamics very much became part of the race car designer's art. Let's take a look at something a little bit more to period. This is a T45 Cooper, so car number 42.
And that was a slight development of the T43, which I've just mentioned, so a car that was pretty much identical to this, was the first car to win in the post-war era for what we call a mid-engine or rear-engine car, engine behind the driver. Just some suspension and engine mounting modifications for the T45 on the very successful T43.
And why did that idea come to Cooper particularly? Well, because they were also building, or at that time were building, rear-engined 500s. And so those cars, which were where drivers learned their art, were already, as we know now, sort of mid-rear-engine cars. And then they go up into Grand Prix eventually with the engine at the front, the Maserati 250F, the Ferrari Dino, the last of that breed. And so, although Sterling Moss said the 250F was the best racing car he ever drove in terms of balance and its kindness to the driver, doing exactly what you wanted, no more, no less, still, you came from a rear-engined, small capacity, Cooper Jap or whatever, into a front-engine car. Ed was talking about the Scarab. Here is the Scarab, driven in period by guys like Lawrence Reventlow. but again arrived too late. You know, the first American Formula One team to come and race in Grand Prix racing, but arrived too late. Arrived essentially with an Indy Offenhauser special, as front engine was no longer the thing to have. Beautifully prepared, great looking cars, hugely enthusiastic team, but a little too late.
Yeah, driven by Lance Reventlow, the team owner, and Chuck Day, who was his mechanic actually, but a very good racing driver. And they do look good as a front engine car. They're low, much lower than the much more upright Maserati we were looking at earlier, so you'd think this would be a really successful car, but as you say, sadly it was just too late. Good engine as well in it, and we've seen Scarabs take really top positions in the HGPCA series over the years.
Well, again, you know, 50, 60 years of development of the cars. There were only 2 or 3 of them ever made. First of all, with that sort of pale metallic blue livery, they look different to everything else, but also, I mean, they are essentially an Indy Roadster. It's got the same 2.5 litre Offenhauser 4-cylinder engine that would have been in an Indy 500 car. It's got that offset single-seater driving position. As you see, when the driver comes towards you, you can see quite clearly that the prop shaft is going down the left-hand side, so the engine is canted over very strongly to the right to give you that low bonnet line. And then the Lotus Revolution, that pale green, the UDT Laystall colours, or is that, in fact, is that the BRP green?
That's the
UDT Laystall colours, isn't it? Kind of a
right.
49.
Andrew Beaumont, one of our quicker drivers. That particular car was driven by Dan Gurney, one of the top drivers in Formula One, also by Cliff Allison, Bianchi, Parnell, Taylor. A number of drivers got in that car, but it's a really as we start talking about one car, we unfortunately cut to a 250F in the gravel. Which is a real shame.
Not as forgiving as previously advertised on this channel. 10 minutes to go, and we have waved yellow flags. We may end up with a little bit more of a stoppage here, I feel.
That's actually the car in the gravel is a CM car. We're about to see a replay of what happened there. This is coming out of an engine failure, I think, there.
It does look like it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? But that's a CM car as opposed to, and look at the oil slick behind it. Oh dear, that is a major failure.
Ooh.
Built by Cameron Miller, hence the CM as recreations of the 250F Maserati, built 12 altogether.
That would appear to have seized in gear. It's quite unfortunate. That is not going anywhere in a hurry. 9 minutes on the clock.
There is a car, we're hopefully going to be local yellows for that one, but there is a car out there. If we could pick it up on camera, would be good to see, because it's a Jim Clark car, and I know anybody that's been to Silverstone over the years, and the car that I am referring to is...
Well, meanwhile, we have had a brand new fastest lap. Car number 59, Charlie Martin in a T53 Cooper, has just gone fastest of all, car number 59. So Charlie Martin at the top of the pile. Andy Middlehurst, car number 25. That's a green and gold Lotus 25. That's chassis number R4. That's the ex-Jim Clark car that we were talking about. So Andy Middlehurst, a regular race winner in that car. 11/100ths of a second separating the top two. So there's Andy Middlehurst in the number 25, in chassis number 5, I beg your pardon, chassis number 4.
That's actually Nick Fennell's car, the
Lotus
R5.
25.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, right.
That's another one that Jim Clark drove. That's Nick Fennell's car. That was driven by Jim Clark to a win at the Pau GP, at the Imola GP, and in 1963, and then here at Silverstone, the International Trophy, which was a non-championship Formula One race, also driven by Trevor Taylor. So that's the car that succeeded the R4 chassis number, which Jim Clark drove in period, driven by Andy Middlehurst, which is fastest in the session. Car number, or was fastest, sorry, he's just been beaten by
Charlie Martin.
But number 25...
at absolutely identical to the car you're seeing here, just a different chassis number.
flag.
Yeah, as we suspected, because the Mazda is still, you can't see it because I've taped bin bags over the windows, as is my want, but the Mazda is still in the gravel trap here, so almost actually right underneath our noses. We're just on the exit of Woodcote, and so everybody now will head back to the pit lane, and there will be a final hurrah. 7 minutes and 28 seconds left, and that is a very rearranged Lotus.
That's Tevian Salisbury's car, and that's a very, very important Lotus, which has been rearranged.
Lotus 18.
So that one driven by Sterling Moss, and
that's the car that he won the Monaco Grand Prix in without side panels on.
Exactly, yes, all those famous pictures of Moss, purely for cooling. It was a hot day, and he said, well, take the side panels off and I'll get a little bit more cooling.
And isn't that the race where Alf Francis was brazing a chassis tube on the grid with the tank full of fuel?
Yes.
Yes. Different times, ladies and gentlemen. I think the health and safety assessment yet to come in on that one, but that... Yeah, it looks like he's had a spin. He's tagged the front. Now, of course, because it's not a monocoque chassis, it is a tube frame, it may just be that the body panels have been dinged out of place. But I worry that the left front corner may not be entirely as Colin Chapman intended.
And Moss also, it was entered by Rob Walker, which is why it's not in the Lotus colours. Rob Walker being the one of the family of Johnny Walker whisky, and a great entrant in the day. And Sterling Moss and Rob Walker had that wonderful relationship where I don't believe there was ever a contract. It was always a handshake, two gentlemen. And he also took that car to a win at the daunting Nürburgring circuit as well. So really, really historic car, which unfortunately is now in the barriers.
Driver extrication techniques have come on a long way in recent years. This is not driver extrication practice. This is a mechanic. There's Michael Birch in the Connaught B-Type, or not in the Connaught B-Type. Let's catch up with Ed, see if he can enlighten us a little as to what's going on in the pedal box. Ed would not fit in this car, would you, Ed?
Now, I am down here next to the mechanics. I'm going to have to ask, what's going on?
There's a problem with the clutch operating arm, just putting a new clevis in it, so it's come out broken, so we're just putting a new pin in it. It's a bit difficult to get it. It's a bit difficult to get up.
I was going to say, the designers of this car really thought about the mechanics working on it, didn't they?
No.
Right, I'm going to see if I can catch Michael. Michael, rather him than you.
Definitely. He used to be a contortionist in another life, so he's having another go.
He knows nothing about mechanics, does he? He's just here to do that job.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Michael, let's carry on down and see, leave these guys to it. It looks desperately uncomfortable. Now, here, we've got Geraint Owen in the Curtis. Now, Geraint, a very good afternoon.
How are you, Ed?
Now, we're obviously pre-66 Grand Prix cars, but this isn't really a Grand Prix car, is it?
Well, it isn't a Grand Prix car, except, of course, in the 500 was a round of the World Drivers' Championship from 50 through to 60. So this car, 3 different drivers scored World Championship points in it. So not strictly a Grand Prix car, but it is a sort of Drivers' World Championship car.
Now, every car I see you drive, we've still got a red light, every car I see you drive always has no grip but enormous power.
And your point is?
Well, you obviously have a lot of fun.
Well, I am. Can you imagine driving something that's got lots of grip and no power? What would the fun be in that? You can't do skids, you can't do stuff. And there they are, they're buzzing down the straight in their V8 F1 car, and suddenly some hoodlum like me comes bounding past, making a lot of noise, spitting flames. Oh, it's how it is, isn't it?
With a massive grin on your face. All right, thank you.
It was ever thus. Thanks, Ed.
Right, let's see. We've still got a red light, so let's carry on down and see who we can find. There's a bit of a traffic jam here. The problem is now they think the session's about to restart. They obviously want to get to the front so they can get a clear lap. And this guy's blocked in by this other car. So Gordon, just watch out, because I think tempers will be fraying as he cannot get out. What I want to do is try and get down to this scarab down here. Number 30, the Andrew Haddon driven car. This was really one of the last front engine cars, and it was actually It was designed and built, but then as soon as it arrived, the rear engine revolution had happened. Andrew, do you mind if I just jump in? I'm not going to go anywhere near your exhaust. How is the circuit out there? Is it all running quite well?
Yeah, we've spent a bit of time with it, and it's going nice. Yeah, we've got the new engine in it today, so it's lovely.
And obviously you're a bit of a disadvantage to the rear engine cars, but this always seems to kind of punch above its weight.
Yeah, it does. Julian, the owner, has done a great job developing it with Mick at High Tech, and the car's great. You know, it's good fun to drive. But I forgot my earplugs, so it's killing me at the moment.
Sorry, what?
I forgot my earplugs.
Well, look, enjoy the rest of the session.
No worries, thank you.
I actually think I've left part of my jacket on his tyre, such is the heat. Right, well, look, most of the cars now, you can see them all lining up right down at the end of the pit lane, so I think we'll be going back out on the circuit soon.
Ed Foster sacrificing his tweed in the name of a good report. Well, good to see the Scarab offie. So 2 different Offenhauser cars there, and again both in that Offenhauser IndyCar special. The Scarab with a 2.5 litre version of the Offie 4-cylinder engine, but in the Curtis 500, that's the 4.5 litre. That would have been the full Indy 500 spec that Geraint Owen is being a hooligan in by his own admission. Yeah, more grip than power. Where would be the fun in that? You can't do skids. That's what I want to hear from historic racing drivers of near priceless and irreplaceable machinery. So the Curtis, well, really, that form of IndyCar racer begat this. I mean, that's what informed the Scarab designers, because that's where they came from. They didn't come from rear-engined, mid-engined European racing. They came from front-engined American single-seater racing, and that's what informed the Scarab. And it still is actually very, very similar indeed to the Curtis. Well, here's the Lotus 18, the Rob Walker Racing ex-Sterling Moss car that we just saw in the wall. Oil also being cleared up. That oil slick is what was left by the 250F Maserati. So that is the exit of the middle of Luffield, turning into Luffield actually out of Brooklands. So I'm assuming that the Lotus was a victim of the oil slick. We didn't see what happened, but Alistair, you've got to put 2 and 2 together, haven't you? That car's normally so reliably well driven, and there's an oil slick and he's in the wall.
Absolutely, yes. And we did catch in the replay we had of the Maserati blowing up, or the engine detonating and dropping oil. We did see in the background 1 or 2 cars trying to miss the oil slick, and I noticed one going very sideways on it. So there we have the Sterling Moss name on the side of the car. And if we've got a close in on that, we might be able to see whether, as you said, it might just be bodywork. Let's hope it is.
Yeah.
But that's a real shame to see such a historic car damaged in that way. But they are racing cars, and the drivers are out there to race them.
And there will be 2 races for these cars in the middle of the day on Saturday, and in the afternoon, not too far from this sort of time on Sunday. Well, hopefully as well. I'm not quite sure. Normally when you see a fairly large snail trail from an engine, that instantly then something fairly major is let go, and that would suggest a rod through the side of the block of this 250F Maserati. It's now been pulled out of the gravel. The engine's not running, but judging by the amount of oil it's left behind it, wouldn't really want to be towing it very far, and certainly not on the circuit. However, as you can see from the pictures here, there's an awful lot of gravel track before you get to a route through. So I'm not quite sure where they're going to go with this, but our reliable Landy tow vehicle with its Dayglow lime, greeny, yellow and checkered livery actually looking an awful lot more modern than it actually is. It's funny what a good coat of paint or a wrap will do in a car. The worry for the Lotus there, is whether the front tubes in the tube frame chassis are bent or deformed in any way, kinked or what have you, because that will be the sort of repair that you don't want to be doing overnight in a garage here at Silverstone. That's the sort of thing that you want to take back to a jig. As you can see with glass fibre panels, so they will be relatively straightforward to replace. I think the good news is See, the suspension looks like it might have survived intact. However, you could easily kink a wishbone, or you could have pushed it in with the wall there and bent the chassis tubes. So the Mazda is under tow. And yeah, two cars, well, not necessarily that chassis because that's a recreation, but two types of car very closely associated with the late Sir Stirling Moss. Really made his name, or confirmed, I think, what everybody pretty much suspected, but absolutely wrote it in large capital letters with his performances in the Maserati 250F, and then winning against the head in Monaco in that Lotus 18, one of his very significant victories.
And the Maserati 250F also brought five-time world champion Juan Manuel Fangio his last Formula One win, which was at the Nürburgring, when he set a succession of fastest times on the daunting 14+ mile circuit to take the win against the odds, really.
Right, all the cars' engines are switched off at the moment. You can still see the red light at the end of the pit lane, so I don't think we're going anywhere just yet. However, Gordon, your greatest challenge yet, 2 steps, please don't trip over. I was looking out the pit lane and I saw a certain Guy Smith who won Le Mans in 2003 for Bentley. Guys, I'm really sorry, I'm just jumping in on your chat. Okay. Guys, lovely to see you. You're quite busy this weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, we've got obviously in the Cortina in the next qualifying, and then this morning in the Tony Dron in the Capri. So yeah, it's always great fun, great weekend.
Now you've obviously raced a lot of touring cars, a lot of sports cars. I saw you just sort of looking up and down the pit lane at these. Could you be persuaded to get behind the wheel of one of these?
I mean, the cars look amazing. I'm not sure. I mean, you know, there's so many great cars. I mean, you walk up and down the pit lane in both paddocks, and there's just so many beautiful cars. And that's what's so special about the Classic is, you know, I think there's something for everybody here. And as a real car fan, you know, I just sort of walk around in awe at all the different cars, and it's great to get to see them close up and hear them on track. You know, they sound amazing. So yeah, it's such a great weekend.
That wasn't a no.
It wasn't a no. It wasn't a no. But I think I've got enough on with the Cortina and the Capri. But yeah, it's a lot of fun and great to see, you know, all these cars out. So many cars. It's amazing, really.
Very diplomatic, guy. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right, let's go back down the steps, back into the pit lane, and we still got a red light. What I want to do is try and get over. Well done. To this Lotus here. Now, obviously one of the most famous Lotus drivers was Jim Clark, and this is his chassis, driven as always beautifully by Andy Middlehurst. Guys, I'm so sorry. I wonder if I could squeeze in to have a quick chat with Andy. I promise I would. Okay, I think they're doing some some quite important decisions, so we won't interrupt them. Obviously run by Classic Team Lotus, which is, you know, runs a lot of the Classic Lotus cars, and this chassis is one of the most historic Lotus 25s with a very apt number of it, of 25. So if Andy is not that keen, let's wander down and see who we can find. The beautiful Maserati there, who's Klaus Lehr. So Maserati 250F, front engined, but I think one of the most beautiful Grand Prix cars of all time. I'm sorry, Klaus, can I just squeeze in? I've just been saying how the Maserati 250F is just one of the most beautiful cars of all time. Is it as beautiful to drive?
I would say it is one of the most beautiful cars which ever were built. And it was very popular also with private drivers. That's why it was very popular. And it helped Maserati out for the business.
Right, you've got a green light. I can see the flag, the best of luck. That's all from us in the pit lane.
Say again, Ed. Sorry, couldn't hear you there. It all suddenly got a bit noisy, yeah. Of all car designs anywhere, road car or race car, 250F is the ultimate schoolboy doodle, isn't it? And it's got to be among the 10 most beautiful cars ever created, among which you'd also put things like 250 short wheelbase, 246 Dino road car rather than the Grand Prix car. Which Lotus would you put in as one of the most beautiful cars in the world? I mean, there are lots of contenders. Those Lotus 25s for a start. That's a very handsome car. The 49, 72, purposeful rather than beautiful. I mean, I don't know.
49, I think, was just wonderful, wasn't it? Because it had the DFE in the back for the first time. Very successful car, but the 72 was iconic, especially in its JPS livery.
Yeah, all sorts of different road and race cars. Everybody will have their favourite. And there's another one. The Scarab fires up and heads off. And I suppose if you ask the same question of racing fans on the other side of the Atlantic, you'd have a whole different set of answers. The Dean Van Line Special, or AC Cobras, or who knows what else. So lots of quick dry down there on the oil slick. This is the long right-hander at Luffield. And coming towards us is Carnival 6 John Emery's Brabham BT4. So a sort of variety of Brabham something and golds in the various different Brabhams we've seen at Silverstone throughout the day, and we will see throughout the weekend. And don't forget, these cars will race twice here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit at the 2022 Classic. They'll race on Saturday and on Sunday. So, new fastest lap, which I don't think we're aware of. Will Nuttall went quickest in the number 10 Cooper, a T53. Had that happened?
That was right at the end of, just before we had the red flag,
Just ahead of Charlie Martin, car number 59, another T53 Cooper. And here's another Cooper, Cooper Bristol. Very, very different from the cars that succeeded it from the Cooper factory. That's 2-litre Bristol engine. It's a tall engine as well, the Bristol engine. It's not a sort of spelt item. You can see the sump sticking out the bottom and that big snorkel almost on the front, that sort of warthog nose, is to accommodate the cam covers as well and the inlet manifolds. The Cooper Bristol is a proper square rig upright car. And look at the little Lotus that's coming past it. You know what, half a dozen years in the difference between the cars, and such a huge difference. So 36, that Cooper Bristol, Eric Stace, and a Mark II Cooper Bristol, car dating back to 1953.
That's our fastest car, number 10, Will Nuttall, who we've seen out racing before, and he's part of the preparation team that runs a lot of these cars. And he's in the Cooper T53, which we've already said Cooper was really at the forefront of mid-stroke rear-engined Grand Prix racing.
And look at the difference that it's made compared to the Cooper that we were just looking at, which was 5 seasons earlier, that huge upright Cooper Bristol. And this, you know, your backside is literally on the track, and everything else is probably below the wheel line or the axle centre line of the Cooper Bristol.
Yeah, particularly with this particular model, the T53, known as the low line, because everything was dropped an inch and the driver was more reclined in an effort to get the car lower and more aerodynamic. And a perfect example there of how it's changed. And there is another Maserati 250F. This one is what I might call a real one, not one of the Cameron Miller copies. This is John Spears. We've seen him out at least 3 times already. John Spears in his original Maserati 250F, a car that was driven in period by the French driver Jean Bérat, and in 1956 as the Works Maserati team entry in Grand Prix racing, and then it was sold to Australia, now back in the UK, or in the UK, and great to see that car out.
I was going to say, we haven't seen much of Michael Gans. Michael Gans has just gone second fastest as he crosses the line of the checkered flag. And the Luxembourg driver, car number 17. That's another of the British Racing Green Coopers. That's a Types Cooper T79. And another quick lap coming in from Will Nuttall, judging by the attitude of the car. Has he gone better in Sector 1? No, better top speed down the Hanger Straight, down the front straight. Now let's see if he can produce a little bit more down the Wellington Straight. Here he comes, just underneath our commentary position. And there is car number 17. There's Michael Gans. Well, this is his in-lap in his Cooper. So Michael Gans has gone second quickest, 1700ths of a second between him and Will Nuttall. Nuttall not yet on a quicker lap. 29 is Parks, that's the 13th fastest car. That's Nick Fennell in R5, chassis R5, the other Lotus 25 in the field. And here is a car definitely being driven with real intent. Still on its way in, Michael Gans still after the checkered flag on the way back to the pit lane. You can still get an awful lot from the car. A really quick lap. Will Nuttall in the slightly older Cooper.
And the Michael Gans car is chasing Will Nuttall for that pole position.
Yeah.
It was a car that was driven by Bruce McLaren, so that has a lot of history as well.
Well, Michael's taken the checkered flag. Will Nuttall will shortly as he exits the Vale through Club Corner. Part 1, Part 2, was that a legal lap pretty much? Part 3 across the line, there's the finish line. You don't get much of a drag race to the flag here. Well, he didn't improve on that. He did improve on that. That is the fastest lap of the session. And he goes into the 17s, the only driver to do so, 2:17.680, and a big lap from Will Nuttall. Michael Gans in second, Charlie Martin, who was the fastest driver a short while ago, in third, Andy Middlehurst fourth, and fifth position is the Brabham of Tim Child, car number 76, red and green, car that we didn't really see, I don't think. He's come up right at the end of the session to go into fifth, ahead of Justin Mears in the T53 Cooper. So lots of Coopers at the front of the field, and the Lotus of Andy Middlehurst on the outside of row 2. So that will be the grid for the first of our races for these cars. That will be tomorrow. And again, somebody heading into the period the cars, or the pit lane the cars would have used in period, but not necessarily the one that they're supposed to be in now. So he'll have to head back out of the pit lane and off to the wing. Will Nuttall, Michael Gans, the front row. It's an all Cooper top 3 ahead of the best of the Loti. That is Andy Middlehurst in Lotus 25 chassis R4. Tim Child, the best Brabham, in 5th ahead of Justin Mears. Rudy Friedrichs, Philip Buhoffer, Andrew Beaumont, and the Tech-Mech Mazda, as ever, in the hands of Tony Wood. It's a great looking car as well. So the rear engine revolution very much in full effect here. Coopers, Brabhams, Lotuses. The best of the front engine cars, is that the Scarab? Yes, it is. So a great run through from the better of the 2 Scarabs. And looking further back for the hooligan elements, the Curtis 500, possibly not on its traditional best ground on a circuit that's got short and slow corners in it. Julian Ellison, no time for him, unfortunately, in the Assegai, that South African built car. However, hopefully he will be out in the race tomorrow. From front to rear engines, the biggest change in Formula One, perhaps in its entire history, and this pre-66 Historic Grand Prix Car Association grid shows all of that. On Formula 2 interloper in the qualifying session, a couple of excursions and a blow-up for one of our Maserati 250Fs took a historic Stirling Moss Lotus out of the fray. We hope to see both those cars back tomorrow, but it does seem, and it might be a little unlikely. Lotus 25s up towards the front of the field, and the rear engine revolution with Cooper at the top of the pile. Will Nuttall taking pole.
One of the big crowd drawers here at the Classic is the Silverstone auction. It's always so exciting to watch, and well, There we are. They're kicking off now behind us. Joining me now is Nick. Well, Nick, just talk us through what's happening here over the course of the weekend with the auctions.
So over the course of the weekend, we've got lots of things going on. As you can hear right now, we've got the Automabilia sale,
right.
Which is things like posters, pictures, paintings, helmets, overalls, all that kind of thing. And they vary from sort of £50 up to 500, 1,000 or whatever. So
right, I could be in the market for something like that.
Everybody can
Okay.
get involved. Everybody
Great.
can get involved. This afternoon we launch into the motorcycle sale, and we now have a proper motorcycle dedicated department, and we've got 60 or 70 bikes here to sell, so that's really exciting. And then tomorrow we leap into the 2 halls of cars that you can see around you, over 100 cars, 120 cars actually, where we're going to be selling the cars on Saturday from 10:30 in the morning. And then on Sunday we're a showroom.
I mean, that's a pin-up right there.
That is a
Absolutely
poster
stunning.
car, is it
Out of
not?
interest, what is the estimate? Okay, so for the contest, between 260 and 300,000. Sure, yeah.
From 1989,
I'll
a
put a
Lamborghini
deposit down
Countach.
now. But there is one car that has, well, it's got international talk at the moment, hasn't it? All around the world they're talking about one car.
It has, and it's kind of relevant
Tell us about the
to
history.
the Northampton area, because it's Princess Diana's Ford Escort RS Turbo, which is behind you, which is just an amazing thing. It really is. It's obviously in exceptional condition. She owned the car and ran the car for over a year. It's been in a private collection ever since, and we're very lucky to have the vendor trust us with its sale, and it's been marketed internationally all over the world.
Wow, well, it's an absolute pleasure and honour to see it here today. And thank you again, Nick, for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Absolute pleasure, thank you.
Next up, the Adrian Flux Trophy for pre-1966 touring cars. Now, it's a slight sort of America versus Britain, big versus small race, this one. So if you just follow me, and if you stay there, Gordon, no car is bigger than this, the Ford Galaxy. Look, so I'm 6'7", 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 meters. So look, Bill's sat in the car, so I'll catch up with Fred. Fred, your dad's obviously starting. He was telling me earlier that despite the size and power of this, it's actually lovely to drive. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, they get a bad rep, definitely. It's not quite like your MGB, but compared to what they get a rep for, yeah, it's beautiful. It's really just nice.
Well, that's the whistles going. Let's see if we can wander down, Gordon. We'll stop that. There we go. Nearly broke the window there. That would have been slightly awkward. We're going to stick to the side so we keep out of the way. This is Henry Mann in the famous Mann colours, who always shares with Steve Soper. Very, very quick in his Alan Mann Racing Mustang. And then that's Alex Brundle in what he calls sort of the Brustang. It's a car that he sort of helped build alongside Adrian Flux. Blimey, these guys are carrying some speed coming out of the assembly area. Little BMWs to the 1800 BMWs, and obviously the Ford Cortinas, and actually a lot of the smaller cars are from Britain. There we go, here are some of the Minis, which they would have been praying for a wet race. Because in the wet, the Minis can really hound these bigger cars, especially under braking through the corners, everything like that. There is Nick Padmore in the number 44 car, who is a 2-time historic Formula One champion, and that's the problem with the Minis. If it's dry, you don't have the grunt down the straight, and you really struggle against all these massive American things, the Mustangs, the Falcons, the Galaxy that we were talking about. So that is all of the cars leaving the assembly area.
Qualifying about to get underway for the Adrian Flux Trophy for transatlantic pre-66 touring cars. Cortinas, Minis, you want them? We got them. '60s British Saloon Car Fest. Here we go. The Adrian Flux Trophy for transatlantic pre-66 touring cars. The transatlantic means that we're including the Ford Mustangs, the Ford Galaxies that would also have raced in period in British saloon car racing. The likes of Sir Gawain Bailey in the Mustang, the Alan Mann Racing Cortinas, the factory Lotus Cortinas driven by drivers of the calibre of the late Jim Clark, and the Minis, which hounded everybody with their ability, well, frankly, quite often to just avoid using the brake pedal at all, never mind braking for the corners. So we've got all sorts of different class capacities in this field and all sorts of opportunities for action. 4 classes. Class A, up to 2 litres, so that's your Lotus Cortinas and your Minis, or your Lotus Cortinas anyway. 1600 to 2 litres, not too many of them. BMW 1800, pretty much that's it. 1300 to 1600, again that's your 4 Cortinas, and up to 1300, that's the Minis. And they will predominantly all be close together, but these are the sort of battles, the Mini versus the Galaxy. That's the kind of thing that kept crowds on the edge of their seats, that and the 3-wheeling Lotus Cortinas in the 1960s. Now, suspension and tyre technology means that the Minis and the Cortinas, particularly Alistair, are probably as quick, if not quicker now, than they ever were. That doesn't appear to be quite the same for the Mustangs and certainly for the big Galaxies. They haven't been, modern technology hasn't allowed them to shed any weight, let's say.
Well, the Falcon that we're looking at there actually did have quite a few lightened panels on it, so it kind of tried to address the problem of the very heavy American car, the Galaxy, the first one. I remember seeing the Galaxies at Aintree in the saloon car support race for the Grand Prix, and I just couldn't believe the size of them. That car number 2 we're looking at there is actually shared by Marco Attard and Alexander Sims. We mentioned them earlier on. Yep. Alexander Sims has more recently been racing in Formula E, but the Falcon, a very, very potent weapon in this race, particularly when it's in the hands of our old friends Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie, who are also out in this race in Julian's Falcon. But as you say, a wonderful example here. We've got there the Lotus Cortina. That's Oliver and Sam Attard. So 3 of the Attard family all going round the first part of Woodcut there together. And we've also got out in this race the Mustangs, and one of the brand new, just built Mustangs, so not an original car, built by Pearson's Engineering for Alex Brundle.
And there it is, pale blue.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was going to, yes, that's slightly more accurate than Alex claiming he helped with the build. He actually bumped his head a couple of times, did his knuckles, left front corner has gone on that Lotus Cortina. Yeah, no doubting that. And now, there's one I don't have on my entry list.
Nor me. Sorry, can't help you with that one.
Oh, white and purple. Now, that... now I have 37, Mike Gardner, Dan Cox, so that's 371. That's
yes.
what that is.
And it's Mike Gardner and Phil Keane. Phil has replaced Dan Cox. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had got that noted, but it was just in amongst all the other notes I've made. A renumbered car. Yeah, Mike Gardner, very quick Lotus Cortina driver, sharing with Phil Keane.
Now, I would be surprised if the suspension has collapsed. Equally, you'd be surprised if the wheel has come undone. However, yeah, okay, that's a little indeterminate there.
But it's already low on the front left corner, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking that the wheel has come unattached. Safety car is out. So we have, how long? 21 minutes left on the clock.
That is Mike Gardner at the wheel, just getting out of the car there.
Right. So safety car will pick everybody up. Other names to conjure with, well, have a look. You've got Alex Brundle and Gary Pearson, we talked about them. Richard Dutton back at the wheel. Steve Soper with Alan Mann's son, who is joining him, Henry Mann, in a Ford Mustang. not a red and gold coloured Alan Mann Racing Ford Mustang, but I imagine Steve Soper built Ford Mustang, because Soper Man builds a lot of cars on his own.
Slightly confusing in my entry list, because yes, I've got that in as entered Steve Soper and Henry Mann, but we've had a very recent extra entry for Henry Mann and Kevin Kivlochen in the red and gold Alan Mann coloured Mustang.
Okay, is that still car number 9, which was
that's
originally...
car number 6.
Okay.
So we'll need to see if car 7 has appeared with Soper and Mann on the timing screens.
Just ahead of them, 4th place, Taylor and Prio. Now that's not Sebastian Prio, that's Sebastian Prio's slightly less well-known father, 4-time World Touring Car. Sorry, Andy. Andy Prio, who's sharing a Mustang with Alex Taylor. And again, although he won his European and 4-wheel touring car titles with BMW and won things like the Nürburgring 24 Hours with BMW, more recently a Ford GT factory driver, and he is also racing a Ford Mustang here. So very much staying with his roots. There is the Mustang, and that is a very yellow Mustang, so the colour description was exactly right for that. So that car, 4th fastest of all, Phil Quaife, and who is he sharing with? James Thorpe, in the blue and white Ford Mustang. So another Ford Mustang, another 65 fastback, but with, I'm assuming fastback rather than notchback like the Alan Mann racing car, but with the Ford Shelby colours, blue and white.
That's in our programme as 67, so they seem to be renumbered to 66 according to the timing screen. Haven't actually seen.
Okay.
We may have that on screen.
Which is bizarre, because it's a 65 car. There it is, 66. No, it is a notchback rather than the fastback. So that's the notchback with the sort of more upright rear window. The fastback is the one that's got the flying buttresses that make it look a little bit more like it should have a hatchback rear window, although of course it doesn't. It's just a different body shape. So that's perhaps the more original of the Mustangs. The fastback would have been cars like the GT350 particularly, but the fastback and the notchback equally, I mean the chassis remains the same, the engine remains the same, so equally as suitable for racing.
And 2 examples of the Ford V8 engine in 2 different body shapes.
Yes.
The Mustang following the Falcon. The Falcon, I think that was the Marco Attard Alexander Sims car, the green one. Just ahead of this, the fastest car on track at the moment, the number 66, James Thorpe, Phil Quaife car.
Quaife of the Quaife transmission family. So Brundle and Pearson second quickest in their Mustang. And car number 1, Richard Dutton and Neil Brown. Neil Brown of Neil Brown Engines fame. So Richard Dutton, team boss and ex-racer. Neil Brown, engine builder of huge repute and ex-racer, now both enjoying their time in their Mark 1 Lotus Cortina. So we've got a couple of big-engined American cars in front of our first Mark 1 Lotus Cortina. Then the Taylor Prio Mustang in 4th, Soper and Mann in their Ford in 5th, and 6th fastest at the moment, 21 Aaron Smith in a Mini. So car number 21, the Austin Mini Cooper S. Most of the Minis are nominally Austin Coopers. There is 1 Morris Mini Cooper, I think. No, 2 Morris Mini Coopers. Stephen and Alfie Woodrow sharing car number 101. That's a Morris Mini Cooper. And, it's another family combo. Billy and Carl Nairn in car number 54, which is another Morris Mini Cooper. Car number 1, you just saw the white Mark 1 Cortina without green stripes, but with red Lotus stripes down the side. Not that Lotus stripes were red, but you know, that's the shape, the Lotus stripe shape.
The Fortec colours again, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed. It is the Fortec colours of Richard Dutton, yes.
This is Neil Brown's car, but Richard shares with him. And just commentating recently on those 2, they did remind me that together, well, they're both over 70 now, and they said that they were approaching a combined age of 150. I think Neil is 73 63. I think he's just a little bit older than Richard.
Right.
But
Goodness
they've
me.
been racing for so long. And as you say, Neil Brown, an absolute whiz with engines.
Meanwhile, here's Kiwi Roger Mills.
Wills.
Roger Mills. Disunited with his Lotus 15, which he's driving in 2 different races, and in the Mercury Cyclone. Now, if it didn't say it down the side, you'd be thinking, yep, that's a Ford Galaxy, or what have you, and effectively it is, but brand engineered in the same way that an Austin Mini and a Morris Mini are very much the same thing.
One of the better names in this race, the Mercury Comet Cyclone.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Wow. Looks like it should have Doc Hudson at the wheel, doesn't it?
And I think that would have been termed a compact in America, wouldn't it?
Well, yes, possibly subcompact even, you know, such a small car.
It's only 2 doors.
Yeah. 2-door coupe. And past us, under our commentary box, comes a big red battleship, car number 100, Ben Mitchell and Christoph Cowens in their 1963 Ford Galaxy. And
Jack Sears, I think, drove the Galaxy, didn't he, in the early days. That's the number 6 car.
So that's the Alan Mann Racing colours.
That's Henry Mann and Kevin Kivlochen, who we saw racing earlier in his Morgan. And Henry is the son of Alan Mann, who was absolutely at the top of his game in this era, running the Escorts, the Anglias before that, and even went into world sports car racing with the beautiful F3L Ford that wasn't very successful, but a very lovely car to look at. But
again, another great Scalextrics car.
But all finished in the red and gold colours, which just look wonderful on track. That's the number 100 you just mentioned.
Yeah, there's the Galaxy.
The Galaxy, huge car.
So that's the earlier incarnation of the car that then became the slightly shorter Ford Galaxy, and the Ford Falcon particularly. So an awful lot of overhang. There you can see the difference. Look at the distant difference between the Mustangs and the Falcon behind. I mean, it's just a whole different volume of car you're trying to force through the air.
And then the Mini in amongst there, a Falcon and a Mustang head and behind, and then the red Mini with the Cortina. Much smaller cars from the UK than these big. And there's the big Galaxy with the massive boot on it. What would you ever put in there? You'd need a huge picnic, really, wouldn't you, to fill that?
Yeah, clearly you could easily have a Mini Cooper in there as a tender, in the same way that you'd have a small powerboat on the back of a big yacht.
We've got green flag, so we're back to full speed qualifying again.
Excellent. And across the line, first to do so is Mark Jewell and Ben Klux's white and blue Lotus Cortina. That's a pretty looking stripe. That's a great looking colour to add to the Arctic white. And there you go, look, there's the first proper bit of Lotus Cortina three-wheeling. And the reason that cars used to do that so much is because Colin Chapman was very big on soft springing and firm damping, and that's what gave that solid rear axle traction. Yes, it had an A-frame suspension originally to allow it a little bit more movement than kart springs, but you had soft springs on the back of the car, and that allowed the wheels to stay in contact, so it didn't pick up the inside rear wheel, kept the traction, and if it wasn't picking up the rear, then it was picking up the front, and that's why you got all those great three-wheeling shots. So famously, Jim Clark at Bottom Bend, at Graham Hill Bend, but again, this car very much in the style of that, rather than some of the more nailed down cars that you see these days. 67, another one of our minis. Okay, so that's why the Ford Mustang is now 66 and not 67, because is that 167? 87? It looked like a 67, but it may not be.
167 is the Irishman Michael Cullen, who we've seen out in the Daytona Cobra in a Mini Cooper S. So I think that's yes, there's a little bit of that gaffer tape, very small amount of gaffer tape just in front of the six.
That's like apostrophe 67 back in 67. But again, you know, there is the classic advantage of the Mini. He's basically not lifted, he's just turned it in, kept his foot nailed, and this is now where the Lotus Twin Cam is going to pick up its skirts and heave off down the straight. But the Mini, again, coming into Copse, I can tell you from personal experience, tiniest of lifts, off on the throttle, back in you go. And so the Galaxy comes thundering by. The Mini will now cut back underneath because he's basically kept his momentum up where the Galaxy has had to slow a little.
That's the
Falcon doesn't get
Falcon
through.
Of Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie, which currently sits somewhere lower down. Can't see their times on screen at the moment, so we'll wait to see.
No, I'm not seeing them anywhere actually. I can see Marco Attard and Alexander Sims' car down in 49th place, so they need to find a lap from somewhere. Not sure in what world their green Ford Falcon wouldn't be going quickly.
The Thomas and Lockie Falcon is in 43rd place, so they've clearly had problems in the first part of the session.
Haven't had a lap. No problems for Steve Soper and or Henry Mann. Not sure who is at the wheel of car number 7. That car has gone right to the top of the pile. Henry Mann is still shown as the second driver in that number 7 car, as well as in car number 6. So it may be that Henry is being rather greedy and driving 2 different cars. There's the number 7 car. That's Soperman at the wheel. So that is Steve Soper's helmet, which may mean that Henry Mann is out in the other car right now. That is absolutely impeccable. If Steve Soper hasn't built that himself, I would be very, very surprised. Built himself a very rapid Mark 1 Lotus Cortina 2 or 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago now, and campaigned it with great aplomb. Looks as though this is his latest project. Fast lap from the Thorpe and Quaife car, 66. So that Ford Mustang, blue and white car, James Thorpe and Phil Quaife moving up into second, so it's a Ford 1-2.
And only 14 thousandths slower than Soperman. So it's the battle of the Mustangs at the front.
It's a really quick lap. They've got a purple second sector as well, so a very quick lap. Steve Soper comes out very wide out of the Chapel Curve onto the Hangar Straight. Now, is that that is the other car? That is the Thorpe and Quaife car, I think. 66, is it, that's just going by him? I think it may well be. Third fastest at the moment. The best of Lotus Cortinas, Marcus Jewel-Ben Klukas. I think Steve Soper, I thought he was cruising, heading into the pits, may well be heading in so that car can await the arrival of Henry Mann. Here is 163. Aha. Now, I don't have a 163, and is that an Alan Mann Racing Mustang?
Craig Davis has got a car in the same colours. Don't think we've got him in the entry list.
Gold helmet, is that Henry Mann? Is that the car? Is that the other car that he's driving? Does have that sort of Alan Mann Racing kind of feel about it. May not be yet. Car number 167 again. Don't have him on my entry.
Well, I'm guessing John Davison. We have Davison on our screen.
No, 167. That's Michael Cullen.
163, John Davison,
163.
yes.
Okay.
So it is. So it's our gaffer tape problem again, isn't it?
Yeah.
So John Davison in the 163 red and gold Mustang. He's been out a few times qualifying today.
Another quick lap coming in from the Thomas Lockie car, as onto the grass goes Marco Attard and Alexander Sims' Ford Falcon. And that's Alexander Sims at the wheel. Marco Attard was out in it earlier. He's got a black helmet. Alexander Sims with he's easily distinguishable even from ahead if you don't see the colours on the helmet, because he's one of the few drivers I know who still races wearing glasses. Now, he hasn't had much time behind the wheel, because Marco Attard was in the car relatively recently. Jewel and Klukas are pitted and are now back out again. The Brundle Pearson Brustang is in the pits and now back out again. And the Taylor and Prio car as well, their Mustang in the pits, car number 99. So with 6 minutes remaining, a few cars perhaps shoveling in a hot shoe. And the Mann and Kilcoven car is in the pit lane as well. So that would suggest perhaps that Steve Soper did stop a lap earlier so that Henry Mann can get some laps in in the other car, because of course if you don't do the laps in the car, you're then going to have to argue with everybody else that you should be allowed to race it even though you haven't qualified it. Oh dear, that's what happened to Marco Attard and Alexander Sims's Ford. So the Falcon looks like it's got a bit of an oil leak problem. Now, Alex is probably a little bit more educated than me about what might be leaking out of where. I'm not sure whether that was engine or transmission. The nose will tell you, but that suggests to me that he's got absolutely no laps in the car. Don't know that that was necessarily an out lap, but however, he hasn't got much time in it. 23, that's the Brundle & Pearson Mustang drifting out over the curbs. That car currently 4th fastest, as the Thorpe and Quaife car goes to the top of the pile, car number 66. So James Thorpe, Phil Quaife there, Ford Mustang, at the sharp end of the field.
Like Gary Pearson in the 23 car now, so that we can assume from that Alex Brundle went out first.
Look at this, it's just a fleet of American cars, isn't it? Thundering up the road towards you. Well, 96, Tim Scott Andrews in that blue Ford Falcon. We haven't seen that. That's who that is at the wheel. The Shepherds moving up a little into the top 30 in their Mustang. You would have thought Fred Shepherd and Bill Shepherd in their Ford Galaxy rather. Fred Shepherd and Bill Shepherd might be a little quicker. Here is the Morris Mini Cooper of the Nairns. Now, is this the best of the Minis?
They're certainly very quick, the Nairns.
So class THD, so it's class D. And who is first in class D? Long way up. No, car number 21 is the best of the minis. That's Aaron Smith, as was before. So 54 is in 5th or 6th, 7th. I think the cameras are picking out because it's a particularly pretty period livery.
A bit like the Britax livery, isn't
yes.
it? That John Handley, was it, or John Rhodes used to run? John Handley, I think.
John Handley, I think, yeah. John Rhodes is more kind of green and white Cooper colours. There absolutely. Is the top Mini, looking like it's just sort of made its way on track from the public car park. No kind of racing livery whatsoever.
That looks like a mini estate van grille on it, doesn't it? The sort of solid grille rather than the...
Well, yes, is that the Morris grille rather than the Austin Mini Cooper S grille? You're right, but body coloured. And again, was Morris the less, quote, prestigious of them and would have had a body colour grille rather than a chrome grille? No, I'm afraid my Mini knowledge doesn't go that deep. Ooh! A little bit of contact there with the yellow Mustang. And that is the Galaxy of Ben Mitchell and Christoph Cowens. 63 Ford Galaxy. Galaxy with IE rather than Y, as in the 7-seat people carrier. Not sure whether that little bit of a touch actually loosened the exhaust or whether that was coming off anyway. There's Mini pulling off in the background. And there's a fairly familiar colour on the Mini at the front of the shot. Car number 101, that's Stephen Woodrow and Alfie Woodrow's Morris Cooper S. Blue and white. Well, that's the sort of Heinz baked bean colour that so many family cars seem to be in. Novice Cross on the back as well. So as a, well, at least one novice driver in there, getting into the Classic in this huge field of more than 50 cars. Well done indeed to them. I have to say, possibly one of the deepest pools in which to lunge yourself. Not sure if which one of them, or whether both of them perhaps, are still novices, i.e. less than a dozen races completed under their belt, less than a dozen signatures, but This is quite a field. To have cars like this thundering up behind you after the early laps is going to be quite some experience. Well, here is the Thomas and Lockie Ford,
which has set a more representative time now. It's come up to 5th place, the 192 Falcon. And let's see who's on board. Black helmet, that's probably Callum Lockie then.
So, in the last couple of seconds of the session, so this will be his last flying lap. Again, got the car up on its toes and dancing. I'd definitely take a Ford Falcon rather than a wicker basket. But it will give you a great view of Silverstone. Hot air balloons were up this morning, and it's another still evening, so beautiful day for flying anything. Tom Sharp in his Ford Falcon. Again, that's a great looking livery, really enhances the lines of the cars. And 66, our fastest of all. The 65 notchback Mustang of James Thorpe and Phil Quaife ends the session at the checkered flag with a time that nobody could quite match. Half a second ahead of the Steve Soper Henry Mann Mustang in second. And third place, Marcus Jewell and Ben Klukas. So it's a Ford 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Although it's a mixture of Mustangs and Cortinas in the top half dozen. Still some more laps coming in. And who's just gone faster at the flag? 163. So that was John Davidson in the Ford Mustang, I think. Did he just, he just bumped up to second. So a front row start, 66 and 163. That's an all Mustang front row. Again, as you explained, because of the length of the races and the varying different weights of the cars and speeds of the cars, later in the events we may see the lighter, smaller, less powerful cars like the Lotus Cortinas, like the Minis coming through as the big cars' brakes start to fade, because even in a well stripped out Ford Mustang, there's still quite a lot of weight that's carrying a lot of momentum into corners that you've got to shed that speed corner after corner, lap after lap. And in the tight and twisty stuff, the Minis and the Cortinas will definitely have the upper hand. So there is the car that will start on the outside of the front row of the grid. It is 163 rather than 63. So I'll have to try and remember that tomorrow when we're again trying to figure out what's what. And you can see Perspex rear window drilled to allow some air out, as well as for lightness. Everything possible done to try and reduce the weight on these big cars.
I noticed on our timing screen, Steve Soper's name comes before Henry Mann's, so it actually shows on our timing screens as Soperman, which is very appropriate because that's his nickname. So he's third, Steve Soper and Henry Mann, number 7. And then it's the Jewell and Klukas. Now that's the first of the Cortinas, isn't it? So they've really done well, and they're fastest in their class, ahead of Alex Brundle and Gary Pearson in the new Mustang that's just been finished for Alex, and then the Falcon in 6th of Thomas and Lockie. But you were talking about later in the race how the brakes perhaps will start to fade a little bit, and we've also got driver changes as well in this race.
So we'll take a look at the results with the big engine cars out front, Mustangs and Falcons surrounding a sole interloper in the top 10, but it's another Ford, the Mark 1 Lotus Cortina of Jewell and Klukas, really getting a good lap in there, and traffic may well have played its part in the way that our top 10 has ended up. Possible question over the participation, at least tomorrow, of the Marco Attard Alexander Sims Ford Falcon. In the smaller categories, well, we've got one Lotus Cortina in the top 10. And where are the rest of them? Well, they are packed up behind the top 12, more Lotus Cortinas, and the first of the Minis. In fact, The first two minis are both driven by a Smith. Aaron Smith fastest ahead of ex-touring car ace Jeff Smith. Lots more Lotus Cortinas and minis packing the lower orders of the field. Alan Tom in his Alfa Giulia Sprint GTA, bringing a little touch of Italian class. And one car didn't go out, the Gardner and Keane Ford. Everybody else, however, 52 cars completing laps in the qualifying session. Well, not always without incident, but in the David versus Goliath battles that we are expecting to see, hopefully everybody will have an entertaining time, whether they are pedaling the cars or watching them with eager intent from the trackside fences. Expect the Minis and Lotus Cortinas to show more in the race than they did in qualifying, but for the moment it is all about cubic capacity at the front of this pre-66 Asian Flux Trophy grid. Lots of mouth-watering battles in prospect. All the big American cars, the Lotus Cortinas and the Minis, all knocking spots off each other. It should be a fantastic battle.
Well, here at the Classic, it's not just the drivers and the historic race cars that get to enjoy the track, it's actually anyone who fancies a bit of a challenge and wants to stretch their legs and get involved with the fun run. And here to tell me a little bit more about it is Beth. Beth, there's a fun run taking place, but it's all in aid of a very good cause, isn't it? For Alzheimer's Research UK. Tell us a bit about the charity and what it's doing here at the Classic.
So Alzheimer's Research UK are trying to find some kind of cure or treatment for people who are living with Alzheimer's. At the minute, there's nothing you can do when you get diagnosed with it. So it's a really important charity to try and instill a bit of hope into people who are living with Alzheimer's.
And the fun run, obviously, is not only fun for everyone taking part, but it's aiming to raise some money. But you're also aiming to raise some money here at the stand. How can everyone else who's here this weekend get involved?
So we've got some amazing things at the stand. We've got a lovely old car that you can come and get a Polaroid picture with. We've got a wonderful Mercedes car filled with lots of balls, and you can try and guess how many balls you think are in there. We've also got a stand where you can share your best road trip memories and share some lovely pictures, and a £5 donation for all of the activities would be excellent.
I love that. Okay, have you guessed how many balls do you think are in that Mercedes?
I'm going to guess about 450.
450, okay, now I'm going to guess 367. I haven't even seen inside, but I'm going to guess that, which means I owe you £5.
Okay.
But officially, then I get to win, right? If I get it right.
You get to win.
Okay, fine. Brilliant. Well, there are prizes available as well.
Yes.
Tickets
There's
to the Mercedes
tickets
World.
Tickets to Mercedes, the museum, and also a Dyson, a lovely vacuum for a lucky winner.
Hate to say it, but I think I need the Dyson more than I do the tickets to the Mercedes Museum. But anyway, Beth, absolute pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the weekend and come down and say hello to the guys here at Alzheimer's Research UK. They'd really appreciate it.
Next up, the Yokohama Trophy for the 1960s and 1970s sports cars. Now, this era of sports cars changed dramatically at the start of it. You had the GT40s, and then you have these Nolan T70s over here on my right, and then you get into the McLaren M1As, and really the cars are so different. I also absolutely love, sorry, I'm going to just turn you around, Gordon, this Corvette. I mean, how amazing is this? I absolutely love it. How incredibly noisy, the cars are leaving, so, and I can hardly hear myself think. I think that's all we've got time for in the assembly area.
Not much thinking to be done here, because this is all about experience, the visceral power of these master sports car legends, and a mouth-watering selection of late 60s, early 70s sports cars heading out on track. Heading out for qualifying, the sports cars for the Yokohama Trophy. This is for Masters Sports Cars Legends. This is a series of Le Mans-style races for sports cars and Group 4 cars that raced between 1962 and 1974. Big banger sports cars and smaller engine GTs going head-to-head. Cars heading out of the pit lane, and in some cases straight back in again. This is Harinder and Tim De Silva's Tay-Deck 1971 2-litre sports car, or up to 2-litre sports car with an 1800cc engine. One of 4 different categories named after drivers who made their mark in fact 6 different drivers who made their mark in this era. For the pre-67 sports prototypes and GT cars, they are in the Denny Hulme class. Joe Bonnier gives his name to the sports prototypes and GT cars under 2 litres from 66 to 69. And we have other classes, age and capacity based, named after Pedro Rodriguez, Helmut Marko, Rob Stomlin and Ori Pescarolo. So famous sports car racing names of the past. And this will be our final qualifying session of the afternoon. So 30 minutes for these cars to get their laps in. And as to this is a real combination of different sizes and formats of car, different categories in their period, and real different sights and sounds, which is everything you want from a sports car race.
Yes, we're seeing some cars that we've seen earlier on in a different qualifying session, but this one I think may go the way of a Lola T70, normally the Mark IIIB, which is what we've got on screen at the moment. That's the 108 car of Nick Sleep and Alex Montgomery, and this is the Mark IIIB and the Mark III, the closed car. There was an earlier version, which the Mark II, which actually John Surtees took to the 1966 Can-Am, the very first Can-Am championship. Surtees won in a Lola T70, but the open Spider version. And just passing there very handily, the Chevron B8. We've already waxed lyrical about this, haven't we, Martin? It's just such a wonderful car. This one finished in red, but just ahead of it, the Lola. So there's a car from Chevron and a car from Lola, 2 British marques that were led by really great designers, Eric Broadley at Lola and Derek Bennett at Chevron. And so 2 T70s together there, turning in to the corner. The one ahead, the number 81, the orange car of Chris Bayton. Now he's sharing a late share with Simon Hadfield, so that's a car which could well be right up at the sharp end. Simon Hadfield, one of the quickest historic drivers around, and an absolutely ace preparer as well. So used to work in Formula One as a mechanic, but set up his own business many years ago. So car number 81, Chris Bayton and Simon Hadfield.
Well, we'll expect to see the big banger sports cars using their power, their speed around this circuit. Of course, not too many others with a lot of aerodynamics, so it's all about speed versus drag. And Diogo Forral, Martin Stretton going immediately to the top of the pile. That's car number 65. That's another Lola, a 2-litre sports racer. So it is a 1973 Lola T292, and this is it. So that is Diogo Forral, the Portuguese driver, and off into the gravel. 21 or 27, John Sheldon in a Chevron B16. So that higher rear deck and the sort of kick-up rear of the car to give it that little bit of downforce at the back. More purposeful, perhaps more developed car than the V8, which was still quite a lightweight. You can see 2 V8s coming towards us.
3 actually, because the Callum Lockie and Julian Thomas, they're out again in Julian's B8, which he brought out, I think, for the first time last year, added to his stable. So 3 B8s in one shot with a T70, a Lola T70 as well. What more could you ask for late in an evening on a Friday?
There's John Sheldon's car back out to the gravel, and behind that C3 Corvette that Ed was admiring. Ed is a man who has a penchant for ridiculously large American cars, owns one himself, an ex-Dan Gurney car, as I recall. 95 coming towards us. Great looking livery on the Gary Culver Lola T70 Mark III, a 3B. That green and orange highlights.
And the big Chevrolet Corvette, Peter Holford's car, the Canadian driver, sharing with Phil Keane. So let's hope that Phil gets a slightly better run in this race than he did in this qualifying session than he did in the previous one, where his Cortina, or the Cortina he was sharing, failed right at the very start.
Right, fast lap coming up from Tom Bradshaw in the number 43 Chevron B19, coming right to the end of the lap. He had, he went 3rd fastest. He had 2 purple sectors. That's now, he was 3rd fastest. He's now top of the pile. Somebody else has gone quicker. It's 71. Is that Jonathan Mitchell in his Chevron B19? So the Chevron's going very well. Mitchell doesn't manage to complete the lap quite as quickly. 9/100ths of a second back. 9/10ths of a second back, rather. So still almost a full second. And in 3rd place, car number 13, Dean Ford and James Thwaites in the fastest of the 5-litre Lola T70s. But there is the car with the fastest lap at the moment.
And Tom Bradshaw, a very, very fast driver indeed, especially in this type of a car. And he's certainly one of the likely front runners in the in fact having to really turn on the opposite lock there to through Copse Corner, just washed out a little bit as he turned in, but he'll learn from that. Next time around he'll probably be absolutely smack on the line. They are of course dealing with a track which has been used by more than probably 600 or 700 cars, more than that probably today, because we've had so many this is the last qualifying session, and we know that there's quite a lot of oil gone down, which has been dealt with by the marshals, but it still leaves the track in a slightly slippery condition.
Yeah, that oil will be a factor until the end of the day, but hopefully now not too much of a factor. In the 2nd fastest car, there's not quite as red as the colour description. That's more of a yellow. I don't know, is it that blue dress, green dress thing? That definitely looks yellow. Jonathan Mitchell's Chevron B19. Is that B19?
I'd go with that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we haven't had to change a car, but definitely not the colour that we were shown on our timing screens. Now,
does normally run a red car, Jonathan Mitchell, so presumably had a late change due to perhaps a technical issue with his normal car.
Unless it was out in a different session. The distinctive lines of a Ford GT40, and not too many of those here at the Classic. I think that is the only one, isn't it? 98 car of Freddie Wakeman and Mike Grant Peterkin. 4.7-litre engine mounted behind the drivers, and the car with which Ford gave Enzo Ferrari a bloody nose in his backyard. Okay, Le Mans, strictly speaking, not actually in Italy, but it was very much in the late 50s, early 60s, the domain of Ferrari. And after Enzo Ferrari, at pretty much the last minute, decided not to sell his company to Henry Ford, Ford took umbrage and decided to go and teach him a lesson where it would humiliate him most. Now here we saw one in a different session. Here is another Lennon, and this is again the Jacksons.
Father and son, Simon the father, Dominic son, and Dominic Jackson Simon's quick, but Dominic is outstanding in open wheel racing, and the family bought this Lenham quite recently and has proved a real force. And I think that's Simon's helmet in that at the moment.
You see, now I was going to suggest exactly that. That looks more like a son's colour scheme than a father's colour scheme, if you know what I mean. Tom Bradshaw fastest of all, and going faster again. 2 minute 5.137, and actually opens up the advantage over Diogo Farral and Martin Stretton's car in second place. I think that's probably still Diogo Farral. 212, we do have one of those. That's Paul Allen in a Lola T212. I see what you did there. Also, there was already a 12 on the entry list. Peter Holford's Chevy Corvette is car number 12. Very different looking kind of sports racer indeed. Corvette very much more a GT car. Michael Gans, Julian Thomas, Callum Lockie, an awful lot of the drivers that we saw out in a couple of the last sessions out again. This is Henry Fletcher in his Chevron B19. Where is he on our timing list? I just saw him a moment or two ago. Oh yes, I did, on page 2. He's 35th out of 36 cars so far. The Pearson Brundle car in the pits after just a couple of exploratory laps. So I think it was probably Alex Brundle who took the car out, because Gary Pearson was driving their Mustang at the end of the previous session. But it appears that their car has a little bit of an issue. So their Lola T70, white, green and yellow car in the pit lane. It is the only one of only a couple of cars at the moment in the pits for reasons other than driver changes. And we're getting to that sort of period as well of this 30-minute session, where we're nearly at the halfway mark, so there will be some driver changes going on. There's a fabulous livery on that Diogo. That's not them. That is them, Diogo Farral, Martin Stretton. So that's Diogo Farral at the wheel of their car. Car number 65, the Lola T292. And just ahead again, you can see what a difference a decade makes in a car with the bodywork wrapped around the engine and the wheels, and no aerodynamic aids whatsoever in the form of this Cooper Monaco. So this is Chris Jolly and Steve Farthing's car. This dates back to 1964, so one of the earlier cars in the field, whereas the Farral and Stretton car 9 years on, and what a difference. Wedge shaped with aerodynamics very much the designer's concern, with the big rear wing and the shovel nose on the car. Whereas the Cooper all about fitting in the driver, the suspension and the engine. Here again, Julian Thomas, Callum Lockie in the Chevron B8. Where are they? Company 14th place, not a better lap at the moment from Julian Thomas. But they are currently second in their class. 11th place, car number 51, is the first car in the Bonnier class. 151 here. This is another of the Lolas. This is the DeSantis and Hinton car, so Damon DeSantis and David Hinton in the 5-litre Chevy-powered Lola T70. And this car in the big capacity class named after, well, I'm guessing Pedro Rodriguez, who was the better-known sports car racer of the Rodriguez brothers.
I noticed that car has the Ed bubble on the roof to fit his frame in. Some of the GT40s had the, I think they called it, was it the Gurney
bubble, yeah,
wasn't it? Yeah, because Dan Gurney, a very tall driver,
tall Texan,
and most of the T70s with the like that, you can see the roof of the car, the white car with the orange stripe, but that particular one, the green one, has a bubble in the roof, so presumably at some time in its life it was owned or driven by a driver who couldn't fit in.
Tortex and Carroll Shelby, but Dan Gurney, yeah, very much a tall driver. This is Michael Gans. Again, been going very quickly all day in the various different cars he's driven. This is another Lola. This is a T290. Dates back to 1972, so sort of halfway house. And here, in Team Surtees colours, Ewan Surgison in his Lola T70 Mark II Spider. And this is this the actual car with which John Surtees won the first Can-Am series? If not, it's a very similar car.
Interesting that Ewan's chosen to wear a Graham Hill or Damon Hill. It doesn't matter. They both wore similar helmets with the
colours of the London Rowing Club. Yeah.
And so he's changed his Regazzoni, wasn't it? That his previous helmet.
Well, I would have thought he could quite happily. He may even have a John Surtees replica helmet. Again, very distinctive livery on this car. Nick Padmore's Chevron B21. So another 2-litre sports racer in the Rolf Stomlen class, 1973 machine.
And an example of, like the orange car behind it, an example of a Chevron without any of the sticky out aerodynamics. The whole body is a wing, isn't it? Because it's very flat, but doesn't have the big tall wing at the back that drags through the air down the long straight. So Robert Shaw, Nick Padmore driving the B19 Chevron, and certainly Nick Padmore, a very, very capable driver, and that's another car that's likely to be challenging for its class win.
And here running a minimal gurney at the rear of that deck as well. Absolutely, you can see watch the orange car, when it turns away from you, you can see the gurney tab all the way along the back, just under the lip of the rear bodywork. But I mean, if there's any visible to the airflow, it's a quarter of an inch, maybe half an inch. Car number 80 coming towards us at speed. Who is that?
That's Henry Fletcher.
Henry Fletcher, okay.
And he's popped in, last time you mentioned Henry Fletcher, he was warming up and he was down on the second screen of our timing screens, but he's now up to 4th. So going very well indeed.
So another Chevron B19. And he is chasing 71, who is Jonathan Mitchell in his Chevron B19. They're 3rd and 4th at the moment. 0.8 of a second between them. Mitchell 0.6 off the front row. And another Lola T70 Spider. Steve Seaman with the appropriate number 70 on the side. Lola T70 Mark II Spider, the same as the car we saw being pedalled by Ewan Surgison, same mark at least. And B8 hoving up behind. Not sure the driver's going to see very much. I'm sure those mirrors are vibrating rather more than would be optimal. And here's the Corvette, car number 12. You don't need to know that it's red and white to be able to identify it, because there is only one. Peter Hallford and Phil Keane. Ooh, and a little spin for Paul Allen in his Lola 212. That's his 3rd time off.
And a Lola T70 off at the same section, which is the Brooklands and Luffield complex. So I wonder whether that was connected. Maybe one spun missing the other.
That's entirely possible.
And that's the Damon DeSantis and David Hinton shared Lola T70 Mark IIIB in mint green.
I was going to say, that is an absolutely great colour. I don't think I've ever seen a racing car in that shade of green.
Oh, and a smoky car, that's the one we saw spin.
Yeah.
I do wonder whether the oil got onto the rear tyres and that was the reason for the spin. That's the Paul Allen Lola 2 T212.
Yeah.
It doesn't look great.
It doesn't, does it? And he's obviously got the low oil pressure light flashing at him or glaring at him in the cockpit. Yeah, it is losing a lot of oil. and that actually looks more like it's lost an oil cooler line rather than the engine. However, if he keeps going and he's blowing out that amount of oil, he might yet lose the engine. He's not too far from home, about a third of a lap still to go. I have to say, I might be inclined to park it if I were him. 10 minutes remaining, and he's possibly going to do more damage than good. Two T70s coming down the straight behind him. And here is another Sports Racing Chevron, the B23.
So back out again after setting that late quick lap in the last sports car qualifying session. James Claridge and Gonzalo Gomez. And that's 15th at the moment. And Paul Allen made it back to the pit lane now in the 212.
Yes, he's going to leave oil down the pit-in road as well. And facing the wrong way, or failing to proceed at least, is the Chris Fox Nick Pink Lola T70, down on our descriptor as light blue. That's a very light blue with hints of red, or red as it's known more often. Now, did he have a little off-track excursion? Another Lola Chev Mark 3B. So let's take a look at what the guys have found in the truck. Yep. Nobody else involved. A surfeit of speed trying to get the car turned in, and unfortunately, is it Newton's first law of motion? A body in motion will tend to remain in motion. That's what the rear wheels were doing. Of course, predominantly most of the weight of the car behind the driver, because that's where the engine is mounted, and the gearbox and the fuel, and that makes it want to carry on in a straight line rather more than it wants to go round corners. So just outside the top 10 is this T70, car number 108, Nick Sleep, Alex Montgomery.
And I feel that maybe Martin Stretton might be on board. We know he wasn't at the beginning of the session. Diogo Ferrao, no slouch, put the car second. Martin Stretton around about the same pace. I wonder whether Martin's out there now just building up to a shot at pole position.
Ooh.
Oh, that's the Steve Farthing, Chris Jolly car, isn't it? Number 16.
Yeah.
And that's Steve Farthing getting out.
So that's the Cooper Monaco at the side of the track. By the way, the Lola we were just looking at has the highest top speed. I'm assuming that VMAX is at the end of the hangar straight. 160.1 miles an hour in a car that is, what are we talking now, 60 years old. That is prodigious speed. Well, there's definitely left rear. It looks like it's lost the toe link of Cooper Monaco. It looks like the left rear was steering itself. And I'm not sure about you, but when a car wants to steer from the rear going into cops, I definitely think that parking it is the best course of action. I'm not sure I'd be bothering to try and get in everybody's way going back to the pit lane. You're not going to fix it and get back out, so just be realistic and safe and park it. John Sheldon, 27th in his Chevron. So down towards the tail of the field. In the Marco category. And Marco, of course, responsible for the Red Bull program, driver recruitment and so on. And that's for 1970 and 71. A pretty brief window. Under 2 litre sports cars from 1970 and 71. So that presumably reflecting a major rule change at some stage. It's looking like a handful, isn't it? Is he trying to warm the tyres? Is he fresh out of the pit lane? Whatever it is, He is on and out that, yes he is, so he is just trying to make sure that he's got a feel for the car and trying to scrub a bit of heat into the tyres before he comes down out of Stowe through the Vale. Oh, and that's what happens when you don't quite get your braking right at the end of the Wellington Straight. Turning into Brooklands, a loop around for, not sure who's at the wheel, Nick Sleep or Alex Montgomery, but their Lola, a harmless spin, will have ruined a lap, mind you.
And I think the car off that we've seen, which is at Copse Corner, yellow flags there, that really will snooker Martin Stretton's efforts, because he can't set a quick lap when there's a yellow flag out.
Indeed.
So we may, in the last 3 3/4 minutes of the session, not have time, unfortunately, for Martin to go for a quick time. But
and that's a real shame, actually, because 3/4 of the field are in the pit lane, so there are very few cars out there. This is the Pearson and Brundle car, finally running again, and in fact they've got some laps together. They are now up to 8th place. So the Claridge and Gomez car with another quicker lap didn't improve on its previous position of oh, it did now, actually. It went ahead of the Brooks and O'Connell car, so it's gone up from 7th to 6th. And the Pearson and Brundle car, you can improve in the 2 sectors that don't have a yellow flag. So if you have 2 very good sectors, then you can improve. And are the yellows back in? Looks like we've got a green racetrack. So it may be that there is just enough time, just under 3 minutes, perhaps, for Martin Stretton to find a little bit of pace, or even more pace.
Being
Brundle at the wheel of the 23 car.
It's a 50-minute race, this, with pit stop and driver change, so it's long enough that as long as you're somewhere near the front, you'll probably be okay and make your way through. But it certainly isn't ideal to not be starting in the front 2 rows. And you've got these pesky 2-litre cars that are snapping at the heels of the big V8s.
Well, I always say, if you're below 4th on the grid, that's where all the incidents happen. Of course, it's not written in stone that they won't happen among the top 4, but the further back you are, it's increasingly likely. The Claridge and Gomez car here, car number 119, in 6th place at the moment, and the second best of the Stommond cars, the Ferrao and Stretton car, which is 2nd overall, is the best in that class. There's been an awful lot of silverware being handed out at the end of this one. So this is the Chevron B23, James Claridge and Gonçalo Gomez, the Portuguese duo. As indeed is one of the cars that they're chasing, their class leader, Diogo Ferrao and Martin Stretton, another Anglo-Portuguese duo. So the top 2 cars in the class have Anglo-Portuguese lineups.
And the fastest top speed now 152.1 for the Lola T70 of Steve Brooks, and I suspect now on board Martin O'Connell, a driver who really should have progressed beyond where he did. Is just oh, there it is, Martin Stretton. That's thank you to our producer for showing us that car, because we weren't sure whether Martin was on board, but he is.
Yellow sectors though, so not as quick as the car has gone, and that might be part of the reason.
Oh, right at the edge of the track. So that could spell, oh, it's 34 seconds to go, Martin, so it's likely to spell the end of the session.
That will be the end of the session. Rule number 1, stay in the car, because then there's something around you. I know you don't want to be in the car if it gets hit, but you don't want to be out of the car if somebody loses control and tries to avoid your stationary car. So here is the 2nd fastest car in the field, and at the moment the man who has got pole position is in the pit lane. So I don't think, red flags are out with 8 seconds remaining, and that is the end of the qualifying session. And at the end of the track action for Friday here at the Classic as well. There's a view of car number 13, Dean Ford and James Thwaites Lola T70. So white with a high-vis motorway maintenance rear end is the best way of describing that. And red stripes. I shall put in red stripes as well on my identifier. Makes it easier in life. And that car, 6th fastest, so the first time we've seen that car. I did 11 laps actually, so it's been out there almost the entire session, just enough time for a driver change. The car that did the most, 13 laps for the Diogo Ferrao Martin Stretton car. Nobody did more, as 2 or 3 cars have done a dozen laps, but they were obviously very astute in getting out early, and presumably to get Diogo Ferrao as many laps of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit as he could do, before Martin Stretton got in right at the end just to do his minimum. You need to do 3 flying laps to qualify normally, and that would have been what they would have left him to do. If he had the opportunity to go quickly, I'm sure he would have done, or more quickly, but I don't think that was really an option given the situation as it has been presented to him.
Nice shots on this slowing down lap of the 2 Lola T70s, the front one in the colours of Hamlin Books, Sid Taylor Racing, and the one behind actually has Le Mans history. In 1970 it did Le Mans, driven by English driver David Proffitt, entered by Grand Bahama Racing, which I think is why it's got those colours. Very distinctive, as you said, Martin. It's a little bit like what you come up behind on the motorway, isn't it? Motorway maintenance.
Yeah, you see now, if that was me, I know it. I know it's not period, but I might be tempted to stick a motorway maintenance sticker across the back, just for the fun of it. So that is it. Red flags are out with well, less than half a minute was remaining in the session, and so there you go. In fact, it was less than 10 seconds remained in the session by the time the red flags came out. So that is the end of our qualifying session for the Yokohama Trophy for Masters Sports Car Legends. So these sports racers from a fairly tight period of years, actually, from the late 50s, mid-50s, let's say, towards the end and the very beginning of the 1970s, and waiting for the results to come up. Earliest car in the field, a couple of 1965 cars, McLaren M1B of John Spears and Ollie Hancock, and Freddie Wakeman and Mike Grant Peterkin's Ford GT40, both from 65, and then the latest cars in the field, 1971 vintage. So let's take a look at the way it ended up then, with Tom Bradshaw's Chevron fastest from the Diogo Ferrao Martin Stretton Lola. Jonathan Mitchell in his Chevron in 3rd place, another B19 ahead of the Brooks and O'Connell Lola T70, the first of the Big Banger Lolas. Henry Fletcher, another Chevron, and more Lolas and Chevrons behind him, dominating the top 10, with Michael Gans rounding out the 10. So again, it is a real Lola Chevron fest in this era. The Spears Hancock McLaren, the first to come through, not from either of those 2 manufacturers. And behind them, just outside the top 20, the Lenham, the Tadek of the De Silvas in 26th position, ahead of George Kjellgren's Darren, and the first of just a couple of Coopers in the field, just inside the top 30. A sunny end to the action for qualifying day here at the Classic at Silverstone, with our Yokohama Trophy for Masters Sports Cars Legends. 2 driver races this weekend for these cars, or a 2-driver race this weekend for these cars. It will bring the curtain down on Saturday evening, as Well, they won't race into the dusk. It's not quite that late in the autumn, but it'll have a little bit of an evening feel to the race as the field gets underway. And these 36 cars will do battle for the Yokohama Trophy at the end of Saturday's action at the Classic here at Silverstone. So the track falls silent until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, but don't forget that there is still food to be eaten, drinks to be drunk, and music to be boogied along to, as I believe the kids no longer say. The Cuban Brothers will be on stage in some dozen minutes or so. 7:15 will be there on air, or on stage time. And after them, Bjorn again will close out the noise for the day with a fantastic rendition of ABBA's back catalogue. And if you can't dance to that, then ladies and gentlemen, you can't dance. So Cuban Brothers and Bjorn again to round out the evening on the main stage. Wherever you are, watching us here, ready to come over the weekend, already at Silverstone here for the weekend, or watching online, thank you for joining us. We have plenty of action to go. Well, it's been a long day of almost ceaseless track action. And so much to see as well, Alistair. I mean, it's just, I really don't know where to go. You know, Saturday's timetable starts as today's did with the Formula Junior. So we start with mini Grand Prix cars, go on to Formula 2 and then touring cars. I mean, there's so much to choose from. I'd be hard pressed to say what's going to be my favourite of the day.
Yes, as each session came out for qualifying, I was thinking, this is brilliant, this is great, we're going to have some good cars out. And then you get the next one, you think, there's even more good cars. It's been wonderful. And to see the sports cars, the open wheel cars of various eras, and also the touring cars, which are my personal favourite. It's absolutely wonderful event.
On any race weekend, any one of these races would be a real highlight. And here, when there are 10 a day and so much to choose from, and you've got the 1990s Formula 1 cars, you've got the Group C demonstration later tomorrow afternoon. There's just so much that you just can't afford to miss any of it. Well, right in the thick of the action today and all weekend, of course, will be the indistinguishable figure of Ed Foster.
What a day of action we've had, and you can still see in the pits people are still working away on cars. Hopefully they're not going to have to go too late into the night. But where else in the world can you see nearly 1,000 competitors on the circuit in a single day? Quite extraordinary. But the action both on track and off track, it really kicks off tomorrow. This was just a warm-up. We've got all the racing tomorrow, and as Martin said, it starts with Formula Junior at 9 a.m. and we have wall-to-wall racing with some demonstrations from 9 a.m. until 7 p.m. tomorrow. So do not go anywhere, because we've also got the Group C cars coming out, and those are going to be absolutely fantastic. Group C started here in 1982, so what better place to celebrate that category than at Silverstone? But don't go anywhere. We're going to be back on air before the first race tomorrow. I cannot wait. See you then.